Dong, dong, dong. The fifth watch. The solemn chime of bells echoed through the imperial capital of the Great Feng dynasty. These bells sent a chill through every duke, noble, merchant, and commoner in the capital, for they signified the death of the Great Feng Emperor. After the new emperor was established, the bells would ring 30,000 times, blanketing the capital in their mournful toll for half a month. In an instant, all officials across the capital hastily dressed and rushed toward the imperial palace. No one had expected the emperor to perish so abruptly. He had only ascended the throne 3 months prior. Though he had always been frail, the Qinghe Palace's life-extending pill should have kept him alive much longer. But such thoughts were secondary. The priority was to enter the palace immediately. The high ministers left on duty in the inner court stared in shock toward the rear palace. Yet constrained by law, they could not personally venture into the rear palace. Instead, they released their spiritual senses, enveloping the entire palace in their surveillance. Yet under this perception, many wore strange expressions. Is the Empress Dowager trying to emulate Empress Dowager Jing? Deep within the palace, Shen Nan, just brought from the eastern palace, followed a dozen eunuchs toward the Empress' bedchamber. He appeared no more than 14 or 15 years old, with delicate features and a noble bearing. Clad in a purple robe that accentuated his elegance, his expression was eerily calm, even composed, unlike the flustered eunuchs around him. Having arrived in this world a month ago, Shen Nan had inherited the original Buddhist memories and language and familiarized himself with this realm. This was not any dynasty from history, but a celestial martial empire, the Great Feng dynasty, where Tao, Confucianism, demons, magic tactics, and warfare coexisted. And he was its crown prince. There was no struggle among princes. Shen Nan was not only the legitimate eldest son, but had been appointed imperial grandson years ago, and promoted to crown prince months earlier. Though this world was a celestial martial empire with practitioners of martial arts, there were no immortals. In all the land aside from the barbaric demon tribes, the Great Feng dynasty had no rival nations. Even the demon tribes were kept firmly in check by the Great Feng dynasty. Though border crises were frequent, the demons had never stepped onto Great Feng soil. Imperial authority in this world was terrifyingly absolute. Having directly transmigrated into the role of crown prince, and now about to ascend the throne, why would Shen Nan panic? As for emotional attachment, in just 1 month since his arrival, Shen Nan had met his chief father, the emperor, only 3 times. How could any emotional bonds form under such circumstances? However, one troublesome matter arose. Based on his inherited memories and today's events, it seemed the empress mother intended to rule as regent. Otherwise, rather than being summoned to her bedchamber, he should have first called the ministers to witness the emperor's death and read the edict of succession. Shen Nan glanced at the young eunuch beside him. Where are Liu Dabin and Zhang Dabin? Those two were the emperor's most trusted eunuchs. They were the chief eunuchs commanding the tens of thousands of palace attendants. If even they were absent from the bedchamber, the empress mother's intentions would be all too clear. The young eunuch stammered, Chief Eunuch Zhang and Chief Eunuch Liu are handling affairs, and will arrive later. Her Majesty ordered us to escort your highness to the bedchamber first. Indeed? A glint of understanding flashed in Shen Nan's eyes. The empress mother indeed wished to imitate the historical regency of Empress Dowager Jing. In the Great Feng dynasty, regency was almost a tradition. Shen Nan's grandfather, Emperor Mingchong, had ascended the throne young, with the Empress Dowager ruling as regent. Upon coming of age, she returned power to the emperor. This tradition also stemmed from emperors marrying daughters of dukes, who wielded immense power through their noble families. When the emperor was young, the Empress Dowager naturally held sway. Shen Nan, in truth, had no strong objections. Not only was there the precedent of regency and return of power, but he himself was not yet 15 and had only transmigrated a month ago. He might not actually be able to wield absolute authority. Besides, he had no worries about food or clothing and could practice martial arts daily. Power for now did not concern him much. At least for now, holding power was not crucial. But Shen Nan's expression suddenly turned strange. This cheap stepmother seems rather incompetent. And she's jealous. This empress was not Shen Nan's birth mother. His biological mother had passed away from illness 10 years ago. 3 years later, the emperor took a new crown princess, making this stepmother the current empress and future Empress Dowager. In terms of moral character, this stepmother was utterly abysmal. For 7 years she failed to bear the emperor any children, and worse, she forbade him from taking concubines, an unthinkably jealous nature. Such a person had neither virtue nor the character befitting a noble lady. Let's first see what happens. Shen Nan was in no hurry to confront his stepmother. After all, she was nominally the empress. As he walked deeper into the palace rear, the side halls along the way were cold and silent. A chill crept over Shen Nan. Just a few hundred meters from the empress' bedchamber, he suddenly stopped. The young eunuch whispered, "Your Highness." Shen Nan did not reply. Instead, he silently stared at several lines of subtitles appearing before his eyes. At age 34, the Great Feng Dynasty falls. You become the last emperor. Beacons of war burn everywhere, demons and monsters run rampant. After months of wandering, you stand on a cliff at a mountain in Jiangzhou, deeply ashamed before your people and ancestors. Do you choose to leap into the abyss or to redouble your efforts and restore the Great Feng? Please make your choice, host. System. Shen Nan's heart surged with ecstasy at the sight of those words. A full month after transmigrating, he had finally activated the indispensable system. As a frequent reader of novels, he understood systems inside out. But was there something seriously wrong with this system's name and content? I'm about to be crowned emperor, and you awaken a restoration system. What? I'm at my peak, about to enjoy a leisurely reign, and the Great Feng Dynasty is already doomed. How am I the one failing my people? I haven't even started enjoying myself. And what's this about leap into the abyss? Whose script am I following? The last boy emperor of the Southern Song. Shen Nan could not comprehend the system's information at all. His memories and experiences of the past month all unequivocally confirmed that the Great Feng Dynasty was the strongest empire in the world, and the only one. And it would fall in just 20 years. At the age of 34, the Dafeng Dynasty had fallen, and you became the sovereign of a vanquished nation. War fires raged everywhere, demons and monsters ran rampant. After months of displacement, you stood on a cliff of a mountain in Jiangzhou, deeply feeling that you had failed your people and your ancestors. Would you choose to leap to your death, or to strive diligently revive your spirits and restore the Dafeng Dynasty? Shen Nan carefully examined the system's prompts. Indeed, this system was meant for him to restore the kingdom, and the content described was exactly at the age of 34, which meant events 20 years later. But what exactly caused the once immensely powerful Dafeng Dynasty to fall 20 years later, and how did the future him gradually end up in such a state? War fires everywhere, demons and monsters rampant, people displaced. Shen Nan extracted the key words from the system and pondered silently. Demons and monsters rampant. Does this mean the Manmang demon clan is about to cause great trouble? Has someone among the demons broken through to the 13th realm? Or an ancient demon of the 14th realm has emerged? Earlier, Shen Nan had already learned that this world was an immortal martial world with an extremely exaggerated system of cultivation. The 9 grades: Grade 9 Refining Skin, Grade 8 Forging Bones, Grade 7 Blood Exchange, Grade 6 Refining Force, Grade 5 Force Mastery, Grade 4 Refining Gang could be called Minor Grandmaster, Grade 3 Gang Chi Attainment is Grandmaster, Grade 2 Refining Spirit is Great Grandmaster. Grade 1 is the Land Immortal. Above Grade 1 is the 10th realm, the Grand Celestial Being. As for above the 10th realm, among the billions of the Dafeng Dynasty, there were only a few. The Taoist sect had several 11th realm cultivators called Golden Core Dao Lord. The military sect had several martial gods. Then there were the Confucian Subsage Buddhist Arhat Legalist Subsage, and the sorcerers of the 100 schools True Lord Grand Immortal. Then came the legendary 12th realm Nascent Soul Dao Lord Military Sect Human Immortal Confucian Ultimate Sage Buddhist Bodhisattva Legalist Ultimate Sage, and True Lord Sorcerer. Such figures were truly the pinnacle of the world, and there were only a handful in the entire Dafeng Dynasty. These were also the stabilizing pillars holding back the Manmang Demon Clan. For hundreds of years, the Manmang Demon Clan had not dared to move south precisely because of their existence, and especially because the border of Yuzhou was guarded by the Zhenbei King of the military sect's human immortal realm. However, this was exactly what Shen Nan couldn't understand. With such a lineup of the Dafeng Dynasty, why would it perish 20 years later? And he would be so miserable as to choose to jump off a cliff to end his life. This was completely not Shen Nan's character. Although he appeared to be a slacker in daily life, he was actually not the type to easily give in. It seems more like internal problems after all. Shen Nan didn't ponder too much, instead shifting his gaze back to the system. Please make your choice, host. Shen Nan's consciousness focused on this line, and immediately two choices appeared: leap to death, and strive diligently restore Dafeng. Without hesitation, he chose strive diligently. I, the Emperor, care not how the Dafeng dynasty perished, nor why I awakened the restoration system, since I have learned in advance the news of Dafeng's fall in 20 years. Shen Nan was confident in his ability to reverse the situation. After all, the system's warning was to some extent a cheat. Just then a young eunuch urged him in a low voice. Your Highness! Shut up! Shen Nan gave the young eunuch a cold glance. He was not yet a vanquished sovereign, the imperial dignity was still intact. The young eunuch stammered. The Empress Dowager has been waiting for a long time. Shen Nan took a deep look at the young eunuch. He had not noticed before that this eunuch of the Eastern Palace was actually his mother's spy. Or rather, as the Crown Prince, who had been the imperial grandson just a few months ago, he indeed had little foundation or prestige. But now was not the time to dwell on these things. Shen Nan's mind sank into the information suddenly emerging in his thoughts, the experiences of him. In the future Shen Nan's memories, there was no pleasure nor any slacking off. There was only frustration, resentment, and powerlessness. It turned out that this so-called Empress Dowager had completely revealed her true nature after she assumed regency: jealous, stupid, and power-hungry. In the memories, the Empress Dowager often whipped him. Since the regency was a fait accompli, not a single official in the court would stand up for Shen Nan. He himself was confined in the deep palace. Even if a palace maid dared to take a risk for fortune, she was killed the very next day by order of the so-called Empress Dowager, and her corpse was hidden in a barrel in Shen Nan's bedchamber for several days. The stench, even in memory, was nauseating and unforgettable. The situation changed a few years later, when the southern frontier rebelled, and the Lianqing sect caused chaos across the land. At that time, the Buddhist sect began to rise to power, and eventually rescued Shen Nan. However, the Buddhist sect was not benevolent. They thought the demonious Empress Dowager was too stupid and intended to make Shen Nan a puppet. Thus, the Buddhist sect entered the court, marking the beginning of chaos. 15 years later, the whole realm rebelled, and a Tao Lord saved the world. By then, the imperial authority had lost all dignity, resembling the imperial power at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty. In name only did it still rule Dafeng. Eventually, the demon clan swept south, and the imperial capital fell. Shen Nan, known as Emperor Yuanyo, fled south, and was finally forced onto a cliff in Jiangzhou. I originally thought she wanted to be Empress Dowager Jing, but now it's clear she wants to be Empress Dowager Cixi. Shen Nan sneered coldly in his heart. He had originally not paid much attention to the Empress Dowager's regency, since his main priority was cultivation, and he was indeed too young and inexperienced in court affairs. But now it seemed that if this foolish woman were allowed to rule as regent, Dafeng's downfall is imminent. The young eunuch's voice sounded again, his voice tinged with pleading. Your Highness. Shen Nan's eyes grew even colder. I told you to shut up. He shifted his gaze to the new lines appearing on the system. Host chose strive diligently, revive spirits, restore Dafeng. Reward 10th realm guaranteed gift pack 1000 restoration points. First step to restore the kingdom: make a name across the land, let the world know that Emperor Yuanyu still has the heart to restore the kingdom. Reward 2nd grade and above guaranteed gift pack. 10th realm guaranteed, 2nd grade and above guaranteed. Shen Nan instantly understood. Apparently the so-called guaranteed meant he could at least obtain characters, techniques, or items of that rank. As for rebellion points, they could be used in the shop to exchange for things. Open! Opening 10th realm grand gift pack. Reward Immortal Martial 3 Kingdoms Great Virtuous Teacher Zhang Jiao, 10th realm Celestial Being Realm. The Santian is dead, Huangtian shall reign. The year is Jiazi, great fortune shall come. Shen Nan. The Great Virtuous Teacher Zhang Jiao. The strongest rebel Taoist in history. Is this a restoration system or a rebellion system? The 10 realms gift package yielded the Great Virtuous Teacher Zhang Jiao. Shen Nan was genuinely bewildered. Even if the system was basing its reward on his circumstances 20 years hence. To restore the kingdom, what need was there for a great virtuous teacher? This wasn't a rebellion. Yet a sudden realization dawned on him. According to the system's description, he would be utterly alone back then, with no one truly close by his side. Zhang Jiao's experience in fomenting rebellion would on the contrary allow him to rapidly build up his power. Moreover, this great virtuous teacher was not merely the historical leader of the Yellow Turbans. Zhang Jiao was also a genuine transcendent human realm cultivator of the 10th realm, a top-tier expert in this immortal martial world. Thinking this, Shen Nan glanced at the young eunuch whose expression was somewhat flustered. Just wait! Since he knew his mother, the Empress Dowager, was a profligate comparable to Empress Dowager Cixi, he naturally couldn't allow her to continue overseeing the state with such composure. To break the deadlock, he had to rely on the system's power. The young eunuch was taken aback. Your Highness! Her Majesty! Shen Nan, however, paid him no heed, his gaze once again fixed on the system. Immediately a clear system panel appeared before his eyes. Host Shen Nan. Age 34. Wealth none. Influence none. Subordinates great virtuous teacher Zhang Jiao 10th realm transcendent human peak. Cultivation art 9 dragons true chi 8th rank bone forging realm. Items none. Overall level lacks the strength to restore the kingdom. Restoration points 1000. The age displayed was precisely Shen Nan's age, 20 years, hence his current age was merely 14. From this perspective, he had ample time to alter the Dafeng dynasty's downfall. As for the 9 dragons true chi, it was the cultivation art of the Dafeng royal family, a system distinct from the current Confucian Taoist and military systems. Reaching the 8th rank bone forging realm at the age of 14 was only possible due to the abundant resources previously lavished upon him. Otherwise, an ordinary person at 14 would still be laying the foundation at the 9th rank skin tempering realm. Shen Nan also noticed the words pending claim at the bottom of the system panel. This referred to the previously obtained great virtuous teacher Zhang Jiao. With a mere thought, he could summon Zhang Jiao anywhere within a radius of several li. Those summoned would be absolutely loyal to Shen Nan. This was one of the foundations for breaking the current situation. Next were the restoration points. Restoration points can be used to purchase items in the shop. The shop's inventory refreshes daily. Restoration points are determined by the progress of the restoration and can be obtained from mission rewards and daily check-ins. Daily check-in, a certain number of points can be obtained by striving towards the restoration goal for 3 hours. Today's shop items: 10,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, 10,000 Sunflower Guards, 10,000 Dan of Grain. The shop's items. A mere glance at the exorbitant point costs left Shen Nan dumbfounded. A single Great Snow Dragon Rider required a full 20 restoration points, a Sunflower Guard needed 200, and while the grain was cheaper per unit, exchanging for 10,000 Dan was far beyond the reach of a mere 1,000 restoration points. Summon Zhang Jiao. Within the palace 10 meters away. Exchange for 5 Sunflower Guards. Within the palace 10 meters away. After a brief understanding of the system, Shen Nan did not hesitate to summon Zhang Jiao and spend his restoration points. The situation was now crystal clear. His mother, the Empress Dowager, had set her heart on overseeing the state. If he could not immediately reverse the course of events once his mother successfully established her regency, there would be no chance left to fight back. This was evident from the memories that had surfaced in his mind. The national conditions of Dafeng were clear. There were precedents for an Empress Dowager acting as regent supported by strict laws and regulations, and the former Empress Dowager Jing had performed admirably. Once his mother became regent, she would legally be the master of Dafeng. Even Shen Nan, the nominal emperor, could not defy her will. He would only have a chance to counterattack after coming of age, but by then it would be far too late. Only by breaking the situation now could he change the future. A gentle breeze swept by. As the dozen or so eunuchs around Shen Nan remained oblivious, within a nearby palace hall, a Taoist holding a 9-section staff and several Sunflower Guards materialized silently. The moment Zhang Jiao opened his eyes, he understood the current situation. This was one of the system's accompanying abilities, allowing it to instill basic knowledge and intelligence into summoned individuals. This enabled them to integrate into this world more quickly. Zhang Jiao's features were plain, his demeanor ordinary, but his eyes sparkled like stars, radiating immense spirit, energy, and conviction. He sighed softly. The yellow heaven was ultimately not established. After uttering these words, Zhang Jiao looked at the 5 Sunflower Guards beside him. He could tell at a glance that they were all eunuchs having cultivated an extremely yin and cold true qi. These so-called sunflower guards were essentially adepts, who had achieved minor success in the sunflower manual. Though their cultivation wasn't exceptionally high, they were all experts at the 5th rank, nearing the 4th rank. With these individuals, Shen Nan would have some capable people by his side, and coupled with Zhang Jiao himself, a 10th realm transcendent human Taoist master, breaking the current situation would not be difficult. Let's see what His Majesty intends to do. Zhang Jiao's gaze pierced through the palace hall, looking outward. Despite his absolute loyalty, he was curious about the temperament of the emperor he now served. Outside the hall, Shen Nan seemed to casually glance towards the palace. Although his cultivation was merely at the 8th rank bone-forging realm, because the figures were summoned by the system, he could easily sense the auras of Zhang Jiao and the others. Especially Zhang Jiao's aura, which felt like an abyss, filling him with newfound confidence. "Your Highness!" The young eunuch's voice sounded again, but unlike before, tinged with supplication, and all it now carried a tremor. "Mistress Zhou has arrived." "Mistress Zhou?" Shen Nan looked up and saw an old woman approaching slowly. Her hair was white, her face wrinkled, but her every movement carried an innate dignity, as if she were not a palace lady, but a figure of high standing. Mistress Zhou looked at Shen Nan and shook her head, saying, "Your Highness, Her Majesty has grown impatient." Her tone lacked any significant reverence. It was more like an elder speaking to a junior of the family, with a hint of sigh and familiarity. But Shen Nan knew just how venomous this old woman was. In the memories of the future, his mother, the Empress Dowager, became a foolish ruler comparable to Cixi, not only due to her own poor character, virtue, and ability, but also thanks to the staunch support of this old woman, who was her personal maid brought from the ducal mansion. A 2nd-rank Grandmaster level spirit refining expert. Shen Nan calmly looked at the old woman. "What is mother so impatient about? Could it be the matter of overseeing the state?" Shen Nan calmly looked at the old woman. "Mother Empress, why the haste? Are you so eager for the regency?" As his words fell, silence instantly enveloped the surroundings. Over a dozen eunuchs collapsed to the ground, their faces pale with terror. The young eunuch from earlier knelt with a loud thud, his body trembling uncontrollably. Although precedents and laws existed for an Empress Dowager to serve as regent, the moment Shen Nan uttered those words, everything changed. A young sovereign with the Empress Dowager as regent. This matter was not customary. By normal standards, even if the sovereign was young, as long as he wasn't too young to manage basic affairs, he remained the sovereign. Even if assistance was needed, the Grand Secretariat would handle it. If one insisted on an age, the division was below 10 and above 10. At 14, Shen Nan was still young. But if he insisted on ascending the throne himself and refused the Empress Dowager's regency, there would be no issue. Why had this convenient Mother Empress, right after the late Emperor's passing, while Head Steward Liu and Head Steward Zhang were busy with inner court affairs, hurriedly brought Shen Nan to the Empress' bedchamber? Her goal was to first establish righteousness and law, then, with mother leading child, meet the Grand Secretariat ministers, announce the imperial edict, establish the law. Only then would all civil and military officials be summoned and the world be informed. But if Shen Nan was unwilling and walked to the Grand Secretariat himself, the high ministers would surely support his ascension, immediately bypassing the Empress Dowager entirely. This stage was a contest between the Empress Dowager and the Grand Secretariat. However, the Empress Dowager always held the advantage. Now, with Shen Nan's attitude so clear, the situation was entirely different. Knowing the Empress Dowager these eunuchs feared, she would force Shen Nan to comply. Would they, who knew the inside story, have any path to survival? Nanny Shou also froze. Her already heavily lined face creased further, especially with the stark white powder and rouge making her visage even more terrifying. Her tone turned icy. "Your Highness, why would you say such a thing? Did someone teach you this?" Who? Her final "who" was a sharp, piercing shriek. In Nanny Zhou's view, the Crown Prince Shen Nan had always been extremely docile, even timid and cowardly. Unless someone had instigated him, how could Shen Nan possibly utter such words? "Does this need teaching?" Shen Nan's words were startling. "I am 14 years old and have studied the ways of emperors since childhood. Does Nanny Zhou think I cannot see through such a simple matter?" Hearing this, Nanny Zhou looked at Shen Nan with suspicion and uncertainty. "Your Highness, what do you intend to do?" The Empress Dowager's regency also benefits your highness. The court is full of wily old foxes. Your highness is still young. If you suddenly take power, you might be toyed with by them. The Empress Dowager's regency can make the imperial power more stable. Imperial power more stable. If not for his memories, Shen Nan might have believed this nonsense. He didn't consider himself skilled in imperial arts or palace intrigue, but he was far better than his convenient mother empress. At the very least, no matter how badly he messed up, he couldn't drive the Great Feng dynasty to ruin. Moreover, with the restoration system, if he wasn't skilled, someone else was. A sovereign sometimes doesn't need to do much, he only needs to find trustworthy people. Coincidentally, Shen Nan already had people he trusted implicitly, and there would be more in the future. He didn't answer, only glaring coldly at Nanny Zhou. If I disagree, will you bind me? Nanny Zhou's expression shifted several times before she seemed to sense something. This old servant would not dare. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out. It was his convenient mother empress, who couldn't wait any longer and walked out directly. She was clad in luxurious empress robes, clearly not yet having changed into mourning attire. Her face was as cold as frost, and as she walked, the various phoenix hairpins in her hair swayed wildly. When she reached Shen Nan, her face softened into a gentle expression. "Non-heir, come with me quickly." Before she could finish her words, Nanny Zhou went over and whispered a few sentences to her. The convenient mother empress' feigned gentle expression instantly crumbled. Her dignified and graceful aura turned cold and sinister. Her phoenix eyes stared icily at Shen Nan. "Are you defying me?" Since marrying into the palace 7 years ago, Shen Nan had never dared to defy her like this. Empress Chen was furious. How dare he? Shen Nan's expression was calm. "Defy? I am the emperor. Where is the defiance in this?" Even if he hadn't ascended the throne yet in legal principle, the Great Feng dynasty had only one qualified heir, him. This was something no one could change. It was also one of Shen Nan's greatest advantages. Empress Chen stared coldly at Shen Nan. "I don't know where you get your confidence, but today you don't get to decide." She glanced at Nanny Zhou. With just a look, Nanny Zhou moved without hesitation. Her figure shot toward Shen Nan like a specter. A household servant like her cared nothing for some future emperor. Her life and death were inextricably tied to Empress Chen. Even if Shen Nan were already emperor, she would still dare to act. A sinister wind rushed in, biting to the bone. Nanny Zhou, a grandmaster at the spirit refining realm, made her move. Though she had no killing intent, her mere aura was enough to crush Shen Nan, who was only at the 8th grade bone forging realm. Yet his expression remained calm, eerily calm. "Zhang Jiao!" Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared before Shen Nan. In the instant the sinister wind arrived, the 9-section staff was already swung out. Boom! With a single casual horizontal sweep, Zhang Jiao sent Nanny Zhou flying dozens of meters away. Her cold, aged body crashed into the palace hall, vanishing from sight. Only dust swirled between the two men. With his peak heavenly man strength, Zhang Jiao could effortlessly crush a 2nd-grade spirit refining grandmaster without even using any Dao techniques. 5 sunflower guards exuding a chilling aura instantly surrounded Shen Nan. Seeing this, Empress Chen's expression changed drastically. "A 10th-stage heavenly man!" Only a martial artist above the 1st-grade land immortal realm could defeat Nanny Zhou so easily. And Zhang Jiao was dressed like a Taoist priest. This caused Empress Chen's mind to race with thoughts. She questioned coldly, "Are you from Qinghe Palace? Or Dragon Tiger Mountain? Or Jinghe Palace?" Empress Chen was referring to the 3 most prominent Taoist sects of the Great Feng dynasty. As for the 4th sect, the Earth sect, it would absolutely never participate in palace struggles. The Earth sect's leader was the head of the Heavenly Works Institute. Regardless of who held power, it would not affect the institute's position. The Taoist Earth sect never involved itself in court struggles. Zhang Jiao's entrance instantly reversed the situation. Even though Empress Chen still had several expert guards within her bedchamber, these experts were at most merely at the 3rd-rank Grandmaster realm. Though she was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Chu State, and the Empress of the Great Feng dynasty, having a 2nd-rank Grandmaster matron serve her was already the limit. Any terrestrial immortal above the 2nd rank, or a 10th realm celestial being, could hardly be commanded at will by Empress Chen. Moreover, Zhang Jiao's appearance had unsettled her, and Shen Nan's transformation was even more so. How could the Crown Prince, who had always been timid and cowardly, become like this? How could he, a Crown Prince raised in the Eastern Palace, since childhood, gain the aid of a Taoist celestial being? Empress Chen's phoenix eyes grew increasingly suspicious. Which old fox from the Taoist sect is behind this? The four sects of Taoism were Mount Longhu, Jinghe Palace, and the Earth sect. Among them, the Earth sect was wholly obsessed with the art of artifact refinement. Mount Longhu reigned supreme in Jianzhou, focusing on eliminating demons and cultivating immortality. Jinghe Palace belonged to the Elixir Cauldron school, excelling in alchemy and courted by powerful figures from all sides. Jinghe Palace was a new Taoist sect elevated by the aristocratic families of Jiangnan, blending talismans, alchemy, and dual cultivation. If there were any sects most likely to have orchestrated the Crown Prince Shen Nan's situation, it would be Jinghe Palace and Jinghe Palace. Yet despite Empress Chen's extensive knowledge, she had never heard of a figure like Zhang Jiao. Setting aside Empress Chen's thoughts, Shen Nan remained composed. He gazed calmly at Empress Chen and said, "What does it matter which Taoist palace it is? Today Mother's plan to oversee the state can no longer proceed. Please have someone send the coronation robes." He was currently dressed in a purple casual robe, hardly suitable attire for the Grand Council. The coronation robes were not merely a symbol of the Crown Prince's status. They also represented the Empress' stance. After all, such valuable items as the coronation robes were always kept by the Empress. If Shen Nan could wear them to the Grand Council, the ministers would understand the situation and make their choices accordingly. Conversely, if he wore only casual robes, these old foxes might harbor certain thoughts. It was not about usurpation or any chaotic notions. Rather, they would perceive the collusion between Shen Nan and Empress Chen and deduce certain circumstances. The Great Feng dynasty was headed for ruin. This was partly due to Empress Chen's poisonous and foolish contributions, but internal issues were also severe. Moreover, in Shen Nan's view, as long as he could ascend the throne smoothly today, dealing with the foolish Empress Chen would be trivial, and even the Duke of Chu behind her posed no real threat. The true trouble lay only with those old foxes in the Great Feng court. Coronation robes. Empress Chen's expression stiffened. With a forced smile and a dark tone, she said, "I have underestimated you all this time. To have prepared so thoroughly, this must have taken more than a day." Although Empress Chen had no formidable experts by her side, only a second-rank spirit-refining Grandmaster Granny Zhou who could hold her own, this did not mean the Great Feng Palace was so simple. Not to mention the heavyweights of the Grand Council stationed there year-round, all of whom possessed formidable cultivation. Moreover, the entire imperial capital was perpetually under the spell of legalist subject Fa Yang of the Ministry of Punishments. Even if a 10th realm celestial being or a first-rank terrestrial immortal appeared in the palace, Fa Yang, the manifest 11th realm legalist subject, could detect them immediately and dispatch the Imperial Guard to investigate. This was the anchor that kept the Great Feng capital as steady as Mount Tai. In Empress Chen's view, even if one of those old foxes from the Taoist sect acted, sneaking a 10th realm Taoist celestial being into the palace, while evading Fa Yang's influence, would come at a tremendous cost. Today she had lost, and she had underestimated her so-called legitimate eldest son. "Go. Bring His Highness coronation robes. Today I shall personally escort you to your coronation." Though Empress Chen was somewhat foolish, she was not a true fool. In fact, thanks to the Duke of Chu's meticulous grooming, she was quite shrewd. Yet her heart was too venomous, too selfish, and she excelled only in petty malicious schemes, utterly ignorant of how to govern a state. Shen Nan said calmly, "There is no need for Mother to appear. Zhang Jiao alone is sufficient. If Empress Chen were to lead him to the coronation, then what would be the point of all he had done before? Even if Empress Chen could not use this to establish her regency, she could still exploit today's events for future schemes." Shen Nan intended to utterly crush Empress Chen's hopes of overseeing the state and put an end to her delusions. Empress Chen's face turned ashen as she remained silent, her phoenix eyes growing ever colder. Today the facade of mother and son was completely shattered. Soon someone brought the coronation robes. Attended by several maids, Shen Nan donned the coronation robes, and a touch of majesty appeared on his young handsome face. It was the imperial authority bestowed by centuries of the Great Feng dynasty. In a daze, Empress Chen seemed to see the late emperor, but not the one who had just passed away. It was Emperor Mingchong who had ascended the throne as a youth and was only returned to power by Empress Dowager Jing at the age of 23. He then ruled the realm for decades, wielding supreme authority and bringing the Great Feng dynasty to its zenith. Unfortunately, in his later years, Emperor Mingchong became obsessed with the pursuit of immortality and Taoist cultivation. This ultimately led to a decline in national strength and severe internal problems within the Great Feng dynasty. This script was somewhat akin to a blend of Emperor Jiajing and Emperor Xuanzong of Tangli Longji. Non-heir has finally grown up. The thought flashed through Empress Qin's mind, but in the next instant her resentment deepened. She too could become an Empress Dowager like Jing, and she was confident she would do a better job. Shen Nan paid no heed to Empress Qin's changing expression. After donning the coronation robes, he did not even spare her a glance. He turned and walked away, calmly striding unhurriedly toward Huafeng Gate. Beyond Huafeng Gate lay the front hall. That was a place where Empress Qin, a woman of the harem, could no longer interfere. Shen Nan would truly face his strongest opponents, a group of highly cultivated old foxes. To establish imperial authority, mere legal codes were insufficient. However, that was not the most pressing matter at the moment. Shen Nan glanced at the system. First step to restore the kingdom, make a name for the world, let all under heaven know that Emperor Yuanyu still harbors the will to restore the kingdom. Reward a guaranteed gift pack of second rank or above. Making a name for the world might have been troublesome for Shen Nan in the future, but for him now, he only needed to successfully ascend the throne and proclaim it to all. Let the name of Emperor Yuanyu resound across the land. The guaranteed gift pack of second rank or above was enough to arouse Shen Nan's anticipation. Even if it was merely a second-rank gift pack, that was still the Grandmaster level. At the Huafeng Gate, Shen Nan, clad in a ceremonial crown and robe, strode forward with an imposing aura. By his side were Zhang Jiao in a Taoist robe and 5 sunflower guards, while in the distance stood Empress Qin, her phoenix eyes cold and expression complex. Once past the Huafeng Gate, the front court hall of the Dafeng dynasty lay ahead. The grand secretaries of the cabinet had been waiting there for some time, and they too could sense the commotion from the Empress Palace. Yet, bound by the constraints of law and propriety, even these wily old foxes, who were all first-rank terrestrial immortals, dared not openly pry into the inner court. At most, they could faintly perceive the unique aura of Zhang Jiao, a Taoist celestial being, a 10th realm celestial. This presence weighed heavily on the hearts of these old foxes. Chief Grand Secretary Zhang Su frowned deeply. When did the Taoist sect make its move? He murmured, his gaze turning southwest toward the Ministry of Justice, the domain of Fa Yang. With Fa Yang's strength and the legalist faction's momentum, such a blunder should not have occurred. Could it be? Zhang Zu's heart trembled with doubt. Has Fa Yang allied with the Taoists? An alliance between Fa Yang and the Taoists would essentially mean a union of the legalist and Taoist schools. If that were the case, the Confucian scholars, who controlled the cabinet, would find themselves in great danger. The Dafeng dynasty had stood firm for 890 years. Under such prolonged rule, its internal affairs had grown immensely complex. The Confucian Taoist and legalist schools vied for power, while sorcerers from the 9 schools and 3 streams took the stage, and the Buddhist sect spread its teachings freely. Within Confucianism itself, there were 3 major factions, and Taoism had 4 great sects. The situation in Dafeng grew ever more intricate. Even Chief Grand Secretary Zhang Su could not claim to control the court entirely. At best, he wielded considerable prestige and authority. And even this state of affairs was the result of mutual compromise. Moreover, Fa Yang, the leader of the legalist school, had refrained from entering the cabinet's power struggles, content to serve as Minister of Justice and command the Golden Guard to maintain order. If Fa Yang truly allied with the Taoists, chaos would erupt completely. The Confucian domination of Dafeng's court, which had lasted 800 years, would be utterly transformed. Zhang Su was not alone in his concern. The other 6 grand secretaries also wore grave expressions. Among them Yang Ku, the 2nd Grand Secretary, and a representative of the cold higher scholars from Jiangzhou Academy, looked the most somber. He was a man who truly cared for the realm. Jiangzhou Academy was the weakest of the 3 Confucian factions, and could least afford a shift in the power structure. Such a change could destroy decades of Yang Ke's hard work. Yet regardless of what these great Confucian scholars thought, they could only wait in the front court hall for now. As Shen Nan led Zhang Jiao to the Huafeng Gate, the Red Dragon guards on duty were taken aback. They had never seen Zhang Jiao before, and the scene before them was indeed strange. The 14-year-old Crown Prince strode forward with an air of authority, yet a Taoist followed at his side. Where was the Empress? Where were the eunuchs? Just as confusion set in, Shen Nan's cold voice rang out. "Do you not recognize me?" At these words, the dozens of Red Dragon guards hastily knelt on one knee, their heads bowed in fear. They were the Imperial Guards responsible for protecting the palace. Their loyalty was to the Dafeng Emperor. After today, Shen Nan, the Crown Prince, would become the Emperor of Dafeng. No one dared to defy him. Shen Nan cast a glance at the Red Dragon guards and strode out of the Huafeng Gate. As he stepped out, he saw the senior eunuchs Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu rushing over with dozens of pure soldiers, troops under eunuch command. Clearly they too had learned of Empress Qin's schemes. For them it mattered little whether the Empress Dowager ruled as regent or the Crown Prince took power. But both had to pledge their loyalty to the new emperor quickly, and this was also a contest between them. However, upon seeing the solitary figures of Shen Nan and Zhang Jiao within the Huafeng Gate, both Zhang Hu with his cold demeanor and Lu Zhong with his gentle face were stunned. "Your Highness!" Clearly, like the Red Dragon guards, they had not anticipated this. Yet unlike the guards, they could clearly sense Zhang Jiao's unbridled aura. A Taoist 10th realm celestial. Shen Nan studied the two men. According to the future memories described by the system, neither of them was a good person. The former was ruthless and merciless, quickly aligning himself with Empress Qin and overpowering Lu Zhong to seize control of the entire palace, becoming an all-powerful figure. In secret, he was entangled with the Lianqing sect. In the future, when the southern frontier rebelled and the Lianqing sect plunged the realm into chaos, Zhang, who was likely one of the masterminds. Lu Zhong with his gentle face was no saint either. In the future, he secretly aided Shen Nan many times, appearing utterly loyal. Yet during the southern frontier rebellion and the Lianqing sect's chaos, the greatest beneficiary was none other than this seemingly loyal Lu Zhong. He was a man of the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist takeover was his doing. Thus Lu Zhong reclaimed great power, even turning Shen Nan into a puppet. Then came the Buddhist domination of the court, heralding the true era of chaos. However, now was not the time to move against these two. Although Zhang Jiao's 10th realm celestial strength could easily slay them here, what would that achieve? The Lianqing sect and the Buddhist sect behind them were the real threats. Shen Nan still needed them to wield power for the time being. He commanded calmly, "Lu Zhong, accompany me to the Rongda Hall. Chief Steward Zhang, summon the cabinet ministers to the Rongda Hall." Lu Zhong and Chief Steward Zhang. These titles already reflected Shen Nan's attitude. The starkly different assignments for the two men further underscored this. Both Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu could sense the distinction, and their expressions shifted instantly. Zhang Hu, already cold in demeanor, turned grim, while Lu Zhong's gentle face grew even softer, his gaze toward Shen Nan filled with benevolence. Yet in the next moment, both of their eyes flickered with suspicion. This skill in the imperial art of balance was too polished, and Shen Nan's demeanor too composed. It was nothing like the timid, cowardly Crown Prince of the past. However, faced with Shen Nan's calm gaze, they had no time to ponder further. "As you command?" Shen Nan nodded and headed toward the Rongda Hall. That was the true seat of power in the Dafeng dynasty. The name Rongda itself spoke of Dafeng's state, at its zenith of prosperity. There Shen Nan would proclaim the imperial edict and establish his position as emperor. There too, he would convene the first court session of his new reign. This was, after all, a world of immortals and martial arts. By the time Shen Nan calmly reached the Rongda Hall, he had only just begun to survey this imposing and solemn edifice. The 7 Grand Secretaries, led by Chief Grand Secretary Zhang Su, had already all arrived. Unlike the imperial palaces found in ordinary history, the main hall of the Great Feng dynasty spanned hundreds of zhang in both length and width, reinforced by numerous formations, and perpetually shrouded by the nation's destiny. It was the safest place in all the Great Feng dynasty, and indeed, in the entire realm. Even a martial god of the 11th realm would find it difficult to breach this place, especially since the capital city of Great Feng was guarded by several heavenly beings of the 10th realm and presided over by Fa Yang, the openly acknowledged 11th realm legalist sub-saint. The possibility of any external invasion was simply non-existent. Shen Nan slowly entered the hall. Under the watchful eyes of Zhang Suyangke and other high ministers, he walked step by step to the dragon throne, the symbol of power, and sat down without a moment's hesitation. The ceremonial robe that formations the shroud of national destiny, with these three elements combined. Shen Nan's own majesty instantly surged. His youthful face lost all trace of immaturity, replaced by an oppressive weight of dignity that caused even Zhang Jiao to raise an eyebrow slightly. "Proclaim the edict." His indifferent voice made Zhang Su and the others waver in suspicion once more. This demeanor was nothing like that of the former crown prince. Yet not a single person dared to speculate whether the Shen Nan before them was an impostor, for the hall was indeed enveloped by the nation's destiny. The one who could sit upon the dragon throne must undoubtedly be of the Shen royal bloodline. This was a mechanism set up by the founding martial ancestor of 14th realm martial Immortal, who established the Great Feng dynasty. "Proclaim. Now let it be known that the Crown Prince Shen Nan." Lu Zhong's solemn voice echoed throughout the hall, a testamentary edict in his hands. It was unmistakably a decree left by the late emperor. Although the late emperor had passed away suddenly this very day, his frail constitution had been anticipated long ago. Over 10 days prior, a Taoist heavenly being from the Qinghe Palace had been summoned to diagnose him, only to sigh and declare that no medicine could cure him. Even in a world of immortals and martial arts, some ailments lay beyond human power. After all, this world was not yet a true Xianxia realm of fantasy and magic. There were no true miraculous medicines. Moreover, a monarch who bore the nation's destiny had a fate that was exceedingly difficult to alter. Even a 14th realm Confucian immortal would find it hard to change the destiny of a great Feng sovereign. Otherwise, the founding ancestor would not have died of illness just 40 years after establishing the Great Feng dynasty. It was well known that experts above the 10th realm could live for over 1,000 years. The current 11th realm legalist Fa Yang was a man from the era of the Great Feng founding ancestor. At that time, he was merely an inconspicuous youth. Now, however, he had become the true pillar of the Great Feng dynasty. As Lu Zhong finished proclaiming the edict, the grand secretaries led by Zhang Su all bowed their heads. "We, your ministers, pay homage to your majesty." This world had no custom of kneeling. It was a mark of respect for these high ministers. Any who could become a grand secretary was undoubtedly a master of the first Confucian realm or higher. Such a level was already called a land god immortal. How could an immortal on earth kneel before an emperor? Shen Nan cared little for such formalities. Imperial authority was never established through prostration. "Rise," he said, his expression indifferent. Zhang Su and the others slowly straightened up, their gazes fixed upon the figure on the throne. Though only 14, his stature and features were already mature, and his intense imperial dignity reminded many of Emperor Ming Chong. He possessed the same unwavering dignity and aloofness. In contrast, the late emperor, despite ascending the throne at 40, never had such presence. His indecisive nature left him with no real authority. When their eyes fell upon Zhang Jiao and the 5-unit guard standing on the right side of the hall, Zhang Su and the others immediately began to take Shen Nan seriously. Regardless of which Taoist sect Zhang Jiao belonged to, the method Shen Nan had already displayed proved he could not be treated as a mere child. "Your Majesty, now that the succession is established, may I summon the civil and military officials for an audience?" Chief Grand Secretary Zhang Su was the first to speak, his eyes bright as he did so. "Granted," Shen Nan said casually. However, this was merely a prelude. Zhang Zu's next question made Shen Nan feel the restlessness of these old foxes. "May I ask who this person is?" He was pointing at Zhang Jiao. Though the number of people in the Rongda Hall was small, the occasion was extremely formal. 7 cabinet ministers and 2 chief eunuchs were gathered here to witness the ascension of the new Great Feng Emperor. Even if Zhang Jiao was a 10th realm Taoist heavenly being, what right did he have to stand here? What law permitted this? "He is a retainer my late father left for me," Shen Nan replied calmly, having anticipated the question. "According to the Chief Grand Secretary, what position should he be appointed to?" He deftly sidestepped the issue of why Zhang Jiao was present, attributing the appearance of this Taoist heavenly being to the deceased emperor. with the dead unable to testify. Zhang Zu's line of questioning was effectively blocked. Shen Nan was the emperor of Great Feng. Was he not even entitled to a personal retainer for his protection? Zhang Su was indeed left speechless.
If that is the case, he should be appointed as a third-rank guardian Taoist official.
The official system of the Great Feng dynasty generally resembled the Ming dynasty's 3 departments and 6 ministries. However, it had an additional system for Taoist officials, a concession to the Taoist sect. A third-rank guardian Taoist official was roughly equivalent to a commander of the Imperial Guard, but with greater authority and more freedom. In his later years, Emperor Ming Chong, obsessed with seeking immortality, had greatly expanded the Taoist official system. However, after the late emperor ascended the throne, many Taoist officials had been dismissed from the palace over the past 3 months. Adding one more Zhang Jiao was nothing to ministers like Zhang Su, who had served under Emperor Ming Chong. Besides, Zhang Jiao was a 10th realm Taoist heavenly being. They could not afford to offend him too much. Nevertheless, Zhang Su had gleaned something from the exchange. Zhang Jiao seemed not to belong to any of the 4 major Taoist sects. Otherwise, Shen Nan could have openly stated which sect Zhang Jiao belonged to. This would have allowed him to exert pressure on them.
I shall follow the Chief Grand Secretary's advice.
Shen Nan nodded slightly. Next, Vice Grand Secretary Yang could step forward. However, his words were not probing but concerned routine matters: the late emperor's burial, the imperial mausoleum, and some administrative affairs. On these matters, Shen Nan offered no opinions. He had a clear understanding of his own abilities. When it came to governance and scheming, he was no match for these men and could not handle such affairs. So whenever Yang Ke spoke, he would look at Chief Grand Secretary Zhang Su or cast a glance at Lu Zhong. When neither raised any objection, Shen Nan would nod in approval. This strategy, while a form of checks and balances, also allowed Zhang Su and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. They were unaware of the events that had transpired in the rear palace. But since Empress Chen had not appeared, it was clear that Shen Nan held the initiative. Coupled with Shen Nan's current dignified and imposing aura, they had feared he might have too many ambitious ideas. Now it seemed the new monarch was far better than they had imagined. At the very least, he would not be as erratic as the late emperor. However, this was precisely Shen Nan's calculation. Although he possessed a restoration system, he had no need to restore a lost kingdom. Even in the struggle for power, there was no need for such blatant methods. Power, after all, was a matter of name and substance. He did not lack for righteous cause. Power was inherently the emperor's prerogative. What Shen Nan needed was simply to learn how to wield actual authority, which required sufficient loyalists. It was not about hastily seizing power by force. That would only harm the interests of the Great Feng. The easiest authority for him to grasp at present was the power over the eunuchs. The authority of eunuchs inherently relies on the emperor. If Shen Nan wishes to seize the power of the Great Feng dynasty, he must still engage in cunning schemes against these old foxes. But if he seeks to command the eunuchs' power, it would be far simpler. For in terms of legal principles, statutes, and all other aspects, everything is ultimately decided by the emperor's word alone. This is also the focus of Shen Nan's next move: controlling the eunuchs. Beyond this, there is another authority to grasp. That is, the legalist school. The current Minister of Justice Fa Yang is a relic from the era of the Great Feng ancestors and a legalist at the 11th level subsage realm. Such cultivation makes him a true pinnacle expert in the present world. Yet Fa Yang is the most loyal to the Great Feng. According to the memories inherited by Shen Nan, when the Buddhist sect took over the Great Feng, Fa Yang was able to fiercely battle a Buddhist 12th level bodhisattva. Though he ultimately lost, the sudden revelation of his 12th level legalist supreme sage cultivation and the solemn majestic power of law tactics and authority made the world realize Fa Yang's true terror. It also let the future Shen Nan know that Fa Yang, always stern and outspoken, was indeed the true loyal minister of the Great Feng. Most crucially, the force under Fa Yang's command was incredibly fearsome, the Ji Jin Wu. Though the name Ji Jin Wu sounds like some Imperial Guard agency, it is entirely different. The authority of the Ji Jin Wu includes patrolling the capital, preventing theft, capturing criminals, adjudicating cases, garrisoning the capital, and managing weaponry. They even have the power to temporarily mobilize any agency to defend the capital. In the capital, the Ji Jin Wu's influence rivals that of the Ming dynasty's Imperial Guard. Indeed, it is even more formidable than the Imperial Guard. The Ji Jinwu possesses such authority first because of the rules set by the founding emperor, and second, because the legalist school's cultivation philosophy relies on the empire. For a legalist to ascend to the 10th level heavenly being realm, they must participate in the establishment of laws, comprehend their own path of law, and integrate their Tao into the Great Feng's legal code. The legalist school is the law itself. Fa Yang achieved the 12th level legalist supreme sage precisely because over the centuries he fully immersed himself in every aspect of the Great Feng, strictly adhering to the laws, statutes, and principles he established. As long as they follow their own laws, legalists are nearly invincible under the law's domain. Yet the drawback is equally evident. That is, a legalist must never violate the laws they themselves have made. It is precisely due to this flaw that Fa Yang was defeated when the Buddhist sect invaded in the future. However, Fa Yang's loyalty lies solely with the Great Feng dynasty, not with any particular sovereign. If Shen Nan wishes to control the legalist forces, he will need to exert some effort. Just then the cabinet ministers led by Zhang Su had already arranged everything properly.
Your Majesty, it is time to summon the officials for audience.
Grand Secretary Zhang Su said solemnly. The discussions in the Ronghua Pavilion were more about establishing the laws and confirming the new monarch. Although Shen Nan was nominally the emperor of the Great Feng, he still needed to go through the formal process of announcing to the world and receiving the officials' audience. As for the coronation ceremony, the Great Feng dynasty had no such procedure. Shen Nan collected his thoughts and nodded, saying,
"All right."
After the officials' audience, Shen Nan's first system task would be completed. He also looked forward to seeing who the second tier and above reward pack would summon. Dong, dong, dong. The heavy bells in the palace tolled again, this time more rhythmically, and continuously ringing 100 times. After that, all the Taoist temples, Buddhist monasteries in the capital, and the central drum tower also sounded deep and solemn bells. The emperor's death and the new sovereign's ascension, the bells ring 30,000 times. This tolling announced that the officials would begin their orderly entry into the palace for audience. Earlier at the 5th watch, most civil and military officials, who heard the bells, breathed a sigh of relief. They adjusted their attire, and according to rank hurried toward the palace, along the way seeing Ji Jinwu maintaining order. Although Fa Yang as Minister of Justice did not enter the palace immediately, he had already arranged everything by the time the bells rang. When the full court saw the Ji Jinwu, their expressions grew calmer. For this was the pillar of the Great Feng. As long as the Ji Jinwu and Fa Yang were present, the capital would not fall into chaos, especially since the new monarch was established so quickly. Clearly nothing untoward had occurred within the palace. But was it the new monarch in power, or Empress Dowager Chen acting as regent? With such thoughts, the officials gathered by noon in the square before the Rongda Hall. Although the Rongda Hall spanned hundreds of zhang and could hold thousands, not everyone could enter. Those below the 5th rank were not allowed in. Most officials could only watch as the red-robed and purple-robed officials walked into the Rongda Hall. Through the open doors, they could faintly see the figure at the highest seat.
Empress Chen is not here, so the new monarch holds power. I heard the Duke of Chu left his residence with a joyful face today, but it seems he was overthinking.
Speak cautiously. The Duke of Chu was Empress Chen's biological father. If Empress Chen were regent, the Duke's influence as a relative of the Empress would greatly increase. But since the new emperor held power, the Duke of Chu's hopes were clearly dashed. Most critically, given Empress Chen's famously jealous nature across the Great Feng. Would she willingly yield the regency? It seemed unlikely. Many harbored such speculations. In the Rongda Hall, officials above the 5th rank gathered. The Great Feng dynasty in its prime truly deserved its reputation with a population of billions. Just the officials above the 5th rank numbered in the hundreds. From Shen Nan's elevated perspective, they appeared as a dark sea. He also spotted many familiar faces. This familiarity did not come from the month since his transmigration, but from the memories of the future Shen Nan. After all, since his transmigration, Shen Nan had never left the palace, so he could not know any external officials. These familiar figures were either loyal ministers, treacherous ones, or men of potential. This made Shen Nan reflect inwardly, setting aside the system pack rewards. The memory of the next 20 years alone was the greatest golden finger. Amidst his myriad thoughts, a few lines of text appeared before him again. First step of restoration: make a name for the world. Let all know Emperor Yuanyu still has the heart to restore the dynasty. Reward guaranteed: pack of second tier and above. Task completed. Claim reward.
Claim it!
Shen Nan did not hesitate for a moment before claiming the gift pack. Opening the second grade and above guaranteed gift pack. Reward: Han Xingxuan, the great demon of the spring and autumn era from the snowy world, second grade peak, Grandmaster peak. Commanding 100,000 eunuchs for decades, his 3,000 red threads terrorized the martial world, and he was invincible beneath the terrestrial immortals. Han Xingxuan's strength, though far inferior to the celestial Martial Zhang Jiao, was more than sufficient at the second grade peak, unmatched by any below the first grade terrestrial immortal. More crucially, Han Xingxian possessed decades of experience in commanding eunuchs. Such talent would allow Shen Nan to effortlessly seize control of the eunuch authority. As he had previously planned, after this coronation court session, he would first utilize Lu Zhong to consolidate the power of the eunuchs. Now that he had summoned the great demon Han Xingxian from the spring and autumn era, he had far more room to maneuver.
Summon him to the side hall 100 meters away.
Shen Nan silently intoned. In an instant, a figure materialized silently within the side hall. The sudden appearance of Han Xingxian was also noticed by the high-ranking ministers in Rongda Hall, who possessed superior cultivation. However, upon sensing only the chilling aura of a second-grade grandmaster, they all pretended nothing was amiss. After all, it was perfectly normal for the imperial palace to have a second-grade grandmaster eunuch hardly worthy of serious attention. Only the Minister of Justice Fa Yang furrowed his brow slightly, perceiving more than the others. Having commanded eunuchs for decades and cruelly slain countless martial arts experts, Han Xingxian was drenched in the stench of blood, hardly a sign of a benevolent soul. Nevertheless, Fa Yang said nothing further. His sole responsibility was to uphold the laws of the Great Feng dynasty. However, the two senior eunuchs, Lu Zhong and Zhang, who looked distinctly unsettled. Having managed the Great Feng court for so many years, they had never discovered a hidden second-grade grandmaster, and Han Xingxuan's aura was particularly ominous.
Your Majesty, the officials have all arrived.
Zhang Ze's voice interrupted Lu Zhong and Zhang He's thoughts. Shen Nan nodded.
Let us begin.
The current procedure was the court audience to establish the new sovereign status. As for discussing state affairs, that was unnecessary. The 7 Grand Secretaries of the Grand Secretariat had already handled most matters. All Shen Nan had to do was sit for a while, and then adjourn the court. This session was merely to inform the entire court that a new emperor had ascended the throne. Dong! 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 The solemn drumbeats rang out once more. All officials of the 5th rank and above stood with grave expressions, and the square outside Rongda Hall fell instantly silent. The atmosphere became sacred and solemn.
The officials present themselves.
Lu Zhong's resonant voice rang out. With that call, the Grand Secretary Zhang Su and the other high ministers knelt down first.
Your subjects pay homage to your Majesty. Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty! Long live!
Although the Great Feng dynasty did not have a custom of kneeling, it was still required on major occasions. This established the hierarchy between sovereign and subject. Even Fa Yang, the legalist subject, knelt solemnly with his head bowed. This law was one he himself had decreed. The legalist doctrine was also, the kingly way is vast and grand, revering the emperor. The sight of all officials prostrating themselves and the cheers of the crowd stirred Shen Nan's heart. In his past life, he was merely an ordinary person who had never witnessed such a scene, let alone the presence of these truly great figures. Yet though his heart surged, his expression grew calmer and more composed.
All ministers rise.
This was also a change Shen Nan had undergone since his transmigration. A month in the Eastern Palace had taught him to conceal his emotions. The blessing of the national destiny in Rongda Hall also made Shen Nan's mind increasingly clear. He radiated authority. All the civil and military officials rose. According to procedure, it was now time for the court to adjourn. However, Fa Yang stepped forward with a cold expression and said,
Your Majesty is but 16 years old. According to the Great Feng legal code, the Empress Dowager should act as regent. If the Empress Dowager is unwilling, then a supporting minister should be appointed to oversee the Crimson Dragon Guard. May I ask how your majesty intends to arrange this?
His face was gaunt, and stern, his tone harsh. If Shen Nan had not known Fa Yang's temperament, he might have thought him a man of the Empress Dowager. But that was precisely Fa Yang's character. In Shen Nan's memories, Fa Yang was truly rigid and uncompromising, adhering strictly to the law and regulations, even more stubborn than admonishing ministers like Wei Zheng. If one were to compare him, he was more like Hai Rui of the Ming dynasty in speech and conduct.
The Empress Dowager is naturally unwilling to act as regent.
Zhang Su had already briefly learned of Shen Nan's changes. He was somewhat satisfied with this new sovereign, as his temperament was far more agreeable than that of Empress Dowager Chen. Moreover, Shen Nan had shown great composure while they handled state affairs. Thus he immediately dismissed the matter of the Empress Dowager.
As for the Crimson Dragon Guard,
Zhang Su pondered for a moment and said,
according to ancestral tradition, if there are no supporting ministers appointed by the late emperor, it shall be temporarily held by your majesty.
The late emperor had reigned for only 3 months. Although there had been signs of his early demise, the late emperor himself could not have foreseen such a swift passing, and thus could not have arranged for supporting ministers. The phrase temporarily held by your majesty was a favor Zhang Su extended to Shen Nan. In his view, although Shen Nan was only 14, his demeanor already bore the mark of a ruler. He was certainly not a reckless person. Moreover, although the 10 Crimson Dragon legions ostensibly numbered 200,000, they might not even have 150,000 soldiers. At the founding of the Great Feng dynasty, the 10 Crimson Dragon legions were the finest elite troops in the land. But over 800 years later, the Great Feng was in a prosperous age, presenting a picture of flourishing times. The combat effectiveness of the 10 Crimson Dragon legions was thus predictable. Since Shen Nan had shown some kingly bearing, let him tinker with them as he pleased. After all, any damage would be to the interests of the military nobility and meritorious officials, not to those of the civil officials. Moreover, it might even cause your majesty to detest the military nobility. Zhang Zu's words were deeply calculated. The Confucian faction could never lose. Fa Yang did not look at Zhang Su, he only asked in a forceful tone,
may I ask how your majesty intends to proceed?
This was a blatant disregard for Zhang Su. According to legal procedure, the Grand Secretary indeed had no right to speak on this matter. But such an open slap in the face caused Zhang Zu's face to darken.
Boorish.
If there was one thing the Confucians hated most aside from the brutish military strategists, it was these rigid legalists. Especially Fa Yang. The legalists all studied under Fa Yang, becoming like harsh officials, utterly devoid of human sentiment. In truth, it was not just the legalists. Even the representative of the military nobility, the Duke of Chu, detested the legalists. The Crimson Dragon Guard was supposed to be his prize, yet now, not only had Empress Chen failed to act as regent, but this Fa Yang was also trying to make an issue of the Crimson Dragon Guard. The Duke of Chu was about to step forward and speak when he suddenly heard Shen Nan's calm voice.
I shall temporarily take command.
Although the 10 Crimson Dragon legions were already in a state of decay, this military authority was something Shen Nan intended to grasp in the future. Today, he would establish the principle of righteousness.
Your Majesty.
The Duke of Chu's expression shifted as he was about to speak. However, Shen Nan's face turned cold as he interrupted.
Zhang Su.
Zhang Su quickly reacted and stepped forward, saying rapidly,
your servant is here.
Shen Nan's eyes deepened as he looked at Zhang Su and Fa Yang.
According to ancestral tradition, since there is no Grand Minister appointed by the late Emperor, I shall temporarily command the Crimson Dragon Guard myself. Does this comply with ancestral tradition? Does it violate the law?
Grand Secretary Zhang Su answered without hesitation.
Your Majesty naturally should temporarily command them. This action also aligns with ancestral tradition and the law.
Fa Yang also nodded.
Your Majesty has not violated ancestral tradition or the law.
After all, the 10 divisions of the Crimson Dragon Guard were originally established by the founding emperor to guard the imperial capital. Even the Ministry of War had no authority over their deployment and arrangements. Previously, because the emperor was young and the military nobles were deeply trusted, they had always been commanded by the military nobles led by the Duke of Chu. But now that Shen Nan had spoken, the Crimson Dragon Guard in every aspect would inevitably be under Shen Nan's control. This was also a matter of righteousness. Even though Fa Yang was known for his rigidity, his earlier words were not directed at anyone in particular. He was merely making inquiries according to protocol. On the other hand, the Duke of Chu's face showed anxiety as he tried to speak.
Your Majesty is young, you should.
Shen Nan's gaze calmly rested on the Duke of Chu. Under the blessing of the national fortune, this gaze caused the Duke of Chu's mind to tremble. Fa Yang and Zhang Zi's eyes also instantly turned towards him. One represented the legalist school, the other was the leader of Confucianism and the Grand Secretary. Under such pressure, the Duke of Chu dared not speak further. Shen Nan withdrew his gaze and said calmly,
"Withdraw from court."
Lu Zhong's steady voice instantly rang out.
"By the Emperor's command, withdraw from court."
As the words fell, Shen Nan had already risen and left Runga Hall, heading towards the side hall. All the civil and military officials led by Zhang Su and Fa Yang bowed deeply.
"Farewell to your Majesty. Farewell to your Majesty. Farewell to your Majesty."
Amidst the officials' resounding salutations, Shen Nan walked out of Ronghua Pavilion, followed by the composed great teacher Zhang Jiao. Walking all the way to the side hall, Jinghua Hall, Shen Nan finally looked at Zhang Jiao.
"I must trouble the Celestial Master to temporarily serve as a third-rank Guardian Taoist official."
Given Zhang Jiao's cultivation at the 10th level of the Taoist path, a transcendent human realm, the position of third-rank Guardian Taoist official was somewhat beneath him. However, Zhang Jiao was not one to care about such empty titles. He merely smiled lightly at Shen Nan.
"Your Majesty, from what I observed today, this great Feng appears prosperous on the surface, but internally it is fraught with contradictions. It is like a volcano that has been simmering for a long time. One misstep, and the flames of heavenly disaster will sweep across the land."
Shen Nan looked at Zhang Jiao upon hearing this. Although Zhang Jiao had received the memories instilled by the system, he had no knowledge of the Great Feng's downfall 20 years later. How could Zhang Jiao discern so much from just this brief court session today? Shen Nan said.
"Celestial Master, what are your thoughts?"
Zhang Jiao said softly.
"Too many factions, and the imperial power is weak."
Although the great teacher Zhang Jiao had never held any high office or title in the past, he had led the Yellow Turban Rebellion with 1 million followers. His insight into human nature had reached a state of perfection. From just a short court session, he had already perceived the Great Feng's malady: too many factions. Although Shen Nan knew the future in advance, he had not seen so much.
"What do you mean?"
Zhang Jiao slowly explained.
"Just from the earlier attitudes of Empress Dowager Qin Zhangsu and others towards Taoism, it is clear that Taoism in this world is also extraordinary. There are 4 major Taoist sects, which is already a problem. Furthermore, in today's court session, there were 7 Grand Secretaries. Although only Grand Secretary Zhang Su spoke, the others were clearly not of one mind with him. In my observation, Confucianism alone has 3 major factions, and the Duke of Chu's side is the same. Logically, the military nobles led by the Duke of Chu should have all stepped forward to speak just now. Yet only the Duke of Chu spoke. While this is partly due to your Majesty's newly established authority as Emperor, it is not hard to see that there are also differing thoughts among the military nobles, and the Duke of Chu cannot control the situation. As for Fa Yang, though he appears unyielding, he is actually the most loyal to the Great Feng."
Shen Nan looked at Zhang Jiao with surprise, not expecting that from such a brief court session. Zhang Jiao had truly discerned some truths. He nodded.
"What the Celestial Master says is precisely the current malady. The Great Feng is at its peak of prosperity, yet who would have thought that in 20 years it would be on the verge of national ruin?"
Shen Nan recounted the information given by the system: the southern frontier's betrayal of the Lianzhu sect's chaos across the land, the emergence of the Buddhist school, the Taoist lord saving the world, the demon race's southward march. These were the events the Great Feng would face in the future. Although Shen Nan had already stopped the foolish regency of the Demon Empress, the Great Feng's situation had not improved much. As Zhang Jiao said, the Great Feng's internal affairs were too complex. The 4 Taoist sects, the 3 Buddhist schools, the 3 Confucian academies, the 3 military factions, and the world sorcerers. These were merely internal factors. Externally, there were the southern frontier Wu tribes, and the barbaric demon race eyeing them covetously. Under such circumstances, how could a newly ascended emperor quickly seize power and improve everything? It was a severe test. Shen Nan was aware of his own abilities. Although he was calmer than most in his past life, he was ultimately an ordinary person. To avoid the Great Feng's future downfall, he could only rely on the individuals summoned by the system, such as the Great Teacher Zhang Jiao and the Spring and Autumn Demon Han Shangxian. Only by relying on the top figures from countless worlds summoned by the system and Shen Nan's own embodiment of righteousness could he turn the tide. In this regard, Shen Nan's situation was easier to handle than that of ancient monarchs in history, for the Great Feng was ultimately a world of immortals and martial arts, where might makes right. No matter how vast or intricate the power of military nobles, Confucians, or Buddhists, as long as Shen Nan possessed sufficient martial force, he could sweep them all away. However, he narrowed his eyes slightly.
My current strength is still far from enough.
Although Zhang Jiao and Han Shangxian were formidable to achieve supreme imperial power and reverse the Great Feng's fate, they were still somewhat lacking. Just then, a series of messages once again appeared before Shen Nan's eyes. You have announced to the world that Emperor Yuanyu still lives and has the will to revive the Great Feng. Next, you must accumulate sufficient strength to begin the restoration and truly take the first step. Task: amass 1 million taels of silver. Reward: a guaranteed beginner's package of first rank and above, and 2,000 restoration points. Amassing a fortune of 1 million silver taels. This was the task that Shen Nan had just refreshed. One must understand that silver in the Great Feng was exceedingly valuable. An ordinary family of 5 could live on merely 5 silver taels for an entire year. 1 million silver taels would be enough to sustain 1 million people for a year. And, if Shen Nan's memory served him correctly, at present the imperial treasury held less than 200,000 silver taels. The reasons were complex, but the primary cause was that although the Great Feng appeared to be in its prime, the constant defense against the barbaric monster race meant that even the military payroll for the border troops was an astronomical figure. Furthermore, the Great Feng had been established for over 800 years. Land annexation and tax revenue had long since encountered numerous problems. Simply put, the situation was somewhat akin to the late Ming dynasty. The major powers and aristocratic clans feasted gluttonously, while the emperor, the master of the Great Feng, had little income. Coupled with the presence of Fa Yang, the Minister of Justice, even the emperor could not amass wealth at will. The silver in the inner treasury had never been substantial.
If we were to consider the 20-year mark, as the system predicts, 1 million silver taels would hardly be a task. After all, I could simply declare to the world that I am still alive. With the 800-year prestige of the Great Feng, countless aristocratic families would invest. A mere 1 million silver taels could be raised within half a month. But at this point in time, it becomes troublesome instead.
Shen Nan furrowed his brow slightly. Sometimes the tasks issued by the system were indeed straightforward like the previous one. But other times the tasks did not become simpler just because the timeline had shifted forward. However, to be honest, it wasn't that complicated. Shen Nan himself indeed had no money, but given his current status, a single word from him would prompt countless people to offer gold and silver willingly. Yet the subsequent matters to handle would be troublesome. For instance, Fa Yang coming to cause trouble, or the damage to Shen Nan's own reputation and imperial authority, which would erode the sovereign's prestige considerably. At that very moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from afar. It was precisely Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, the 2 chief eunuchs, who had been following closely behind. Earlier, upon seeing Shen Nan conversing with Zhang Jiao, they had wisely kept their distance. Now, seeing the emperor lost in thought, they immediately approached.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
The contrast between Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu was stark. Lu Zhong had the loyal countenance of a righteous man, while Zhang Hu bore the sinister demeanor typical of a eunuch. This was due to their respective cultivation methods. After all, the techniques of the Lianqing sect and the Buddhist school were inherently opposed, one righteous, one evil. When Shen Nan looked at the two, a smile spread across his face. If one spoke of means to amass wealth, who could rival eunuchs? These ruthless, airless men sought nothing but riches and power. The position of chief eunuch of the Great Feng was the pinnacle a eunuch could reach. Especially Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, who had risen through the ranks since the reign of Emperor Mingchong. Although they were merely minor eunuchs in the early years of Emperor Mingchong's rule, by the later years Lu Zhong and Zhang, who had already climbed to the position of seal-holding eunuch of the Imperial Horse Administration. Such a position was but a single step away from the chief eunuch. After Emperor Mingchong's death, Zhang Hu became the chief eunuch first. However, when the late emperor ascended the throne wary of Zhang Hu, he also elevated Lu Zhong to the rank of chief eunuch. The two jointly governed the tens of thousands of eunuchs in the Great Feng. For men of their wealth, producing 1,000,000 silver taels was not a difficult task.
I now temporarily command the Crimson Dragon Guard. What insights do you two have?
Shen Nan said with a smile. Yet this smile left Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu somewhat bewildered. They exchanged a glance. Zhang Hu spoke first.
The Crimson Dragon Guard has always been controlled by the military nobility led by the Duke of Chu. Although your majesty now nominally commands the Crimson Dragon Guard to hold it completely in your hands, you will need sufficient personnel. Your servant can gather talents for your majesty.
After the recent events, neither Lu Zhong nor Zhang Hu could regard his majesty as the former crown prince. Since his ascension, the authority and dignified aura Shen Nan had displayed were far beyond what a 14 or 15-year-old youth could achieve. Moreover, there was the mysterious and unfathomable Zhang Jiao, a 10th realm Taoist celestial being in the bloody sinister aura of a eunuch from the side hall. This emperor was not as easily fooled as the late emperor. Most crucially, Zhang Hu had already been one step slower before now. He naturally seized the opportunity to pledge his loyalty. Lu Zhong also said,
the Crimson Dragon Guard has long been away from the battlefield and is no longer the elite force it once was. If your majesty wishes to revive the Crimson Dragon Guard, the Imperial Horse Administration under your servants can provide sufficient war horses and silver.
Although Lu Zhong had received Shen Nan's early recognition, when he greeted him, Lu Zhong dared not be the least bit arrogant. This was not only due to the rivalry between him and Zhang Hu, but also another reason during the late emperor's passing and the new emperor's ascension. Both had clearly chosen the wrong side. Originally, they believed Empress Chen would oversee the state. Thus, upon hearing that Empress Chen had summoned Shen Nan, both had wisely kept out of the way. Yet they never anticipated that Shen Nan would emerge with a Taoist priest. This turn of events caught them off guard and made them deeply aware of their grave mistake. Now these words were meant to curry favor with His Majesty. After all, although the Imperial Horse Administration was nominally under imperial control, its internal affairs were intricate and complex. Even Emperor Mingchong had failed to fully master it. Now Lu Zhong's proposal to use the Imperial Horse Administration to fund Shen Nan's revival of the Crimson Dragon Guard was clearly not his idea alone, but had been discussed with Zhang Hu. Otherwise, such a move that would affect the interests of all eunuchs in the Great Feng could not be suppressed by Lu Zhong alone. One must understand that the Great Feng's Imperial Horse Administration was far larger than that of the Ming dynasty. Around the imperial capital of Yongzhou, in the Great Feng, the Imperial Horse Administration owned nearly 1,000,000 mu of pastures, large and small, and millions more across the provinces. These pastures annually raise millions of cattle, and sheep, tens of thousands of military horses, and even over 1,000 dragon horses infused with monster blood. These alone brought the Imperial Horse Administration an annual income of 3,000,000 silver taels. Beyond this, it also possessed thousands of farmlands, imperial estates, and imperial shops. The official accounts alone showed a revenue of 5,000,000 silver taels. Including the amounts secretly embezzled by the eunuchs, it was at least on the level of 10,000,000 silver taels. If Shen Nan could gain control of the Imperial Horse Administration, the wealth accumulation task issued by the system would be easily completed. Lu Zhong's implication was also quite clear. As long as Shen Nan continued to trust the two of them, the Imperial Horse Administration would cover the expenses for controlling the 10 divisions of the Crimson Dragon Guard. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu believed they had demonstrated their sincerity. However, these words only stirred a cold sneer in Shen Nan's heart. Since the time of Emperor Taizu, the Imperial Horse Administration had been the sovereign's tool for accumulating wealth. Its nearly 10,000,000 mu of pastures and thousands of imperial shops sustained the emperor's foundation, allowing the ruler to rise again in times of dynastic crisis. Yet unbeknownst to all, it had become a means for eunuchs to amass riches regarded by each of them as their personal possession. Servants no longer acted like servants, and emperors no longer like emperors. From this alone, Shen Nan could discern the plight of the Great Feng. Imperial authority was in decline, and evil forces ran rampant. Yet Shen Nan did not immediately strike. He only said calmly,
"Since you have shown such sincerity, I shall not betray your intent. Henceforth the Imperial Horse Administration shall be under the jurisdiction of Han Shengxian. All revenues from the Imperial Horse Administration shall also be incorporated into the Imperial Treasury. Though Lu Zhong and Zhang, who were entangled with the Lianqing sect and the Buddhist gate, Shen Nan had no intention of moving against them for now. However, he was determined to reclaim certain powers. The Imperial Horse Administration was the first. Your Majesty, Zhang, who stared at Shen Nan in astonishment. He had expected that such a display of sincerity would satisfy the Emperor, but he never imagined that the Emperor would not be content with mere gains. He wanted to seize the entire Imperial Horse Administration. But where did the Emperor find the audacity? He knew that the Imperial Horse Administration was entangled with countless interests. Even he and Lu Zhong could barely keep it under control. The Emperor had only ascended the throne a day ago, yet he dared to make such a bold move. Was he not afraid of triggering a catastrophe in the Imperial Horse Administration? Lu Zhong's expression shifted as he quickly said, Your Majesty, the Imperial Horse Administration involves many matters. Perhaps. Shen Nan was well aware of the many entanglements. But so what? Those entanglements were merely with a few eunuchs. The military nobility, Confucian scholars, and legalists had no interest in the Imperial Horse Administration and could not intervene. If he had not summoned Han Shengxian, he might have relied on Lu Zhong a little. Now that Han Shengxian was here, Lu Zhong and Zhang, who were not as indispensable, keeping them served only to lure out the Lianqing sect and the Buddhist gate behind them. Shen Nan gazed calmly at the two men. The Imperial Horse Administration is indeed fraught with complications, but with you two to assist, can you not suppress it? Or were your earlier words merely a mockery of me? As his words fell, Zhang Jiao's gaze also settled on Lu Zhong and Zhang, who, at this moment, the two finally remembered that the Emperor was not of the same indecisive temperament as the late Emperor, nor the conciliatory nature of Emperor Mingcheng, who avoided entanglements. He was a sovereign of formidable authority. Though still young, he had sufficient strength at his side to handle matters, such as Zhang Jiao, a Taoist of the 10th realm, a celestial being. Lu Zhong and Zhang, who were merely at the peak of the second rank, not even having entered the first rank of land immortals. If Zhang Jiao intended to strike at them, they would have no chance of resistance. Lu Zhong and Zhang, who exchanged glances, both knowing that they had no choice but to comply today. This servant obeys the decree. Such was the advantage of righteous authority. Shen Nan was the emperor of the Great Feng. Though Lu Zhong and Zhang, who had controlled the eunuchs for decades, they were ultimately but the emperor's servants. Even if Shen Nan executed them on the spot, no one would speak up for a pair of eunuchs. At most, there would be astonishment at the emperor's ferocity. Of course, all this hinged on Shen Nan's ability to maintain control. And Zhang Jiao and Han Shengxian were the foundation of his control. A breeze carried a whiff of blood. Han Shengxian, clad in a red robe, appeared silently before Shen Nan and said respectfully, Your Majesty. Shen Nan's tone was icy. From today onward, you shall be the Grand Director of the Imperial Horse Administration. Chief eunuchs Lu Zhong and Zhang, who will assist you in managing it. I want you to thoroughly cleanse the Imperial Horse Administration within half a month. After that, any eunuch found embezzling shall have his entire family executed and his property confiscated. These words were not veiled in the slightest. They were a clear and unmistakable order to Lu Zhong and Zhang, who to hand over the Imperial Horse Administration entirely. Whether Han Shengxian was capable of taking over was another matter. But regardless, as long as Lu Zhong and Zhang, who agreed today, they would never dare to openly oppose Han Shengxian. Crucially, Shen Nan had not touched their foundation, the Directorate of Ceremonial. Compared to the Imperial Horse Administration, the Directorate of Ceremonial was the true lifeline of these two senior eunuchs. As long as this core power remained untouched, Lu Zhong and Zhang, who would not and could not risk a complete rupture. This servant accepts the decree, Han Shengxian said coldly, his slightly bloodshot eyes sweeping over Lu Zhong and Zhang, who. That look sent a chill down the spines of both men. They had sensed Han Shengxian's presence earlier, but it was only upon meeting him face to face that they felt the bloodthirsty aura of the great demon of the spring and autumn period. This man was undoubtedly a great demon who had committed countless murders. Where had the emperor found such a person? As alarm surged in their hearts, Lu Zhong and Zhang,
who could not fathom how Shen Nan had recruited these experts. Zhang Jiao, a celestial being, could still be attributed to the heritage of the Taoist four sects, but Han Xingxuan, a eunuch, which faction could have nurtured him? Moreover, there were several fifth-rank sunflower guards nearby, also eunuchs. Though only of the fifth rank, they were still considered experts within the Great Feng. Shen Nan paid no heed to their thoughts and said casually,
"Tomorrow, I want to see the accounts of the Imperial Horse Administration, and I expect all the silver on the books to be transferred into the Imperial Treasury." "As you command."
Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu withdrew in astonishment. Straightening out the accounts of the Imperial Horse Administration and pacifying the subordinates would require some effort. They had no time to waste. As for refusing to hand it over, unless they could uncover which faction Zhang Jiao and Han Shengxian belonged to and thoroughly grasp the Emperor's foundation, they dared not make any move. After Lu Zhong and the others left, Shen Nan looked at Han Shengxian.
"The matter of the Imperial Horse Administration is of utmost importance. If you encounter any difficulties, report to me immediately. Also,
take the Sunflower Guards with you.
Though the 5 Sunflower Guards lack martial prowess, they could assist Han Shengxian in handling many affairs."
Moreover, after today's daily check-in task, Shen Nan expected to gain some restoration points. He could then exchange them for more Sunflower Guards. That should be enough to barely manage the situation. As for the rest, it would depend on Han Shengxuan's own skills.
"As you command."
Han Shengxian nodded solemnly. Having controlled the eunuchs for decades, he had the necessary means. Shen Nan gave a slight nod.
"Let's go."
He had spent the day matching wits with Empress Chun and enduring the coronation ceremony. Now he was somewhat weary. It was time to return to his bedchamber for some cultivation and complete the system's daily check-in task. Daily check-in earn points by working towards restoration for 3 hours each day. Shen Nan's own cultivation was a form of effort. That night, within the bedchamber, Shen Nan slowly opened his eyes, murmuring,
9 dragons true chi.
Although a full month had passed since his transmigration, each cultivation session revealed the uniqueness of this world. As he cultivated, the true chi nourished his body, turning it into a blazing furnace, his mind wholly immersed in the process. The sheer comfort far surpassed any spiritual pleasure derived from entertainment in his past life. Of course, this was also due to the extraordinary nature of the cultivation technique Shen Nan practiced. The full name of the 9 dragons true chi was the 9 dragons subduing world art. It was the domineering cultivation method once practiced by the founding emperor of Dafeng. This art primarily followed the martial path of the military strategists, integrated with the inner alchemy methods of Taoism, and combined with the art of national destiny. It was without a doubt exceptionally formidable. Unlike ordinary cultivators, who required tempering and bone forging at the initial stages, the royal bloodlines practitioners of the 9 dragons subduing world art only needed sufficient national destiny to effortlessly break through to the next realm, though they also required substantial medicinal supplements. However, this was hardly a concern for Shen Nan. The annual expenditure of hundreds of thousands of silver taels from the imperial treasury was precisely for purchasing elixirs from the Qinghe Palace. And even that was barely enough for the cultivation of just a few members of the royal bloodline. Yet more than the comfort brought by cultivation, Shen Nan was more concerned with the changes in his system. Daily check-in successful. Earned 1,000 restoration points. This was the additional gain from this session of cultivation. Shen Nan had previously speculated that daily check-ins would yield at most 300 to 500 restoration points, so a full 1,000 points exceeded his expectations.
It seems the main source of restoration points is daily check-ins, not system tasks.
The system tasks announced to the world had yielded no restoration points. Even the reward for gathering 1,000,000 taels of silver was a mere 2,000 points. Just enough to exchange for 10 sunflower guards, or 100 great snow dragon riders. Such rewards were clearly problematic. In Shen Nan's view, the system intentionally designed it this way to make him habitually strive for restoration over the long term, accumulating restoration points through daily check-ins, while tasks primarily granted various gift packs. Exchange for 5 sunflower guards, stationed them outside the hall. Shen Nan did not hoard his restoration points. Han Shengxian now needed to take charge of the Imperial Horse Supervisor, and Shen Nan was in need of capable hands. After the exchange, Shen Nan's attribute panel displayed host Shen Nan. Age 34. Wealth none. Faction none. Subordinates Great Virtuous Teacher Zhang Jiao Peak of 10th Realm Heavenly Man. Han Shengxian Peak of 2nd Grade Grandmaster 10 Sunflower Guards. Cultivation Method 9 Dragons True Chi 8th Grade Bone Forging Realm. Items none. Overall level not yet possessing the power to restore the kingdom. Restoration points 0. Task amass 1 million taels of silver. Reward first grade or above guarantee beginner gift pack 2000 restoration points. The glaring 0 restoration points and the mere handful of subordinates filled Shen Nan with a sense of urgency.
My current strength is still far too weak. I hope Lu Zhong and Zhang who will be sensible tomorrow and offer enough silver to replenish the imperial treasury. Once the task is complete, I can summon another first-grade land god or above expert.
With these thoughts, Shen Nan walked towards his couch. There was much to do tomorrow, and he needed to rest well to face everything. Within the imperial palace. After several hours of labor, Lu Zhong and Zhang who finally managed to pacify the eunuchs of the imperial horse supervisor. They had also dispatched men to investigate the origins of Zhang Jiao and Han Xingxuan, but no matter how they mobilized their resources, even involving the Lianqing sect and the Buddhist sect, they found no information whatsoever about Zhang Jiao or Han Shengxian.
Could these two have appeared out of thin air? A 10th realm heavenly man of the Taoist sect. Such a figure would have caused anomalies upon breaking through. How could he be so utterly unknown? Investigate. Order a thorough investigation. Start from the Taoist masters 500 years ago. I refuse to believe that a single Taoist heavenly man leaves no trace.
Both Shen Nan's seizure of the imperial horse supervisor and the threat posed by Zhang Jiao, the heavenly man, left Lu Zhong and Zhang, who unable to eat or sleep in peace. And they were not the only ones. At the residence of the Duke of Chu, who had lost his authority over the Red Dragon Guard that day, he roared in fury.
What are you all good for? You only know how to amass wealth, but when I ask you to investigate something you find nothing at all. A Taoist heavenly man. A Taoist heavenly man. And you say you can't find any information. Is this an insult to me? You can't even enter the Empress Dowager's bedchamber. What use are you?
The Duke of Chu was not only investigating Zhang Jiao's background, but also seeking to contact the current Empress Dowager Chen. In terms of moral authority, he had already lost everything in the morning court session. If he did not want to completely lose control of the Red Dragon Guard in the future, the Duke of Chu had to make the Empress Dowager regent once more. Only then could he become a figure akin to a regent minister, and then even the Confucians and legalists, including Fa Yang and Chief Grand Secretary Zhang Su, would have to submit. However, the imperial palace was now sealed off by Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. The Duke of Chu had never cultivated many informants, and now he could not send a single message in. This was the cleverness of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Although the emperor had stripped them of their authority over the imperial horse supervisor, as eunuchs, they were still dependent on the sovereign. They did not wish, after paying such a price, to see the Empress Dowager Chen resume regency. Moreover, given the emperor's current methods, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu dared not test his intentions. If the Duke of Chu actually managed to contact the Empress Dowager Chen, then their positions as chief eunuchs would truly be untenable. Meanwhile, Han Shengxian was also acting silently. He did not immediately go to the imperial horse supervisor to demand account books. Instead, he secretly contacted some disgruntled eunuchs, using them as a starting point to rapidly absorb and understand the situation within the palace. This was his method after decades of managing eunuchs. The imperial palace never lacked ambitious or intelligent eunuchs. They merely lacked opportunities and the patronage of a benefactor. Now Han Shengxian became their benefactor. As for how to control these men to prevent future betrayal, Han Shengxian had countless methods. In just one night, Han Shengxian had gathered over a dozen third-grade eunuchs under his command, and this was only the visible portion. In secret, he had also won over dozens of disgruntled eunuchs, who would serve as the foundation for his future control of the imperial horse supervisor and the entire palace. As dawn broke, he hurried towards the bedchamber. For Han Shengxian had learned a somewhat alarming piece of news. The resonant echoes of a bell tolled through the air. Shen Nan awoke from his slumber. The cultivation of the 9 dragons world-suppressing art naturally invigorated the mind and spirit, leaving one brimming with energy. His current realm was still modest. Had he reached the same level as Mingqiang Emperor, he could go tens of days without sleep without any adverse effects. Nonetheless, this habit of rest brought him greater comfort.
What hour is it?
Shen Nan gazed at the gray hazy sky beyond the hall, uncertain of the time. This was unlike the ancient dynasties of his past life, with their dense court sessions and tedious administrative affairs. The Great Feng, having stood for over 800 years, had long established its own protocols for this immortal martial world. The emperor's duties primarily involved communication with the Grand Secretariat and the Directorate of Ceremonial rather than daily toil over state affairs. Court sessions were not held daily, but convened only once a month. The primary reason for this was cultivation. At a certain level of mastery, a single seclusion could span over 10 days, and daily training consumed several hours. If the emperor were burdened with constant governance, his cultivation would inevitably fall behind. In this immortal martial world, an emperor need not be the absolute pinnacle of power, but he must undoubtedly rank among the first-rate experts. For instance, Mingqiang Emperor stood at the peak of the first-rank land immortal realm. Shen Nan's nominal father had at 34 broken through to the peak of Grandmaster, just a step away from land immortal. Even this was considered a poor showing due to the mediocre talents of Mingqiang Emperor and the late emperor. Throughout the 37 emperors of Great Feng, most had reached the first-rank land immortal realm by the age of 30. This was thanks to the generous consumption of elixirs and the nourishment of the nation's destiny since childhood. Even without the system, Shen Nan would have advanced by leaps and bounds, 1 realm per year, and broken through to land immortal around 30. Such was the foundation of the Great Feng imperial clan. 2 sunflower guards entered with reverent expressions.
Your Majesty, it is now the 3rd quarter of the Yin hour.
Though Han Shengxian had gathered many subordinates the previous night, the most loyal sunflower guards always remained by Shen Nan's side. Additionally, Zhang Jiao, a 3rd-rank Taoist protector, lodged in a nearby Taoist temple. This was thanks to the late Mingqiang Emperor's patronage of Taoism. Lavish Taoist temples were scattered throughout the palace, prepared for Taoist masters. These were not within the harem quarters. The emperor's bedchamber lay in the front of the palace, with the inner harem situated farther back. This arrangement also facilitated Zhang Jiao's constant protection of Shen Nan. After all, few within the palace could be trusted, and his safety was paramount. Shen Nan addressed the 2 sunflower guards.
The 3rd quarter of the Yin hour,
he calculated in his mind, equivalent to 4 in the morning in his past life.
Where is Han Shengxian?
One sunflower guard whispered.
The Director Han is currently rallying the eunuchs. It is said he has already gathered over 10 3rd-rank eunuchs. With their aid, he should soon secure control over the palace's inner and outer affairs.
These sunflower guards, though summoned, possessed their own thoughts. Han Shengxian's methods inspired a certain awe in them. Shen Nan nodded.
Very well. I understand. You may withdraw. Summon the attendants to help me dress.
Since he was already awake, he saw no point in returning to sleep. He would use the remaining darkness to sort out the day's tasks. The sunflower guard bowed and retreated.
As you command.
Soon a female official led over a dozen palace maids carrying various washing and dressing articles into the bedchamber. They greeted him softly, and upon his nod, they stepped forward with practiced grace to attend to him. A month had passed since his transmigration. Shen Nan had grown accustomed to imperial life. When he was still the crown prince, 5 maids served him daily. He merely sat casually on the bed, and everything was arranged flawlessly. Even tasks like brushing teeth and washing his face required no personal effort. Under the gentle ministrations of these bright-eyed, fair-skinned maids, moments passed. Shen Nan was thoroughly cleansed. When he stepped down from the bed and spread his arms, the maids began to dress him. Unlike the elaborate coronation robes he had worn yesterday, today's casual attire was simple. A thin black garment, a jade hairpin in his topknot, and boots adorned with gilded patterns. Such was the typical imperial garb, simple and comfortable. During this process, Shen Nan reflected inwardly. Now that he held legitimate authority as the rightful emperor of Great Feng, Empress Dowager Qin's hopes of regency were virtually impossible. As for this nominal mother, he had no intention of killing her for now. Matricide was a grave taboo even in this immortal martial dynasty. Moreover, what threat could a woman of Empress Dowager Qin's strength pose? He would simply have Han Shengxian keep an eye on her, preventing her from contacting anyone. The Duke of Chu, the Confucian school, the legalists, the Taoists. These factions could be set aside for now. The immediate priority was securing the palace, followed by the matter of the Crimson Dragon Guard. The Crimson Dragon Guard, established by Great Feng's founding emperor, had achieved glorious feats in its heyday. Under the founder's leadership, a mere 100,000 troops had shattered 300,000 barbarian demons. Yet after 800 years, without battle, the guard had decayed to its core. Now even 30,000 barbarian demons could easily annihilate the Crimson Dragon Guard. Moreover, Shen Nan narrowed his eyes.
On paper, the Crimson Dragon Guard numbers 200,000. But how many actually exist?
Falsified rolls. This was an age-old method for military nobles to amass wealth. Even in this immortal martial court, such practices were unavoidable. Given the Duke of Chu's temperament, he was hardly one to train troops diligently. The guard's decay was well known, and reforming it would require considerable effort. Yet it was a necessity. Leaving aside the future Buddhist incursion into the court, the barbarian demon invasion from the south, and the Taoists' chaotic salvation of the world. Just the Southern Rebellion 7 years hence, and the Lianqing sect's chaos across the realm would demand sufficient military force to suppress. As for finances, once Han Shengxian controlled the imperial horse supervisor, that would suffice. But the lack of capable generals remained a problem. Based on his understanding of the system, the next quest would likely involve building a strong army, and he might summon a great military commander. The first rank gift pack might also yield one. Beyond this, there was the matter of the Imperial Guard. This was another authority Shen Nan was determined to seize. As previously stated, the embroidered uniform guard wielded terrifying authority within the Great Feng, a power akin to the formidable Ming Dynasty's secret police. This was solely due to the cultivation path of the legalist school. Unlike the infamous Eastern Depot, the embroidered uniform guard did not bear a tarnished reputation. The world revered and feared them merely for their extreme strictness and ferocity, not for rampant evil deeds. The safety of the entire imperial capital rested within their grasp. This very organization was one of the instruments of power Shen Nan needed to master. Even though Fa Yang was utterly loyal, and the legalist school's cultivation principles forbade treason, their allegiance was eternally to the Great Feng itself, not to any single emperor. Shen Nan, needing to reverse the great tide and complete systemic tasks, would inevitably have to act willfully and domineeringly in the future. Those who strictly adhered to the law, like the legalists, would surely become obstacles. He did not wish to haggle with them later. It was better to seize control of the entire embroidered uniform guard and the legalist school outright. However, it was still too early to take over the embroidered uniform guard. At most, he could only lay some groundwork. As for the other powerful offices of the Great Feng, the Demon Catchers, and the Demon Suppression General, those were matters for a much later time. Shen Nan sighed softly.
The Great Feng's extreme prosperity is not necessarily a good thing.
An 800-year dynasty. Its internal conditions and power distribution were far too complex and cumbersome. Even as the emperor of the Great Feng, Shen Nan could only methodically consolidate his power step by step. With this in mind, Shen Nan ceased his pondering and casually began his meal in the bedchamber. Just as the palace maid set down the dishes, a sound of footsteps came from outside, followed by the voice of a sunflower guard.
Director Han seeks an audience.
Shen Nan raised his hand.
Summon him.
He did not deliberately maintain an imperial majesty, calmly picking up his chopsticks to eat. When Han Xingxuan, clad in a great red robe, entered, 3 eunuchs with somber auras accompanied him, clearly his capable subordinates he had gathered. Additionally, the figure of Zhang Jiao, the great sage of peace, appeared outside the hall. This great sage of peace from the 3 kingdoms of immortals and martial arts was clearly not one to remain idle. Shen Nan summoned Zhang Jiao and then addressed Han Xingxuan.
Speak, what have you discovered?
According to prior instructions, Han Shengxian should still be gathering eunuchs. He ought not to have come so soon. Something must have been discovered. Having just learned that Shen Nan had awakened, Han Shengxian was able to seek an audience at the earliest opportunity. Han Shengxian glanced at the 3 somber eunuchs, stepped forward, and said in a low voice,
Your servant has uncovered 2 matters. First, the Imperial Horse Administration has embezzled a staggering 8 million taels of silver over the years, involving nearly all eunuchs, and even some nobles. The accounts list tens of thousands of military horses, but in reality fewer than 10,000 remain. Only the dragon horses infused with demonic blood are close to the recorded number. This first revelation was already alarming. Although Shen Nan had only transmigrated a month ago, he recalled the late emperor mentioning that the Imperial Horse Administration's annual revenue was merely 3 million taels of silver. Yet they had embezzled 8 million taels. What did that signify? Moreover, the gap between tens of thousands of military horses and 10,000 was immense. This was all Shen Nan's money. He lifted his gaze to the three eunuchs. To whom did the Imperial Horse Administration sell the military horses? More than the shocking corruption figure, he cared about the true situation within the Imperial Horse Administration. An older eunuch quickly bowed to Shen Nan and explained, "Your Majesty, these military horses were not sold in a single batch, but over the years. As for the destination," he hesitated, then said, "perhaps to the southern frontier, or perhaps to the Man-Mang Demon Clan." The southern frontier, which clan? The Man-Mang Demon Clan. What a colossal crime the Imperial Horse Administration had committed. Openly aiding the enemy. The southern frontier, which clan might be excusable, as they had ostensibly submitted to the Great Feng, though they still considered themselves a separate nation in private. But what of the Man-Mang Demon Clan? They already possessed demon wolf cavalry far surpassing the Great Feng in mounted warfare. If they acquired a large number of warhorses, how could the Great Feng withstand their swift invasions? Shen Nan had initially thought the Great Feng's internal strife was merely chaotic, and its people selfish. But now it seemed these people genuinely believed the Great Feng was invincible, that as long as there was sufficient profit, even aiding the enemy was acceptable. No wonder a mere rebellion by the Lianqing sect could sever the Great Feng's foundation in the future. It wasn't that the Lianqing sect was too formidable, but that the Great Feng's interior was already thoroughly decayed. Thus some matters needed to be accelerated. Shen Nan looked calmly at Han Xingxuan. And the second matter? Generally speaking, the second matter would be even graver than the first. And so it was. Han Xingxian said in a deep voice, "Your servant has heard that the Imperial Horse Administration has been 3 months in arrears with pay." Arrears in pay? For the first time, Shen Nan's expression showed astonishment. Even the 8 million taels embezzlement and collusion with the Man-Mang Demon Clan had not fazed him, as those were merely driven by greed. But how could the Imperial Horse Administration, having embezzled 8 million taels, be 3 months behind in pay? What logic was that? Han Xingxian explained, "It is not only the Imperial Horse Administration, even the Red Dragon Guard is in the same situation. Although the Imperial Horse Administration is under your Majesty's jurisdiction, its salaries have always been allocated by the Ministry of Revenue. However, since last year the Ministry of Revenue has had no funds, so it could only defer payment. It is likely that salaries will be paid only after tax silver is transported from the provinces." Upon hearing this, Shen Nan understood completely. The root was not the Imperial Horse Administration. The Great Feng had run out of money. But how could the Great Feng in its prime be broke? He frowned at Han Xingxuan. "Where has the money gone?" Even if all factions were lining their pockets, the Great Feng should not be unable to pay salaries. Han Xingxian sighed softly. "The Yuzhou border army." Beyond Yuzhou lay the Man-Mang Demon Clan. Yuzhou had long stationed nearly 2 million elite troops to guard against them. Their annual expenses were enormous. Since the reign of Emperor Mingcheng, 40 of the Great Feng's fiscal revenue had flowed to the Yuzhou border army. Yet despite this massive expenditure over 30 years, the Yuzhou border army had still failed to suppress the Man-Mang Demon Clan, with invasions occurring every year. Shen Nan recalled the situation regarding the Yuzhou border army. He increasingly felt that the current Great Feng resembled the late Ming dynasty. A seemingly glorious peak internal chaos, and a strikingly similar fiscal void. Suppressing the urge to summon the Minister of Revenue immediately, Shen Nan said to Han Xingxuan, "I care not about Yuzhou or the Ministry of Revenue, but I must recover the embezzled silver from the Imperial Horse Administration. From now on, any eunuch in the Imperial Horse Administration who embezzles again shall be executed without mercy." The annual embezzlement of 8 million taels of silver was utterly appalling.
There was the lingering issue of phantom soldiers in the Great Feng military. Shen Nan could not resolve that overnight, but the Imperial Horse administration was now ripe for the taking. Han Shengxian grasped Shen Nan's intent, a hint of crimson flickering in his eyes.
And what is His Majesty's will?
Shen Nan replied icily.
For any who have embezzled over 3,000 taels, select 5 and execute 3.
Given the state of the Imperial Horse administration, it was impossible that there weren't enough eunuchs complicit in the crime. 8 million taels of silver could not be swallowed by one man alone. It must have involved everyone from the top down. Shen Nan could not possibly kill them all, but he could select some for execution and confiscation of their property. Any eunuch who had embezzled over 3,000 taels of silver must hold a certain status among the court eunuchs. By selecting 3 out of every 5 of them for execution, it would be enough to strike fear into the hearts of all the Great Feng eunuchs. As for whether there were enough men to fill the vacancies left behind, one only needed to look at the 3 eunuchs standing beside Han Shengxian to know. The tens of thousands of eunuchs in the Great Feng Palace were not all like Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Most were frustrated and unfulfilled. These words caused the 3 eunuchs to tremble instantly. They had never imagined His Majesty would act with such reckless abandon. They had thought His Majesty would at most use this to warn the 2 chief eunuchs Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. They never expected His Majesty would directly order the selection of 5 for the execution of 3. If this standard were applied, the Great Feng Palace would surely run with blood today. Han Xingxuan, however, did not hesitate for a moment. He simply looked at Shen Nan.
And Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu.
His strength alone might not be enough to intimidate the entire Great Feng. But with his peak second-rank Grandmaster cultivation and his skill at slaughtering third-rank experts, as long as no first-rank land immortal appeared, no one in the palace could stop Han Shengxuan's carnage. Even if a first-rank land immortal did appear, what of it? Did they truly think the great worthy teacher Zhang Jiao, a Taoist celestial, was a fraud?
There is no need to move against them. But aside from them, you may freely confiscate property and kill as you see fit.
Shen Nan granted Han Shengxian ample authority.
Who to kill, how to kill, or even not to kill, all is at your discretion.
His earlier statement about selecting 5 and executing 3 for those who had embezzled over 3,000 taels was merely setting a boundary, telling Han Shengxian the extent to which he should go. As for the specific method, it was naturally for Han Shengxian to decide based on the situation. It did not have to be strictly enforced. After all, in the short span of a single night, Han Shengxian had only managed to recruit a few dozen men. Compared to the tens of thousands of eunuchs in the Great Feng Palace, this number was still too small. If he were to follow the normal plan, Shen Nan in fact should not have been in such a hurry. However, after learning of the intelligence Han Shengxian had delivered, he was compelled to act. These eunuchs had grown so wanton and reckless that only a thunderbolt could suppress them. Most importantly, the Lianqing sect was set to incite rebellion in Chuanzhou by early next year at the latest. According to the memories Shen Nan had obtained, the Lianqing sect would corrupt Tu Shi, the demon-suppressing general of Chuanzhou. Together with the sect's own 200,000 followers, they would launch a rebellion, storm the prefectural capital of Chuanzhou, and within a few days capture several major cities, occupying most of the prefecture. In the end, they even conjured a 10-realm Lianqing guardian deity. Although this rebellion was suppressed by the combined forces of the Confucian Taoist and military aristocrat factions, it greatly depleted the Great Feng's national destiny and revealed the weakness of the Great Feng imperial clan to all. Since the death of Emperor Mingchong, the Great Feng had only the Prince of Zhenbei stationed in Yuzhou as a visible power. Furthermore, the Great Feng imperial clan did not even have a single first-rank land immortal on the surface. Their only reliance was the nation-suppressing divine artifact left by the founding emperor. With this artifact, as long as they were within the borders of the Great Feng, the emperor could consume national destiny to suppress and kill any peak 12 realm supreme expert. This was the Great Feng's true foundation. But this artifact consumed a tremendous amount of national destiny. In the future, when the Great Feng capital was on the verge of falling, Shen Nan attempted to activate the nation-suppressing divine artifact, only to find in shock that after numerous internal conflicts, the Great Feng's national destiny was insufficient to power it. It was for this very reason that he became an emperor in exile. Otherwise, with the capital's deep reserves, how could it have fallen so easily? For these reasons, Shen Nan absolutely could not show mercy. He had to make his nature known to all, both within and without. Reckless, tyrannical, and without restraint. Only thus could he intimidate the world and quickly amass wealth and power. Han Shengxian soon went to carry out the task. He immediately gathered the dozens of eunuchs he had recruited the previous night, his eyes bloodshot as he swept his gaze over them. A thick smell of blood emanated from his crimson robe.
We are all eunuchs. Why are we eunuchs? Because we are ruthless men. All we seek is wealth and power. In the past you had neither the opportunity nor the ability to do such things. But today is different. You have both the opportunity and the ability. His Majesty has decreed a purge of the Imperial Horse Administration. For any who have embezzled over 3,000 taels, select 5 and execute 3. Those who offer a letter of fealty may be absolved of their crimes and even receive 10% of the confiscated silver. If you desire wealth and power, you must be willing to stain yourselves crimson.
As his words fell, 3,000 crimson threads began to emanate from Han Shengxuan's body. The bloodlust cultivated from slaughtering countless martial artists intimidated the dozens of eunuchs present, who all stared at him in horror. They had never felt anyone's bloodlust so thick. At the same time, they were horrified by his words. Everyone knew that if Han Shengxuan's words were to be carried out, the Great Feng Palace would be swept by a storm of bloodshed today, and chaos might even break out. But before they could speculate further, they saw Zhang Jiao leading the commander of the Jing army to the scene. The Jing army was an elite guard composed of eunuchs. It was the only military force within the inner palace. Beyond the Emperor's bedchamber, the Crimson Dragon Guard and the Imperial Guard were responsible for security. As long as the Jing army was under control, the inner palace could not fall into chaos. The eunuch in charge of the Jing army was another key figure Han Shengxian had courted yesterday. His name was Han Xian. He was the third most powerful eunuch in the Great Feng, ranking only after Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, and had commanded the Jing army for decades. He himself was a second-rank grandmaster. The Imperial Horse Administration had nothing to do with Han Xian, and he had long desired to advance further. Now Han Shengxian had given him this opportunity. Shen Nan awoke at the 3rd quarter of the Yin hour. Han Shengxian had an audience at the 5th quarter of the Yin hour, and by the time he assembled the eunuchs to strike, it was already the 1st quarter of the Mao hour, roughly 5 in the morning. At this hour, though many eunuchs were stirring and preparing for their duties, powerful figures, like Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, still lay in deep slumber, as they typically did not rise until the 4th quarter of the Mao hour. It was a mere span of 3/4 of an hour. Yet Han Shengxian had already led the pure army, acting on intelligence provided by dozens of eunuchs, to ruthlessly purge the powerful eunuchs of the Imperial Horse Supervisor within the Great Feng Palace. For anyone found guilty of corruption, their limbs were broken and they were subjected to brutal torture. Only after extracting the embezzled silver or obtaining further intelligence would they be allowed to find peace. Amid this process, there were naturally those who defected. These defecting eunuchs were not like the disenfranchised ones. Before, the power they wielded far surpassed that of their predecessors, and among them was even an adopted son of the great eunuch Zhang Hu. It was laughable, really. Though eunuchs were ruthless men destined to have no heirs, it was precisely for this reason that many among them had adopted fathers and sons. A great eunuch like Zhang Hu often had dozens of adopted sons alone. Lu Zhong, who appeared utterly loyal, had adopted hundreds of sons. He had led these sons to revere Buddhism and embrace its doctrines, which was the public persona he cultivated, a man devoted to the Buddha. Yet no one suspected that Lu Zhong himself was a Buddhist agent planted in the Great Feng Palace. The Buddhist sect had been laying the groundwork to take over Great Feng for decades. At the 4th quarter of the Mao hour, Zhang Hu had barely awakened when he caught a faint scent of blood. He could also sense the presence of over a dozen eunuchs outside his door, which puzzled him. After dressing and stepping out, he was immediately approached by eunuchs with anxious expressions.
"Godfather, save us!" they cried. "His Majesty has decreed that anyone in the Imperial Horse Supervisor who embezzled over 3,000 taels shall be executed, 5 out of every 3 corrupt officials." Now Han Shengxian is leading thousands of eunuchs and the pure army on a massive arrest spree.
These eunuchs were all adopted sons of Lu Zhong or part of his faction. In normal times, they had all emulated Zhang Hu's cold, inscrutable demeanor. But now, in this crisis, their expressions were panicked, and their faces deathly pale. Han Shengxuan's methods alone were terrifying enough. His Majesty's decree sent chills down the spines of these eunuchs. This was a clear signal for a thorough purge of the Imperial Horse Supervisor at any cost. In the past, they could rely on Zhang Hu or band together to resist. But with Han Shengxian and thousands of eunuchs and pure army soldiers backing the operation, they had no chance of fighting back. What was more critical was that they lacked moral authority. A eunuch rebellion. Such a thing was unheard of not only in the Immortal Martial dynasty of Great Feng, but even in ancient history. Eunuchs could wield power through the emperor, but rebellion or openly defying the emperor's orders. They had no such standing, no legal precedent had ever supported such an act. Zhang He's face also twisted in shock.
Why wasn't I told about this immediately?
He had never imagined that yesterday His Majesty had only hinted at reigning in the Imperial Horse Supervisor, ordering them to submit their accounts today. But before they could even hand over the accounts, and Silver the Emperor had suddenly turned hostile and struck. Such reckless, unrestrained behavior was something Zhang Hu found hard to accept, and even harder to adapt to. The eunuchs' faces were grim.
Godfather, didn't you decree that you were never to be disturbed during your rest?
Behind Zhang Hu stood the Lianqing sect. The cold, sinister aura he exuded was a result of cultivating the sect's techniques. Though the Lianqing sect had yet to raise the banner of rebellion openly, it already had a notorious reputation throughout Great Feng. Zhang Hu naturally could not allow it to be known that he practiced the Lianqing sect's arts. He had established strict rules to this end. In fact, to enforce these rules, he had once deliberately set up a group of eunuchs. Those who entered his chambers upon his orders were all slaughtered on the pretext of disturbing his cultivation, and their deaths were gruesome beyond words. For this reason, even in their desperation, these adopted sons dared not disturb Zhang He's rest. Zhang He's face turned ashen.
Let's go! Follow me to see His Majesty.
As he spoke, he strode toward the Emperor's bedchamber, instructing those around him.
Bring a fresh copy of the accounts, the one meant for our own eyes. Tell the others to prepare for a heavy loss, and accompany me to His Majesty.
Zhang, who had not risen to the position of chief eunuch by being a fool, he knew that the best course of action now was to gain Shen Nan's approval. Otherwise, even if they killed Han Shengxuan, they would come to no good end. Moreover, Zhang, who suspected that Han Shengxian was accompanied by that Taoist celestial being, a 10th realm master. If he were to go all out, few of Zhang He's men would survive. Though the world of Great Feng had 15 realms, 10th realm celestials were already the pinnacle of martial power. 11th realm masters were legendary old monsters who rarely acted. 12th and 13th realm experts were nearly on par with immortals and Buddhas. As for the 14th and 15th realms, no one in Great Feng had been known to achieve them in 800 years. The weight of a 10th realm celestial like Zhang Jiao was immense. This was evident from the fact that Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong were only at the peak of Grandmaster. Among the billions of people in Great Feng, only 20 or 30 had reached the 10th realm. Moreover, Zhang Jiao's aura was too obscure. Zhang Hu suspected that he was no ordinary 10th realm celestial. As Zhang Hu made his move, Lu Zhong also led his adopted sons to the Emperor's bedchamber. Both of them, without prior agreement, brought out the true accounts. They were prepared to suffer a great loss this time. This was the true reaction of eunuchs when faced with the might of the imperial throne. Before the Emperor's authority, eunuchs were always lambs to the slaughter, especially when that Emperor possessed the power to slay them at will. Outside the bedchamber, the great virtuous teacher Zhang Jiao stood casually watching the nearly 100 eunuchs, including Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, as they hurried over. He said calmly,
"His Majesty orders you to wait outside."
As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu exchanged a glance, then wisely handed the Imperial Horse Supervisor's accounts to Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao casually passed the accounts to a sunflower guard, and then fixed his gaze on the two men. The oppressive aura of a 10th realm Taoist celestial at the peak bore down on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, making it hard for them to breathe. They could only kneel obediently outside the hall. Within the bedchamber, Shen Nan cast a cold glance at the bill delivered by the sunflower guard. With a sneer, he remarked,
"These eunuchs of Dafeng have truly overstepped their bounds. In just this year alone, they have embezzled 3 million taels of silver. It's barely past the 5th month, isn't it?
A sudden flicker of attention caught one particular entry. Of those 3 million taels, a staggering 1.5 million had flowed into the imperial palace. The recipient was none other than Empress Dowager Jing herself. Indeed, she was the regent Empress Dowager during Emperor Mingchong's reign. By lineage, Shen Nan would have to address her as his grandaunt. In this celestial martial world, a first-rank land immortal could extend their lifespan by 300 years, a heavenly being by 500, and those who reached the 11th realm could live for a millennium. It had only been 3 years since Emperor Mingchong's passing, so it was no surprise that Empress Dowager Jing still lived. Yet in Shen Nan's memories of the future, this grandaunt played no part.
Expenses for supporting grandaunt's breakthrough to the 11th realm.
Could it be that when the Lianqing sect plunged the land into chaos, she had already failed her breakthrough and perished?
Is that why Emperor Yuanyu of the future never even knew of Empress Dowager Jing's existence?
Shen Nan sank into deep contemplation. In Emperor Yuanyu's memories of the future, he was confined to the palace by Empress Dowager Qin during the early years of his reign. He held no power, not even the slightest freedom. It was only 7 years later, when the Lianqing sect truly stirred rebellion and the Buddhist sect took over the court, that he finally turned the tide. Yet even that liberation lasted mere months before he found himself a puppet of the Buddhist sect. Following this timeline, Empress Dowager Jing must have failed her breakthrough. Otherwise, when the Lianqing sect plunged the realm into chaos, this former regent Empress Dowager would have stepped forward. Shen Nan narrowed his eyes slightly.
Regardless of what lies ahead, this Empress Dowager Jing is a troublesome matter.
He called it a trouble. Currently, Empress Dowager Jing was merely at the peak of the 10th realm, the heavenly being stage. Though her cultivation method remained unknown, Shen Nan, with the great virtuous teacher Zhang Jiao, a 10th realm heavenly being, by his side, faced no real threat. Moreover, a woman destined to fail her own breakthrough and die posed little danger. The trouble, however, lay in Empress Dowager Jing's immense prestige. Though Emperor Mingchong had reclaimed power, it was because she herself had relinquished it. Unlike figures like Lu Ji, who bore a tarnished reputation, Empress Dowager Jing resembled the historical Queen Dowager Xian and her relationship with King Zhaoxiang of Qin. Her prestige in Dafeng was immense. If Shen Nan were to completely cut off her funding, should Empress Dowager Jing cause a stir, the situation would not be pleasant. Shen Nan scrutinized the internal accounts of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Though both had been caught off guard and had no time to fabricate records, the documents conspicuously highlighted Empress Dowager Jing's expenses, almost suggesting that the embezzlement was for the imperial family rather than themselves. This subtle ploy made Shen Nan shake his head in disdain.
Empress Dowager Jing's reputation can indeed intimidate others, but relying on that alone is only enough to save their lives. Han Shengxian,
he commanded calmly. Clad in a vermilion robe, Han Shengxian stood within the bedchamber. He had known from the moment Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu made their move that the slaughter could not continue unchecked. He had delegated most matters to the third-ranking eunuch Han Xian, while he waited in the bedchamber for Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu's counterplay. Now it was clear that these two were highly skilled. Their subtle, polished tactics were far more formidable than crying out against the emperor's injustice or blatantly defying an imperial decree.
Let them take their people back. Tell Han Xian to stop pushing. There's no need to drive them into a corner.
From the very beginning, Shen Nan had decided not to act against Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. He had no intention of killing them. Today's events, whether seizing the authority of the Imperial Horse Supervisor or the Dawn Massacre, were merely a message. He was telling Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and all the eunuchs one thing: a new emperor brings new ministers. The ruler of Dafeng was no longer the gentle late emperor or the tolerant Emperor Mingchong. Shen Nan was someone who truly dared to kill. At the same time, his actions were sending a clear signal beyond the palace. Dafeng was beset by internal strife and external threats, a complex landscape.
If I am to swiftly stabilize the situation, I must seize control of Dafeng with ruthless force. Understood.
Han Shengxian grasped the intent. Though Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu had escaped this time, and many of their eunuch faction would survive, they must truly recognize the nature of the current emperor and pay a heavy price. As Han Shengxian stepped out of the bedchamber, the gazes of Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and dozens of eunuchs immediately fixed upon him. Those eyes were a complex mix of resentment, hatred, fear, and terror. The former two stemmed from Han Shengxian, cutting off their source of wealth of fear, and terror arose from his methods. In the brief half-hour that day, though it seemed unremarkable, the scent of blood lingering over Dafeng's palace testified to the countless lives he had taken. Han Shengxian alone had personally slain 234 people. A flicker of terror passed through Lu Zhong and Zhang He's eyes.
Director Han.
Both spoke in hushed tones. A new emperor brings new ministers. They keenly felt their precarious position. When Lu Zhong first met the new emperor, he thought he could outmaneuver Zhang, who had better served the Buddhist sect. Now, however, it was clear that the emperor already had his own trusted circle, Han Xingxuan Zhang Jiao. These were the men the emperor trusted most. If they, the chief eunuchs of the late emperor's era, wished to avoid death, they had no choice but to obey the emperor's commands. Even if Empress Dowager Jing stood behind them, her temperament would not allow her to support them, unless the emperor cut off her funds. As for the Buddhist sect and the Lianqing sect, such matters could never be brought into the open. Neither was prepared to plunge the realm into chaos. Han Shengxian nodded.
His Majesty has decreed. The matter of the Imperial Horse Supervisor ends here. But
that single but sent a jolt of alarm through every eunuch. Then Han Shengxuan's voice turned icy.
Everything taken in the past must be returned. No need for more. 10 million taels of silver will suffice. Secondly, the Imperial Horse Supervisor must yield 30 key positions.
10 million taels of silver. This sum seemed modest compared to the annual 8 million taels embezzled, but one must remember that most of it had gone to Empress Dowager Jing over the years. Moreover, the eunuchs had their own expenses while operating outside. For eunuchs of Lu Zhong and Zhang He's stature, even 1 million taels would be a crippling blow. But could they truly refuse? Outside the bedchamber, as Han Shengxuan's voice fell, a deathly silence enveloped the surroundings. Even Lu Zhong and Zhang, who the two seasoned chief stewards, stood dumbfounded. 10 million taels of silver. This was nothing short of demanding their very lives. Yet, as the dozens of eunuchs present exchanged glances, not a single one dared to step forward and refuse. Han Shengxuan's earlier demand for the imperial stable to surrender 30 key positions was undoubtedly a move to personally seize control of these vital posts. But it was also a warning to Lu Zhong, Zhang, who and these eunuchs. If anyone was unwilling to part with their money, then they should vacate their positions. As for the fate of those who vacated their posts, when had eunuchs ever shown mercy? Those people would undoubtedly be devoured by Lu Zhong and his ilk. With this in mind, Zhang, who gritted his teeth and said, "As you command." The priority now was to weather this storm, then seek the support of Empress Dowager Jing, or the emperor's trust. With Zhang He's ruthless method, squeezing out the 10 million taels from his subordinates was entirely feasible. Moreover, this was not a burden he bore alone. Lu Zhong, who usually enjoyed adopting foster sons, should naturally bear a larger share. And indeed, of the nearly 80 eunuchs present, a full 50 were Lu Zhong's men. Since Lu Zhong's influence had always lagged behind Zhang He's, he had no need to worry about placating his subordinates. After all, the imperial stable had only 60-odd critical positions, and he held barely a dozen.
As you command?
With both chief stewards setting an example, the dozens of surrounding eunuchs naturally raised no objections.
This servant obeys.
Han Shengxian fixed his bloodshot gaze on Lu Zhong and Zhang, who
deliver 1 million taels of silver to His Majesty's private treasury before the hour of C.
This was both a warning to the two men and His Majesty's decree. Shen Nan's current task was to amass 1 million taels. Once that silver entered the private treasury, he could complete the system task and reopen a first-rank or higher gift pack, summoning another capable ally, perhaps even a 10th realm celestial being like Zhang Jiao, or even an 11th or 12th realm expert. After all, first rank was merely a guarantee. It did not necessarily produce a first-rank expert. Lu Zhong and Zhang, who exchanged glances and nodded reluctantly. It was already the quarter past an hour, leaving barely an hour until C. Delivering 1 million taels in that time was challenging, yet they dared not refuse. Soon Lu Zhong and Zhang, who hurried away. Yet their first priority was not to deliver the silver to the private treasury, but to argue over how to apportion the 10 million taels and decide their next course of action. These two, who had always vied for power, would inevitably form a temporary alliance after this. This was one of the drawbacks of Shen Nan's hasty actions. But he cared little. After hearing Han Shengxuan's report on Lu Zhong and Zhang He's reactions, Shen Nan casually ordered,
"Have someone bring me all the intelligence on Empress Dowager Jing, the Crimson Dragon Guard, and the Imperial Guard."
He paused mid-sentence, then recalled another matter.
"Also instruct the Ministry of Revenue to send over the archives on the military pay for Yuzhou."
Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu worked swiftly. By noon of the Chen hour, the 1,000,000 taels of silver had already been deposited into the treasury. At that moment, Han Shengxian had not yet delivered the various intelligence reports, as gathering detailed dossiers on Empress Dowager Jing, the Crimson Dragon Guard, and the Imperial Guard required time. It was a sign that Han Shengxian was still unfamiliar with the Great Feng Court, but in time, with his skills, he would manage. Shen Nan glanced at the system prompt mission to amass 1,000,000 taels completed. As a sovereign of a fallen nation, you now possess sufficient renown and considerable wealth. Next, swiftly recruit 10,000 troops to build your own army. Only power is the fastest path to restoration. Mission: establish an army of 10,000 loyal to you alone. Reward: a guaranteed gift pack for the 11th realm, 5,000 restoration points. Claimable reward: a first rank or higher guaranteed gift pack. As Shen Nan had anticipated, after the wealth-gathering mission, the system would inevitably issue a military-related task. But 10,000 troops. That was far too belittling. However, he did agree with the system's statement that only power was the fastest shortcut to restoration. Shen Nan recalled a saying from his past life: authority is power. This adage held true in both his previous and current lives. An emperor could not afford to lack military command. In a martial world like this, if the sovereign lacked sufficient troops and martial might, how could he suppress all opposition? If Shen Nan could summon a peak 15th realm expert now, he could easily crush not only Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, but even the Buddhist sect and the Lianqing sect behind them, and disregard Empress Dowager Jing's prestige entirely. An old Empress Dowager below the 11th realm. Out of courtesy, call her grandmother. If disrespectful, what harm in calling her an old hag?
But it's odd that this system task isn't completed immediately. The 20,000 men of the Crimson Dragon Guard on paper are naturally not my army, but the pure army within the palace is now under Han Shengxuan's control. After Han Xian's defection, shouldn't these count as my troops?
Shen Nan raised an eyebrow.
The key must be in establishing.
The difficulty of this system task lay not in acquiring 10,000 troops, but in forming an army exclusively loyal to Shen Nan. This meant he would have to reorganize the Crimson Dragon Guard. Shen Nan already had a plan for this. Given the current state of the Crimson Dragon Guard, if they were not disbanded and reformed into a new unit, they would have no combat effectiveness whatsoever, and could never be relied upon to suppress the rebellion in Chuanzhou next year.
Let's first check today's shop offerings.
Shen Nan did not rush to open the gift pack, but instead wanted to see what the shop had refreshed. Yesterday's shop featured 10,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, 10,000 Sunflower Guards, and 10,000 rations of grain. Today, while the Great Snow Dragon Riders remained, the other two had been replaced by 10,000 Ming King heavy armor troops and the great perfection of the indestructible Diamond Divine Art. The Ming King heavy armor needed no explanation. They were heavy infantry. But the great perfection of the indestructible Diamond Divine Art caught Shen Nan by surprise. He carefully read the description.
So by exchanging for this technique, any previously summoned individual can instantly attain the great perfection of the indestructible Diamond Divine Art.
Similar to Cheng Shifai's version, this indestructible Diamond Divine Art was precisely the one from the world's greatest that Cheng Shifai possessed. Such a technique could elevate an ordinary person to the peak of the third rank, a Grandmaster of external martial arts. It could even allow one to contend with a great Grandmaster for a few exchanges. Unfortunately, the cost was exorbitant, a full 500 restoration points.
Restoration points are still insufficient.
Shen Nan sighed softly. He decided not to dwell on the shop any longer. He truly desired the Great Snow Dragon Riders and the Ming King heavy armor, but he lacked the points.
System: open the gift pack.
Opening first rank or higher grand gift pack. Reward: Lisi Chancellor of the Legalist School from Immortal Martial Great Qin 10th Realm Celestial being peak. The Immortal Martial Great Qin. Legalist Prime Minister Lisi. These few lines caused Shen Nan's eyes to glimmer faintly. A gift pack of the first rank or above yielding a heavenly man at the peak was an unexpected delight, but he never imagined it would summon the Prime Minister of the Immortal Qin Empire. Although Shen Nan currently seemed more in need of a general to command the army, what he truly lacked was a master of courtly schemes like Li Si. The system's task required him to raise 10,000 soldiers of his own, but this did not mean generals were more important. What needed to be done now was to raise an army, not to lead it into battle. An army of 10,000 could be controlled even by a eunuch like Han Xian. With the foundation of the Great Feng, Shen Nan could easily entrust it to any suitable noble or general. There was no need to waste this draw opportunity. It was only when suppressing the rebellion of the Lianqing sect that a top-tier general would truly be required. Li Si was the most suitable choice at this moment. He was not only the Prime Minister of Immortal Qin, but also a disciple of the Confucian sage Xuanzi, having mastered the legalist school. He was the epitome of inner Confucianism and outer legalism. Li Si would be immensely valuable for Shen Nan's next move to consolidate the authority of the Zijinwu. As for the foolishness Li Si historically committed in collusion with Zhao Gao, that could only be attributed to Li Si's underestimation of Zhao Gao's stupidity. He had believed Zhao Gao merely wished to install a new emperor. Moreover, the eldest prince Fusu had always been indecisive and thoroughly indoctrinated by Confucianism. Li Si, a legalist prime minister who championed meritocracy, naturally looked down upon him. Thus he allied with Zhao Gao. A pity. Shen Nan briefly reviewed Li Si's life and then summoned him.
Summon Li Si to the hall.
Swish. Unlike Zhang Jiao, who had appeared silently in the side hall, Li Si's entrance was far more magnificent. Amid swirling clouds, a figure in black robes slowly materialized in the bedchamber. A unique aura filled the entire hall, blending the solemnity of legalism with the righteousness of Confucianism. Li Si was not only a peak legalist heavenly man of the 10th realm, but also a Confucian heavenly man of the 10th realm. In terms of combat prowess, Li Si might be inferior to Zhang Jiao, but his cultivation realm was slightly higher. Soft breaths echoed. Li Si opened his eyes, their depths dark and heavy with remorse.
Your servant Li Si pays homage to your majesty.
During this emergence, the system had already infused some basic information about this world into Li Si's mind, letting him know where he had arrived and recalling the foolish act he had committed in the Immortal Qin Empire. Before being summoned, Li Si had been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, tortured by Zhao Gao for dozens of days to force a confession of treason. This was not because Li Si was weaker than Zhao Gao. As a legalist heavenly man, he could never violate the laws he himself had established. The sovereign's command was greater than heaven. This was the flaw of cultivating the legalist path. If the ruler commanded, the minister must die. This was why Shan Yang of Immortal Qin had once gone to his death calmly. Yet the advantage of the legalist path was that as long as one could enforce the laws they had created, their cultivation realm would continuously rise with the execution and spread of those laws. Li Si had switched from the Confucian path of land immortals to legalism, achieving the peak of the 10th realm in just a few years, and simultaneously breaking through to the 10th realm in Confucianism. Such were the benefits of legalist cultivation. Shen Nan studied Li Si carefully. With his gentle appearance, he seemed more like a Confucian scholar. Only the depth in his eyes and his slightly imposing aura revealed him as a legalist. He did not immediately ask about statecraft, but inquired curiously.
What exactly is a legalist heavenly man? Can your strength defeat Zhang Jiao?
Having summoned a legalist heavenly man, Shen Nan wished to understand what such a being was like in this immortal martial world. Though he had read many novels in his past life and inherited the memories of the future Emperor Yuanyo, those memories contained no information about legalism.
The so-called legalists are merely a group pursuing the path of law.
Li Si explained the flaws and philosophy of legalism, detailing its cultivation.
Just as Confucianism seeks self-cultivation, family governance, and world peace, legalism pursues governance through law. It adheres to the belief that human nature is evil and requires punishment to restrain it. Unlike others, legalist heavenly men cultivate techniques centered on law. Law, tactics, authority. These are the foundations of legalists. Law uses statutes to bind others, a technique somewhat similar to Confucianism's words manifest fate. It can bind or behead with a single thought. Tactics are an extension of law, more covert, capable of trapping others in a legal cage with a thought. As the saying goes, laws should be manifest, but tactics should not be seen. Authority is the momentum of heaven and earth, the momentum of the empire. It connects with the power of heaven and earth, forming a domain of near-absolute sovereignty through self-made laws. The entire capital of the Great Feng is now enveloped in that person's authority. Li Si's explanation was concise and refined. Yet it was enough for Shen Nan to grasp the basics of legalism. Its techniques somewhat resemble Confucianism, but while Confucianism centered on righteous qi, legalism relied on law. He also understood its flaw. Legalists could never violate the laws they had established. The law exalted imperial authority. Thus, a sovereign's word could compel a legalist minister to die. But for an emperor, this flaw was a great advantage. Shen Nan realized why Fa Yang was so reliable. His fate was utterly tied to the Great Feng. If the Great Feng fell, Fa Yang would have no choice but to die for the state. However, this did not mean Shen Nan could command Fa Yang arbitrarily. He had to balance him through the law. Shen Nan narrowed his eyes. In the coming days, study the laws of the Great Feng thoroughly. The affairs of the Zijinwa will also be your responsibility. Though Fa Yang was loyal, the authority of the Zijinwa was a power Shen Nan must seize. He needed this authority to suppress the entire court. In the hands of a legalist it was one thing, in the hands of an emperor it was entirely different. The former merely intimidated the world, while the latter could achieve true supremacy with a single word commanding absolute obedience. Li Si understood this. As you command. Creak. The doors of the bedchamber slowly opened. Han Shengxian and Zhang Jiao appeared outside. Zhang Jiao had sensed Li Si's aura. Han Shengxian had finally gathered the intelligence His Majesty had requested. Your Majesty, these are reports on Empress Dowager Jing and the Yugo military funds. These are on the Red Dragon Guard and the Zijinwu. The scrolls piled half a man high. Had it not been for 3 sunflower guards carrying them, Han Shengxian alone could not have managed. And these were only brief summaries. So much! Shen Nan raised an eyebrow. Let's all take a look. Li Si unhesitatingly stepped forward and picked up the Zijinwu scrolls. He already knew from the system's memories the flourishing state of legalism in this world. The Zijinwu was its strongest authority, and the agency Li Si was to manage for His Majesty. Han Shengxian took up the Red Dragon Guard reports, intending to thoroughly cleanse the palace inside and out. The Red Dragon Guard also had the duty of guarding the palace, so he needed to understand it better. This would make it easier to later insert his own people, or when His Majesty decided to move against the Red Dragon Guard, to provide immediate intelligence. Zhang Jiao, however, picked up the Yuzhou military fund scrolls with interest. Logically, Empress Dowager Jing on the verge of breaking through to the 11th realm would be his primary focus, but the great peaceful teacher was no ordinary man. His gaze had always been on the people's livelihood. Had he not cared for the masses, Zhang Jiao would not have raised the banner to overthrow the Han. With his influence and prestige, had he chosen not to rebel for the people, his achievements would have surpassed even that of Zhang Dowling of Mount Longhu, making him one of the most renowned Taoist masters in history, rather than just the heavenly general or great peaceful teacher. Each had chosen their scrolls of interest. Shen Nan saved some effort and picked up the scroll on Empress Dowager Jing. A cursory glance made him click his tongue. Just her background showed her immense influence. The current king of Zhenbei, Xinyu, stationed in Yozhou, was her biological father. This king of Zhenbei was the Great Feng's pillar of stability. His role was even more vital than Fa Yang's. He was not only the sole supreme pillar of the Great Feng, but also its only 12th realm martial immortal of the military school. This was the realm beyond martial god. With his cultivation, Yuzhou could firmly suppress the restless barbarian and demon tribes. Had it not been for the future emergence of 2 12th realm demon emperors among the barbarians and demons, even if the Great Feng's internal affairs were chaotic, as long as King Zhenbei Xinyu remained stable, the empire's foundation would be secure. The worst-case scenario would be Shen Nan fleeing to Yuo to reorganize the situation. Such was the deterrent power of a true pinnacle expert. Speaking of which, 20 years from now, it seems not only will the Great Feng be plagued by internal strife, but its fate will also be waning. Frowning, Shen Nan thought. Before the Lianqing sect rebellion, the highest openly known experts were only at the 12th realm. The 13th realm monsters existed only in legends. But 20 years later they emerged in droves, and in Emperor Yuanya's final memories, there were even hints of 14th realm beings.
Though the Great Feng's fall was mainly due to Empress Dowager Qin's early foolishness, and the Lianqing sect rebellion followed by the Buddhist Taoist and demon clans, Shen Nan felt it was not so simple.
But with the system's capabilities, it should be able to summon beings of the 14th realm in the future. Moreover, Li Si, Zhang Jiao, and the others may break through to higher realms in just a few years.
Unlike Zhang Jiao's Immortal Martial Three Kingdoms world, which was not as advanced as the Great Feng, where the Heavenly Man peak was the top tier, higher realms were merely legends. Zhang Jiao himself had perished due to the backlash of the Han Dynasty's fate after his failed rebellion. But in this world, Zhang Jiao had infinite potential. With his talent, he could certainly break through further. Li Si's situation was similar. Han Xingxuan, however, would find it harder to advance. His aptitude was somewhat lacking. After a brief summary, Shen Nan stopped pondering and continued reading the scroll on Empress Dowager Jing. The scroll detailed her life, with remarkable achievements rivaling any Great Feng emperor except the founder. This also made Shen Nan feel a hint of pressure. Yet after Emperor Mengqiong assumed power, Empress Dowager Jing had retreated behind the scenes. Rumors even claimed she had passed away. This was common for 10th realm heavenly men, except for legalists, who needed law-based cultivation. Even Confucian Taoist and Buddhist adepts upon reaching the 10th realm often withdrew from the world, like Empress Dowager Jing. This was not due to any external constraint forbidding 10th realm heavenly men from interfering in worldly affairs. Rather, once one reached such a realm, they were fundamentally separated from ordinary people. A lifespan of 500 years alone highlighted the difference. Their pursuits were no longer power or wealth, but higher realms and their own Tao.
It seems that as long as I don't touch Empress Dowager Jing's offering, she won't cause trouble.
Shen Nan understood. Though it pained him to see the annual tribute flowing from the Imperial Horse Agency to Empress Dowager Jing, he currently lacked the strength to contend with her. Moreover, the next offering was still 6 months away. He would deal with her then. If all went smoothly given his current pace of development, he might have over a dozen 10th realm heavenly men under his command, and no shortage of 11th and 12th realm pinnacle experts. By then, Empress Dowager Jing's threat would be negligible. He also had to consider the stance of King Jinbei Shenyu. Shen Nan intended to follow the path of a benevolent and domineering ruler, but he knew to act cautiously. Dominance did not mean recklessness. After a careful look at Empress Dowager Jing's preferences and influence, Shen Nan casually tossed the scroll aside and waited for Zhang Jiao and the others to finish reading. He had no interest in perusing all the tedious reports. He only needed a general understanding of the Red Dragon Guard, the Zijinwu, and the Yuzhou military funds. The specifics would be handled by Zhang Jiao and the others. Soon Zhang Jiao, Li Si, and Han Shangxian finished reading their scrolls. They set them down simultaneously and exchanged glances. Zhang Jiao spoke first.
The Great Feng's deep-rooted ills are like those of the late Han.
At these words, Shen Nan's brow furrowed. He knew well the situation of the late Han. If the Great Feng was truly similar, matters would be even more dire. He asked,
"How do you see this?"
After Shen Nan inquired how the Great Feng resembled the late Han dynasty, Zhang Jiao slowly picked up a dossier and said,
"This dossier is the Ministry of Revenue's financial report from last year regarding the military pay of Yuzhou. The Great Feng's annual revenue is merely 230 million taels, yet the annual military expenditure for Yuzhou and Liaodong has already reached 84 million taels. Calculated monthly, that is 8,400,000 taels in expenses. How astonishing is this expenditure!"
The total number of troops within the Great Feng's borders is merely 5 million. The number of troops stationed in Yuzhou on the surface has already reached a staggering 2 million. Moreover, these 2 million are all elite troops. What defines elite? In the Great Feng, it is not merely about combat prowess. Only those who cultivate the martial path are considered elite. That is to say, within the territory of Yuzhou, these 2 million elite troops are at least at the 9th grade level. What does this concept mean? One must know that in the early stages of martial cultivation, substantial meat nourishment is essential. An ordinary household, unless earning dozens of taels annually, simply cannot afford to support a martial cultivator. This is the principle of poverty for scholars, wealth for warriors. Based on the daily meat supplement for a 9th grade martial artist, the minimum silver spent on meat in a year is 30 taels. Calculated this way, the 2 million elite troops in Yuzhou spending 80 million taels annually does indeed seem low. After all, military expenses are not limited to provisions. There are also various military equipment and warhorse losses. These are the true major costs. But the actual calculation certainly cannot be done this way. Normally an annual provision of 30 taels of silver for meat is used to break through martial realms. If merely maintaining the current realm for a 9th or 8th grade martial artist, at most a few taels of silver per year would suffice. Furthermore, the qi and blood pills provided by the Qinghe Palace can save considerable expense. Thus, the military pay set during the reign of the founding emperor was 5 taels annually, with elite troops receiving 10 taels. This standard has only been adjusted to 7 taels and 15 taels to this day. Even this standard is already extremely high. At this point, a fatal issue arises. If the Great Feng truly trained 2 million elite troops, who have entered the martial grades in Yuzhou, how could the barbarian tribes still invade Yuzhou every year from the south, with Yuzhou offering little resistance, often hearing of cities being captured and plundered by the barbarian tribes? This is simply absurd. With troops of this caliber, not only could they defend Yuzhou, but even razing the ancestral lands of the barbarian tribes would be effortless. The reason for such a stark contrast between expenditure and effectiveness lies in the existence of phantom soldiers. The phantom soldiers here are not solely the doing of the Yuzhou generals, it is more a matter of corruption among the officials handling the funds at various levels. How much of the 84 million taels of silver actually reaches the hands of Yuzhou? Probably not even 30%. Even this meager amount is only granted out of respect for the Jinbei King Shenyu. This is the current predicament of the Great Feng, and why Zhang Jiao said the Great Feng resembles the late Han dynasty. Because the various factions within the Great Feng have become unscrupulous to an extreme degree. This can be seen from the Imperial Horse Supervisor. When even the trusted eunuchs of the sovereign have become so brazen, how much better can the local officials be? Shen Nan frowned. Why has the Great Feng come to this state? His question was not a challenge to Zhang Jiao, nor was it born of naive disbelief. He sought to understand the cause. The late Han fell due to aristocratic clans. What was the reason for the Great Feng? Zhang Jiao slowly uttered 4 words. Such is the national condition. Such is the national condition. These 4 words sounded absurd at first. But by considering the Song dynasty of a past life, one can understand a little. In the Song dynasty, there was a peculiar national condition. Whenever soldiers went on campaign, they had to receive bonus silver on the spot. If the silver was insufficient, they would absolutely not risk their lives. This stemmed from the tradition established by the Song founding emperor of emphasizing civil over military, and the customs passed down from the 5 dynasties period. What about the Great Feng? It is due to the nature of the immortal martial world. When the founding emperor of the Great Feng established the dynasty to win over the leaders and chieftains of various factions, he made many promises, and allowed each of the 9 provinces to govern independently. This made the situation in each province extremely complex. Moreover, with over 800 years having passed, these local powers have developed to an extreme, skimming off the top at every opportunity and embezzling at will. This is the national condition of the Great Feng. The so-called flourishing age merely reflects that the Great Feng's national strength is too great, and besides the barbarian tribes, there is no other dynasty in the world. Without the threat of other dynasties, the officials of the Great Feng have lived extremely comfortably, passing down their practices through generations. With their connections and foundations, even if they embezzle so brazenly, what dares the sovereign of the Great Feng say? Well said, such is the national condition. Shen Nan sneered. Before I ascended the throne, I thought my greatest enemy was Empress Dowager Chen. Later, I thought it was the Taoists, legalists, Buddhists, and Confucians. Now it seems the greatest enemy is the Great Feng itself. Local officials, local magnates, and the martial experts guarding various regions. These are the very foundations of the Great Feng. Yet it is precisely these foundations that are driving the Great Feng further toward ruin. This situation is indeed extremely thorny. It even gives Shen Nan the feeling of holding the script of Lu Xie or Emperor Chongzhen, a nightmare-level starting point. No wonder 20 years later the Yuanyu Emperor wanted to leap off a cliff. When Shen Nan first obtained the system, he was somewhat puzzled. As a transmigrator, even if the future Yuanyu Emperor lacked the system's support, he should not have ended up in such a state. But after understanding the Great Feng's national condition, he fully understood why the Yuanyu Emperor met such a fate. If not for the system Shen Nan now possessed, and if not for his knowledge of the future following his initial mindset of preparing to lie low and enjoy life, his future would inevitably be the same as the Yuanyu Emperor's. Zhang Jiao also sighed slightly. He had not expected the Great Feng's national condition to have reached this point. Shen Nan looked at Li Si beside him.
In your opinion, what should be done to save the Great Feng?
Among those present, only Li Si had experience governing a nation. Shen Nan naturally wanted to consult Li Si, and he was somewhat grateful that this time's reward package had granted him Li Si. Otherwise things would have been quite troublesome. After some thought, Li Si said,
"There is only one solution: demobilize the troops."
Such is the national condition of the Great Feng. Given Shen Nan's current prestige and strength, he cannot yet confront the entire Great Feng Heathen. To solve the problem of military pay deficits, the only option is to demobilize troops. While this approach cannot address the root cause, it can quickly reverse the Great Feng's fiscal situation. The only enemy to be faced is the military nobility faction. They are the most direct beneficiaries, taking the largest share of the spoils. In contrast, while the officials across the regions who profit from military funds embezzle more silver, in total their numbers are also vast, and each individual's gains are far less than those of the military generals. Even if your majesty intends to act against the military, they will at most make some noise in protest. It won't cause any major disturbance.
Demobilize the troops.
Shen Nan nodded slightly. The proposal Li Si had put forth was indeed a good one. Such is the national condition of the Great Feng. Simply suppressing corruption is difficult to achieve quick results unless Shen Nan wishes for the Great Feng to collapse immediately. Otherwise such a thing cannot be accomplished instantly. Only by slowly accumulating strength and gathering authority bit by bit until the imperial power truly stands above all others can this be achieved. However, while the proposal to demobilize is good, there is a lack of sufficient personnel to enforce it. After all, demobilization affects the interests of the military generals. Can they truly tolerate their interests being harmed? Furthermore, how to handle the original local troops is also a problem. Thinking of this, Shen Nan picked up the dossier and glanced at it again. He quickly found what he was looking for.
As expected, even the Jinbei King finds it difficult to solve this problem. The 9 garrisons of Yuzhou operate independently, and among them are generals with even greater seniority than the Jinbei King. Even with his prestige and strength, it is hard to intimidate these military cliques of the 9 border garrisons in Yuzhou. Moreover, the Jinbei King is ultimately part of the military faction. If he were to act, it would inevitably cause the lower-ranking generals to become disaffected.
The situation of the 9 garrisons in Yuzhou is also extremely complex. Although the Jinbei King is at the human immortal level of the 12th martial realm, no matter how powerful he is, how can he suppress everyone alone? Moreover, it is inappropriate for the Jinbei King to handle many matters. Shen Nan, as the sovereign of the Great Feng, is qualified to do so. But to achieve this, Shen Nan must have an army of his own. This army must be able to intimidate the situation and strike wherever commanded. He looked at the system shop, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, and the Mingwang Heavy Armored Soldiers. If he had enough restoration points, he could immediately summon a formidable army of his own. Unfortunately, he does not, even based on the current daily check-in reward of 1,000 restoration points. Shen Nan can only accumulate 50 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, or 50 Mingwang Heavy Armored Soldiers per day. In a month, that is merely 1,500 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. However, this could serve as a foundation to train a strong army. The strength of the Mingwang Heavy Armored Soldiers is unknown for now, but the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry is undoubtedly true elite. In the snowy world, 10,000 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry were able to annihilate 10,000 Ruran Iron Cavalry and 300,000 Northern Mang troops. How terrifying is that? The system also clearly states that every Great Snow Dragon Cavalry is at the 8th grade with both rider and horse clad in heavy armor. Occasionally, elite colonels at the 6th or 4th grade can also be summoned.
Ultimately, I still need to build an army.
Shen Nan looked at Han Shengxian beside him.
What is the current state of the Crimson Dragon Guard?
since he intends to demobilize and form a new army. He must start with the Crimson Dragon Guard of the Great Feng capital. On the surface, the Crimson Dragon Guard has 200,000 elite troops, and their annual military pay is not insignificant. Moreover, Shen Nan had already publicly seized nominal authority over the Crimson Dragon Guard in the court yesterday. Reorganizing the Crimson Dragon Guard would be simpler and easier. Han Shengxian shook his head slightly.
The situation of the Crimson Dragon Guard is similar to the border troops of Yozhou, but the accounts are somewhat clearer. Most of the Crimson Dragon Guard's equipment and meat supplements are handled by the Wuda Department, which is under the Duke of Chu. If there is a corruption issue, it would be within the Wuda Department itself. As long as the Wuda Department is rectified, the problem is solved.
Hearing this, Li Si said,
"There is no need to rush into rectification. Currently, Your Majesty is the nominal commander of the Crimson Dragon Guard. Your Majesty need only issue an order that the military pay of the Crimson Dragon Guard bypass the Wuda Department and be handled by the Imperial Horse Supervisor."
Li Si, true to his experience as the Chancellor of the Great Qin, was far more adept in his thinking and methods than Han Shengxian. Han Shengxian's approach leaned more toward forceful suppression, while Li Si's method was a bloodless kill. A single imperial decree would throw the Wuda Department into chaos, allowing for selective cooptation or suppression.
An excellent method.
Shen Nan also smiled.
Let it be as Li Si says. But before that, we must ascertain the specific situation of the Crimson Dragon Guard. The 10 Crimson Dragon divisions. The nominal 200,000 elite troops. How many are actually left? How many are capable of fighting? What is the internal situation of the Wuda Department? Secondly, we must quickly utilize the funds of the Imperial Horse Supervisor to form a brand new army.
The 10 Crimson Dragon divisions. These were the Imperial Guards established during the time of the Great Feng's founding emperor. Over 800 years later, their internal situation is extremely complex. For an ordinary person, merely sorting out the authority and functions of the Crimson Dragon Guard is an extremely difficult task, let alone the specific internal conditions of the Crimson Dragon Guard. The reason for this complexity is that the Crimson Dragon Guard is the Imperial Guard that only takes orders from the sovereign. Naturally, their powers and responsibilities are not easily revealed. Unfortunately, in reality, the Crimson Dragon Guard has become the private army of the Wuda Department, with most of its members being from the military nobility. If Shen Nan wants to take action against the Crimson Dragon Guard, he must master this intelligence. After a moment of thought, Han Shengxian said,
"Your servant needs 1 month.
Having only arrived 2 days ago, he had not yet fully sorted out the situation within the Great Feng Imperial Palace. To quickly understand the intelligence on the Crimson Dragon Guard would naturally take considerable time. 1 month was already a testament to Han Shengxian's competence. Shen Nan was about to nod, when Li Si spoke again.
"There is no need to trouble Director Han. Your servant can sort out the intelligence on the Crimson Dragon Guard in 10 days.
This was not about stealing credit or anything of the sort. Rather, Li Si was indeed more suited for this task. He continued,
"Although the situation of the Crimson Dragon Guard is complex, the capital is not only guarded by the Crimson Dragon Guard, but also by the ubiquitous Grip Metal Guards. These Grip Metal Guards are also responsible for guarding the Imperial City and patrolling various areas. As long as your servant can obtain some authority over the Grip Metal Guards, I can learn the details of the Crimson Dragon Guard from them."
The matter was now quite clear. Shen Nan nodded.
"This matter will be handled by Li Si. As for the authority over the Grip Metal Guards,"
he looked at Li Si,
"go and check if I have the authority to directly appoint you to the post of Grip Metal Guard."
Matters of law were naturally Li Si's forte. Moreover, with his status as a legalist celestial being, he was more than qualified to hold the substantive post of Grip Metal Guard.
"Li Si, as you command."
Shen Nan looked at the three before him: Zhang Jiao, Li Si, and Han Shengxian. Han Shengxian would oversee the palace, Li Si would handle the Grip Metal Guards and legalist affairs, and Zhang Jiao would protect Shen Nan and could later involve himself with the Taoists. Thus Shen Nan could gradually consolidate power. If the reward for forming the army could summon a martial general, then Shen Nan's core team as the Great Feng Emperor would be initially established, and these would be the most loyal men. Outside the Jinghua Hall, the Emperor's opulent carriage used for daily outings slowly approached. It was drawn by 3 top-tier demon-blooded dragon horses. Silk and satin served as window curtains. The carriage was also engraved with a formation crafted at great expense by the Celestial Works Institute. If danger arose, activating the formation would make it difficult even for ordinary land immortals to destroy the carriage. Especially within the palace under the shroud of national destiny, the formation's power was even more formidable.
The Celestial Works Institute.
Shen Nan listened to Han Shengxuan's introduction and shook his head slightly.
It seems I must visit this institute in the next 2 days.
Of the 4 Taoist sects, the Celestial Works Institute belonged to the Earth sect. Just as the Qinghe Palace of the Alchemy sect was renowned for its pills, the Taoist Earth sect specialized in crafting magical artifacts. However, these artifacts were not as exaggerated as those in fantasy worlds. At most, they were items with peculiar functions. Moreover, forging each artifact consumed vast amounts of rare materials. For instance, the carriage Shen Nan rode in had nearly scoured the entire Dafeng kingdom to gather the necessary materials. The nobility of such a carriage could not be measured by gold or silver. And this was merely the emperor's daily carriage. The ceremonial jade carriage was even more extravagant. The entire Taoist Earth sect had spent a full 30 years crafting that so-called majestic and immovable jade carriage. Countless rare materials were used during that time, which was also the peak era of Dafeng's founding emperor. Under the current emperor, no one would have the qualifications or power to command the Earth sect to exert such effort. The effect of the jade carriage crafted with such painstaking effort was naturally astonishing. It was said that even a martial artist immortal at the 12th realm could not easily damage it. It also possessed the same ability as Dafeng's National Guardian artifact, to mobilize national destiny for defense. Once activated, even a 13th realm expert would find it hard to destroy. This was an imitation of the National Guardian artifact attempted by the Earth sect in the past. Unfortunately, they lacked the power. Dafeng's National Guardian artifact was not manufactured, it was nurtured naturally by the grand forces of heaven and earth. Nevertheless, by crafting such a jade carriage, the Earth sect had firmly secured its position. For 800 years, the renowned heavy armor and divine weapons of Dafeng had all been crafted by the Taoist Earth sect. The Celestial Works Institute, which controlled 70% of the realm's armor and weapon forging, had its successive directors serve as the contemporary leaders of the Taoist Earth sect. Shen Nan had exchanged for the great snow dragon riders in the system mall, so he was not short of armor. But if he wished to form an elite army in the future, the Celestial Works Institute was unavoidable. Han Shengxian also nodded.
The Celestial Works Institute controls 70% of the realm's armor and weapon forging. Your Majesty naturally must visit. Your servant can first investigate the Institute's intelligence for Your Majesty.
Previously, the intelligence on the Crimson Dragon Guard had been snatched by Li Si. Although Li Si was indeed more suitable, it inevitably made Han Shengxian feel a sense of unease. His strength was inferior to Li Si and Zhang Jiao. To stand firmly by His Majesty's side, he naturally had to demonstrate greater value. In the snowy world, Han Shengxian was not a protagonist, merely a pitiable Han eunuch. But in this world, Han Shengxian also wished to strive a little, at least to break through to a higher realm. Shen Nan smiled at Han Shengxian and said,
"Good."
He naturally saw through Han Shengxuan's thoughts. However, having ambition and drive among his subordinates was a good thing. Zhang Jiao watched silently from the side. He also had some ideas, but now was not the time to reveal them. Han Shengxian said respectfully,
"Your servant will handle this matter thoroughly."
Shen Nan nodded.
"There's no need to overemphasize it. For now, your main task is to manage the internal affairs of the palace, especially keeping a close watch on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. As for Empress Dowager Jing, appease her for the time being."
He did not mention Empress Dowager Chen. Among the palace factions, she was the weakest. Aside from her title as Empress Dowager and her father, the Duke of Chu, Empress Dowager Chen ranked last in the palace in terms of scheming skill and influence. Shen Nan didn't even need to take deliberate action against her. Han Shengxian alone could firmly control her. Han Shengxian bowed respectfully.
"As you command."
Just then, the carriage slowly came to a halt. They had arrived at Jinghua Hall. As Shen Nan stepped down, he saw a tall, burly eunuch kneeling on the ground. This man was none other than Han Xian, the current commander of the palace's pure army. His name did not sound like that of a eunuch, and his appearance and demeanor were even less so. He lacked the coldness and effeminacy of Han Shengxian or Zhang Hu, nor the false compassion of Lu Zhong. Instead, he resembled a brash martial artist. In fact, Han Xian indeed practiced martial arts. He had not entered the palace as a child but joined at the age of 30 as a third-rank martial arts grandmaster. Upon entering, he was immediately granted command of the pure army. Unfortunately, he was somewhat reckless and ill-suited for the palace's intricate schemes. Thus, despite being a veteran from Emperor Mingchong's princely days, he had failed to outmaneuver Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong. If not for his seniority and his sacrifice of a martial path to serve Emperor Mingchong, his foolish actions would have long disqualified him from commanding the pure army.
Han Xian kowtows before your majesty.
Han Xian thumped his head heavily, but his form of address was somewhat inappropriate. Shen Nan was not accustomed to the term servant, but Dafeng's customs dictated that eunuchs were the emperor's household slaves. Referring to oneself as servant was standard. However, Shen Nan disliked it, and Han Shengxuan's use of his own name instead of servant showed a lack of propriety. Still, such a straightforward man was suitable for commanding the pure army, as he was utterly loyal. From the memory Shen Nan had inherited, this man had indeed died for the kingdom. After a moment's thought, he said,
"You will continue to command the pure army. Consult Han Shengxian on any matters."
Han Xian's abilities were limited to commanding the pure army. Any greater authority would be beyond him. Even so, Han Xian beamed with joy.
"As you command."
Men like him were the most loyal. Their greatest fear was losing the emperor's trust. And in Han Xian's simple mind, since Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were destined to fall with Han Shengxian as the foremost eunuch, he could surely rise to become the second. Everyone had ambition. Moreover, Han Xian had children. If he could advance further, his legitimate son would receive better support. Shen Nan walked toward Jinghua Hall.
"Do your work well."
The Dafeng emperor did not need to hold court daily, but was required to visit Jinghua Hall regularly, as this was where state affairs were handled. All memorials from the Grand Secretariat were delivered here. On his first day as emperor, Shen Nan had to be diligent. This also fulfilled the system's daily check-in task. Once he earned another 1,000 restoration points, he could exchange for the indestructible Diamond Divine Art, the Great Snow Dragon Riders, and the Ming King Heavy Armor. He would first exchange for a few to test the quality of the System Mall's offerings. Then, he would decide what kind of army to form first. A full 3 hours later, Shen Nan was still in Jinghua Hall handling state affairs. But it was more accurate to say he was familiarizing himself with government matters and court officials. Led by Grand Secretary Zhang Su and Vice Grand Secretary Yang, the 7 cabinet ministers came for audiences one after another. Then came the ministers of Rights, Revenue, War, and the other 5 ministries. Finally, the left and right vice ministers of the 6 ministries. Meeting these first, second, and third rank officials took an hour. The remaining time was spent reviewing Dafeng's administrative affairs, after which he had Han Shengxian retrieve some archives. At noon, when the system rewards refreshed, Shen Nan came to his senses.
"Is it already noon?"
Han Shengxian stood respectfully at the side.
"Your Majesty, it is already noon."
The first day of ascension required familiarizing oneself with many things. Shen Nan was so absorbed that he forgot to eat.
"Have them bring the meal. I will dine in the hall."
After Han Shengxian gave the orders, Shen Nan said,
"From now on, you don't need to accompany me. Have Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu wait outside."
Han Shengxian had many tasks to handle. If he had to follow Shen Nan everywhere, he would never quickly gain control over the palace inside and out. As for the Sunflower Guards, their abilities were decent, but they were still somewhat rough in their methods. Moreover, Shen Nan could use this opportunity to keep an eye on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, observing whether they would remain obedient. He suspected that after the Imperial Horse Supervisor incident, they would both be utterly loyal. At least on the surface. Han Shengxian said,
"As you command."
Shen Nan said no more. Han Shengxian had his own methods for palace affairs. He turned to Zhang Jiao, who was at his side.
"You have met all the court officials. What do you think?"
This was the same question he had asked Zhang Jiao after his ascension 2 days ago. But the meaning behind the two questions was entirely different. Zhang Jiao pondered briefly.
Although Dafeng's internal situation is rotten compared to the late Han, the court is remarkably balanced. The legalists, Confucians, and Taoists neither interfere with each other nor serve as checks and balances. The Confucians themselves are split into two factions led by Grand Secretary Zhang Su and Vice Grand Secretary Yang Ke, who contend and balance each other.
Dafeng's superficial prosperity was maintained through this system of checks and balances. Fa Yan of the legalist school acted as the bottom line, preventing any faction from overreaching. The Taoists occupied a delicate balance between the Jianghu and the court, using their influence to suppress the Jianghu while threatening the Confucians. The Confucians meanwhile had their internal factions. Under these circumstances, although the Dafeng monarch's authority was weak, he still wielded power. How to obtain that power depended on the emperor's skill. Shen Nan smiled.
The Confucians are not divided into two factions but three. The White Deer Grotto Academy, led by Grand Secretary Zhang Su, mostly consists of students from the Jiangzhou aristocratic families representing their interests. The Jiangzhou Academy, led by Vice Grand Secretary Yang Ke, represents more of the cold higher Confucian scholars. Finally, there is the Great Ru Academy, founded by the great Confucian Wang Shu, which represents a branch of the military, the Confucian generals.
The power dynamics of this world were indeed intriguing. Unlike ancient history, the presence of immortal martial elements greatly amplified individual influence. For example, a sage like Wang Yangning would have been merely a civil official in ancient history, only later celebrated as a sage of the mind school. But if he had been born in an immortal martial dynasty, his mastery of the mind school would have allowed him to break through to the 13th or even 14th Confucian realm. The influence he could wield would naturally be far greater. Take the great Confucian Wang Shu, who founded the Great Ru Academy. He was the strongest openly known 12th realm Confucian sage, single-handedly creating the Confucian general system. What is a Confucian general? A Confucian martial artist. Most officials in Liangzhou belonged to this faction. Even among the military nobility and the 9 border garrisons of Yozhou, there were Confucian generals. However, the faction was suppressed by both the military and Confucian orthodoxies and had not fully developed. It only had some influence in Liangzhou. At court, there was only one right vice minister of war from this faction.
In the future, if I need to reduce the army, these Confucian generals could be useful.
Shen Nan's face was full of smiles.
Founded just over 100 years ago, the Confucian generals shouldn't have many corrupt officials. As for Yang Ke's so-called pure stream cold higher faction,
his smile faded.
I see them as reminiscent of the Donglin party of the Ming dynasty. All they do is engage in empty talk.
Yang Ke himself was not problematic, perhaps just a bit stubborn. But while reviewing memorials, Shen Nan had seen many from officials of the Jiangzhou Academy. Their words were fierce, as if they were reprimanding the emperor, full of grand righteousness. Yet they contained almost nothing of substance. The strategies they proposed, even to someone who had only read some history books, were clearly empty governance policies. They sounded excellent, but were utterly unfeasible and meaningless. Zhang Jiao nodded slightly.
Indeed, some seem to be fame-seekers.
Shen Nan had read many memorials, and Zhang Jiao had followed along. He had formed some impressions of Dafeng's officials.
It's not just about seeking fame.
Shen Nan had seen more than just the memorials. He had inherited the memories of Emperor Yuan Yu 20 years later, and he had vivid impressions of many names in those memorials. Those who said the water is too cold, the blood is too frightening, abandon this city. All these names appeared in the memorials. This was Shen Nan's greatest advantage besides the system. Although he wasn't reborn in the traditional sense, it was akin to time traveling to a familiar historical dynasty.
Let's not talk about them for now. Based on their attitudes today, they must have heard about what happened in the palace. We'll see how they respond.
Hours earlier, right after waking up, Shen Nan had ordered Han Shanxian to conduct a bloody purge of the Imperial Horse Supervisor. Such commotion had naturally spread outside. The officials he had just met did not mention the incident, but their unnatural reactions and expressions showed they were aware. Why didn't they bring it up? Clearly, the civil officials had not yet reached a consensus on how to respond. After all, the Imperial Horse Supervisor was an internal palace matter, and eunuchs were merely the emperor's household slaves. What stance could these civil officials take to admonish him? At most, they would submit memorials. Shen Nan would gauge their attitudes from those.
Let's go to the training ground.
He planned to test the effects of the great snow dragon riders, the Ming King heavy armor, and the indestructible diamond divine art. Then, he would decide how to exchange points. Next, he would determine what kind of army to build. At the very moment, Shen Nan made his way to the training grounds deep within the imperial palace in a secluded and picturesque courtyard. Empress Dowager Jing regarded Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu with languid amusement.
So Nan ascended the throne yesterday, and by the 5th watch this morning he had thoroughly purged the Imperial Horse Directorate you both painstakingly built. Now the director of the Imperial Horse Directorate is some unknown Han Shanxian, and you two have lost your authority over it. Even Han Xian now outranks you.
Her tone was unhurried, carrying a hint of mockery and pride.
He is indeed my great-grandson.
The late emperor was the eldest son of Emperor Ming Chong. Shen Nan was the eldest son of the late emperor. Empress Dowager Jing was Emperor Ming Chong's mother, making her 3 generations removed from Shen Nan. The affection that skips a generation held true in the Immortal Martial dynasty as well. Most crucially, Empress Dowager Jing no longer harbored any ambition for power or influence. Since she had returned authority to Emperor Ming Chong, her sole focus had been on martial cultivation, utterly indifferent to political power. Having already experienced all the pleasures life could offer in her youth, she had long since abandoned such aspirations. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were well aware of the Empress Dowager's temperament. Had it been otherwise, they would have sought her out directly rather than merely hinting at her importance in their accounts. Even now, it was not Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu who had requested an audience. Rather, the Empress Dowager had summoned them after learning of Shen Nan's actions.
But?
Empress Dowager Jing's tone shifted.
I wonder where my great-grandson found a Taoist at the 10th stage of celestial being and a eunuch at the peak of the 2nd rank. Have you investigated this thoroughly?
This was the Empress Dowager's doubt. Although she had withdrawn from worldly affairs for years, she had still heard tales of Shen Nan. In her memory, this great-grandson was exactly like the late emperor, gentle to the point of cowardice. How had he become like this now? Had he always hidden his true nature, or was someone guiding him? She was more inclined to believe the latter. If so, Empress Dowager Jing might have to step forward to see which old fox was pulling the strings. Zhang Hu spoke cautiously.
We have yet to find any trace. None of the 4 Taoist sects have ever heard of this man, and that 2nd-rank eunuch has never shown any sign of existence. It is as if both appeared out of thin air.
Empress Dowager Jing let out a derisive laugh.
Appeared out of thin air. A 2nd-rank eunuch could be a martial master from the Jianghu in disguise, but Taoist celestial beings of the 10th stage are countable. Even the 4 Taoist sects have only 8 or 9 at most. How many are still alive remains unknown. I sensed the aura of that Taoist earlier. He is but a step away from the 11th stage Golden Core Tao Lord. His cultivation might even surpass this old woman's. How could such a person leave no trace at all? What about his sect? It must be one of the Elixir Cauldron Talisman or Divine Thunder sects. Or perhaps the sorcerers of the Lianqing sect could count.
The Great Feng had a population of billions. With nearly 10 billion people across the realm, it was not unusual for a few 2nd-rank experts to emerge from nowhere within such vast territories. But a 10th stage celestial being was a different matter entirely. Especially one like Zhang Jiao, whose cultivation rivaled the 11th stage. That was simply inconceivable. Although Taoists did not require the clear laws of legalism or the establishment of words and virtue like Confucianism, they still had to undergo the trial of worldly experience. Every 10th stage celestial being had walked the mortal world and left traces. Thus Empress Dowager Jing truly did not believe Zhang Jiao could have appeared from nowhere. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were well aware of this, but their investigations had yielded nothing. They too yearned for answers. In private, they had even contacted the Buddhist sect and the Lianqing sect for intelligence. After all, these two were not merely eunuchs on the surface, they were crucial pawns of the Buddhist sect and the Lianqing sect. With the future at stake, they could not allow anyone to disrupt their plans. Zhang Hu lowered his voice. This servant has failed in his duty, but I have already sent people to investigate. A result should come within a few days, and I will deliver the intelligence immediately. Even if the Lianqing sect and the Buddhist sect uncovered the truth, they would not easily act against Zhang Jiao. Their focus would be on the mastermind behind him. That was a matter for higher powers beyond Zhang He's involvement. For now, the only power he could rely on was Empress Dowager Jing. If he failed to gain the new emperor's trust, he would have to use her as his backing to secure his position and authority. The Imperial Horse Directorate was lost, but he could not afford to lose the Directorate of Ceremonial. Otherwise, the Eternal Mother would surely teach him the true meaning of the Lianqing sect's doctrines.
Eternal Mother, homeland of emptiness.
These words were never as simple as they seemed. The Eternal Mother possessed truly unfathomable powers capable of killing from thousands of miles away. Empress Dowager Jing waved her hand lazily.
I care not who is pulling the strings. The Great Feng ultimately belongs to the imperial family, not to anyone with a hand to meddle. Send me the intelligence once it is clear. As for the Imperial Horse Directorate,
she glanced slowly at Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong.
Settle its accounts and send them over. Some matters have gone unaddressed for too long, but that does not mean they cannot be dealt with. The Imperial Horse Directorate was never meant to belong to eunuchs like you.
Empress Dowager Jing had withdrawn from worldly affairs, but the intelligence she commanded was formidable. She knew the state of the Imperial Horse Directorate well. In the past, the late Emperor and Emperor Mingchong had lacked ruthlessness, so she had reluctantly taken control. The wealth she demanded annually was not solely for cultivation, but also to bolster the imperial family's reserves. For decades she had failed to break through to the 11th stage. Empress Dowager Jing vaguely sensed that the national destiny might be the constraint. Unfortunately, due to her status, she could not act freely. But if Shen Nan as the new sovereign could stand on his own, she would not hesitate to support him. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu soon withdrew. Empress Dowager Jing then said calmly to the empty air beside her,
"Send someone to investigate."
A woman's figure emerged from the vacant corner.
"As you command."
Outside the Imperial Palace, news of Shen Nan's dawn purge of the Imperial Horse Directorate spread like wildfire. Yet both the Grand Secretariat and court ministers remained conspicuously silent, offering no commentary. The most pressing matter now was the national mourning. Although Shen Nan had ascended the throne, his formal assumption of power would only begin after the 2 days of mourning. Only then would he truly be considered the sovereign. At that time, ministers would present memorials to declare their positions and ideals. The new emperor would also announce official appointments during the Grand Court Assembly, clarifying his stance. This was a long-standing tradition of the Great Feng. Thus, the entire court would not act rashly for now, but instead await the commencement of the national mourning on the morrow. At the training grounds, Han Xian, the commander of the Pure Army, stood respectfully to the side.
"Your Majesty, the training grounds have been cleared. I have retained 15 of the most obedient and capable Pure Army eunuchs to attend you. May I ask what your Majesty intends to do?"
Shen Nan had earlier instructed Han Xian to notify Han Xian to clear the training grounds. Han Xian had assumed the emperor had some orders. But then His Majesty told him to keep a dozen armored Pure Army eunuchs on standby, leaving Han Xian puzzled. Shen Nan said nothing, merely glancing at him coolly. This Han Xian was loyal enough but lacked tact. If it were Lu Zhong or Zhang Hu, they would never have asked questions. They would have simply executed Shen Nan's orders with precision. Even if their hearts were disloyal, their outward conduct was impeccable. Han Xian was not foolish. Sensing the emperor's gaze, he realized his mistake and became cautious.
"This servant merely wished to see if your Majesty required any assistance."
Those words only made him seem even more foolish. Shen Nan shook his head.
"I intend to form a new army. Unsure how to proceed, I thought to test the new troops' combat strength using your Pure Army. Have them prepare for a drill right here."
Military tests typically required at least a unit of 100 men. Unfortunately, with limited restoration points, Shen Nan could not afford to be extravagant. Without waiting for Han Xian's response, he glanced at the system interface in the void host. Shen Nan. Age 34. Wealth none. Faction none. Subordinates: Great Virtuous Teacher Zhang Jiao, 10th Stage Celestial Being Peak. Han Shengxian, 2nd Rank Grandmaster Peak. Li Si, 10th Stage Celestial Being Peak. 10 Sunflower Guards, 5th Rank Martial Artists. Cultivation Method: 9 Dragons True Chi, 8th Rank Bone Forging Stage. Items none. Overall strength insufficient for restoration. Restoration points 3,000. Mission: establish a personal army of 10,000 men. Reward guaranteed 11th stage gift pack 5,000 restoration points. This was Shen Nan's current strength 2 10th stage celestial beings at their peak and 10 5th rank sunflower guards. Then, there were 3,000 restoration points. 2,000 came from the mission to amass 1,000,000 in wealth, and 1,000 from today's daily check-in. Shen Nan pondered briefly and mentally commanded, "Exchange for 5 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and 5 Bright King Heavy Armor Soldiers, and place them at Han Shengxuan's location outside the training grounds." In today's system shop, the exchange cost for Great Snow Dragon Cavalry was 20 points each, and the same for Bright King Heavy Armor Soldiers. As 200 restoration points vanished before Han Shengxuan, ripples appeared in the air. Then waves of martial aura and killing intent emerged.
"Great Snow Dragon Cavalry,"
Han Shengxian murmured, narrowing his eyes. He knew their prowess well. Every Great Snow Dragon Cavalryman was a ranked martial artist elite selected from Beiliang's nearly 1,000,000-strong army. Each was among the finest cavalry. Both man and horse were fully armored. They were decisive killers on the battlefield, charging forward with unparalleled ferocity. Even the king of Beiliang, with his vast resources, could only sustain 10,000 such cavalry. The 5 before Han Shengxian were among the elite. With his keen eye, he could tell they were at least squad leaders in the original force. The warhorses seemed enhanced, carrying a subtle killing aura distinct from those in the snowy world.
"They seem stronger than I imagined,"
he thought. As he observed, he also turned his gaze to the Bright King Heavy Armor Soldiers beside them. Unlike the familiar Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, Han Shengxian had never encountered these soldiers. But their solemn statue-like demeanor spoke of their elite nature. The dark iron heavy armor they wore was far superior to ordinary armor, even surpassing that of the pure army.
"Follow me to see His Majesty,"
Han Shengxian said, heading toward the training grounds. The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and Bright King Heavy Armor Soldiers followed in silent formation. Inside the training grounds, Han Xian was still stunned by the Emperor's words about forming a new army. He stammered in astonishment.
"Your Majesty, if you need troops, the pure army is at your disposal. I can even command the Crimson Dragon 10 guards for you. Why form a new army?"
Shen Nan had grown somewhat accustomed to Han Xian's bluntness. He understood why the man had remained in charge of the pure army for so long without advancement. Speaking so thoughtlessly to an emperor was a miracle in itself. He said calmly,
"Just watch."
Zhang Jiao, standing nearby, shook his head imperceptibly. But his gaze soon shifted toward the entrance of the training grounds. He sensed the martial killing intent. Though faint, the aura of battle-hardened elites was unmistakable. Han Xian also looked up.
Such killing intent!
After all, he was a second-rank grandmaster of the military arts, a true veteran of the battlefield in strategy and cunning. Han Xian was sorely lacking, but he was intimately familiar with military affairs. Clop, clop, clop. The 5 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and the Bright King Heavy Armor Soldiers entered slowly. Though few in number, the grim aura they exuded was formidable, unsettling even the 15 pure army eunuchs. This was not the bloody scent of Han Shengxuan, but the unique killing aura forged on the battlefield. That was the difference between veterans and greenhorns. Though the pure army seemed formidable against such battle-hardened cavalry as the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, a single charge would be enough to shatter their ranks. Even Shen Nan, a ruler who had never set foot on a battlefield, could see the difference. He said to Han Xian,
"Find another 35 men."
Testing with only these 15 pure army eunuchs would yield nothing. Only a group of 50 could provide a meaningful assessment. Han Xian reacted swiftly in military matters. He understood the Emperor's intent immediately.
"It may require 100.
He judged.
100.
Shen Nan smiled.
"Then go find them."
His anticipation for the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and Bright King Heavy Armor Soldiers grew. If they could serve as the foundation for a new army, then the matter of military downsizing would be trivial. Unfortunately, forming an army of 10,000 would require at least 200,000 restoration points. That number was truly staggering. At best, he could use these troops as a template. Restoration points had many uses. He could not afford to summon too many. For instance, he also wished to test the indestructible diamond divine art. As Han Xian assembled 100 armored Jing troops, the vast training grounds lay before them. Shen Nan watched with keen interest as 5 great snow dragon riders and 5 Ming King heavy armored soldiers took formation. Though these troops were all summoned like the Sunflower Guards, they possessed their own thoughts and will. Yet in terms of renown, they were not as famed as figures like Zhang Jiao or Li Si, nor were their roles as significant.
Swift cavalry in front, heavy armor behind,
Shen Nan commented casually.
This formation is rather unusual.
Normally heavy armor should charge ahead to block the enemy, while swift cavalry harass and disrupt. Yet before the great snow dragon riders and Ming King heavy armored soldiers, such tactical maneuvering seemed absent. Zhang Jiao's eyes also flickered with admiration.
They intend to charge Eden.
Han Shengxian nodded and said,
The great snow dragon riders are always fearless in battle. Since this is their first drill before your majesty, they naturally wish to display their strongest side. The Ming King heavy armored soldiers are the same.
Shen Nan understood. The bold display of the great snow dragon riders and Ming King heavy armored soldiers also ignited the pride of the 100 armored Jing troops. Initially, upon learning the specifics of the imperial summons, they had intended to perform well. But upon arriving at the training grounds, they were shocked to find their opponents numbered only 5 heavy cavalry and 5 heavy infantry. Though the killing aura of those weapons was somewhat intimidating, the Jing side boasted a full 100 armored elites. The disparity in numbers was immense. This vast numerical advantage instilled ample confidence in the Jing troops. Seeing the posture of the great snow dragon riders and Ming King heavy armored soldiers, many wore expressions of displeasure. This was too contemptuous. With a thud, Han Xian personally struck the war drum, then looked at Shen Nan.
Your Majesty.
Shen Nan nodded.
Begin.
He eagerly anticipated the performance of the great snow dragon riders and Ming King heavy armored soldiers. Without further delay, Han Xian beat the drum in rapid succession. The somber drumbeats instantly filled the training grounds with a grim, killing atmosphere. The 100 Jing troops stood solemn-faced. Though they had never truly fought in battle under the command of a military general like Han Xian, their daily training had never been slack. There was no issue of phantom soldiers in the Jing army. All 8,500 Jing troops were genuine elite warriors of the entry grade. With a unified shout of,
Kill!
They took a step forward, and a fierce, murderous aura spread forth. Although these Jing troops were eunuchs, that did not mean eunuchs could not cultivate military arts. Concepts like yin softness and yang hardness naturally existed. Some techniques were indeed unsuitable for eunuchs. However, the fact that Han Xian, after self-castration, could still rise from a third-rank military master to a second-rank military grandmaster indicated that suitable military arts for eunuchs existed. Though they might lack some supremely young and vigorous momentum, their killing aura was in no way inferior to any military warrior. The only issue was the lack of true body refinement experts. After all, the abundant blood and chi required for body refinement was something eunuchs could never possess. It was innate, irreplaceable by any dietary supplement. It was at this moment. The 5 great snow dragon riders moved in unison. With calm expressions, they charged straight at the 100 Jing troops, showing no fear of a 5-man charge against such a force. They seemed to be the side with superior numbers. Their charge radiated the momentum of a 100-man assault. Close thundered, and a fierce aura billowed. This sight made Shen Nan's eyes light up.
These great snow dragon riders seem no ordinary ones. Such momentum and blood and chi are not something a common 9th-rank warrior could possess.
Though he was only at the 8th-rank warrior realm, having lived long in the Deep Palace and been widely knowledgeable, since youth he could discern the uniqueness of these 5. Han Shengxian remarked from the side.
By the standards of the Bailion great snow dragon riders, each of these men could serve as a decurion, and the lead rider could be a centurion. His cultivation is at the peak of the 8th rank.
What the system produced was always of high quality. The great snow dragon riders exchanged for 20 restoration points were no ordinary troops. With luck, Shen Nan could even obtain a colonel-level 4th-rank general, or even 2nd or 3rd-rank warriors for the same 20 points. After all, the great snow dragon riders were not merely common swift cavalry. Within this army were formidable individuals capable of fighting 100 foes alone, as well as famed generals who had survived the spring and autumn wars. They were the ones who formed this illustrious legion. Shen Nan grew even more expectant. With a resounding crash, when the 5 great snow dragon riders were merely 40 meters from the 100 Jing troops. Suddenly 5 towering heavily armored Ming King heavy armored soldiers materialized above them. Unlike the ferocious great snow dragon riders, the Ming King heavy armored soldiers truly lived up to their name. Their heavy armor forged from dark iron weighed over 300 Jing. Consequently, each was an elite trained in body refinement arts, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted with astonishing physiques and blood and chi. As they leaped, they resembled 5 massive bears, their enormous shadows completely engulfing the foremost Jing troops. The iron hammers in their right hands slammed down with tremendous force from above. With a boom, the vast blood and chi of the Ming King heavy armored soldiers surged forth. A roar like that of a giant bear echoed. The hammers carrying overwhelming power smashed directly into the nearest Jing troops. These Ming King heavy armored soldiers, already as burly as bears, and clad in hundreds of Jing of dark iron armor, fell from the sky with immense force. In an instant, they sent several Jing soldiers flying. Then they rampaged through the Jing formation with brute strength. With loud thuds wherever the Ming King heavy armored soldiers passed, men and horses were thrown into disarray.
Steady!
A Jing colonel's shrill voice rang out.
There are only 5 of them. They're just using the horses' momentum.
But before he could stabilize the situation, a thunderous sound arose as the 5 great snow dragon riders charged irresistibly forward. Their Baoyong blades, gleaming coldly, were raised. With each swing, a Jing eunuch was sent flying several meters. Fortunately, they used the flat of the blade. Had it been the edge, it would have meant decapitation.
They are defeated,
Shen Nan said with bright eyes and a smile.
The Jing troops have lost all order.
100 Jing troops against 5 great snow dragon riders, and 5 heavy armored soldiers should have been an easy fight. Unfortunately, the Jing troops lacked long spears to counter the cavalry charge, had no caltrops, and had never experienced real combat. When the great snow dragon riders charged, they lost their formation. When the Ming King heavy armored soldiers leaped and landed, the front ranks panicked completely despite their actual strength being considerable. In such a state of fear, they could barely utilize 4/10 of their full power. Han Shengxian chuckled in agreement.
Your Majesty's insight is keen.
Zhang Jiao's eyes grew even more appreciative. These Ming King heavy armored soldiers and great snow dragon riders were stronger than imagined. If an army could be formed from them, your Majesty's tasks would become much easier. Han Xian, however, turned pale. He knelt on one knee and said,
Your servant has failed in military discipline. I beg your Majesty to punish me.
Even earlier, he had sensed the extraordinary nature of the great snow dragon riders and Ming King heavy armored soldiers, which was why he had summoned 100 Jing troops. But he had never expected them to be this powerful. The 100 Jing troops stood before them like wooden stakes, utterly helpless. The Jing troops' performance made Han Xian's heart clench. Was this truly the army he had trained so diligently? Utterly useless. Especially their fear and cowardice in the face of the enemy. How could such an army protect the palace? Shen Nan waved his hand with a smile.
No matter.
The Jing troops' strength was actually not bad. They merely lacked combat experience, unable to fully utilize their power and equipment. After a moment's thought, he said,
In your opinion, should I model the new army after the great snow dragon riders, or the Ming King heavy armored soldiers first? And which would be faster to raise a force of 10,000?
Ultimately, Shen Nan intended to build both the Ming King heavy armored and the great snow dragon riders. But his resources were limited, and he could only choose one for now. Moreover, it had to be done quickly, ideally forming a 10,000 strong army within 10 days. Then he could claim the system's guaranteed 11th realm reward and gain 5,000 restoration points to rapidly expand his power. Furthermore, Shen Nan planned to move against the Crimson Dragon Guards soon, which would require a formidable army at his command. Han Xian was taken aback.
Such troops can only be forged through 100 battles. If your Majesty wishes to raise 10,000 such fierce soldiers, it would take no less than a decade, and the cost would be incalculable.
As a military general, he understood how to train soldiers. In his view, both the great snow dragon riders and the Ming King heavy armored soldiers were not products of training. They were forged on the bloody battlefield. Though he knew not where your Majesty had summoned such fierce elites to form a 10,000-man force from them. It seemed like a fantasy. If there truly were 10,000 great snow dragon riders, or 10,000 Ming King heavy armored soldiers Han Xian would dare lead them alone to the 9 border garrisons of Yuo to fight the barbarian demon tribes? Shen Nan shook his head.
Such a high standard is unnecessary. I am asking which of these 2 armies would be easier to build, and how to form them quickly. I intend to disband the Crimson Dragon 10 guards.
The last sentence startled Han Xian, and he instantly understood His Majesty's intent.
If it's only to counter the Crimson Dragon 10 guards, it need not be so complicated. Though I do not know the specific training methods of these troops, the difference between Ming King heavy armored and Great Snow Dragon riders is essentially heavy cavalry versus heavy infantry. Your Majesty could establish a force centered around the Imperial Horse Administration. It could be formed in a few months. Alternatively, purchase large quantities of heavy armor from the Heavenly Works Institute, and an army could be assembled within a month.
Building the Great Snow Dragon Riders would certainly be far more difficult than the Ming King heavy armored soldiers. The main issue was the scarcity of warhorses, especially horses capable of bearing such heavy armor. They were terrifyingly rare. Though the armor of the Great Snow Dragon Riders was not as heavy as that of the Ming King heavy armored, they were cavalry where both man and horse were clad in heavy armor. For a horse to charge freely under such weight, it had to be a top-grade steed, and the officers required dragon horses imbued with demon blood. Such an expense was unimaginable. In contrast, the Ming King heavy armored were simpler. The Dafeng Heavenly Works Institute had ample capacity to rapidly produce heavy armor for 10,000 men. But this raised another issue: where to find so many body refinement elites. Body refinement warriors were far rarer than ordinary bone-forging warriors. Their daily dietary needs far exceeded those of common warriors. Thus the strengths and weaknesses of both the Great Snow Dragon Riders and the Ming King heavy armored soldiers were clear. Each had its drawbacks and advantages. Regarding warhorses, the Imperial Horse Administration had its own pastures. Once Han Xian took over, work could begin. As for body refinement, Your Majesty had just received 10 million silver taels from the Imperial Horse Administration. Money could be thrown at the problem. However, either way, this fell short of Shen Nan's goal of rapidly forming a 10,000-man army. And how to select these 10,000 men was another issue. The Jing troops numbered 8,500. Combined with some personnel screened from the Imperial Horse Administration, Shen Nan could quickly form a personal army. But that would not be the Great Snow Dragon Riders, or Ming King heavy armored soldiers. At best, it would be the Jing troops under a new name, or perhaps have them cultivate the Sunflower Guard's Sunflower Manual. Unfortunately, the Sunflower Manual possessed by the Sunflower Guards was only at the 5th rank. If the system shop refreshed a complete Sunflower inheritance, he could use it to form Sunflower Guards. Thinking this, Shen Nan said,
"It seems the formation of the Ming King heavy armored and Great Snow Dragon Riders cannot be rushed. Henceforth the Jing troops shall be renamed the Sunflower Guards. I will also bestow upon you cultivation techniques suitable for eunuchs to enhance their strength. As for the Ming King heavy armored and Great Snow Dragon Riders, we will wait. After gaining control of the Imperial Horse Administration, we will see how to proceed."
For his current situation, Shen Nan chose to pursue both objectives, rapidly completing the system's quest, while building 2 armies capable of intimidating the entire Dafeng. For now, the priority was to establish the core cadres for the Ming King heavy armored and Great Snow Dragon Riders. When the time came to disband the Crimson Dragon 10 guards, he could swiftly incorporate their elites into these new formations. After all, disbanding an army was not simply issuing an edict for them to disperse. It meant weeding out the incompetent and retaining the battle-worthy core for reorganization. Han Xian clasped his hands.
"As you command."
Though he knew not what technique Your Majesty would impart to the Jing troops, nor why they were to be renamed Sunflower Guards. But Han Xian's virtue was that he never questioned certain matters, simply burying himself in work. Soon he led the 100 Jing troops away to their duties. Shen Nan then turned to the most imposing man among the Ming King heavy armored soldiers.
"What is your name?"
The burly mountain-like soldier replied in a deep voice.
"Your servant Shen Yu." "Shen Yu?"
Shen Nan was startled.
"A fine name. From today, you shall be the commander of the Ming King Heavy Armored Guard. Led 100 Ming King Heavy Armored soldiers to guard the bedchamber."
As he spoke, Shen Nan swiftly executed a series of operations exchanged for 95 Ming King Heavy Armored soldiers. Exchange for the great perfection of the indestructible diamond divine art bestow upon Ming King Shen Yu. Exchange for 20 great snow dragon riders. Shen Nan had previously accumulated 3,000 restoration points. After summoning 5 snow dragon riders and 5 radiant king heavy armor soldiers, he still had 2,800 points remaining. Under this current operation, the restoration points were instantly depleted to 0. In their place, a ripple suddenly materialized before Shen Nan. 95 radiant king heavy armor soldiers and 20 snow dragon riders emerged in the training grounds. Fortunately, Han Xian had long since departed, and there were no outsiders present in the training grounds. Otherwise, such a sight would have utterly startled Han Xian. Shen Nan gazed at the formidable figures exuding murderous aura before him. With a smile, he turned to Han Xian and asked,
Han Xingxuan, are there any surprises among these men?
As mentioned before, the system's exchange was not merely for ordinary soldiers, but akin to a lucky draw. The 9th grade units were merely the baseline, and there was always the possibility of higher grade surprises. Han Xian carefully sensed their presences. Before he could speak, Zhang Jiao interjected,
For 8th grade martial artists and 1 7th grade cavalryman.
These were the surprises of this exchange. The rest were elite 9th grade soldiers, with some reaching the peak of the 9th grade. However, there was no need for further elaboration. Shen Nan nodded slightly.
It seems that roughly 1 in 10 yields an 8th grade elite, or perhaps a squad leader. If I were to exchange for over 1,000 at once, could I expect a 5th grade or 4th grade commander?
He gained a deeper understanding of the system's exchange mechanics. Surprises were indeed possible, but the odds of hitting the jackpot were not much higher than drawing an SS rank card in his past life. Shen Nan dismissed further thoughts. He raised his right hand pointing at Shen Yu and declared,
Bestow the indestructible diamond divine art.
A whoosh sounded. A mysterious aura suddenly enveloped Shen Yu. In an instant, the blood energy and inner force within his body surged and expanded. His originally dark complexion transformed into a dark golden hue. This was the indestructible diamond divine art from the world of the Supreme One. Unlike ordinary external training techniques, the indestructible diamond divine art was a rapid method of external cultivation with far greater power than conventional techniques. However, it had its drawbacks. Once activated, the consumption of inner force and physical stamina was immense. Yet the mastery bestowed by the system was not merely a transfer of memories. It was as if Shen Yu had personally cultivated the art for 20 years. Not only did he gain mastery of the indestructible diamond divine art, but his physique and inner force also underwent tremendous enhancement. In the span of a few breaths, Shen Yu, who had been an 8th grade martial artist, now achieved the ability to project inner force externally, a feat exclusive to 3rd grade grandmasters. In mere moments, Shen Yu had leaped from the 8th grade bone forging stage, bypassing the 7th grade blood exchange, 6th grade force refinement, 5th grade force mastery, and 4th grade chi refinement to become a 3rd grade external cultivation grandmaster with fully realized chi projection. Especially after activating the indestructible diamond divine art, he could even withstand the assaults of 2nd grade grandmasters. Such a meteoric rise was nothing short of astounding. Shen Nan felt a flicker of envy. Though he himself was merely at the 8th grade bone forging stage, having ascended the throne as emperor, the blessing of national destiny greatly accelerated his cultivation speed. Moreover, with Zhang Jiao always by his side, there was no need for him to inherit the indestructible diamond divine art. Besides, Shen Nan himself looked down upon it. Shen Nan's own inheritance would be at least of the 1st grade land immortal level. What use would this indestructible diamond divine art be to him? Anyone daring to strike at Shen Nan would surely be at the 1st grade land immortal level, or even at the 10th grade transcendent human realm and above. By granting it to Shen Yu, Shen Nan could effortlessly forge a formidable general. Han Xian and Zhang Jiao also showed a glimmer of astonishment in their eyes. Such means were truly unfathomable. Shen Nan turned to Zhang Jiao and inquired,
How does this compare to your bean soldier summoning and yellow turban warriors?
Zhang Jiao hailed from the Immortal Martial Three Kingdoms. As a 10th grade Taoist transcendent human at the peak, he naturally mastered profound Taoist arts. Shen Nan was well aware that Zhang Jiao possessed the essential arts of peace. Though that technique might not be as exaggerated as legends claiming it could elevate one to the status of Yellow Heaven Lord, it certainly included abilities like curse-casting, healing bean soldier summoning, yellow turban warrior creation, rain summoning, and lightning conjuring. In this immortal martial world of Dafeng, it was undoubtedly a top-tier technique. Zhang Jiao chuckled lightly and said, "Your Majesty's methods are undoubtedly superior. Bean soldier summoning, in truth, is not as mystical as rumored. It resembles the magical artifacts of this world, beings refined through secret arts that when scattered transform into individuals. The yellow turban warriors, however, are true Dao soldiers, as commonly understood, but their creation is far more troublesome." Yellow turban warriors were never real people, they were Dao soldiers. However, the refining process was extremely complex. At his peak, Zhang Jiao possessed only 1,000 yellow turban warriors. Zhang Jiao's techniques were somewhat akin to the Earth sect of this world's Taoist tradition, albeit more sophisticated. After hearing this, Shen Nan smiled and said, "In a couple of days you shall accompany me to the Heavenly Crafts Institute." With such mystical arts as bean soldier summoning and yellow turban warriors at his disposal, along with tens of millions of silver taels, Shen Nan was confident he could bring the Heavenly Crafts Institute under his command. However, the specific approach would require further deliberation. As the two conversed, Shen Yu had already assembled the 100 Radiant King heavy armor soldiers and 25 Snow Dragon riders. Henceforth, the inner and outer patrols of the bedchamber would be their responsibility. They would also serve as the core for Shen Nan's future establishment of the Snow Dragon Riders and Radiant King Heavy Armor Corps. Shen Nan instructed Han Xingxuan, "For now assign them to the Pure Army. Have 5 Sunflower Guards lead them to Han Xian. After the Imperial Horse Administration's wealth has been inventoried, we can proceed with organizing the military." For the time being, these men could only be placed under the Pure Army, or else they could not remain within the palace. The matter of the Imperial Horse Administration had not yet been fully resolved, and no suitable plan was in place. Han Shengxian casually selected 5 Sunflower Guards, and had them lead Shen Yu and the others away. As for the astonishment Han Xian would feel upon seeing these elites, neither Shen Nan nor Han Shengxian intended to offer any explanation. In fact, if Han Xian managed to deduce something, it would actually benefit Shen Nan. After all, ruling subordinates sometimes requires a balance of favor and fear along with an air of mystery that inspires awe. Outside the Jinghua Hall. After testing the Snow Dragon Riders and Radiant King heavy armor soldiers, Shen Nan rode his carriage toward the Jinghua Hall. Though he had skimmed through most of the memorials in the morning, much information remained insufficiently understood. Additionally, the arrangements for the upcoming Crimson Dragon 10 guards needed to be set in motion. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" As the carriage arrived, Shen Nan heard 2 voices. He lifted the jade curtain and looked out, remarking, "These 2 are quite obedient." Standing outside the hall were none other than Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. After leaving the Empress Dowager Jing's residence, they had rushed here to curry favor with Shen Nan. However, because Shen Nan had gone to the training grounds, they could only wait here. Besides these 2, the legalist transcendent human, Li Si, had also been waiting nearby for some time. "Enter the hall." Shen Nan cast a casual glance at the 2, then walked over to Li Si and asked, "Have you thoroughly read the laws of Dafeng?" Li Si nodded. "They are all in my mind." For ordinary people, mastering such tedious and intricate legal texts would take months before they could claim proficiency. But for a legalist master like Li Si, the laws of Dafeng held no boredom or complexity. In a single night, he had not only read them thoroughly, but had also achieved mastery, surpassing even officials who had spent decades in the Ministry of Justice. This was not to say those officials were inferior in talent, rather Li Si had the foundation of overseeing Qin's legal system for decades. At its core, law was about how to wield rules. Li Si was all too familiar with this, and he understood exactly how to use the law. A smile spread across Shen Nan's face. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu exchanged a covert glance, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. Earlier, when they had seen Li Si outside the Jinghua Hall, they had been puzzled. Since when had the legalist school gained another transcendent human? They had assumed it was a newly ascended legalist transcendent human from one of Dafeng's 9 prefectures come to seek an audience. But after hearing Shen Nan and Li Si's casual exchange, they realized that this Li Si was also one of His Majesty's men. When had His Majesty acquired a legalist transcendent human as a guest advisor? Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu's expressions grew increasingly bewildered. Previously preoccupied with how to earn Shen Nan's trust, they had been too distracted to pay much attention to Li Si. Now upon closer inspection, they found no recollection of him whatsoever. Yet the aura of authority Li Si exuded honed from decades of governing Qin was unmistakable. Coupled with his legalist transcendent human cultivation, if such a person truly existed in Dafeng, they would certainly have heard of him. Could it be that he, like Zhang Jiao and Han Xingxuan, had emerged from nowhere? In an instant their minds grew even more chaotic. They had yet to uncover the origins of Zhang Jiao, a 10th grade Taoist transcendent human, and now another legalist transcendent human had appeared. Shen Nan, however, paid no heed to Lu Zhong and Zhang He's reactions. He casually sat atop the dais and looked at Li Si.
Can I directly appoint you as the commander of the Imperial Guard?
Li Si had studied the laws to enter the Imperial Guard system and use it to investigate the specifics of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards. After a night's work, Li Si had found the answer. He smiled lightly and said,
Your Majesty certainly has the authority. However, based on my observations last night, rather than seizing control of the Imperial Guard, it would be better to become the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice. In the 230th year of Dafeng during the Jingda era,
Li Si continued,
Emperor Jingda promoted a legalist transcendent human of common birth directly to the position of Vice Minister of Justice. That sets a precedent. Dafeng law also states Your Majesty may appoint any official except the 6 ministers at will. This is a special promotion.
Though the current Dafeng monarch wielded limited power, the moral authority represented by the throne was far from weak. Whether in an immortal martial dynasty or a feudal one, the sovereign was supreme. The only difference in this world was the existence of unrivaled experts capable of single-handedly opposing an entire nation. Thus the monarch could not act too recklessly. For instance, if Shen Nan insisted on promoting Li Si to Minister of Justice, it would depend on whether Li Si could suppress Fa Yang and the other legalist experts. Even for the position of Vice Minister, if Li Si were not a 10th grade legalist transcendent human at the peak, few would accept it. The precedent set by Emperor Jingda involved a legalist 1st grade land immortal at the peak whom the emperor intended to use as a harsh official to purge the court.
Vice Minister of Justice.
Shen Nan narrowed his eyes.
That is even better.
The Imperial Guard was nominally a violent arm under the Ministry of Justice. However, because it was directly under Fa Yang's control and had developed under unique circumstances over the years, its power had become vast and its influence immense. Much like the Ming Dynasty's embroidered uniform guard, it was a classic example of a low-ranking position wielding great power. But the highest official rank in the Imperial Guard was the 4th grade Gold Guard Governor. The Vice Minister of Justice, however, was a 3rd grade position, the 3rd in command of the ministry. If Li Si succeeded, gathering intelligence would be effortless.
Lu Zhong Zhang Hu.
Shen Nan turned to them.
Do you think my promotion of Li Si to Vice Minister of Justice is feasible?
These two were seasoned officials well versed in the rules of the Dafeng court. Sometimes law was merely law and precedent was merely precedent. Whether it could be realized depended on the circumstances. Lu Zhong's face showed contemplation, and he remained silent. Zhang Hu, eager to please, quickly said,
Your Majesty can appoint whomever you wish. Even Minister of Justice Fa Yang would not dare defy Your Majesty's decree. However, the legalist officials in the ministry may not necessarily obey.
The position was one thing. Whether Li Si could secure it depended on his own abilities. That was Zhang He's meaning. Shen Nan had full confidence in Li Si's capabilities. He looked at Li Si.
Tomorrow, during the national mourning, I will promote you to Right Vice Minister of Justice. Then we shall see your methods. Additionally, should I also propose that the Crimson Dragon Guard's military salaries be routed through the Imperial Horse Administration instead of the Martial Virtue Department?
This was the bloodless strategy Li Si had proposed earlier. Its aim was to weaken the power of the military nobility aligned with the Duke of Chu. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were startled by this. Such a strategy was exceptionally ruthless, and it signaled that His Majesty was truly moving against the Crimson Dragon 10 guards. If the previous demand for authority on the Day of Ascension could still be tolerated by the Duke of Chu's faction, this scheme would surely drive them to madness. Li Si nodded solemnly.
It must be proposed. Only then will the Martial Virtue Department be forced to act. Once they act, flaws will appear. May I ask how Your Majesty's army formation is progressing?
He was still unaware of the army formation matters. Shen Nan briefly recounted the events at the training grounds, omitting the origin of the Snow Dragon Riders and Radiant King heavy armor soldiers, but emphasizing the Imperial Horse Administration's wealth and his plans for future military formations. He did not avoid speaking in front of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, mainly because Xingyu would begin leading the 100 Radiant King heavy armor soldiers and Snow Dragon Riders on patrols starting today. The events at the training grounds could not be concealed. Furthermore, he wanted Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu to lend their assistance. Shen Nan's attitude toward them had always been consistent: use them if they were useful, kill them if they were not. For now they were in the useful stage. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu understood this well. Though increasingly alarmed, they respectfully replied, "We shall have the Imperial Horse Administration's assets fully inventoried within 3 days to support your Majesty's army training." Shen Nan nodded. "You two shall attend to me for the next few days." This too was a gesture. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu grew even more deferential. The endless stream of experts along with the Snow Dragon Riders and Radiant King heavy armor soldiers filled them with dread. Especially Shen Nan's unhesitating determination to confront the martial virtue department made them believe that there must be an overwhelming force backing him. Otherwise, where would such confidence come from? The emergence of Li Si led Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong to speculate that His Majesty was likely backed by a formidable power. This conjecture also made the two men behave with increasing restraint. Shen Nan could command these two at will, but his current focus remained on building the army, dealing with the Wuda department led by the Duke of Chu, and the significant matter of disbanding the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards. As long as Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu did not court death by acting rashly, Shen Nan was willing to use them. After all, they had overseen the Imperial Palace for decades and were intimately familiar with the Dafeng court and the palace itself. Moreover, the purge and reorganization of the Imperial Horse Directorate still required their handling, as did the Directorate of Ceremonial. Han Shengxian would need considerable time to completely replace these two. Shen Nan sighed inwardly. My power is still insufficient. After this brief reflection, he immersed himself once more in reading the memorials. Only these memorials could allow him to quickly grasp the intelligence of the entire Dafeng Empire. Li Si also picked up a memorial to read at his side. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu respectfully attended to him, occasionally bringing memorials to present to Shen Nan. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao casually instructed Lu Zhong to prepare intelligence on the Taoist sect. If one were unaware of the relationships between these men, the scene would indeed present a picture of harmonious ruler and ministers. As the sun set within the Jinghua Hall, Shen Nan slowly stretched. 9,300. The system displayed the progress bar for the task of building a 10,000 strong army. 9300100000. Clearly, Han Xian had renamed the Pure Army to the Sunflower Guard, and the system recognized them as Shen Nan's exclusive force. Unfortunately, the total number of the Pure Army was only a little over 8,000. Even adding the eunuchs won over by Han Xingxuan, the Great Snow Dragon Riders, and the Radiant King Heavy Armor Infantry, it only reached 9,300. The gap of 700 men to the target of 10,000 remained, but such a gap was not a major issue for Shen Nan. Shen Nan lazily looked at Zhang Hu. Select 800 men from the Imperial Horse Directorate and hand them over to Han Xian. Remember, choose men with clean backgrounds. The implication of this final statement was clear. Zhang Hu must not take the opportunity to insert his own people. As for why Zhang Hu, who no longer controlled the Imperial Horse Directorate, could still dispatch eunuchs. This was one of the reasons Shen Nan had kept them around. Powerful eunuchs like Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu could not be utterly destroyed in a single stroke. Even without official authority, the influence they wielded was enough to command others. This was precisely what Shen Nan wanted. Zhang Hu paused, then respectfully replied, "As you command." He did not even ask what His Majesty intended to do, merely obeying meekly. This was the insight Zhang Hu had gained from his interactions with His Majesty that day. Unlike the previous emperor, who was gentle to the point of weakness, Shen Nan's temperament, though seemingly mild, brooked no defiance. Especially since Shen Nan possessed enough power to intimidate them. As long as Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu wished to remain in the palace and stay alive, they had no choice but to submit to Shen Nan. Shen Nan nodded slightly. "Let us conclude for today. You are to compile the situation of the Imperial Horse Directorate as soon as possible. I will not touch the Directorate of Ceremonial for now. Han Shengxian is not yet capable of mastering it. You may arrange matters at your leisure, but I have one requirement: the Directorate of Ceremonial must not fall into chaos. His tone was extremely calm, but the meaning behind his words was crystal clear. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu should not expect to gain Shen Nan's trust. Their only path to survival was to fully assist Han Shengxian in rising to power. Only then might they enjoy a peaceful retirement in their later years. In truth, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu had long abandoned any hope of that. Setting aside the existence of Han Xingxuan, the mere appearance of figures like Li Si and Zhang Jiao made it impossible for them to ever regain the emperor's trust as they had during the previous reign. Every emperor has his own ministers. This was an unchanging truth, and Lu Zhong and his ilk had long been prepared for it. The fact that His Majesty had spoken so directly actually brought them some peace of mind. At the very least, His Majesty had no immediate plans to move against them. As you command. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu quickly withdrew. Shen Nan watched their retreating figures. Li Si, do you think the Buddhist sect and the Society of Pity will allow them to leave so easily? Li Si shook his head. The Buddhist sect and the Society of Pity had laid their plans too far in advance. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were already pieces fixed firmly on the chessboard. Their life and death were no longer within their own control. Shen Nan's earlier words were merely a placation. In truth, he could not possibly let them leave easily. He intended to squeeze every last drop of value from Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Han Xingxuan, keep an eye on them from now on. The Buddhist sect and the Society of Pity were enemies that would inevitably have to be faced after dealing with the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards. Shen Nan could not afford to be unprepared. Han Shengxian nodded. Your Majesty, tomorrow is the state funeral. What about Empress Dowager Chen? The state funeral referred to the third day after the previous emperor's passing, a day to comfort his spirit. Similar to the folk customs of wailing and funerals, the Dafeng dynasty, though lacking the elaborate rituals of feudal empires, still had certain ceremonies. For example, Empress Dowager Chen, as the former emperor's legitimate empress, was required to wail and mourn for him. The civil and military officials of Dafeng were also to enter the court in due order to wail for the deceased emperor. The Grand Secretaries of the cabinet, led by Grand Secretary Zhang Su, were even required to publicly recount the various achievements of the former emperor. Shen Nan, meanwhile, needed to sit on the dragon throne in Rongda Hall for an entire day. At the same time, this was traditionally the most intense period of conflict between the ruler and his ministers. A new emperor would use this time to appoint trusted officials to positions like vice ministers and assistant directors in the 6 ministries. However, since the previous emperor had died a month after ascending the throne, Shen Nan had few suitable candidates, at most being able to arrange Li Si's appointment. Preventing Empress Dowager Chen from appearing at this time would be inappropriate, but given her temperament, she would inevitably communicate secretly with the Duke of Chu. This was what Han Shengxian was hinting at, whether they should send someone to monitor Empress Dowager Chen's every move. Shen Nan waved his hand. It's fine. Li Si's appointment would inevitably pass tomorrow. The system's task was also about to be completed with a guaranteed reward of 5,000 restoration points and a level 11 gift pack. Why should Shen Nan care about the private schemes of the Duke of Chu and Empress Dowager Chen? In fact, he hoped the Duke of Chu would make a move that would make it simpler to deal with the Wuda department and the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards in the future. Han Shengxian said no more. Shen Nan also rode a luxurious carriage to his bedchamber. Just as he arrived, the system's voice sounded, task completed, establish a personal army of 10,000 men. As a monarch of a fallen state, you have successfully acquired a sufficient foundation. Next, quickly show the world the bearing of Dafeng's last sovereign, and make the world believe you can restore the Dafeng Empire. Task, make any major power feel fear towards you. Standard for a major power must be among the top 20 powers in the world. Reward guaranteed gift pack of level 10, and above 100,000 restoration points. Claimable reward guaranteed gift pack of level 11. Restoration points 5,000. The task the system issued this time was somewhat vague. But in reality, it was calibrated for Emperor Yuanyu of 20 years later, when the nation had fallen. At that time, he was a deposed monarch with nothing but 1,000,000 taels of silver, and an army of 10,000, his only leverage being his title as the sovereign of Dafeng. Naturally, the system could not issue tasks requiring him to contend with powers like the Buddhist sect or the barbarian demon tribes. The vagueness also gave Shen Nan greater room to maneuver. This task in Shen Nan's current situation also made things easier for him. The standard of the world's top 20 powers was a broad category. The Wuda department led by the Duke of Chu's faction was certainly among them. The gift pack of level 10 and above is secondary, but these 100,000 restoration points are truly unexpected. For instance, it could exchange for a full 5,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders. Moreover, the system shop will continue to refresh during this period, so I don't have to exchange for Great Snow Dragon Riders. Other stunning rewards might appear. Shen Nan's heart stirred. Claim reward. Instantly the restoration points, which had been zeroed out, became 5,000 again. However, Shen Nan did not intend to use these points immediately. Since the army of 10,000 was already assembled, and there was a corps of 100 Radiant King heavy armor infantry, exchanging for another 200 or 300 would be meaningless. Instead, it would be better to see what the system shop refreshed tomorrow before exchanging to get better value. Open the gift pack. Shen Nan placed more importance on this gift pack. Unlike previous ones, this was a guaranteed level 11 gift pack. It might even yield a level 12 or even level 13 Supreme Expert. If such an existence could be summoned, Shen Nan's pace in seizing power would undoubtedly accelerate. Opening level 11 Grand Gift Pack. Reward Tuoba Bodhisattva, the Northern Barbarian War God, from the Snow World 11th Realm Military Sage Martial God Realm. Gifted by immortals from the upper realm possessing the Buddha's Vajra physique, profound Daoist finger, profundity, Confucian heavenly phenomenon, enlightenment, and military sage martial god mastery. Unifying the four teachings, achieving heavenly human freedom and immaculate heavenly human. Tuoba Bodhisattva. Shen Nan frowned slightly at this reward. Was Tuoba Bodhisattva strong? Naturally he was. As the Northern Barbarian War God, and the second-rank martial artist in the Snow World. Though the character did not have many scenes in the book, he commanded the Northern Barbarian Army for decades, and was hailed as the Northern Barbarian War God. He was unmatched in commanding and training troops, and his martial arts were second to none. The system rewarded the strongest version of Tuoba Bodhisattva, who had already received the gift of the heavenly human. Although he lost to the protagonist Su Fengnian in the book, his power was undeniable. In the Snow World, Tuoba Bodhisattva was likely only inferior to Wang Xianji of Wudi City Zhangfuya and Patriarch Lu. Su Fengnian's victory was simply due to being the protagonist. The only pity was that Shen Nan had hoped this summoning would yield figures like Bai Qi or Xiang Yu from the Immortal Qin, or exaggerated martial generals like Lu Bu from the Immortal Martial Three Kingdoms. Still, Tuoba Bodhisattva was not bad. If I judge by the system standard, would Wang Xianji also be considered level 11? No, Wang Xianzi's realm is definitely only the peak of level 10 heavenly human. What makes him stronger is his invincible mindset and his peerless foundation in mastering the strengths of 100 schools. In terms of combat power, Wang Xianji might reach level 11, and after descending to Dafeng he could quickly break through to level 11 in a short time. But in the system's judgment, he definitely belongs to the level 10 category. Conversely, figures like Zhang Fuyao might be level 11, while Patriarch Lu could be approaching level 14. After all, Patriarch Lu was a sage of the three paths. He had reached the pinnacle of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, ultimately integrating them to form his own Tao. It seems I cannot simply judge the rewards by realm alone. I need to analyze the situation more practically. For instance, Zhang Jiao, though a Taoist level 10 heavenly human at his peak, has greater potential than Tuoba Bodhisattva. Shen Nan gained some insight. Claim reward? Regardless. This reward was a great boon for Shen Nan. Tuoba Bodhisattva perfectly filled the gap of lacking military generals. Moreover, a level 11 military sage martial god was certainly enough to hold the fort. It would be sufficient to suppress the Duke of Chu and his ilk during the state funeral tomorrow. Whoosh! Amidst swirling blood-colored clouds, a giant of immense stature with deep-set eyes and a broad face, stood over 3 meters tall, appeared before Shen Nan. Tuoba Bodhisattva stood there like a towering hill. When he raised his eyes, an indescribable aura emanated, causing one's heart to tremble. His heavy armor creaked as he knelt on one knee. Your servant Tuoba pays homage to your majesty. Even with Shen Nan's eyesight, he could feel a dense sense of oppression. Even Zhang Jiao's figure appeared in the bedchamber in an instant. His eyes were filled with astonishment. If he had not sensed the unique aura of Tuoba Bodhisattva, and known he was one of His Majesty's men, he would have immediately taken Shen Nan and fled. This was not to say Zhang Jiao could not fight Tuoba Bodhisattva at all. But with Tuoba Bodhisattva's current might, Zhang Jiao could not protect Shen Nan during a confrontation. Shen Nan remained calm. Though he felt the intense pressure, he quickly adapted, then boldly appraised Tuoba Bodhisattva. With your current realm, can you defeat the level 11 experts in the Dafeng capital? Tuoba Bodhisattva pondered. I do not know without fighting, but if it is merely the level 10 heavenly human realm, I can suppress them with a single hand. Though he was defeated by Su Fengnian in the snow world, that was due to the constraints of that world. In this world, Tuoba Bodhisattva could fully unleash the true power of the northern barbarian war god. He dared not claim invincibility at the level 11 realm. But at the level 10 realm no one was his match. As a heavenly human who had unified the four teachings into freedom, his physique had truly transcended the heavenly human level. Such a physique would make it difficult even for a second-rank refining spirit grandmaster to break through his defense, no matter how hard they struck. Shen Nan nodded. Tomorrow you will accompany me to the state funeral. He was eager to see what schemes the Duke of Chu and his ilk would dare to hatch with two level 10 heavenly humans, and a military sage martial god standing guard by his side. Clang, clang, clang. The next day, as the sky was just turning a hazy gray, the drum tower of the imperial palace in the capital began to sound. This sound let everyone know that the national mourning period had officially begun. Today the true imperial court assembly was also to be held. The assembly held 2 days prior for Shen Nan's enthronement was hardly a real court session. At most it served to familiarize officials of the third rank and above in the capital with Shen Nan's appearance, and to declare to the world the new sovereign's ascension. Only now was the first official court assembly of the new dynasty taking place. All civil and military officials in the capital, except for those who needed to remain on duty, were required to go to the palace for an audience. At Guanghua Gate a dense mass of Dafeng officials could be seen, numbering an astonishing 7,400. These were all officials of the 9th rank and above, and only those stationed in the capital. According to the Ministry of Revenue statistics from last year, among the billions of people within Dafeng's territories, there were a full 180,000 officials. This count did not even include the petty clerks. If they were included, the number would be at least 1 million. Among these people, the proportion who could serve as capital officials in the capital was far too small. But without exception, these were the true pillars of Dafeng, and the most powerful group of people in the nation. Within this densely packed crowd of officials, it was also clearly visible that many were grouped together. For instance, the Jiangning Confucian faction of officials led by Zhang Su, the Jiangzhou Academy officials led by Yang Ku, the military aristocrats led by the Duke of Chu, and the legalist officials led by Fa Yang. Finally, there were the scattered officials centered around the 6 ministries. This was the most distinct landscape of the capital's court. The Confucian forces of Zhang Su and Yang Ke held the mainstream. The military aristocrats, like the Duke of Chu, also occupied a certain position, followed by the legalist faction, which remained neutral, and then there were their respective sub-factions within these forces. As for the Taoist faction, because the previous emperor had suppressed Taoism upon his ascension, Taoist officials no longer participated in court assemblies. However, their influence was spread across the entire realm. The same went for the Northern Pacifying King and the great Confucian scholar Wang Shu. Their power bases were in other places, such as the Northern Pacifying King Zhuo and Wang Shu's Liangzhou Confucian generals. These people checked and balanced each other, which was why Dafeng still appeared to be in its prime. But no matter which faction they belonged to, they were all taken aback upon stepping through Guanghua Gate. For outside the majestic Rongda Hall, dozens of Mingwang heavy-armored soldiers stood guard protecting the hall, and more than 20 great snow dragon riders roamed freely in the distance. These were naturally the Mingwang heavy-armored soldiers and great snow dragon riders that Shen Nan had summoned yesterday. The Dafeng officials were seeing these troops for the first time, but even so their discernment allowed them to see that these were true elites, even more formidable than the Ji Jing Wu. The aura of martial bloodshed was extremely intense. After Zhang Su and the others glanced over, they frowned deeply.
Where are these troops from? Yuzhou, Liangzhou.
The elite troops of Dafeng all came from the 9 border garrisons of Yuzhou or the Liangzhou region. But Zhang Su and these grand counselors had never heard of His Majesty summoning the Yuzhou border troops to the capital. However, aside from these 2 places, which prefecture in Dafeng could raise such battle-hardened soldiers? Zhang Su was not the only one puzzled. Even the Duke of Chu, a military aristocrat, was shocked. Although he, a legitimate military duke, had not been to many battles, he was not without experience. He could naturally see the extraordinary nature of the Mingwang heavy-armored soldiers and the great snow dragon riders, but he could not figure out where they came from.
Wu Yong, do you know?
This Wu Yong was none other than the director of the Wuda Department. The authority of the Wuda Department was somewhat similar to the 5 chief military commissions of the Ming dynasty. When Dafeng was first established, the Wuda Department had immense power controlling the realm's troops. However, after the 6 ministries were formed, especially after the Ministry of War was established, the power of the Wuda Department was greatly weakened. By now, the authority of the Wuda Department was limited to the 10 Red Dragon Guard divisions. It had even lost jurisdiction over the 9 border garrisons of Yuzhou and the Liangzhou border troops, becoming a retirement home for military aristocrats. Its only remaining power was over the 10 Red Dragon Guard divisions. Nevertheless, their power in the capital was still formidable, as they controlled all the troops in the capital except for the Zhi Wu. This made them a regional power in their own right. Unfortunately, Shen Nan was now intent on taking even this authority away. This was why the Duke of Chu had been so anxious before, and why he dared to regard the 10 Red Dragon Guard divisions as his own possession. Because during the reigns of Emperor Mingchong and the previous emperor, the 10 Red Dragon Guard divisions had always been under his command. He merely lacked an official title. Originally, the Duke of Chu had planned to use Empress Dowager Qin's regency to fully consolidate the 10 Red Dragon Guard divisions, but unfortunately Shen Nan had completely taken away his justification the day before yesterday. Now, seeing these Mingwang heavy-armored soldiers, a sense of panic arose in his heart.
Could His Majesty truly intend to take command of the 10 Red Dragon Guard divisions?
With this thought, the Duke of Chu looked at Wu Yong beside him. Wu Yong shook his head.
I don't know. No troops have entered the capital recently, let alone entered the palace.
The 10 Red Dragon Guard divisions were still in their hands. The area outside the palace was guarded by the Red Dragon Guard. They would have detected even a fly, let alone 100 heavily armored veterans. But before entering the palace, they had no idea that such a battle-hardened army had appeared within it. The Duke of Chu grew increasingly uneasy.
Let's just wait and see.
Wu Yong leaned in and whispered.
Why worry, Duke? No matter where His Majesty found these people, the Red Dragon Guard is still in our hands. The 4 great generals of the Red Dragon Guard are also our men. Even if His Majesty wants to do something, he is powerless. Can that Taoist 10th Realm Celestial being come into the Red Dragon Guard and reorganize the army? Besides,
he glanced at Rongda Hall.
Empress Dowager Chen will surely appear today. Then there will be room for maneuvering.
Even if Empress Dowager Chen was not regent, she was still Shen Nan's mother in name. This was something no one could change. The fact that Shen Nan was not yet 16 years old was also an unchangeable truth. As long as the Duke of Chu could reconnect with Empress Dowager Chen, and if Shen Nan made some mistakes, the Duke of Chu could use the reason that the young sovereign was too young and inexperienced to have Empress Dowager Chen come forward and act as regent. This was the strategy these military aristocrats had devised over the past few days. After all, with so many unsavory affairs in the Wuda Department, no one wanted an overbearing sovereign to take charge, especially given what Shen Nan had done to the Imperial Stable Directorate yesterday morning. It was still fresh in their minds, and they did not want to suffer the same fate. The Duke of Chu nodded solemnly.
Let's go!
Wu Yong quickly followed. Behind him followed dozens of military aristocrats, all members of the Duke of Chu's faction. Zhang Su Yonke and the others also walked towards Rongda Hall. The moment these dukes and grand counselors entered the hall, everyone's expression changed slightly.
A military sage of the 11th realm.
Within the great hall, the terrifying oppressive aura unique to the 11th realm of the military path filled the air. Even though Toba Pusa had not fully released the imposing manner of his 11th realm military sage, the mere slight emanation of his blood and chi made the entire hall feel like a furnace. The rise in temperature was not an illusion, but a real occurrence. Those who cultivated the military path naturally had vigorous blood, and Qi especially someone who had trained to Tuoba Pusa's level. If he wished simply releasing his blood, and Qi would be enough to set the air ablaze. The expressions of Zhang Suyangke and the others all changed slightly. They looked Tuoba Pusa up and down, but could not discern his origins at all. Throughout the world there were indeed existences at the 11th realm of the military path. But who were they? At the very least they were overlords of a prefecture. If an expert of the 11th realm military path appeared, how could they not recognize him? But neither his aura nor his appearance gave them any clue to his background. At most they felt that Tuoba Pusa's features did not resemble those of the Central Plains people, but rather those from the Liangzhou region. The barbaric demon tribes of this world were true demons, though among them were also human-like wild men. However, most of those were beings with demon blood, not true humans. Their appearances were vastly different. Therefore, they could not possibly think Tuoba Pusa was from the barbaric demon tribes. They were merely astonished inwardly. How could a military sage appear out of thin air in this world? If the appearance of Zhang Jiao and Han Shengxian could still be attributed to His Majesty's deep concealment, then the appearance of Tuoba Pusa truly raised questions. If Zhang Su and the others were like this, the Duke of Chu Weiyong and these military aristocrats were even more shocked to the core. They also cultivated the military path, and naturally knew how difficult it was to produce an 11th realm military cultivator. It was no longer something that could be explained by mere exceptional talent. Without experiencing 100 battles, it was absolutely impossible to achieve the status of a military celestial being, let alone a military sage. Yet they also could not identify Tuoba Pusa's origins. His Majesty arrives! At this moment Zhang He's sharp and eerie voice rang out. All the civil and military officials in the court looked up and saw Shen Nan wearing the Pingtian crown walking step by step towards the throne with a solemn expression. By his side were the three eunuchs Lu Zhongzhang and Han Shengxian in attendance. Not far away the figures of Zhang Jiao and Li Si also came into everyone's sight. Li Si's aura, as a legalist celestial being, shocked everyone once again. A legalist celestial being! Zhang Su exclaimed in astonishment. The appearance of Tuoba Pusa, an 11th realm military sage, had already shocked him beyond measure. Li Si, a 10th realm legalist celestial being, made it even harder for him to suppress the turmoil within him. He simply could not fathom where His Majesty had found these people. Could it be that besides Dafeng there were other dynasties in the world? Otherwise, how could His Majesty have such top-tier experts of the 10th and even 11th realm by his side? Even Fa Yang, the Minister of Justice, who had been silent until now, suddenly raised his head. A legalist celestial being! The path of legalism was different from others. A legalist was bound to walk through the Ministry of Justice. How could one achieve the status of a celestial being without implementing their own legal philosophy? But the problem was, which official in the Dafeng Ministry of Justice did Fa Yang not know? Especially a legalist celestial being. This matter was too strange, too absurd. The most exaggerated part was that Fa Yang's influence had already enveloped the entire capital, yet he had not detected the auras of Li Si and Tuoba Pusa last night. While this could be explained by the national destiny shrouding the palace, how did these people even enter the palace? For a moment, the entire court fell silent. Everyone sensed Shen Nan's unfathomable depth, from Li Si, Tuoba Pusa, and the others. This sovereign was by no means as simple as they had imagined. Their intention to use the Imperial Stable Directorate incident to challenge him today was completely abandoned, and they merely waited to see what this sovereign planned to do. An 11th realm military sage, a 10th realm legalist celestial being, and a 10th realm Taoist celestial being. Such a lineup might not be enough to overthrow Dafeng, but it was certainly enough to intimidate all the civil and military officials of the dynasty. The Duke of Chu Weiyong and their ilk dared not make a single move. The national mourning begins. Zhang He's cold voice rang out again. Then he methodically announced the achievements of the previous emperor and the legitimacy of Shen Nan's enthronement. Although this matter had been made clear the day before yesterday, it was more of an announcement to the world at that time. Now it was the true enthronement. After this procedure was completed, nearly 3,000 officials in Rongga Hall respectfully knelt down. Your ministers pay homage to your majesty.
Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty!
As the sound echoed out of Rongda Hall, the thousands of officials outside the hall also knelt on the ground and shouted. Amidst the roaring cheers that shook the mountains, and sees a smile appeared on Shen Nan's face. Looking down, all he saw was a dense sea of bowed heads. This unprecedented sense of achievement made him feel what it meant to be an emperor. However, his position as the Emperor of Dafeng was not yet strong enough. A true emperor should be one whose single command is obeyed by all without dissent.
Rise!
Shen Nan said calmly. His voice instantly spread throughout the hall, both inside and out, demonstrating the cultivation of a fourth-rank minor grandmaster. Indeed, just today, after the system shop refreshed, a new item called the Minor Grandmaster Pill appeared in the shop. This item could allow an ordinary person to instantly break through to the fourth-rank Minor Grandmaster realm, or instantly increase their power by 100 years. The exchange price was 1,000 points. Shen Nan naturally did not hesitate to exchange one for himself. Although he had previously looked down on the indestructible Diamond Divine Art, waiting to exchange for a higher-level inheritance reward, this kind of power-enhancing pill was harmless. After all, the 8th-rank bone-forging cultivation was truly too low. This change caused the expressions of Zhang Su, the Duke of Chu Fa Yang, and others in the front row to change slightly. Since ancient times, the cultivation speed of Dafeng sovereigns had been extremely fast. They could reach the first-rank Earth Immortal level in just a few short years. However, no one had ever seen such a rapid improvement as Shen Nan's, jumping from the 8th-rank bone forging to the 4th-rank minor grandmaster in just 2 days. This could not be explained away by the words deliberately concealed. When Shen Nan was in Rongda Hall the day before yesterday, Fa Yang, Zhang Su, and others had clearly and unmistakably sensed his realm. That realm was definitely not fake. Furthermore, how could Shen Nan conceal his cultivation from a 10th realm Taoist celestial being and an 11th realm legalist subsage? These various changes today left them even more puzzled and shocked. At this moment, Shen Nan spoke again.
I intend to appoint the 10th realm legalist celestial being Li Si as the right vice minister of the Ministry of Justice. Does any of my ministers have objections?
As soon as these words were spoken, the entire court fell silent once again. The moment Shen Nan uttered these words, the civil and military officials within the Rongda Hall fell into a profound silence. According to the established traditions of the Great Feng dynasty, whenever a new sovereign ascended the throne, they would invariably appoint their own trusted officials during the period of national mourning, for each dynasty had its own ministers. Such appointments typically involve positions no higher than the vice ministers of the 6 ministries. Thus, Shen Nan's appointment itself posed no inherent issue. However, according to standard procedure, the officials appointed by the new sovereign were never figures like Li Si who appeared out of thin air. They were invariably individuals who already had established roots within the 6 ministries. Furthermore, the cabinet would have been informed of the appointments before the new sovereign made them official. This was absolutely not meant to be so abrupt. Zhang Su turned his gaze towards Fa Yang, and upon seeing that Fa Yang made no move, he stepped forward.
May I ask, who is this Li Si, and what are his achievements?
Zhang Su himself was reluctant to step forward. The surprises His Majesty had brought today were too numerous. The mere presence of an 11th-stage martial sage and a 10th-stage legalist celestial being had filled his heart with doubt and alarm, not to mention that Shen Nan himself had broken through to the 4th-rank small grandmaster realm. Considering His Majesty's recent thorough purge within the palace, who would want to stand up and court His Majesty's displeasure at this moment? In the end, it was just a vice minister of justice, which had nothing to do with their Confucian faction. Yet precisely because Zhang Su was the Grand Secretary and Fa Yang the Minister of Justice remained silent, he had no choice but to step forward. This was also a way to probe what His Majesty truly intended to do. Regardless of the origins of Tuoba Pusa and Li Si, the very fact that His Majesty had brought these 2 figures into the open today indicated that he surely had ulterior motives. Shen Nan let out a light chuckle.
They came from overseas and have no achievements to speak of. Yet, is the cultivation of a 10th-stage legalist celestial being insufficient to serve as a vice minister of justice in our Great Feng? During the Jingda era of the Great Feng, did Emperor Jingda not directly promote a legalist celestial being of commoner background to the position of vice minister of justice?
How could the circumstances of Emperor Jingda time be compared? Jiang Su was speechless. Although Emperor Jingda had indeed done so, the problem was that commoner was also a person of immense renown. He simply had never held an official post in the Great Feng. How could someone of unknown origin like Li Si be compared to him? The statement came from overseas was even more absurd. Although there were various rumors about the lands beyond the Great Feng seas in the 800 years of the dynasty, there had never been any report of a kingdom or another country overseas. At most there were some islands. In which country overseas did Li Si become a celestial being? However, Jiang Su did not voice these questions. He merely nodded solemnly.
I have no further questions.
No matter how perfunctory Shen Nan's explanation was, the cultivation of a 10th-stage legalist celestial being was sufficient for the post of Vice Minister of Justice. Jiang Su saw no need to offend His Majesty over a mere Vice Minister of Justice position. Shen Nan nodded and looked towards Fa Yang, the Minister of Justice.
Fa Yang, do you have any objections?
Fa Yang replied with a solemn expression.
His Majesty inherently has the authority to appoint any official except the ministers of the 6 ministries, which naturally includes the right Vice Minister of Justice. Therefore, I have no objections.
This response was meticulous, and by the book, which was his style. As long as the Great Feng's laws were not violated, Fa Yang would not say much. His sole purpose was to uphold the laws and regulations of the Great Feng. With the Minister of Justice and the Grand Secretary raising no objections, even if others harbored thoughts of dissent, they dared not step forward. Thus the appointment of Li Si as Vice Minister of Justice passed without incident. Shen Nan's smile grew even brighter. He cast a glance at the Duke of Chu, and then slowly spoke.
While reviewing memorials yesterday, I was deeply struck by the ferocity of the Man-Mang demon tribe. For centuries our Great Feng's borders have suffered, yet we have been unable to drive the Man-Mang demon tribe completely back beyond the frontier. Therefore, I intend to reorganize the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards and restore them to their former glory. Duke of Chu.
The Duke of Chu was startled.
Your servant is here,
Shen Nan said calmly.
I command you to deliver the archives of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards to the palace within 2 days. 10 days from now, I will also review the troops outside the city. I trust the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards will not disappoint me too greatly.
Although after Li Si became the right Vice Minister of War, he could access the files of the Imperial Guard to investigate the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards, Shen Nan still wished to see what archives the Duke of Chu would provide. By comparing the Duke of Chu's archives with those Li Si would later deliver, Shen Nan could ascertain the true state of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards. As for the military review, it was even simpler. On paper, the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards boasted 200,000 troops, but in reality, there were at most 150,000. Even these 150,000 were likely padded with idle nobles, the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Shen Nan intended to use the day of the review to publicly expose the disgrace of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards, thereby creating a pretext to begin their reorganization. Once he had the capital's military forces firmly in his grasp, he would truly possess the foundation to contend with all opposition. However, these words struck the Duke of Chu like a thunderbolt. He knew the state of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards better than anyone. How could they possibly undergo a military review in their current condition, especially with His Majesty having a martial sage? In the past, they might have been able to bluff their way through, but who could deceive a martial sage? The Duke of Chu quickly stepped forward.
His Majesty's intention to reorganize the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards is certainly a good thing, but the Great Feng has endured for 800 years, and the situation of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards is extremely complex. Your servant cannot compile the archives in such a short time. The 10 Crimson Dragon Guards total 200,000 men. A grand review would be an excessive waste of resources. If we only select one guard, the Crimson Tiger Guard, for review, it would showcase their prowess while saving considerable expense. I implore your Majesty to reconsider.
Shen Nan looked down at the Duke of Chu with a calm expression.
In your opinion, how many days will it take to compile the archives of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards? And which guard should be selected for review?
From the Duke of Chu's words alone, he could tell that the situation was likely even worse than he had imagined. The Duke of Chu kept his head bowed.
It will take at least 10 days to compile them. The Crimson Tiger Guard could be selected for the review.
The 10 Crimson Dragon Guards consisted of the left and right Crimson Tiger Guards, the left and right Palace Guard, the left and right Attendant Guard, the left and right Wulong Guard, and the left and right Assault Guard. Each guard comprised 4 battalions, each with approximately 5,000 men. These were the official numbers and designations of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards. Among them, the Crimson Tiger Guard was the most elite, responsible for guarding the entire imperial city. Next was the Palace Guard, responsible for the capital's security. Then came the Attendant Guard, which mainly ensured the emperor's safety during travels, was permanently stationed in the capital's camps over 10 li away for training, and also guarded the imperial mausoleums. The Wulong and Assault Guards were more complex. Wulong was a fortress over 30 li from the capital, housing the granaries of the entire Yong province, which could be said to be the Great Feng's largest reserve of grain and fodder. The Wulong Guard and the Assault Guard were tasked with guarding this fortress supplies. They were not to be easily mobilized. From these responsibilities one could see the importance of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards. The emperor's safety, the capital's security, and even the Great Feng's very foundation were protected by them. If the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards were to fail, the capital would be in imminent danger. However, the Great Feng had enjoyed centuries of peace. The capital had not experienced war for far too long. The 10 Crimson Dragon Guards had long since degenerated into a tool for military nobles to amass wealth. No one cared about the capital's security. Shen Nan let out a cold laugh.
10 days. If I remember correctly, you have been in charge of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards for 18 years, have you not? In all that time you haven't even managed to compile their archives. And you still need another 10 days. To prepare for what? How to fabricate them. As for reviewing the Crimson Tiger Guard, that's an even bigger joke.
His tone was icy.
The Crimson Tiger Guard is responsible for guarding the palace. Do I not see them every day? Do I need a special review to observe them? Are you deceiving me about military matters, or are you taking advantage of my youth?
With these words, the Duke of Chu immediately fell to his knees.
Your servant would never dare.
Had Shen Nan not produced Tuoba Pusa, an 11th stage celestial being, and Li Si, a 10th stage legalist celestial being, today the Duke of Chu might not have been so easily cowed. But Shen Nan had indeed produced them, and he appeared fully intent on calling him to account. How could the Duke of Chu dare to be stubborn in court? His only option now was to yield to weather this storm, and then discuss countermeasures after leaving the palace. After all, an 11th stage martial sage was not invincible. However, Shen Nan was not about to let him off so easily. Not only did the system's task require him to make a major power feel fear, but with a formidable lineup under his command, Tuoba Pusa, the 11th stage martial sage, Li Si, the 10th stage legalist celestial being, and Zhang Jiao, the 10th stage Taoist celestial being, he had the confidence to confront the Duke of Chu.
I had no strength when I first ascended the throne, but now that I do must I still cower.
He stared coldly at the Duke of Chu.
Dare not. A fine dare not. Where is the Minister of War?
The Minister of War, Li Su, stepped forward.
Your servant is here,
Shen Nan said calmly.
If I ordered you to produce the archives of all the realm's troops within 2 days, could you do it?
The Minister of War, Li Su, hesitated. The Minister of War belonged to the Confucian general faction, being both a Confucian and a military strategist. Regardless of which side he leaned towards, he was not aligned with the faction of military nobles led by the Duke of Chu. However, with His Majesty suddenly confronting the Duke of Chu today, appearing fully determined to press charges to the end, Li Su wavered. He feared not His Majesty suppressing the Duke of Chu nor His Majesty seizing control of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards, but rather that His Majesty intended to begin reorganizing the entire military. The situation in the Great Ming army was too complex. Confucian officials were corrupt and military generals pocketed the salaries of non-existent soldiers. A thorough purge would inevitably implicate everyone. But before Li Su could hesitate further, he felt 2 cold gazes fixed upon him, those of His Majesty and Tuoba Pusa. The meaning contained in those stares was enough to make Li Su, the Minister of War, tremble. He sighed inwardly.
In 2 days your servant will certainly have them ready.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Su shook his head inwardly. He knew that the Duke of Chu's face was about to be completely torn off. His Majesty's timing for this confrontation was too perfect. It was the day of national mourning, when the new sovereign's authority was at its peak. Furthermore, by presenting Toba Pusa and Li Si to all the ministers, he had ensured that few dared to speak up for the Duke of Chu. Indeed, upon hearing this, Shen Nan let out a cold laugh.
Duke of Chu, did you hear that? The Ministry of War manages millions of troops across the Great Feng, a task of immense complexity. Yet they can produce the archives in 2 days. You control a mere 200,000 troops. Why would you need 10 days? If you are neither deceiving me about my youth nor about military matters, then there is only one explanation.
His tone grew even colder.
It is that you, Duke of Chu, have been derelict in your duties all along. The late Emperor entrusted the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards to your command, yet you cannot even produce their detailed archives. How can I feel secure entrusting the capital's safety to you? From this day forth, you are relieved of all duties concerning the Crimson Dragon Guards.
The Duke of Chu looked up in disbelief.
Your Majesty.
He had never imagined that His Majesty would strip him of his authority over the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards simply for failing to produce their archives quickly. This was far too overbearing. Shen Nan paid no heed to the Duke of Chu and turned instead to Fa Yang.
If I appoint Toba Pusa to command the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards, would that violate the Great Feng's laws or ancestral traditions?
Fa Yang replied without hesitation.
No. The 10 Crimson Dragon Guards are by definition His Majesty's personal army.
Though he was somewhat surprised by His Majesty's transformation, he continued to act according to the law. Shen Nan nodded.
Zhang Hu.
Suppressing the palpitations in his heart, Zhang Hu proclaimed in a clear voice.
By His Majesty's decree, from this day forth the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards shall be commanded by Toba Pusa. Their military pay shall henceforth be dispersed by the Imperial Horse Supervisor. The Bureau of Military Merit is hereby stripped of its authority over this pay.
This had been agreed upon yesterday. It was the true means of severing the foundation of the Duke of Chu's faction. With the Bureau of Military Merit losing the tens of millions of silver taels annually, their power would inevitably wane. As for why Shen Nan did not simply appoint Toba Pusa as the director of the Bureau of Military Merit, it was because that entire institution was thoroughly rotten inside and out. Shen Nan would eventually need to establish a new institution rather than sending a martial sage like Toba Pusa to clean up the Bureau of Military Merit. Toba Pusa's role was merely to suppress the situation and pave the way for future military reorganization. The Duke of Chu cried out in alarm.
Your Majesty, how can the military pay of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards go through the Imperial Horse Supervisor?
If Shen Nan stripping him of his command over the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards had left the Duke of Chu merely incredulous, this order drove him nearly to madness. The annual military pay for the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards was 14 million taels of silver. This money was the very foundation of the military noble's wealth and splendor. Not to mention the unresolved deficits from previous years. Once His Majesty uncovered those fraudulent accounts, what good could possibly await those who had been embezzling soldiers' pay? The corpses of the eunuchs from the Imperial Horse Supervisor killed just 2 days ago within the palace had yet to be buried. The director of the Bureau of Military Merit, Wu Yong, also wore a look of shock.
Your Majesty.
Dozens of military nobles and officials from the Bureau of Military Merit stepped forward simultaneously.
Your Majesty.
When the Duke of Chu was dismissed from his post. Those of the Duke of Chu's faction did not step forward, for Shen Nan's timing was too precise, his manner too fierce and overbearing. Moreover, the Duke of Chu had indeed committed wrongdoings, making everything seem entirely justified. The military nobles and aristocrats of the Duke of Chu's faction naturally could not intervene. However, when Shen Nan moved to touch the purse strings of the Martial Virtue Department, they were forced to step forward. This concerned the very lives and fortunes of every one of them. Shen Nan's eyes were icy as he looked down upon the dozens of military nobles below.
The Martial Virtue Department and the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards are both under my authority, as is the Imperial Horse Agency. Since they are similar, why can't the military pay for the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards be processed through the Imperial Horse Agency's accounts? Do you truly believe the Martial Virtue Department belongs to you, and not to me?
These words were spoken without the slightest courtesy, revealing no attempt to conceal his hostility toward the Martial Virtue Department. This move served both to fulfill the system's task of instilling fear in a major faction. At the same time, it was part of the persona Shen Nan crafted for himself. The situation in the Great Feng was so complex. Mere benevolence and authority combined could not swiftly rectify the Great Feng. Only by walking the path of absolute dominance could the imperial power be rapidly established, and Shen Nan possessed the strength to tread such a path. Tuoba Bodhisattva Zhang Jiao and Li Si, these three were his backbone. Wu Yong hurriedly said,
"Your servant dare not."
The dozens of military nobles beside him also quickly lowered their heads and murmured,
"Your servants dare not."
Shen Nan's speech was too blunt, too overbearing, offering them no chance to retort. After all, the Martial Virtue Department and the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards were unique institutions under the Emperor's control. The day before, Shen Nan had, in the presence of all officials above the third rank, firmly established the righteous cause of the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards. How could they dare to refute him now? Wu Yong, the director of the Martial Virtue Department, took a breath and said,
"It's just. The Crimson Dragon 10 Guards have always had their military pay dispersed by the Martial Virtue Department. If it were suddenly switched to the Imperial Horse Agency, I fear there would be discontent within the ranks. Indeed, Your Majesty, please reconsider. The Crimson Dragon 10 Guards have always been unruly. How could they submit to the eunuchs of the Imperial Horse Agency? Your Majesty."
After Wu Yong spoke, these military nobles echoed him in succession. Zhang Su, Fa Yan Li Su, and others quietly watched the performance of the military nobles. Today's events had made things clear to them. The Emperor intended to seize power. He wanted to take full control of the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards. They had no reason to stop this, nor could they. Shen Nan listened silently to their words. Tuoba Bodhisattva also watched them with calm eyes. Gradually the noise in the hall subsided. The dozens of military nobles cautiously looked toward the Emperor. After a long pause, Shen Nan finally spoke slowly.
"You all say the ranks are discontent. Who exactly is discontent? I never said the Imperial Horse Agency would govern the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards. I only adjusted the issue of military pay disbursement. Is this any reason for you to cause such an uproar? How ridiculous it is. The Crimson Dragon 10 Guards were originally the most loyal army to me. Yet when I wished to review the records, you said it would take 10 days. When I wanted to inspect the troops, you claimed it was a waste of resources. Now that I seek to adjust military pay, you say the ranks are discontent. Pray tell, whose Martial Virtue Department is this?"
Instantly the already quiet atmosphere in the hall grew even more still. All the civil and military officials wore solemn expressions. The dozens of military nobles were utterly silent. They knew full well that today the Emperor was determined to rectify the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards, to seize power and control their lifeblood. No matter how they resisted, it would be futile.
15 days. In 15 days, I will hold a military review outside the city. Then I shall see for myself what the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards are truly made of. Court is adjourned."
After saying this, Shen Nan rose and walked toward the side hall. Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong exchanged a glance and also announced loudly,
"Court is adjourned. Court is adjourned."
The announcement echoed outward from the hall. Zhang Su, Li Su, Yang Ku, and others exchanged looks and said respectfully,
"We see Your Majesty off."
Fa Yan also bowed formally.
"We see Your Majesty off."
The Duke of Chu, however, stared blankly at Shen Nan's retreating figure. He knew that from now on he would likely be unable to control the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards, and even his position as the leader of the military nobles would be unstable. Without the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards, what was the Duke of Chu? Let alone coordinating with Empress Dowager Chen from within. The dozens of military nobles also bowed respectfully. But after leaving the hall, they gathered around the Duke of Chu.
"Duke, what should we do about this? Indeed, the military pay of the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards absolutely cannot go through the Imperial Horse Agency. Let Tuoba Bodhisattva command the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards, if he must, but the military pay must not be touched."
The Duke of Chu looked at the familiar faces around him and sighed heavily.
"Do I not know this? But what can be done now that things have come to this? Who could have known that today the Emperor would have a martial god of the 11th realm by his side? Who could have predicted that the Emperor would suddenly launch such an attack with both righteousness and law on his side?"
Unlike the Confucian legalist and Taoist factions, the military nobles and the Martial Virtue Department represented by the Duke of Chu appeared to wield great power. But in the end, they had merely usurped the Emperor's authority. If Shen Nan truly wanted to take it back, no one could possibly object. The legalists and Confucians would never support the Duke of Chu and his ilk. Even the Prince of Zhenbei of Yozhou, the Confucian general of Liangzhou, and the Duke of Wei of Liangzhou among the military nobles could not support them. After all, these military men were not like the idle pleasure-seeking military nobles. They held elite troops and had illustrious military achievements. They were entirely different from the Duke of Chu. The fierce and dominating way the emperor displayed today, along with his thirst for military power, would instead excite these people. The military arts thrive on martial valor. For many years, the Great Feng had not seen an emperor who valued the military arts. The military men of Yuzhou and Liangzhou had long been eager to achieve merit and be enfeoffed as nobles.
But we can't just sit back and wait for doom, can we? If those accounts are uncovered, I fear few of us present will have an easy life. Though this emperor is young, he is hardly merciful. That's right, the matter of the Imperial Horse Agency has only just happened. Duke, say something. Even if the emperor strips you of your authority over the Crimson Dragon 10 guards, the military nobles in the capital still look to you as their leader. We must have a plan.
These people might not genuinely support the Duke of Chu. But as things stood, only the Duke of Chu could manage the overall situation of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards. Only he possessed the qualifications and prestige. The Duke of Chu had commanded the Crimson Dragon 10 guards for 18 years, and his lineage had stood in the Great Feng for 800 years. Such a foundation was not to be underestimated. The Duke of Chu looked around, gradually steadying his mind, and said through gritted teeth,
"The emperor wants a military review. Then let him have his review. I refuse to believe that with just one martial god of the 11th realm, he can completely control the Crimson Dragon Guards. Moreover, what the emperor wants is not military pay but military authority. We can give him the military authority of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards, but not for nothing."
Up to this point, the Duke of Chu had not realized that Shen Nan truly intended to rectify the Crimson Dragon Guards, even down to downsizing and tackling corruption. Because the practice of embezzling pay for non-existent soldiers was something all military officials in the Great Feng engaged in. The web of connections involved was extremely extensive. For example, of the military pay for the Crimson Dragon Guards, they had only taken 30%. Of the remaining 80%, the Ministry of Revenue took 10%, and the remaining 60% was given in full to the generals of the Crimson Dragon Guards. When these generals distributed the pay, they would inevitably take about 10% themselves. The final 50% was the actual pay. Given this situation, how could the Duke of Chu have imagined that Shen Nan would truly dare to touch the military pay? In his view, Shen Nan was mostly using this issue to pressure them into relinquishing power. Zhang Su and Li Su thought the same. Otherwise, they would not have remained indifferent just now. Wu Yong looked at the Duke of Chu and asked in a low voice,
"Duke, what do you plan?"
The Duke of Chu narrowed his eyes.
"Naturally, we must put on a grand show for the emperor. During the military review of the Crimson Dragon Guards, we will incite a camp mutiny. Then we shall see how the emperor handles it."
The Duke of Chu no longer hoped to retain full control of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards intact, but he still wanted to secure some authority. Wu Yong was taken aback.
"A camp mutiny? Isn't that going too far?"
The Crimson Dragon 10 guards ostensibly numbered 200,000, but in reality, there were just over 100,000. Though the number was not large. Most of these people were genuine elite soldiers who had achieved cultivation ranks. Although these elites had little battlefield experience, and many were merely idle noble sons or servants of military families, their strength was still formidable. If a mutiny were provoked, it could easily spiral into a real catastrophe.
"Going too far,"
the Duke of Chu sneered.
"Do you think that's what the emperor truly wants today? He wants military authority. What is military authority? Is it merely nominal power? No. He wants all of us to submit to him completely and manage the Crimson Dragon 10 guards for him. That is what the emperor intends. The camp mutiny is to show the emperor our control over the Crimson Dragon Guards and to negotiate with him. If the emperor wants to rely on us, he must show some sincerity."
Wu Yong seemed to understand.
"Duke, you mean?"
The Duke of Chu's thoughts grew clearer, and he regained his usual calm.
"Throughout history, reorganizing an army has never been simple. Holding military authority is never merely superficial. At the very least, one needs competent commanders and enough elite officers to maintain order. But what does the Emperor have? A martial god of the 11th realm is indeed terrifying. The heavy armored soldiers we saw earlier were indeed battle-hardened troops, but how many can the Emperor field? Can the Emperor produce several more martial arts celestials? Or thousands of such battle-hardened soldiers? Unless he can, he will still have to rely on us. Today's actions were ultimately just intimidation, to make us fear and realize that the situation has changed. The Duke of Chu then looked toward the Ronga Hall. Our Emperor is truly a born monarch. Such sudden overbearingness today truly caught me off guard. Having served 2 emperors, he had never seen a ruler as formidable as Shen Nan. What was most crucial was that Shen Nan was only 14 years old. Moreover, the forces Shen Nan secretly controlled were indeed somewhat absurd. He could produce a martial god of the 11th realm out of nowhere, with no traceable origin. Were it not for the appearance of Tuoba Bodhisattva and Li Si, how could the Duke of Chu have been reduced to such a sorry state today? Wu Yong also fully grasped the Duke of Chu's meaning. He exhaled slowly. Not only the Duke, but even I was frightened today. I thought the Emperor was about to seize the Crimson Dragon 10 guards at any cost. The surrounding military nobles nodded in lingering fear. The Emperor's majesty just now had truly made one forget his age. With such majesty, who would dare say the Emperor was only 14? Even at the height of Emperor Mingchong's prestige, it was no more than this. The Duke of Chu shook his head. In any case, we must not be too careless. Contact the generals of the Crimson Dragon Guards, and tell them to serve that martial god respectfully. Fulfill whatever requests he makes. Everything will wait until the military review. Then we will have the leverage to negotiate. Also, he paused for a moment and said, fill in whatever gaps we can in the martial virtue department's accounts. What cannot be filled must at least look presentable. Do not forget that the Emperor appointed Li Si as the right vice minister of the Ministry of Justice today. The legalists controlled the law and also had the Golden Guard as their coercive arm. If the Duke of Chu and his faction did not arrange things properly, even if they could force the Emperor to yield after the military review, they would not be able to negotiate favorable terms. Only by patching up their vulnerabilities could they negotiate better. Understood. Wu Yong and the others nodded solemnly. In the side hall, Shen Nan's expression was as calm as still water, showing no trace of his earlier fury. Did today's court session make things clear to you? These ministers of the Great Feng each have their own agendas. The reason he had been so overbearing today was first to establish his persona. Second, it was to test the court's reaction. Shen Nan had originally thought that Chief Grand Secretary Zhang Su and Minister of War Li Su would speak up, but they said nothing at all. They were completely indifferent to the fate of the Great Feng, caring only for their own interests. As long as their interests were unaffected, they remained unmoved. Of course, part of the reason was that Shen Nan's cards today were too overwhelming. The strength of Tuoba Bodhisattva and Li Si was too terrifying. But this did not conceal the fragmented governance of the Great Feng. Li Si nodded. Zhang Su and the others probably think the Emperor only wants to seize power. They never imagine the Emperor genuinely intends to reorganize the army, even to downsize. That is why they sat idly by while the Emperor suppressed the military nobles. The interests of the martial virtue department and the Crimson Dragon 10 guards meant nothing to the Confucians. Even if the Emperor took control of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards, so what? Could he use military power to massacre the Confucians? The Confucians had never relied on the army. Their foundation lay in the many Confucian sages and the vast network of Confucian officials and scholars across the land. As long as Shen Nan did not touch that, even gaining some military power would not be harmful. Moreover, the fall of the military nobles would bring them no small benefit. Shen Nan's eyes were deep. The situation of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards must be investigated quickly. The matter of the Imperial Horse Agency also needs to be expedited. Han Xingxuan, tell Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu that they must complete the handover of the Imperial Horse Agency within 3 days. I want to forge a truly elite force in 15 days. How the Duke of Chu planned to respond next, Shen Nan did not know. But he knew that in the next 15 days, he must gain control of a truly powerful army. This would naturally rely on the system's reward, redeemed with 100,000 restoration points, but it also required the financial resources of the Imperial Horse Agency to support future expansion and training.
However, the system's task was still a bit short of completion. Today the Duke of Chu and his faction might have some fear of Shen Nan, but that fear was not yet enough. Fear was not enough. It only meant that the Duke of Chu and his ilk had yet to truly experience Shen Nan's tyranny. Shen Nan naturally intended to intensify this.
Tuoba Pusa, today I grant you another 200 Ming King heavy armor soldiers. First take over the Tiger Guard, the Red Dragon Guard responsible for guarding the Imperial Palace. If anyone dares to defy, kill them.
The pure army and eunuchs within the palace had already submitted. Shen Nan also intended to take over the Red Dragon Guard within the Imperial City. The sudden appearance of the 200 Ming King heavy armor soldiers would surely keep the Duke of Chu and his faction awake at night. Tuoba Pusa nodded.
As you command.
With his strength as an 11th rank military god, even if the Red Dragon Guard harbored experts, none could rival him. Moreover, after today's court assembly, the commanders of the Red Dragon Guard would surely discern the shifting tides. As long as he refrained from disbanding or reorganizing the army, for now simply taking command of the Red Dragon Guard posed no issue. Such was the way of the immortal martial world. In this realm matters need not be overly complicated. Sufficient strength alone could command everything. After giving his orders, Shen Nan turned to Li Si.
For now take no major action in the Ministry of Justice. Your priority is to investigate the 10 divisions of the Red Dragon Guard. After the military parade 15 days from now, once I have fully consolidated the Red Dragon Guard, you may proceed against the Commandant of the Imperial Guard and the legalist faction.
Matters must be handled one step at a time. Shen Nan had no intention of moving against both the legalists and the military aristocracy simultaneously.
Li Si understood this. As you command.
Shen Nan nodded and turned his attention to the system shop. Unlike yesterday, the shop now featured 2 additional items besides the Ming King heavy armor soldiers. One was the 4th rank lesser Grandmaster pill priced at 1,000 points. It could instantly elevate an ordinary person to the 4th rank lesser Grandmaster level. The other was Yi Guqing Sword Immortal Celestial Flight Martial Arts Inheritance priced at 3,000 points. This inheritance allowed an expert to instantly master the Sword Immortal Celestial Flight. Given Yi Guqing's prowess in the composite martial world, the Sword Immortal Celestial Flight was at least a peak 2nd rank Grandmaster level technique. 3,000 points was hardly excessive. Unfortunately, Shen Nan had no immediate need for it.
System. Exchange 200 Ming King heavy armor soldiers and summon them to Shen Ye's side.
The cost of 200 Ming King heavy armor soldiers was exactly 4,000 restoration points. The 5,000 points Shen Nan had earned from yesterday's mission were once again depleted. Yet the resulting boost in power was evident. He himself had ascended to the 4th rank lesser Grandmaster realm, and his Ming King heavy armor forces had grown to 300. After the exchange, Shen Nan looked at Zhang Jiao and Tuoba Pusa.
Any surprises from this summoning?
Shen Yu was responsible for guarding the palace. The 200 newly summoned Ming King heavy armor soldiers naturally appeared near the side hall. After sensing for a moment, Zhang Jiao raised an eyebrow.
There is indeed a surprise this time. A 3rd rank military general. Combined with those summoned previously, Your Majesty's Ming King heavy armor forces now include 2 3rd rank generals, 1 7th rank martial artist, 13 8th rank martial artists, and 1 7th rank Great Snow Dragon Rider.
Tuoba Pusa also finished his sensing. He glanced at Zhang Jiao and nodded.
This general's cultivation is not merely at the 3rd rank, his killing intent is also remarkable.
Li Si had sensed it as well. Han Xinghuang, less adept at such perception, simply said,
Congratulations, Your Majesty.
Shen Nan chuckled lightly.
Come, let us see our 3rd rank general.
He grew increasingly eager to see what martial artists the 100,000 restoration points could summon. Ideally, he would intimidate the Duke of Chu's faction again today, then use the 100,000 points to exchange for 2,500 Ming King heavy armor soldiers. That would grant him true control over the Tiger Guard. The Tiger Guard tasked with defending the Imperial City had no phantom soldiers. Even their nominal strength was around 15,000. With only Tuoba Pusa and 300 Ming King heavy armor soldiers, his control was merely preliminary. But adding another 2,500 Ming King heavy armor soldiers would change everything. Especially since those soldiers would inevitably bring surprises, such as this 3rd rank general. Outside the side hall, Shen Yu, who had mastered the third-rank indestructible diamond divine art, was organizing the 200 newly summoned Ming King heavy armor soldiers. This activity naturally did not escape the notice of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, the two eunuchs. In their perception, 200 soldiers radiating fierce killing intent had suddenly appeared around the side hall. When they emerged and saw the scene, Zhang Hu's originally cold expression turned to shock.
How did these troops appear?
Even at his peak first-rank land god level, he had failed to detect their arrival. Lu Zhong was equally horrified. Then as Shen Nan appeared, both composed themselves.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
Shen Nan glanced at them indifferently.
Go and carry out your duties. Complete the handover of the Imperial Horse Supervisor within 3 days. I need its funds to train the army.
He had originally planned to have Han Shengwang deliver this order. Since Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were still present, he gave it directly. As for whether Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu would speculate about the sudden appearance of 200 Ming King heavy armor soldiers, Shen Nan did not care. In fact, he had deliberately summoned them this way. If he had wanted to summon them covertly, he could have, but why bother? Whether in an immortal martial dynasty or a feudal one, an emperor need not conceal his strength. Only power displayed openly was true power. Hiding one's strength for a decisive strike at a critical moment. That was not Shen Nan's style. Such methods were too convoluted. He preferred to lay his power bare for all to see, forcing anyone with ulterior motives to think twice, just as he had done today by deploying Toba Pusa and Li Si. Shen Nan sought to intimidate the world with awe-inspiring righteous force. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu both bowed respectfully.
As you command?
Their reverence and fear of Shen Nan deepened. They grew increasingly certain that a vast power backed him, one that could effortlessly produce an 11th-rank military god and a 10th-rank celestial being. Had they not been bound to the Buddhist sect and the Mercy sect, they would have knelt and sworn loyalty this very day. For the foundation and strength the emperor had revealed were too terrifying. Even unable to kneel and pledge allegiance immediately, they dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts. Such was the fearsome effect of imperial power backed by true strength. In a feudal dynasty, an emperor's power lay in prestige and military might. In an immortal martial world, an emperor's power lay in the experts and armies under his command. After Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu departed, Shen Nan gazed at the 300 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers before him. Though only 300 in number, the aura they exuded was in no way inferior to that of 1,000 or even 10,000 troops. Each stood like a carved statue, their martial killing intent rising like smoke from a beacon fire. Particularly striking was a towering general who stood shoulder to shoulder with Shen Nan, his murderous aura piercing the heavens. The 4th grade of refining gang could be called a minor grandmaster, while the 3rd grade of perfected gang chi was the realm of a grandmaster. Such levels seemed unremarkable when set against the martial gods of the 11th realm and the celestial beings of the 10th realm. Yet within the Great Feng dynasty, they were the true pillars of the state. Even among the 2 million border troops in Yozhou, how many grandmasters with perfected gang chi could be found? A martial grandmaster of this caliber was at least a general commanding 10,000 soldiers. After all, the 2nd grade of spirit refining marked a grandmaster of the highest order, and the 1st grade was a land immortal. Shen Nan looked at the towering general.
What is your name?
A clatter of armor rang out as the burly warrior knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice,
Your humble servant Shen San. Shen San.
Shen Nan chuckled.
So we are all of the Shen clan.
He then turned to Shen Yu.
From this day forth you shall be renamed Shen Yi. Henceforth you will be the commander of the Black Dragon Mystic Bird Guard, and Shen San will be the deputy commander.
The name Shen Yu happened to be the same as that of the northern pacifying King Shen Yu. That was also why Shen Nan had been momentarily startled upon hearing the name earlier. Now he intended to build a truly loyal army around the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, the Black Dragon Mystic Bird Guard. As such, it was only natural that Shen Yu could no longer keep that name. Otherwise, in the future, when people heard the name Shen Yu, they would only think of his resemblance to the northern pacifying king, instead of associating it with the Black Dragon Mystic Bird Guard. Shen Yu, no Shen Yi, clasped his hands and bowed.
Your humble servant accepts the order.
Shen Nan looked at Toba Pusa, who stood to one side.
Once you take over the Tiger Guard today, you must select suitable candidates. In 10 days, I will begin downsizing the Tiger Guard first. The elite will be merged into the Black Dragon Mystic Bird Guard, while the rest will serve as auxiliary troops or be sent back to their hometowns. Can you do it?
Though he had completed the system's task of forming an army of 10,000 due to the unit guard, that force was hardly a proper military. At most, it was only fit for patrolling the palace. The Black Dragon Mystic Bird Guard that Shen Nan was now forming would be the army to suppress the Duke of Chu's faction of military nobles, and to campaign against the Lianqing sect. He needed this force to possess formidable combat power, which required Tuoba Pusa, the northern barbarian war god, to train them rigorously, transforming the Tiger Guard into soldiers, as formidable as the Mingwang heavy armored soldiers. As for why the deadline was 10 days, it was because during the military review 15 days, hence the Duke of Chu and his ilk would inevitably make some move. Before that, Shen Nan needed sufficient strength to suppress them. This was also the meaning behind his words after the court session, to forge a true army within 15 days. His reliance was on the 100,000 restoration points rewarded by the system, and the Imperial Tiger Guard reorganized by Tuoba Pusa. Tuoba Pusa did not answer immediately. Instead, he carefully examined the Mingwang heavy armored soldiers from their armor to their blood energy. Only then did he say in a deep voice, "If I am to fully take over the Tiger Guard, I will need more of these heavy armored soldiers, as well as substantial funds, armor, shields, and blades, especially armor, shields, and blades." He could discern the true strength of the Mingwang heavy armored soldiers. It was not merely their abundant blood energy and robust physiques, but also their Mingwang heavy armor and standardized shields and blades. That was the essence of the Mingwang heavy armored soldiers. Shen Nan also took a moment to observe. He turned to Shen Yi and asked, "Do the Mingwang heavy armored soldiers possess their own unique martial arts?" This was something he had overlooked before, as Li Si Zhang Jiao and Han Xinghuan were not skilled in military training. Shen Yi said in a deep voice, "Your humble servants all cultivate the Mingwang force of bone forging method and the Iron Bone Gang a method for refining Gang Qi. The combination of these two arts is what makes the Mingwang heavy armored soldiers. In battle, we rely on shields and blades standing like an imposing mountain, able to withstand enemy assaults and advance to crush them. Mingwang force. Iron Bone Gang." Hearing this, Shen Nan finally understood the core of the Mingwang heavy armored soldiers. He mused briefly and said, "As for armor, shields, and blades, I will visit the Heavenly Works Institute tomorrow. With the skills of the Earth sect of the Taoist school, they should be able to replicate them. As for the Mingwang force and Iron Bone Gang, you will have to cultivate them on your own for now. All I can provide is sufficient nourishment through food." Forging an army required countless tasks. Armor, shields, and blades were the responsibility of the Heavenly Works Institute, while nourishment demanded ample supplies of meat. In the future, he might even need to coordinate with the Qinghe Palace of the Taoist school, a sect skilled in alchemy, to supply enough pills to aid the Mingwang heavy armored soldiers in their cultivation. Tuoba Pusa narrowed his eyes slightly. "After today's business is concluded, hand over the techniques to me. I will see if I can improve them. Additionally, you can cultivate the northern barbarian killing Qi, using it to temper your bodies and enhance your strength." The title of Northern Barbarian War God was no idle boast. Tuoba Pusa was not only a master of warfare, he had also trained hundreds of thousands of Northern Barbarian soldiers. However, such matters Shen Nan did not need to understand in great detail. All he had to do was wait for Tuoba Pusa to forge a sufficiently powerful army. "These affairs are all in your hands. If you need anything, Han Xinghuan will assist you." Tuoba Pusa nodded solemnly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Soon after, Tuoba Pusa led 200 Mingwang heavy armored soldiers to take over the Tiger Guard. Shen Nan, accompanied by Han Xinghuan and Li Si, headed toward the Imperial Bedchamber. He still needed to complete his daily cultivation to fulfill the system's check-in. Moreover, having just achieved the 4th grade minor Grandmaster realm, Shen Nan needed to stabilize his cultivation base. The process of taking over the Tiger Guard under the intimidating presence of Tuoba Pusa, an 11th realm martial god, proceeded with terrifying smoothness. When Zhang Liangyu, the commander of the Tiger Guard, learned that Tuoba Pusa had been ordered by His Majesty to take command, he handed over the Tiger Guard's roster without the slightest hesitation, and even meticulously briefed Tuoba Pusa on the personnel arrangements. This was not because Zhang Liangyi was particularly loyal to Shen Nan. Rather, news of the day's court session had already spread. As the guards of the imperial palace, they had immediately learned of Tuoba Pusa's identity. The mere fact that he was the commander of the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards was enough to intimidate them, let alone his strength as an 11th realm martial god. How could they dare to act rashly? However, taking over the Tiger Guard was one thing, fully controlling it was another matter entirely. Even if he appointed Shen Yi and Shen San to key positions within the Tiger Guard, it would not be enough, simply because there were too few of them. Yet, at the Duke of Chu's residence, the Duke of Chu did not think the numbers were too small. He exclaimed in astonishment, 300 heavy armored soldiers. The residence of the Duke of Chu. Upon his return, the Duke of Chu was about to summon the generals of the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards to discuss countermeasures, but before they could arrive, he received news that Tuoba Bodhisattva had led 300 Mingwang heavy armor soldiers to take over the Huban Guard. The Duke of Chu was not surprised that Tuoba Bodhisattva had smoothly taken command. However, the 300 Mingwang heavy armor soldiers were rather peculiar. He frowned deeply, muttering, "From where did His Majesty procure 300 heavy armored soldiers? Are these 300 heavy armored soldiers truly as valiant and fierce as those I saw earlier?" He had been puzzled that morning when he first saw 100 Mingwang heavy armor soldiers. How had these troops entered the palace? Yet due to the sudden challenges posed by Tuoba Bodhisattva and Shen Nan, he had no time to dwell on it. Now, with an additional 200 Mingwang heavy armor soldiers appearing, the Duke of Chu could not help but ponder deeply. The colonel of the Huban Guard said in a deep voice, "They are exactly the same, all battle-hardened veterans from the slaughter fields. Moreover, among them are 2 third-rank martial artists now stationed to guard the Guanhua Gate and Huafeng Gate, 2 critical positions." The Guanhua Gate was the palace gate through which all ministers passed on their way to court. Its strategic importance needed no elaboration. The Huafeng Gate was the necessary passage from the imperial city to the inner palace. It was from here that Shen Nan had once emerged to reach the Rongda Hall to meet with the cabinet ministers. These 2 gates were the most vital points in the entire palace. By controlling these 2 gates, Shen Nan had secured both access to and from the palace and the inner sanctum. Yet the Duke of Chu cared little about this. With a 10th realm Daoist celestial like Zhang Jiao and an 11th realm military martial god like Tuoba Bodhisattva by His Majesty's side, who in the capital could possibly stop the emperor? Perhaps only Fa Yang, the 11th realm legalist subsage, had that qualification. Other factions might have 11th realm experts, but at least on the surface there were none in the capital. What concerned him more were the 300 heavy armored soldiers that had appeared out of nowhere. Since 300 can appear, so can several hundred more, even 1,000 or 2. Investigate. Have your men contact those soldiers and find out which army they belong to. I refuse to believe there is a troop in this Dafeng that I have never seen." "As you command." After the colonel of the Huban Guard withdrew, the Duke of Chu remained restless. Wu Yong, the director of the Wuda department, also knitted his brows. They were not afraid of an 11th realm military martial god appearing by His Majesty's side. After all, they had managed the entire Crimson Dragon 10 Guards for decades. But if this military martial god also commanded an extremely formidable army, then they would have cause for fear. The military power they held would seem fragile before the emperor. An 11th realm military martial god leading 1,000 elite soldiers could sweep through tens of thousands, especially if those elites were Mingwang heavy armor soldiers like the ones they had seen. "How much has His Majesty hidden?" The Duke of Chu felt a chill in his heart. He even vaguely entertained the thought of halting his plans and submitting to the emperor. Given his status and position, if he directly pledged allegiance to His Majesty, even if he could not gain the emperor's trust, he could still retreat unscathed. But after so many years of wealth and power, the Duke of Chu found it hard to let go. Wu Yong felt the same. In the afternoon, Shen Nan slowly opened his eyes. His aura had completely stabilized, and the unique presence of a 4th-rank minor grandmaster filled the entire bedchamber. A thin layer of golden protective qi enveloped him. That was the true dragon protective qi. The cultivation technique inherited by the Dafeng emperors was somewhat similar to military arts, but it incorporated the method of wielding national destiny. When the protective qi first formed, it manifested as a single true dragon. When fully developed, it brought forth 9 dragons. This protective qi was so potent, and fierce that it ranked among the best in the entire world. With the 9 dragons' protective chi at its peak, a 3rd-rank cultivator could even contend with a 2nd-rank refining spirit grandmaster. However, Shen Nan valued realm advancement more for extending his lifespan. A 1st-rank Earth Immortal could live for 300 more years. A 10th realm Celestial could live for 500. If he could achieve the Celestial realm, Shen Nan would live for a full 600 years. Not to mention the even higher realms of the 11th and 12th. At that point, he could ensure the eternal prosperity of Dafeng and achieve immortality himself. Such was the benefit of a Shimu world. In this world, an emperor who sought immortality could truly attain it. However, the path to immortality for an emperor was fraught with many crises. Many in the Dafeng dynasty did not wish for an emperor to live forever. After all, who would want a monarch who had reigned for centuries looming over them? The majesty and power of such an emperor would be too terrifying enough to drive anyone to despair. Anyone with ambition would not allow it. Shen Nan suddenly glanced at the system interface. Just as he had stabilized his cultivation, the task to instill fear in a major faction was already complete. Task: make any major faction fear you. Completed. As a king seeking to restore his kingdom, you now possess the capital for restoration, a force fearsome enough, and a truly elite army. Now let the world know that you have the strength to reclaim your throne and destroy a major faction. Task: destroy any major faction. Criteria for a major faction among the top 20 in the world. Reward: a guaranteed gift pack for the 12th realm and above 30,000 restoration points. Available reward: a guaranteed gift pack for the 10th realm. Restoration points 100,000. Clearly, after the events at court and Tuoba Bodhisattva leading 300 Mingwang heavy armor soldiers to absorb the Huban Guard, the Duke of Chu's faction had developed a sense of fear towards Shen Nan. This fear stemmed more from Shen Nan's methods and the mysterious foundation he had revealed. Whether it was Tuoba Bodhisattva Li Si or the 300 Mingwang heavy armor soldiers, the Duke of Chu's faction simply could not fathom where Shen Nan had found these people. It was this unknown that bred fear within them. Especially Shen Nan's fierce words at the court assembly, a confidence so bold and domineering deepened their dread. This was precisely the effect Shen Nan had intended. The unknown breeds fear. Shen Nan laughed. But from today onward their fear will no longer stem from the unknown, but from true terror. A 10th realm guaranteed gift pack and 100,000 restoration points were enough for Shen Nan to gain the power that would make the Duke of Chu fear and even dread. No longer would he rely on words and summon figures to create an aura of mystery. Open the gift pack. Exchange for 2,500 Mingwang heavy armor soldiers. Shen Nan said without hesitation. The next step to destroy a major faction would surely be to destroy the Duke of Chu. He could not afford to hoard restoration points, but must convert them all into strength. Opening the 10 Realms gift pack. Reward: Snowy World. White-robed war Immortal Zhang Jiao 10 Realms Celestial. Scholar General. The foremost of the 6 righteous adopted sons, wielding a silver spear like plum blossom wine, known as the White-robed war Immortal, and the Little Butcher. Zhang Jiao. Grateful and loyal. Shen Nan had a profound impression of this man. Unlike Tuoba Pusa, who had minimal presence in the snowy world, Zhang Jiao was a significant supporting character. He knew Chen Zibao's origins and past experiences well. According to the narrative, Zhang Jiao could truly be described as someone who repays kindness. Most importantly, he was a true Grand General who commanded the Bailion army. After Su Shao's Spring-Autumn War, the Bailion army was almost entirely under Chen Zibao's command. If Tuoba Pusa was merely a nominal god of war somewhat lacking in troop training and leadership, then Zhang Jiao perfectly compensated for that. Moreover, Zhang Jiao was not just a pure warrior, he had also attained the cultivation of a Confucian sage. In the Dafeng world, this was what was called a scholar general, a man skilled in conquest, training troops, and strategic planning. This was exactly what Shen Nan currently lacked most. Relying solely on Tuoba Pusa to control over 100,000 Crimson Dragon guards was difficult, but with Zhang Jiao added it would barely suffice. Not to mention that among the 2,500 Ming King heavy armored soldiers to be exchanged from them all, there would surely be some commanders. Summon Zhang Jiao and the 2,500 Ming King heavy armored soldiers to the drill ground. The drill ground had now become Shen Nan's place for training troops. It was also firmly controlled by the pure army led by Han Xian. This place could also serve as Shen Nan's reviewing ground.
Han Xingxuan Zhang Jiao, come with us to the drill ground,
Shen Nan called out. Han Shengxian and Zhang Jiao, who were outside the hall, appeared at the door.
Your Majesty.
Shen Nan nodded and walked towards the drill ground. Along the way, he looked at Han Xingxuan.
Have Lu Zhong and Zhang, who already started handing over the assets of the Imperial Horse Administration to you.
The assets of the Imperial Horse Administration were extremely vast. Although Shen Nan had ordered Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu to complete the handover within 3 days, if they hadn't started delivering gradually from today, it would likely be impossible to finish in time. So he asked Han Shengxian how the two were performing. Han Shengxian said,
A considerable amount has already been handed over. Previously, Lu Zhong and Zhang, who had already delivered 10 million taels of silver, which I have deposited into your Majesty's private treasury. The key positions of the Imperial Horse Administration in the capital have also been taken over by Han Xian and my men. Today, 300,000 mu of pastures and 150,000 mu of farmland near the capital were handed over. From previous confiscations, we also obtained 890 plots of land and residences in the capital estimated to be worth over 2 million taels of silver. Now more is being handed over: the pastures, imperial estates, imperial shops, and horses of the entire Imperial Horse Administration. The most complicated part is the transfer of the imperial estate, shops, and pastures. Next is the accounting of the horses.
Han Shengxian detailed the situation of the Imperial Horse Administration. Shen Nan had been purging the Imperial Horse Administration since his ascension, but the Dafeng Imperial Horse Administration was too vast. The entire Imperial Horse Administration possessed nearly 1 million mu of pastures around the capital alone, not to mention millions more across the provinces. The handover of these pastures was naturally extremely complex. Next was auditing the accounts of the embezzling eunuchs and finding loyal eunuchs to replace them. This whole series of tasks was exceedingly complicated. Shen Nan understood.
The Imperial Horse Administration outside the capital can be handled slowly, just have them balance their accounts. But the capital's administration must be replaced with our own people, especially the pastures. You must take full control. We need enough warhorses, cattle, and sheep to supply the Black Dragon Profound Bird Guard.
Han Shengxian nodded solemnly.
As you command.
Shen Nan glanced at Han Shengxian. He knew it would be extremely difficult relying on him alone, but it had to be done. Moreover, after the mall system refreshed in a few days, he could see if it was possible to exchange for more sunflower guards to fill Han Shengxuan's manpower shortage. Regardless, the capital's Imperial Horse Administration must be firmly under control. Soon, they arrived at the drill ground. Han Xian, who had already received orders, was waiting with 100 pure army soldiers.
Your Majesty.
Shen Nan nodded slightly.
Guard the Imperial Horse Administration. We need to go inside and do something.
Matters of summoning could not be completely hidden. Shen Nan was too lazy to bother with excessive concealment, but he absolutely could not let anyone other than Zhang Jiao Li see and the like know the truth of his summoning ability. He would let them guess. The unknown inspires fear. Han Xian had also sensed the commotion in the Imperial Horse Administration earlier. Although he was somewhat straightforward, he was not foolish. He naturally knew what to ask and what not to.
As you command.
Shen Nan strode in first, with Zhang Jiao and Han Shengxian following closely. As soon as he entered the drill ground, he saw Chen Jibao in white robes organizing the 2,500 Ming King heavy armored soldiers. The pitch-black mass of soldiers exuded a killing intent, their murderous aura rising like smoke into the sky. This aura was impossible to hide and was extremely conspicuous. Before Shen Nan could speak, Zhang Jiao said first,
Congratulations, Your Majesty. This time there are 3 generals at the 3rd grade, 1 at the 4th grade, 7 at the 5th grade, 12 at the 6th grade, and 13 at the 7th grade.
Zhang Jiao saw no need to mention the 8th grade warriors. Shen Nan didn't care about them either, laughing heartily as he looked at these men.
Good. You 3rd grade warriors will be named Shen Er, Shen Si, and Shen Wu. The 4th grade will be Shen Lu. The rest will keep your original names. We have only one requirement for you. Within today, assist Tuoba Pusa in completely taking over the Tiger Guard.
300 Ming King heavy armored soldiers might not be enough to fully control the Tiger Guard. But 2,800 were certainly sufficient. Chen Jiao was the first to bow with clasped hands.
I shall obey your majesty's command.
Upon arriving, he already knew what world he had come to. Chen Jiao harbored no resentment. In the original snowy world, he had planned to feign death and vanish from the world. Now this seclusion was even more thorough. Moreover, in his past life, due to various reasons, he could not be a free-spirited general. In this life, he could truly be one living for himself and for his majesty. A quarter of an hour later, the 2,500 Ming King heavy armored soldiers led by Chen Jiao marched straight towards Guanghua Gate. This commotion left Han Xian utterly astonished. Although he had sensed some movement earlier, he never imagined the drill ground concealed so many troops. He had thought the killing intent came from another military celestial summoned by His Majesty, but the reality was this shocking sight. Lu Zhong and Zhang, who grew even more terrified, hastening their handover of the Imperial Horse Administration. In the rear palace, upon hearing the news, Empress Dowager Chen collapsed limply onto her bed.
It's completely over.
In the bedchamber of Empress Dowager Chen. Initially, upon learning that His Majesty had permitted her to participate in the national mourning, she was overjoyed. She even believed that Shen Nan had grown arrogant merely because he had a Taoist 10th realm celestial by his side. She truly thought that just because he had ascended the throne, she, the Empress Dowager, could no longer continue to oversee the state. Yet before Empress Dowager Chen could make a move, she learned of the news from the court assembly that Shen Nan had sternly interrogated the Duke of Chu, forcing him to retreat in disgrace. Furthermore, she heard of the 11th realm martial god of the military strategist Tuoba Bodhisattva and the 10th realm legalist celestial Li Si. These tidings left the Empress Dowager utterly incredulous. Nevertheless, since Lu Zhong and Zhang, who had relaxed their surveillance over her, she could still contact the Tiger Guard defending the imperial city. The Tiger Guard should be able to transmit some messages. However, before she could act, she heard that 2,500 Ming King heavy armor soldiers had taken over the Tiger Guard, plunging her into utter despair.
How is this possible?
Shen Nan, a mere 14-year-old youth, how could he command such loyalty from so many? Who is backing him? Why do they not come to support me? Her hysterical voice echoed through the entire bedchamber. The surrounding maids and eunuchs knelt on the ground in terror, for such words were truly treasonous. Yet Empress Dowager Chen saw nothing wrong with her outburst. Her tone grew even more ferocious.
Am I not worthy?
She was convinced that a terrifying faction must be supporting Shen Nan from the shadows. Otherwise, how could there be so many 10th realm celestials and elite troops? If such a force could support Shen Nan, why could it not support her Chen Chuli? Just then a chilling voice rang out.
Has the Empress Dowager gone mad?
Empress Dowager Chen whipped her head around and saw Han Xingxuan clad in a blood-red robe standing sinisterly outside the bedchamber. Around him swirled 3,000 crimson threads, the thick stench of blood almost suffocating. The maids and eunuchs inside trembled all the more. Everyone knew that Han Xingxuan's arrival today boded no good. He might even be here to decree the Empress Dowager's death. Empress Dowager Chen laughed coldly. Seeing no hope of turning the tide, she preferred to vent her fury rather than face a lifetime of confinement.
What? Has that brat Shen Nan sent you to put me to death? Or do you intend to slander me as insane?
Han Xingxian shook his head gently, his eyes icy.
The Empress Dowager is, after all, His Majesty's nominal mother. How could His Majesty decree her death? It is merely that during the national mourning, the Empress Dowager, overwhelmed by grief for the late emperor, has volunteered to serve him eternally at the Imperial Mausoleum. Please prepare yourself. In 10 days you shall depart for the mausoleum to attend to the late emperor. Before Shen Nan awakened his system, Empress Dowager Chen was a formidable adversary. But after he awakened the system and ascended the throne, she became nothing more than a buffoon. He had countless ways to destroy her. However, the act of matricide was utterly unnecessary and sounded far too unsightly. Serving the late emperor for life. This arrangement for Empress Dowager Chen was far more fitting. The 10-day delay was because the guards of the Imperial Mausoleum were not yet under Shen Nan's control. He could refrain from killing her, but he must have her firmly in his grasp. Serving the Imperial Mausoleum for life.
Empress Dowager Chen was stunned. She had imagined countless possibilities, but never this. Death would be but a fleeting moment, but serving at the mausoleum. That cold, desolate place, not even a month let alone a lifetime. The pampered Empress Dowager could not endure it. Her face instantly turned ghastly. Then she shrieked sharply, "I am the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Chu, the Empress appointed by the late Emperor. How dare Shen Nan do this? He is utterly unfilial." Han Shengxian paid no heed to her screams. His eyes coldly swept the surroundings. "For these 10 days you shall serve the Empress Dowager well. If she suffers the slightest harm, your entire family shall accompany her to the mausoleum to serve the late Emperor." The maids and eunuchs pressed their foreheads to the ground. "As you command." Han Shengxian then ordered the several hundred pure army soldiers he had brought to surround the entire bedchamber. Turning, he strode toward the Imperial Horse Administration. Had His Majesty not suddenly summoned him with instructions, he would not have bothered to visit the Empress Dowager's chambers at all. There were still many matters to attend to at the Imperial Horse Administration. With Han Shengxian's actions, and the 2,500 Ming King heavy armor soldiers fully taking over the Tiger Guard, shock and astonishment spread throughout the palace and beyond. As for the Duke of Chu, it goes without saying. When these military nobles learned that His Majesty had summoned another 2,500 Ming King heavy armor soldiers, the so-called military council disbanded instantly. The Duke of Chu seemed to have aged a decade. He dismissed everyone and walked alone into the depths of his mansion. "Who stands behind His Majesty? What faction can so effortlessly produce thousands of elite troops and 11th realm martial god of the military strategists, and 10th realm celestials of both Taoism and legalism? How could these three individuals possibly belong to a single faction?" No matter how hard the Duke of Chu racked his brains, he could not fathom which faction supported Shen Nan. The martial god and elite troops might be attributed to the two lords of Yuo and Liangzhou. But what of the Taoist and legalist 10th realm celestials? Regardless, the Duke of Chu deeply understood one thing: the newly enthroned His Majesty was no ordinary man, and certainly not someone they could easily contend with. After today, many among the military nobility would likely defect to His Majesty. However, the plan for the camp mutiny must still proceed, and with even stricter execution. For ordinary military nobles might still have a way out, but men like the Duke of Chu and Wu Yong, the director of the Wuda Bureau, had no retreat. All they could do was leverage their existing conditions to negotiate with His Majesty. The sole consolation was that His Majesty had revealed his strength too early. Had it been exposed during the mutiny at the military review, they would have been caught off guard. Moreover, with Shen Nan displaying such power, the Confucians would surely be restless. An overly formidable emperor was something no faction wished to see, and indeed that was the case. Upon receiving the news, Grand Secretary Zhang Su was stunned for a long moment before ordering someone to the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. Unlike the powerless military nobles, the Confucians had many ways to restrain the emperor. A few memorials would suffice to make the emperor recognize the situation and refrain from reckless actions. After doing this, Zhang Su stood alone in his courtyard, murmuring to himself, "Let's hope he's not another martial king." Martial king. This title referred solely to the second ruler of the Great Feng dynasty. Inheriting the valor and talent of the dynasty's founder, he had reached the martial celestial realm of the military strategists by the age of 40. With strong support from the military strategists, he heavily favored them, leading to militarism and the darkest era for the Confucians. Fortunately, the rise of the demon race later allowed the Confucians to regain their standing. Thus, the Great Feng gradually evolved into a pattern where the Confucians, legalists, and Taoists took turns on the stage, while the military strategists could only guard the borders. That night, while Shen Nan was exchanging historical insights with Zhang Jiao, Han Shengxian requested an audience outside the hall. "Summon him," Shen Nan said casually. Then Han Shengxian presented several memorials, saying, "These memorials arrived from the Grand Secretariat an hour ago. After reviewing them in the Directorate of Ceremonial, I deemed them urgent enough to show Your Majesty immediately." The memorials of the Great Feng Court were quite intriguing. Every memorial had to first pass through the Grand Secretariat, then be reviewed by the Directorate of Ceremonial before finally a selection of important matters was presented to Shen Nan. Typically, the emperor would also review memorials at the Directorate of Ceremonial in advance. However, as Shen Nan had only recently ascended the throne, he had not yet developed the habit of reviewing memorials, and rarely visited the Directorate. Han Xingxuan, having long mastered these procedures, had his men constantly watching the Directorate of Ceremonial. Although Shen Nan had allowed Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu to continue overseeing the Directorate of Ceremonial, that did not mean Han Shengxian would let them control it unchecked, potentially engaging in deceptive practices.
Memorials.
Shen Nan took them and glanced through them, his expression turning cold.
It seems the Confucian faction wants to tell me that if I act too recklessly, it will invite many troubles.
The memorials were straightforward. One from the Ministry of War, one from the Ministry of Revenue, and an urgent one from Chuanzhou. Both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue addressed military pay. They stated that since His Majesty had taken control of the imperial stables and the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards, the accumulated arrears should be dispersed. The imperial stables owed 3.6 million taels of silver, and the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards owed 6.39 million taels. Furthermore, although last year's frontier military pay had been settled, this year's funds might fall short, and they requested His Majesty's guidance on tax allocation and military expenditure. Finally, there was a budget estimate 95 million taels of silver for the Yuzhou frontier forces this year. This was the Confucian faction's method. No threats, no coercion. They simply laid out the facts before Shen Nan.
In essence, the state is in difficulty, military funds are insufficient. Please Your Majesty find a solution.
As for the memorial from Chuanzhou, it was more routine, reporting a disaster this year and requesting relief from the court. At its core, it still boiled down to money. Zhang Jiao also glanced at the documents and shook his head.
Your Majesty has been on the throne for only 3 days, yet you have made such sweeping moves. The Confucian faction fears you might also target the court, so they are offering a subtle reminder.
A reminder? Shen Nan sneered.
They simply want to say that the Great Feng situation is what it is. If I purge the military nobility and the imperial stables, so be it. But if I meddle further, the frontier forces will suffer and military expenditures will skyrocket. These scholars are truly amusing. They are less straightforward than the Duke of Chu, who staged a military parade and a mutiny to force my hand.
Just as the Duke of Chu had thought that afternoon. After news of the 2500 Ming King heavy armor soldiers arrived, some among the military nobility secretly sent word to Tuoba Bodhisattva revealing the Duke of Chu's plan. However, this informant did not fully expose himself, only subtly conveying the message. Clearly, he still wished to save face. After all, most of these military nobles from the Duke of Chu's lineage had been established since the founding of the Great Feng dynasty. Over 800 years, they had intermarried, creating a complex web of relationships that made it impossible to easily break away from the faction.
Zhang Jiao asked, "What does Your Majesty intend to do?"
Shen Nan narrowed his eyes slightly.
Do nothing. I will shelve all these memorials. After the military parade, I will show them exactly where the military funds will come from. And I will also have the means to deal with these Confucian scholars.
There were still 14 days until the military parade. During this time, Shen Nan was certain he could complete 1 or 2 more tasks. Whether it was the guaranteed reward of the 12th Realm gift pack after dismantling the Duke of Chu's faction, or other mission rewards, as long as he could draw a Confucian transcendent being, he would have a powerful weapon against the Confucian faction. Meanwhile, the system shop would also refresh with new items. Shen Nan had plenty of patience to play a slow game with these Confucian scholars. Besides, their move this time was merely a few memorials. They had not yet realized that Shen Nan would truly take action against them. The time for a direct confrontation had not yet arrived. Zhang Jiao nodded.
That is the right approach. Tomorrow, when Your Majesty visits the Heavenly Works Institute, I shall accompany you.
He had descended into this world 4 or 5 days ago. Tuoba Bodhisattva, Li Si, and Han Shengxian had all played their roles. Yet Zhang Jiao, the great worthy teacher, had not yet demonstrated his value. Tomorrow, Shen Nan would go to the Heavenly Works Institute to forge the Ming King heavy armor and inspect their various inventions. Zhang Jiao, as a Taoist transcendent, might prove useful, especially his mystical arts of summoning bean soldiers and yellow turban warriors, which could astonish the Earth sect of Taoism. Shen Nan nodded slightly.
When will the summer tax arrive?
Han Shengxian replied as if reciting from memory.
The summer taxes from each prefecture should reach the capital before July, about 2 months from now. The taxes from more distant prefectures are likely already en route.
The Great Feng treasury was complex. The 6 ministries each had their own coffers, and the emperor had his personal treasury. However, these private coffers only held routine silver collections. The real revenue came from the annual summer and autumn taxes, which were the empire's largest fiscal income. Each year taxes amounted to 190 million taels, with an additional 40 million taels from other sources totaling 230 million taels. According to past records, this year's tax revenue was expected to be slightly higher than previous years. Shen Nan nodded.
Military pay is disbursed in October. That means if I want to avoid paying this sum, I must complete the troop reductions before October. At the very least, reduce forces in the capital and its surrounding areas.
Han Shengqian replied respectfully.
In principle, yes.
Shen Nan continued.
How much silver has been confiscated from the imperial stables so far?
Apart from the 10 million taels given by Lu Zhong and Zhang, who the confiscated silver from the imperial stables was also substantial, and the process was ongoing. The earlier confiscations had only targeted the eunuchs within the palace. Han Xingxuan, highly capable, answered without hesitation.
Currently, we have confiscated 3.6 million taels in silver, along with farmland and estates valued at an estimated 4 million taels. According to Lu Zhong and Zhang, who a thorough purge of the imperial stables could yield confiscated silver worth tens of millions.
These eunuchs had indeed embezzled heavily, but as mentioned before, most of the money was with Empress Dowager Jing, followed by major eunuchs like Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. However, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu had suffered significant losses after handing over 10 million taels. After all, the imperial stables only embezzled between 5 and 8 million taels annually. How much could they have accumulated over the years? Shen Nan's order to confiscate assets had yielded nearly 20 million taels, an astonishing sum.
So to get rich, one must confiscate.
Shen Nan chuckled lightly.
I wonder how much the Duke of Chu's faction will yield.
These were military nobles who had persisted since the founding of the Great Feng dynasty. Their wealth far surpassed that of the imperial stables eunuchs. Shen Nan had no intention of showing them mercy this time. Since military pay was mostly consumed by these people, he had to tear a piece of flesh from them if he wanted to train his army and enrich the state. The next day, at high noon, Shen Nan slowly opened his eyes. After 3 hours of cultivation, his martial art had advanced considerably, and his entire demeanor exuded a faint dignified authority like the majesty of a nation, an effect of the 9 dragons' chi. The reason the emperors of the Great Feng advanced so quickly in their cultivation was precisely due to the blessing of the national destiny. National destiny could nurture the 9 dragons' chi. Coupled with the minor grandmaster pill Shen Nan had taken the previous day, he would fully digest its effects over the next few days, elevating his realm from the initial 4th grade to the peak of the 4th grade. At that point, he would be able to nurture another golden dragon chi. By the time he reached the 3rd grade, all 9 dragons would emerge, culminating in the unity of the 9 dragons to step into the 2nd grade, divine refinement. At that stage, even an ordinary land immortal would be no match for Shen Nan within the imperial palace. Such was the formidable nature of the cultivation art practiced by the Great Feng emperors. Moreover, upon reaching the 2nd grade, Shen Nan would be able to freely wield the nation-suppressing divine artifact. At that time, by paying a certain price, he could even slay a 12th realm cultivator.
The nation-suppressing divine artifact.
With this thought, Shen Nan looked toward the depths of the palace.
But now the nation-suppressing divine artifact is not in my hands. It is in the possession of Empress Dowager Jing. I will need to retrieve it from this great-grandmother in the future.
The issue of Empress Dowager Jing would eventually have to be dealt with. Otherwise, the annual silver spent by the imperial stables to support her was an exorbitant amount. Naturally, Shen Nan could not use the Great Feng's resources to support an ancestor who was destined to fail at breaking through to the 11th realm. However, there was no urgency for now. Even to reclaim the nation-suppressing divine artifact, he needed to wait for the right opportunity. Moreover, Empress Dowager Jing possessed vast knowledge of secret lore, which required careful negotiation.
For now, the most important tasks are to establish the Blackbird Dark Dragon Guards and to annihilate the Duke of Chu's lineage.
Shen Nan turned his gaze to the system.
System.
Host Shen Nan. Age 34. Wealth none. Influence none. subordinates to Oba Bodhisattva 11th Realm Military Sage, Chen Zhibao 10th Realm Military Celestial Great Sage, Zhang Jiao 10th Realm Celestial Peak. Han Shengxian 2nd Grade Grandmaster Peak, Li Si 10th Realm Celestial Peak. 10 Sunflower Guards 5th Grade Martial Artists. 25 Snow Dragon Riders. 2,800 Ming King Heavy Armor Soldiers. Martial Art 9 Dragons Chi 4th Grade Chi Mastery Minor Grandmaster. Items none. Overall Strength Preliminary Qualification for Restoration of the Kingdom. Restoration Points 2,000. Mission Annihilate any major faction. Criteria for a major faction: one of the top 20 factions in the world. Reward: a guaranteed gift pack for 12th Realm, and above 30,000 restoration points. Such was the immense foundation Shen Nan had accumulated since his ascension. 3 10th Realm Celestial Experts, 1 11th Realm Military Sage, an elite force of roughly 3,000 soldiers, and Han Xingxuan, the great eunuch invincible beneath the land immortals. This lineup was a world of difference from the night before his enthronement. Yet to fully revitalize the Great Feng and restore the supremacy of imperial authority, this strength was still insufficient. Shen Nan looked at the system shop.
Western Depot Gift Pack 2nd Grade Sunflower Guard Sunflower Manual.
These were the items refreshed in today's system shop. All of them were related to eunuchs. It was likely connected to Shen Nan's feeling the previous day that Han Shengxian lacked sufficient manpower. This gave him some insight into the system's function.
The items in the shop are random, but they also relate to my thoughts. For instance, if I want an army, there's a high chance a bunch of military items will appear. And there's an additional feature today.
Shen Nan noticed a marker below the system shop, a lock slot. For a cost of 1,000 restoration points, he could lock an item in the system shop for 7 days. During this period, no matter how the shop refreshed, the locked item would not disappear. This prevented situations where Shen Nan encountered something he desperately wanted but lacked the restoration points to purchase. However, for the current items, none were worth spending 1,000 restoration points to lock. His sign-in rewards from yesterday and today had only netted him 2,000 points.
It's a pity that the Sunflower Manual is just a manual, not a true inheritance. If it were the highest level Sunflower Manual inheritance, it would be worth locking for 1,000 points, as that would at least grant the 1st Grade Land Immortal or even the 10th Realm Celestial level of great freedom. A mere manual is utterly meaningless.
Shen Nan then turned his attention to the 2nd Grade Sunflower Guard. This guard was no different from the previous Sunflower Guards except for being 2nd Grade. The previously summoned Sunflower Guards were only 5th Grade. Although Shen Nan wanted to provide Han Shengxian with more help, he did not lack high-level combat power. What he needed were capable and intelligent individuals, as the Sunflower Guards were somewhat inefficient in handling affairs.
Western Depot Gift Pack.
Western Depot Gift Pack 1,000 points. Randomly summons a eunuch from a comprehensive martial world. This gift pack was somewhat similar to the one Shen Nan received after completing missions. It involved an element of luck. However, for Shen Nan, it was quite suitable. Eunuchs from comprehensive martial worlds might not have formidable martial arts, but their intelligence and scheming were not weak. After all, rising from an ordinary eunuch was no simple feat.
Exchange for 2 Western Depot gift packs. Open them now.
Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of light appeared. They were both purple. This made Shen Nan chuckle.
Is there a gold tier as well? Blue. Does this mean my luck is not bad? At least it's not blue skies and white clouds.
He looked at the system notification. The 2 gift packs revealed the Flying Swords of Dragon Gate World, Yu Huatian 4th Grade Minor Grandmaster. The World of the First Emperor Shadow, Chao Zhengchun 3rd Grade Grandmaster Peak. Yu Huatian and Chao Zhengchun. Both were directors of the Western and Eastern depots renowned for their cunning. However, their realms were somewhat disappointing. But as long as some inheritances refreshed in the future, their low realms would not be a concern. For now, they could assist Han Shengxian in managing the palace and the imperial stables.
Summon them before me.
Shen Nan summoned them without hesitation. Instantly, amid swirling clouds, Yu Huatian and Chao Zhengchun appeared before Shen Nan. Their robes were the directors' uniforms of the Ming dynasty, with dark purple python robes that were truly dazzling. However, in terms of appearance, Yu Huatian's effeminate aura was more prominent, while Chao Zhengchun seemed gentler, with a softness in his brows.
Yu Huatian and Chao Zhengchun pay homage to your majesty.
As soon as they appeared, they instantly understood the nature of this world and immediately expressed their loyalty to Shen Nan. Such was the emotional intelligence of depot directors. Yu Huatian and Chao Zhengchun, having risen to the position of director of the Western Depot, endured humiliation and hardship in their early days regardless of their later arrogance and unruliness. Yu Huatian in particular climbed step by currying favor with noble consort Wan. Thus, even without the system's bestowed absolute loyalty, their performance would not be lacking.
Rise!
Shen Nan waved his hand casually.
You are both aware of the current situation. Do you know what must be done next?
The memories instilled by the system covered recent events and a preliminary introduction of the entire world. Shen Nan wished to see if the two understood what should and should not be done. He also sought to gauge their views on the Great Phone from these two depot directors. Yu Huatian and Chao Zhengchun exchanged a glance. Yu Huatian spoke first.
Your Majesty, this servant is aware of the Great Phone's plight. What we must do now is assist Director Han in thoroughly cleansing the Imperial Horse administration and seize control of the palace both inside and out. Regarding this servant also has a suggestion.
Shen Nan narrowed his eyes.
Speak.
A hint of cold cruelty appeared on Yu Huatian's effeminate face.
Within the palace, there are currently two factions, the covert Dowager Jing and the overt Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Your Majesty's control over the palace remains insufficient. Even if the Imperial Horse administration is fully secured and the Tiger Guard is taken over, the inner court is not yet your Majesty's domain. In the court, the Confucian legalist and military schools hold sway, while outside the Buddhist and Taoist sects thrive. This servant proposes establishing the Western Depot to oversee all officials and govern the palace inside and out.
Shen Nan was momentarily stunned, looking at Yu Huatian with a wry smile. Good heavens! Was this not befitting the factory flower Yu Huatian, who once wielded supreme power over the court? He immediately proposed establishing the Western Depot. Could it be that Yu Huatian also wished to act first and report later with imperial sanction in the Great Phone? Shen Nan pondered briefly.
The establishment of the Western Depot is not urgent.
Setting aside Yu Huatian's personal ambitions, such an institution was indeed necessary. Though Li Si had become the right vice minister of the Ministry of Justice and was poised to take over the legalist Golden Guard, the Golden Guard ultimately belonged to the legalist school. Even if Shen Nan fully took it over, he could not alter its fundamental nature. The Golden Guard's creed was to uphold the Great Phone's laws, adhering to them above all. That was the legalist philosophy. The Western Depot, however, would be a pure hound, the Emperor's falcon, a stark instrument of violence. Such an institution would inevitably be needed in the future for dealing with the Confucian, Taoist, and Buddhist schools, could not be done strictly by the book of the Great Phone's laws. Yet, a body like the Western Depot was utterly unfit for establishment now. Shen Nan's prestige was insufficient, and imperial authority had yet to truly stand. His earlier seemingly arbitrary actions at court were because they hadn't touched upon Confucian interests or the Great Phone's laws and precedents. Should those be infringed, both the legalist and Confucian schools would rise in opposition. Even the current military nobles might not be as simple as they appeared. The system's quest reward was a guaranteed gift pack at the 12th realm. From this alone, the quest's difficulty was evident. Yu Huatian naturally understood this.
This servant refers to covert establishment. Your Majesty currently commands 10,000 pure army troops, who can be trained into the Western Depot. When the time is ripe, your Majesty can swiftly assemble a pack of hounds loyal only to you.
As the director of the Western Depot, how could Yu Huatian be so reckless? His earlier words were merely a prelude aimed at securing the Emperor's permission to establish the depot, paving the way for his future command. This revealed Yu Huatian's cunning capability and ambition to never be second to anyone. Shen Nan instantly grasped this, regarding Yu Huatian with a calm expression. Yu Huatian kept his head low, silent. Suddenly Shen Nan laughed.
Fine, I grant you this opportunity. Within a month, I want results. As for Chao Zhengchun, you will assist Han Shangxian in controlling the Imperial Horse administration.
Yu Huatian's proposal to covertly establish the Western Depot was entirely without issue. Moreover, Shen Nan had no fear of ambition among his subordinates. Not only did this system grant absolute loyalty, but given his own strength, Yu Huatian could not overturn the heavens. Instead, he was curious to see how Yu Huatian would build it. Yu Huatian knelt respectfully.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Chao Jingquan, somewhat slower to grasp the sequence of events, could only dutifully say,
As you command.
Compared to Yu Huatian, who rose through the favor of noble consort, one Chao Jingquan, the Eastern Depot director, was slightly less capable, a matter of personal experience. Chao Zhengchun became director because he entered the palace as a child and gained the patronage of Grand Eunuch Chao Amon. Chao Zhengchun's scheming was inferior even to his martial talent. This was evident from the plot of the world's #1. His Heaven Child boy art was nearly at the Grandmaster level, yet he was completely outmaneuvered by the Marquis. Only his endurance and ruthlessness were somewhat noteworthy. Still, Chao Zhengchun was the most suitable assistant for Han Xingxuan, as he would carry out his duties diligently. Shen Nan gave a few more instructions to Yu Huatian and Chao Zhengchun before summoning Han Shengxian. Soon Han Shengxian appeared in the side hall. Shen Nan briefly introduced Yu Huatian and Chao Zhengchun.
From now on, Yu Huatian will be responsible for covertly establishing the Western Depot, while Chao Zhengchun will assist you in controlling the Imperial Horse Administration. In fact, you can delegate all matters of the Imperial Horse Administration to Chao Zhengchun. Your focus should be on the overall strategy, overseeing the palace for me inside and out.
For now, Han Shengxian remained his most valued aide, not only for his superior strength, but also for his unwavering loyalty. Han Shengxian nodded.
This servant will have Han Xian assist Yu Huatian.
In his view, establishing the Western Depot was crucial for strengthening the Emperor's authority. Shen Nan nodded.
Handle these trivial matters yourself. Has there been any news from Li Si?
Li Si had gone to take up his post at the Ministry of Justice early this morning. Shen Nan was keenly interested in Li Si's progress, as it concerned the Golden Guard and the reorganization of the 10 Scarlet Dragon Legions. Han Shengxian shook his head.
No news yet. However, General Toba has reported that he has gathered many officers and can initially consolidate some elites into the Black Dragon Xuanwu Guard within 5 days.
Shen Nan nodded slightly.
Tuoba is reliable. Summon Celestial Master Zhang. Accompany me to the Heavenly Works Bureau for an inspection.
Tuoba Bodhisattva was dependable. Shen Nan could not lag behind. The armor for the Bright King heavy armor infantry also needed to be expedited. The opulent carriage slowly rolled out from Huafeng Gate, flanked by 100 Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers. Qin Zhibao personally drove the carriage for Shen Nan. Though this carriage was not the majestic and immovable jade chariot, its grandeur and safety were in no way inferior. Shen Nan had initially wished to try the jade chariot, which was comparable to a divine artifact that safeguarded the nation. However, upon hearing Han Shengxian say that it could not be moved without 1,000 men, he abandoned the idea. After all, while this journey was not exactly a covert affair, it did not require such extravagant display. This carriage, along with the protection of Chen Zhibao and Zhang Ju, was more than sufficient. Through the gauze window, he gazed at the distant towering city walls, and the Guanghua Gate barely visible in the distance. He mused,
Speaking of which, it seems I have never left the palace. What scenes might the imperial capital hold?
The Great Feng Empire boasted a population of billions. Yongzhou, where the imperial capital lay, was home to hundreds of millions, while the capital itself teemed with 30 million souls. The entire capital was divided into 13 wards, its layout reminiscent of Chang'an from the Tang dynasty of a past life, square, orderly, and precise. It was said to have been designed by the master of the Minister of Justice F.A. Young. Beneath the entire capital lay an enormous formation. This formation could both gather the nation's destiny into the imperial palace and amplify the momentum of legalist practitioners. F.A. Yang alone could extend his influence over the entire capital. It was for this reason that Shen Nan, who had traversed through time over a month ago, had spent his initial month secluded in the eastern palace of the Crown Prince. Apart from Empress Dowager Chen and his father, he saw few strangers. Thus he had never truly witnessed the splendor of the Great Feng capital. After his ascension to the throne, Shen Nan had been consumed by ceaseless duties, never once stepping beyond the palace gates. Now his destination was the Heavenly Works Institute, located in the Yongrong Ward near the imperial city. This area was reserved for officials of the 4th rank and above, and it also housed the 6 ministries of the Great Feng Empire. However, this was merely a branch office of the Heavenly Works Institute. The actual forging of weapons and armor took place northwest of the capital. There a vast complex of buildings sprawled across the landscape. Though Zhang Jiao had spent the past few days within the palace, he had also ventured into the capital several times. He remarked, "In terms of prosperity and splendor, even the immortal martial three kingdoms I hail from cannot compare to the Great Feng, especially within the capital where masters gather in such numbers that even I dare not pry too recklessly." As a Taoist master at the 10th realm of transcendent humanity, Zhang Jiao could not act with complete impunity in the capital, but his claim of being unable to spy freely was an exaggeration. Nevertheless, Zhang Jiao's identity was too sensitive for him to provoke any entanglements. Shen Nan paid it no mind.
Prosperity and splendor, you say?
He yearned to savor the cultural and scenic beauty of the capital.
Your Majesty!
Tuoba Pusa's voice suddenly rang out from outside. They had already arrived at Guanghua Gate. The Tiger Guard responsible for defending the imperial city had ostensibly been placed under Tuoba Pusa's command. Thus, as soon as Shen Nan left the palace, Tuoba Pusa came to pay his respects. Shen Nan lifted the jade curtain to look. Behind Tuoba Pusa stood three weathered military generals, their gleaming sharp armor revealing their identities as Tiger Guard commanders, each in charge of over 1,000 soldiers. He nodded slightly.
I am going out of the palace. Report to me when I return.
Tuoba Pusa's actions were evidently faster than anticipated. Shen Nan too needed to accelerate his pace. After all, forming and consolidating an army was impossible without sufficient armor. Moreover, he intended to requisition some magical artifacts from the Heavenly Works Institute. Tuoba Pusa said solemnly,
"I bid you farewell, Your Majesty."
The three Tiger Guard generals also bowed respectfully.
"Farewell, Your Majesty."
Though these three men were military nobles of the Duke of Chu's faction, they had not risen through hereditary privilege, but through their own prowess. After all, the Tiger Guard tasked with protecting the palace required commanders of genuine ability to uphold its prestige. These three were the very face of the Tiger Guard. Given their status, unless they were sent to distant provinces like Yuzhou or Liangzhou to earn further merits, they had reached the pinnacle of their careers. This made them easy targets for recruitment, even if they knew the stakes were immense. They were willing to take the gamble. Shen Nan nodded slightly. The jade curtain fell slowly, and the opulent carriage emerged from Guanghua Gate. No sooner had they passed through Guanghua Gate than Shen Nan was struck by a wave of bustling worldly vitality. He could faintly hear the cries of street vendors. However, as the magnificent carriage approached, the surrounding people respectfully stepped aside. Though the Great Feng had no tradition of kneeling in reverence, the common folk held a deep, heartfelt awe for their emperor. All paid their respects with utmost deference. Shen Nan's gaze casually swept over the commoners on either side. Their clothing was decent, their physiques robust and towering, and he could discern traces of martial training. This reflected the high prevalence of martial arts in the Great Feng, or perhaps it was simply that those who sought a living in Yongrong Ward were no ordinary folk. Indeed, it was a scene of flourishing prosperity, just as Zhang Jiao had described. The Great Feng Empire was unlike any feudal dynasty. The immortal martial world brought not only a surge in individual martial power, but also a vastly superior social environment and creativity rivaling even the modern world of Shen Nan's past life. For instance, the Heavenly Works Institute produced all manner of daily necessities. Moreover, with a population of billions, if even a tenth practiced martial arts, the resulting transformation would be staggering. Take the imperial city walls, for example. They soared over 30 meters high, an almost unimaginable feat. Within Yongrong Ward stood a magnificent structure, a towering 20-story pavilion, from which waves of energy emanated. This was the Ministry of Justice, the seat of the legalist school. That very energy was the momentum of legalism. Fa Yang sat day and night at its highest level, using his legalist momentum to envelop the entire capital, safeguarding its peace. Zhang Jiao sighed in admiration.
For the capital to enjoy such peace and prosperity, the legalists must have made great contributions. Knights errant disrupt the law with force. Even in the immortal martial three kingdoms, there were countless who broke the rules. How much more so in this resplendent world, where beyond the martial artists of the Jianghu there are savage demon tribes and chaotic sorcerers.
His words reminded Shen Nan of something. He had been overlooking a crucial institution, the Demon Suppression Bureau. Founded in the early years of the Great Feng Empire, this bureau was dedicated to capturing demons and suppressing martial artists. Its structure was immensely complex, incorporating members from the legalist, Confucian, Taoist, Buddhist, and sorcerer schools. Fa Yang was its nominal commander, but only in name. In practice, the bureau was divided along the 9 provinces, each operating independently. The situation was far too intricate for even Fa Yang to control beyond Yongzhou's capital region. In fact, the Golden Guard was essentially Yongzhou's branch of the Demon Suppression Bureau, merely under a different name. As Shen Nan's mind wandered, the carriage gradually came to a halt.
Your Majesty,
Qin Zibao's voice drifted in from outside.
We have arrived at the Heavenly Works Institute.
Shen Nan did not conceal his movements. Qin Zibao acted with utmost prudence, having sent word to the Celestial Works Institute well in advance. Thus, as Qin Zibao's voice faded, a deep voice resounded.
This humble Taoist Qingshuan greets your Majesty.
Qing Xian was the current patriarch of the Ur sect of Taoism. He was also the dean of the Celestial Works Institute, and one of the 9 visible transcendent realm beings of the Taoist school. As Shen Nan descended from his carriage, he saw Qingshuan famed for his miraculous craftsmanship. The man wore not the official robes of the Dafeng court, but a Cyan Taoist robe, black-purple cloth shoes, fair skin, lustrous black hair, and bright deep eyes, truly the image of a Taoist sage. Though he appeared to be merely 30 or 40, he was in fact 156 years old. Even during the reign of Emperor Mingchong, Qing Xian had been renowned far and wide. Behind him stood 2 robust old men in Taoist robes, their faces wreathed in smiles. They were clearly accomplished Taoist cultivators, also versed in some military body-tempering arts. Their burly frames strained their Taoist robes. If they shed their robes and pretended to be military body-tempering masters, they could easily pass for such.
Rise!
Shen Nan said, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. He stated directly,
I have come to trouble the Dean with a matter. This is the Mingwang heavy armor. I asked the Dean how long would the Celestial Works Institute need to forge 10,000 suits of such armor.
As initially stated, the Celestial Works Institute never meddled in court or imperial succession disputes. This was because they possessed the world's most advanced forging techniques. No matter how tumultuous the court or imperial family became, they would ultimately rely on the Institute to craft their items. Thus the Institute could remain unshakable. This was evident from the attire of Qing Xian and his men. Although the Celestial Works Institute was nominally a government office of Dafeng, these people did not even bother with official robes, presenting themselves in Taoist garb instead. Where was the slightest hint of their role as subjects? Thus Shen Nan had no need to engage in scheming with these Taoists of the Celestial Works Institute. He only needed to state his purpose directly and persuade the Institute to assist him. After Shen Nan descended, Qingshuan's gaze had been fixed on Zhang Jiao. He was far more interested in this suddenly appearing Taoist transcendent realm being than in Shen Nan. Thus, even after hearing Shen Nan's words, he paused momentarily before shifting his gaze to the Mingwang heavy armor soldiers. After a cursory glance, he chuckled.
To forge armor like this, how long could it take? 10 days will suffice. However, the cost involved.
Though the Celestial Works Institute was nominally a Dafeng government office, it was essentially no different from the Taoist Qinghe Palace. They were pure businessmen, pay, and they would deliver. This applied to pills and armor alike. However, the Institute's business scope far exceeded Qinghe Palace's pill trade. 70% of the world's weapons and armor came from the Celestial Works Institute. Qinghe Palace had not monopolized the world's pill market, as the Taoist schools of Lunghu and Jinghe also existed. Though not famed for pill-making, they could casually refine common military body-tempering pills. Shen Nan smiled upon hearing this. He did not mind the Institute treating this as a business transaction. He had prepared a few trump cards for this occasion. Moreover, once his imperial authority was established, these Taoist sects would have no choice but to submit. He said calmly,
The cost will be covered by my personal treasury.
Qing Xian also smiled, replying,
As you command. Within 10 days, I shall forge 10,000 suits of Mingwang heavy armor.
This was a deal worth making. Moreover, from what he observed, the craftsmanship of this Mingwang heavy armor was entirely different from conventional forging methods, seemingly incorporating some array enhancements. He might learn much from it.
May I ask your Majesty who forged this armor?
But Qin Xian was not one to take advantage without reciprocating. If he could acquire a new technique, forging these 10,000 suits for free would be a small price to pay. More importantly, the master of this technique was the true prize. Shen Nan said nothing, merely glancing at Zhang Jiao beside him. Zhang Jiao instantly understood the emperor's intent and said calmly, "It is this humble Taoist. He would not forge Mingwang heavy armor soldiers. However, the arts of yellow turban warriors and summoning soldiers from beans would undoubtedly drive the Earth sect wild with desire." This was one reason Shen Nan had brought Zhang Jiao here. Qin Xian wore an expression of, "I knew it." He glanced around and then said, "This is no place for discussion. Your Majesty, this way, please." After Shen Nan nodded, Qin Xian led the way, asking Zhang Jiao as they walked, "May I ask which sect you belong to, fellow Taoist?" Even Qingxuan with his power could not quite discern Zhang Jiao's origins. He seemed to have traces of longest thunder and talisman arts. Yet his qi did not quite match. Qinghe or Jinghe seemed even less fitting. Could he possibly be from their own Earth sect? That would be even more absurd. Zhang Jiao shook his head. "I belong to no sect or school. I cultivated from the essential arts of peace bestowed by a divine being. If I must name a school, it would be my own, the Way of Peace." Qin Xian was taken aback. The Way of Peace. He had never heard of the essential arts of peace or the Way of Peace. Moreover, a transcendent realm cultivator like Zhang Jiao should not be so obscure. But this was not the time for probing deeply. Qin Xian merely praised. "Fellow Taoist is blessed with a divine opportunity, receiving a celestial inheritance and founding your own school. I am ashamed to merely follow the old path. Even the Earth sect's legacy I have not fully mastered. I can only craft items like the distant light mirror, the spirit ear pearl, and the vermilion bird mechanism." He then introduced these items. The distant light mirror did exactly what its name implied. Holding it, one could see another from thousands of miles away, as if face to face. The spirit ear pearl enabled communication over thousands of miles, forming a set with the distant light mirror. The vermilion bird mechanism was more straightforward, a mechanical beast crafted by mechanical arts capable of circling the imperial capital for 3 days without landing, carrying people in flight, and unleashing power comparable to a first-rank Earth immortal. Unfortunately, it was exorbitantly costly and extremely complex. The Earth sect had only forged 4 such beasts: black tortoise, azure dragon, vermilion bird, and white tiger. These could all be classified as magical artifacts. For now, the Earth sect's most practical creations were improved crossbows and thunderfire bombs. To Shen Nan, the Earth sect seemed somewhat similar to the Maha's school of mechanics. However, compared to Maha's mechanisms, their principles clearly leaned more toward array masters and artifact refiners. Zhang Jiao chuckled lightly. "What I practice is quite different. I rarely forge weapons anymore, instead focusing on crafting Dao soldiers. However, my Dao soldiers can only reveal their true power in combat. Fellow Taoist Qingxuan, would you care to test them?" Unlike the wily foxes of the court, for Shen Nan to win the Earth sect's allegiance, the simplest method was to dangle a bait and then overwhelm them with strength. Zhang Jiao's role was to demonstrate this, whether through summoning soldiers from beans or deploying yellow turban warriors. These were true celestial arts, far beyond the Earth sect's artifact refining. The Earth sect would surely take the bait. "A contest of sorcery." Qin Xian was taken aback, then immediately grasped Zhang Jiao's intent. "It can hardly be called a contest of sorcery. If you wish to test some power, both of my junior disciples are at your disposal. They have cultivated the art of physical refinement and mastered the third-grade Taoist pure qi, rendering them impervious to ordinary weapons. You may test at your leisure." The 2 so-called junior disciples were none other than the stalwart old men flanking him. Qin Xian was a 10th-state transcendent of the Taoist path. Gifted by nature, he had broken through to the first-grade land immortal before the age of 50, thus appearing remarkably youthful. Yet his seniority and age far exceeded his outward appearance. Zhang Jiao cast a glance at the 2 stalwart elders but said little. He simply addressed Qingxuan. "May I ask if you have any refined gold here?" In the Immortal Martial 3 Kingdoms, though, there was no concept of magical artifacts, divine weapons, and armor held great significance. Take for instance Lu Bu's sky-piercing halberd and his dragon-scale armor. These were true divine armaments, scarcely different from magical artifacts in power. Crucially, while Zhang Jiao had not forged the Radiant King heavy armor himself, he indeed mastered the art of smelting and forging. The
essential arts of peace
contain not only mystical techniques like summoning wind and rain or transforming beings into soldiers, but also a wealth of knowledge. Medicine, talisman arts, political theory, livelihood, and even the art of training troops. The yellow turban warriors Zhang Jiao commanded were also forged from refined gold. Refined gold was extracted from ordinary gold. Forging a single yellow turban warrior required 100 caddies of refined gold coupled with corresponding mystical arts and the nurturing of baleful qi. This forging secret art was far more profound than ordinary smelting methods.
Refined gold.
Qin Xian paused, then couldn't help but laugh.
I never expected you to attempt on-the-spot forging. Since you are willing to demonstrate so generously, how could I be stingy? Mo Xian,
the stalwart elder on the right replied.
Uncle Master,
Qin Xian declared magnanimously,
fetch 100 caddies of mystic gold for our friend to use in forging.
Mystic gold was refined from refined gold. 5 caddies of refined gold yielded only 1 caddy of mystic gold. Above mystic gold lay true gold. However, such true gold was never used in ordinary forging, nor could it be afforded. 100 caddies of mystic gold was worth 500 caddies of refined gold, or 5,000 caddies of ordinary gold. This demonstrated King Chuan's willingness to spare no expense to witness Zhang Jiao's craft. Alternatively, it might reflect the immense wealth of the Taoist Earth sect. After all, the Heavenly Works Institute had stood for 800 years in the Great Feng dynasty. For 3 centuries, 7 out of 10 armors and weapons in the realm had originated from the Taoist Earth sect, a testament to its affluence. Shen Nan narrowed his eyes, calculating silently.
5,000 taels of gold equals 50,000 taels of silver. 5,000 caddies would be 500,000 taels of silver. I nearly bankrupted the Imperial Horse Administration, yet gained only 10 million taels of silver.
His thoughts increasingly turned toward the Earth sect. If he could bring it entirely under his command, he could train and sustain not just 10,000 Radiant King heavy armor soldiers, but 100,000 or even 1,000,000.
Uncle Master, here is 100 caddies of mystic gold.
Mo Xian soon brought the mystic gold. Qin Xian casually took it and handed it to Zhang Jiao.
Would you like to use the forging workshop of the Heavenly Works Institute?
Zhang Jiao shook his head.
No need.
He raised his right hand slightly, and the 100 caddies of mystic gold floated in midair. A mysterious aura instantly enveloped it. Without any visible mystical incantation, the gold began to shape itself, gradually forming a 7-foot humanoid figure. This yellow turban warrior had no face, and its body radiated a golden light. From a distance, it looked like a small golden statue. Boom! A low roar suddenly erupted from the yellow turban warrior's mouth. On its once smooth face, eyes abruptly opened, followed by a mouth, nose, and ears. As its features fully manifested, it clapped its hands together with a shout.
Huh?
Shockwaves surged outward. Chen Zhibao instantly appeared before Shen Nan, his martial celestial aura radiating without restraint, his gaze icy and fierce. 100 Radiant King heavy armor soldiers raised their shields and blades in unison. Qing Xuan and Mo Xian and the others stared in astonishment at the yellow turban warrior. Officials of the Heavenly Works Institute exclaimed,
"It came to life!"
Even though the Institute produced 7/10 of the Great Feng's forged goods, they had never witnessed such a marvel. A lifeless 100 caddies of mystic gold. After Zhang Jiao's enchantment, it instantly transformed into a formidable yellow turban warrior. This was no longer martial arts, but celestial sorcery.
Magnificent skill!
Qin Xian clapped involuntarily.
Mo Xian, test it!
He was intensely curious about the warrior's power. Mo Xian did not hesitate. He leaped to a spot several meters from the yellow turban warrior and said,
"Proceed."
Zhang Jiao glanced at Mo Xian and waved his hand casually.
"Go!"
The yellow turban warrior did not falter. It stamped its right foot, golden light swirling, and clenched its fist. With a force as vast as a mountain borne on wind and thunder, it struck straight at Mo Xian's chest. Boom! It was as if a colossal mountain had fallen. An overwhelming force surged from the yellow turban warrior's right hand, sending rolling shockwaves in all directions. The sheer intensity of the punch made onlookers' faces sting. When everyone looked again, Mo Xian's figure was sent flying. His chest garment was torn, and even the mystic gold soft armor beneath shattered instantly. He spat a mouthful of crimson blood, stumbling several steps backward upon landing before regaining his footing. Flushed, he exclaimed, "Such power!" Mo Xian had dared to withstand the blow not only because of his mastery of martial physical refinement, but also due to the soft armor personally forged by Qi Xian. This armor was impervious to blades, and could neutralize qi and inner energy. Even across the Great Feng, it was considered a rare treasure. Unfortunately, the Yellow Turban warrior possessed no qi or inner energy, only pure brute force. Thus, with a single punch, the warrior shattered Mo Xian's soft armor, protective qi, and physical refinement. However, the Yellow Turban warrior's luster dimmed considerably as a result. Even so, it was enough to move everyone present. King Chuan's eyes sparkled. "That punch rivals the peak of third-grade pure qi mastery. Even a seasoned third-grade expert might fall to it if careless. Such a weapon, no. This is no mere weapon, it is a Dao soldier. If 100 such Dao soldiers could be forged, even a first-grade land immortal could be besieged to death. And if mystic gold yields such results, what of true gold?" Mo Yin on the left paled upon hearing this. "Uncle Master, true gold is unaffordable. Even mystic gold is scarce in our reserves, let alone forging 100 Dao soldiers." Mo Yan's words caused Qin Xian's expression to stiffen, clearly indicating that even the sect was not an extravagant spender. 100 jin of mystic gold amounted to 500,000 taels of silver. Even though the sect had long monopolized 70% of the forging business in the Great Feng, these ventures still required costs, and profits had to be distributed among various parties. Moreover, the sect, as a massive Taoist palace, incurred immense expenses, and the resources needed for the cultivation of its elders and patriarchs were terrifyingly vast. Gifting 100 jin of mystic gold was manageable, but 10,000 jin was truly beyond their means, and Qin Xian lacked the authority for such a decision. He let out a few dry chuckles. Then, his eyes burning with intensity, he looked at Zhang Jiao. "May I ask, how long can this method sustain itself? And what are the costs?" Gifting was out of the question, but purchasing a few statues was entirely feasible. Though the Great Feng boasted countless 10 realms transcendents, this was based on a vast population of billions. The realm overall was still dominated by 3rd and 4th rank experts. A 2nd rank divine refinement grandmaster was already considered a major powerhouse. If the sect could acquire the method to forge these Yellow Turban warriors, the safety of their disciples on journeys would be assured. With 2 such warriors accompanying core disciples, who would they need to fear? Zhang Jiao said calmly. "The Yellow Turban warrior can last indefinitely. However, when engaging in combat, it consumes mystic gold, which must be replenished. That punch just now used up 1 jin of mystic gold." Qin Xian calculated silently. "So 5,000 taels per punch. Not too expensive." Shen Nan also arrived at the same conclusion. No wonder Zhang Jiao only had 100 or so Yellow Turban warriors in the Immortal Martial Kingdoms. With the Yellow Turban army's wealth, draining their reserves would yield barely 100. Moreover, the consumption is indeed immense. 5,000 taels for a single strike from a peak 3rd rank grandmaster of Gangqi. The cost-performance ratio is truly poor. This reflected the difference in their thinking. Qin Xian only considered the safety of disciples on their travels. The sect was not short of money. Shen Nan, however, pondered the feasibility of widespread adoption in the Great Feng. With such cost performance, it was impractical. But in real combat, it wasn't just 1 strike from a peak 3rd rank grandmaster. It was an obedient, prestigious 3rd rank Yellow Turban warrior. Wouldn't even military nobles and Confucian families desire such a thing? A smile spread across Qin Xian's face. "If I ask you to forge them, what would you require? Or if you're willing to teach this forging method to the sect, what would you need?" Shen Nan had thought of it, and so had Qin Xian. In Qin Xian's eyes, Zhang Jiao had become a walking gold mine. Zhang Jiao did not reply, but instead turned his gaze to Shen Nan. Qin Xian followed his gaze, a flicker of envy in his heart. Where had His Majesty found this Taoist master, one who possessed such mystical arts, and was so obedient to the throne? "Your Majesty, if 100 Yellow Turban warriors can be forged, I can offer those 10,000 sets of Virokana heavy armor as a gift." He dared not haggle with Shen Nan, no matter how transcendent the sect's status. A subject was after all a subject. Even if Qin Xian had previously referred to himself as he could not neglect propriety in official matters. Shen Nan smiled at Qin Xian. His purpose in coming was to use Zhang Jiao to leverage the Taoist sect not merely for 10,000 sets of Virokana heavy armor. Qin Xian's expression stiffened.
Your Majesty.
Shen Nan turned to Zhang Jiao.
Heavenly Master, didn't you mention earlier that besides the Yellow Turban Warriors there is also the art of sprouting beans into soldiers?
The Yellow Turban Warriors had already brought one surprise. Shen Nan wanted to see what the sprouting beans into soldiers would be like. Qin Xian was stunned once more.
Sprouting beans into soldiers.
Just those 4 words stirred endless curiosity within him. How could beans become soldiers? Zhang Jiao nodded slightly.
Indeed, there is the art of sprouting beans into soldiers, but it is extremely complicated to forge. To use it casually would be somewhat wasteful.
His words were quite clear. Zhang Jiao was no court official, but a man who had risen from the common folk. Haggling and wordplay came naturally to him. Qin Xian, being highly emotionally intelligent, said with a smile,
"How about one magical artifact for a single demonstration?"
They had already given 100 gene of mystic gold. A mere magical artifact was nothing. Though such artifacts were hard to forge, this one was from Qin Xian's private collection. And with this artifact, he could also build a rapport with Zhang Jiao. A gift was nothing shameful. Zhang Jiao looked at Shen Nan. Shen Nan smiled.
"Heavenly Master, please."
Qin Xian added,
"Shall I summon my junior disciple this time?"
Mo Xian's face instantly darkened. Mo Yin subconsciously swallowed hard. He had clearly witnessed his junior's fate. This art of sprouting beans into soldiers sounded far more formidable than the Yellow Turban Warriors, and he had no desire to end up with shattered mystic gold armor and bloodied mouth.
"No need."
Zhang Jiao shook his head.
"This cannot be used lightly."
After a brief pause, he reached into his bosom and produced a gleaming golden bean. Without regard for the others' reactions, Zhang Jiao casually tossed the golden bean to the ground.
"Sprouting beans into soldiers."
The moment the bean landed, a dazzling golden light burst forth. In the blink of an eye, as the onlookers gaped in astonishment, a crystalline human figure emerged from the golden light. It swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a 9-foot golden being reminiscent of the earlier Yellow Turban Warriors. But unlike the ethereal nature of those warriors, this golden figure had distinct features and even emotions. It was clad in heavy armor and wielded a green dragon crescent blade in its right hand. Green dragon crescent. Shen Nan's eyes narrowed sharply.
Could it be?
As the thin golden light gradually faded, the sound of clashing weapons and warhorses arose. Qin Xian's heart began to pound wildly. The 2 disciples Mo Xian and Mo Yin were dazed. A dragon's roar resounded as the golden light dissipated. In the courtyard, it seemed as though a green dragon roared and a flash of blade light appeared. As the group stood bewildered, a cold snort was heard.
"You are all but lambs waiting for slaughter."
A towering figure gripped the green dragon, his half-closed phoenix eyes brimming with cold pride. As his fine beard fluttered, a dense aura of battle and slaughter emanated from him, exuding an invincible momentum. Before he even struck, his presence overwhelmed the entire scene. Qin Xian stared in shock.
A peak military transcendent.
He had never imagined that a single being could instantly transform into a real person, and one who was a peak military transcendent at that. Such sorcery was beyond comprehension. Just as Qin Xian was lost in shock, Guan Ye's phoenix eyes snapped open, brimming with murderous intent that pierced straight to the soul. The moment Guan Ye's phoenix eyes snapped open, the murderous intent that burst forth froze Qin Xian in place. Even though Qin Xian had already reached the 10th realm of Taoist transcendence and was even approaching its pinnacle, yet he was still awed by that fierce killing intent. With a breath, Zhang Jiao waved his sleeve, and a flash of golden light streaked across. Guan Ye's 9-foot stature abruptly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, he reverted back to the original golden bean. Then, that golden bean fell into Zhang Jiao's hand. He said calmly,
"This is the art of sprouting beans into soldiers."
The art of sprouting beans into soldiers. All those around were dumbstruck. They had witnessed something today. A single golden bean could truly transform into a human form. And not just any form. A supreme master at the pinnacle of the military realm. Mo Xian and Mo Yin, the 2 senior and junior brothers, both swallowed subconsciously.
Can this be easily controlled?
Given the killing intent in Guan Yi's eyes just now, they truly doubted that anyone could handle it with ease. Qin Xian also turned his gaze upon hearing this. Zhang Jiao smiled lightly and shook his head.
This one is not for ordinary people to control. Even I can only summon him for half a moment. But others are not so troublesome. For instance, I.
He paused briefly and said,
For instance, General of the People Zhang Liang and General of the Earth Zhang Bao. They require no such trouble.
The art of sprouting beans into soldiers possessed by Zhang Jiao of the Immortal Martial Three Kingdoms differs from the traditional understanding of the art. This is the true essential arts of peace. Anyone Zhang Jiao has met, he can capture their aura and vital energy. Through a meticulous refining process, he molds them into golden beans. With these beans, he can briefly transform them into others for his use. However, this refining process is far more troublesome than that of the Yellow Turban warriors. Especially after Zhang Jiao descended into this world, his golden beans are used once and lost forever. After all, after summoning 3 times, the person's vital energy dissipates completely. In this world, how can he capture the auras of Guan Yu, Zhang Bao, and others again? But correspondingly, Zhang Jiao can effortlessly capture the auras of Tuoba Pusa, Qin Jibao, and others. His art of sprouting beans into soldiers will only grow stronger over time. Its upper limit depends solely on the realm of those His Majesty can summon. Qing Xuan, worthy of being the Earth Sect's patriarch, instantly grasped that the essence of this art lay in capturing auras and the complex refining process. He glanced at Zhang Jiao, then at Shen Nan, and finally smiled bitterly.
Taoist, you truly are a bane to others.
Why a bane? Because the 2 techniques Zhang Jiao had displayed were each more useful than the last. Especially for the Earth Sect, they could serve as foundational temple arts passed down through generations. If Qin Xian had not known of such techniques, it would have been one thing. But since he did, he would stop at nothing to acquire them. Unfortunately, Zhang Jiao was not alone. Behind him stood His Majesty. This was evident from Zhang Jiao's demeanor earlier. To negotiate with Zhang Jiao, one must first satisfy His Majesty. This left Qin Xian feeling bitter. For the Earth Sect to satisfy His Majesty would likely require a great sacrifice. What a pity. Why couldn't Zhang Jiao have been encountered by Qin Xian first? Had that been the case, whether it was recruiting Zhang Jiao into the Earth Sect or even supporting him to establish the Peace Sect, Qin Xian was confident he could make Zhang Jiao content. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiao merely smiled without a word. Shen Nan also chuckled lightly as he looked at Qin Xian.
How do these 2 techniques compare to the artifacts forged by the Earth Sect?
What else could Qin Xian say? He sighed.
They are excellent, even surpassing the talisman treasures of Mount Longhu. Mount Longhu can only forge about 100 such talismans a year, and their power reaches the pinnacle of the 10th realm of transcendence. There are even rumors of 11th and 12th realm talismans, but those require the lineage of Mount Longhu to activate freely. Only ordinary 4th and 3rd grade talismans can be triggered by anyone. Your Yellow Turban warriors and art of sprouting beans into soldiers are entirely different. They can serve as the Earth Sect's protective techniques.
He now realized that Zhang Jiao's techniques were not mere forging methods. They were nearly mystical arts, almost celestial in nature.
In that case,
Shen Nan turned to Zhang Jiao.
Celestial Master, please stay and converse with the Dean. I must return to the palace to review memorials.
With that, he turned and left. Qin Jibao and the 100 Ming King heavy-armored soldiers followed closely behind. Qin Xian stared blankly at Shen Nan's retreating figure.
This.
He certainly could not, and did not want to negotiate terms directly with His Majesty. But the problem was that Zhang Jiao had made it clear his stance was aligned with His Majesty's wishes. Now that Shen Nan had left so calmly, how could Qin Xian negotiate terms with Zhang Jiao? At most, he could only ask Zhang Jiao to forge a few Yellow Turban warriors and leave behind 1 or 2 golden beans. Qin Xian wished to call His Majesty back, but was restrained by protocol. He could only watch Shen Nan leave with longing eyes. Zhang Jiao smiled faintly.
Taoist, what about the artifacts you promised earlier?
He was extremely curious about the artifacts of this world. Moreover, upon descending due to his circumstances, Zhang Jiao had not brought his 9-section staff. Without the 9-section staff, he felt somewhat unaccustomed. As for His Majesty's 10,000 sets of Ming King heavy armor, that was no longer an issue. Now it remained to be seen how much benefit Zhang Jiao could extract from the sect. However, the techniques could not be given for now. Only after His Majesty gave the order. A moment later, Shen Nan returned to the imperial city with a broad smile. He had not expected Zhang Jiao's art of sprouting beans into soldiers and yellow turban warriors to be so impressive. While these techniques might not be of great use to him personally, he could forge some yellow turban warriors as guards in the future, serving as a display of imperial dignity. Secondly, Shen Nan could keep a few golden beans for himself. However, rather than using them personally, he preferred to exchange them for sufficient resources. After all, at present what Shen Nan lacked most were resources, not such luxurious yellow turban warriors, and the art of sprouting beans into soldiers.
Your Majesty!
Chao Zhangchun's voice suddenly rang out. Shen Nan snapped back to reality and found himself in the side hall of the palace. After calling out, Chao Zhangchun hurried over carrying a thick stack of documents flattering.
Your Majesty, today Lu Zhong and Zhang, who have sent over all the assets of the Imperial Horse Supervisor. I have taken a rough look.
If there was one thing Chao Zhangchun had, it was diligence. Since noon, when Shen Nan told him to assist Han Shenxian in controlling the Imperial Horse Supervisor, Chao Zhangchun immediately delved into the records of the Imperial Horse Supervisor, nearly memorizing the thick stack of documents. Such diligence truly earned him the title of
Diligent Polite Eunuch Chao.
Shen Nan nodded slightly.
Let's talk inside the hall.
He walked slowly toward the main hall. In the Jinghua Hall, a side hall, where the Grand Feng Emperor conducted state affairs, Shen Nan sat casually at the head. A procession of maidservants entered with practiced grace, arranging imperial delicacies and fruit platters upon the table. Shen Nan had departed at noon, and now, as dusk approached, it was once again time for the evening meal. Yet the imperial dining of the Grand Feng Emperor was not overly elaborate by Shen Nan's standard. It consisted merely of 10 dishes, 5 soups, and 2 teas. The so-called tea referred to fruit juices and similar beverages, their flavors exquisite beyond compare. Shen Nan ate slowly, savoring each bite. Below him, Chao Zhangchun led several sunflower guards in categorizing scrolls and documents by type. After a moment, Han Shenxian entered with measured steps and announced, "Your Majesty." Shen Nan nodded and said, "Have the maids bring in some fruit and dishes. You may also eat as you wish." There were few rigid formalities between him and those he had summoned. Han Shenxian without hesitation replied respectfully, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He then ordered a few tables to be set below. Today it was not only Han Shenxian and Chao Zhangchun who were to report to Oba. Bodhisattva was also expected shortly, and by his reckoning Li Si would soon be finishing his duties at the Yamen. This day marked the culmination of their collective efforts and the true commencement of the campaign against the Red Dragon 10 guards. With trivial matters concluded, Chao Zhangchun rose and spoke with reverence, "Your Majesty, the documents and scrolls of the Imperial Horse Supervisor have been organized. The imperial estates under its purview in the capital number 1,200, while those across the 9 provinces total 6,700. These estates alone yield an annual income of 4 million taels of silver. The pastures amount to 10,300,000 mu." He reported with meticulous detail, laying bare nearly the entire assets of the Imperial Horse Supervisor. Beyond the estates and pastures, he also enumerated the eunuchs and tenant farmers under its administration. These tenant farmers were the ones who cultivated the pastures and managed the estates. Given the vast holdings of the Imperial Horse Supervisor, it was impractical for eunuchs to handle every task personally. Instead, supervising eunuchs hired laborers, and some responsibilities were carried out by hereditary tenant families. The Imperial Horse Supervisor currently employed 2,900 eunuchs in official posts, along with 13,000 ordinary eunuchs and nearly 600,000 tenant households, approximately 2,700,000 individuals. From this one could grasp the sheer magnitude of the Imperial Horse Supervisor. Yet despite its colossal scale, its annual revenue amounted to only 5 million taels of silver. Even accounting for embezzlement by eunuchs, it barely reached 10 million taels, a figure that drew a cold sneer from Shen Nan. It seems the Imperial Horse Supervisor is not merely a parasite of eunuchs. Other forces must have their hands in it as well. This was evident, otherwise how could such a vast organization yield so little income? Much like the Grand Feng's fiscal revenue, spanning 9 provinces and 3 billion people, The annual state income was a paltry 230 million taels. The bulk of this meager sum was funneled to the 9 garrisons of Yozhou, where military officers padded their payrolls, and corrupt officials lined their pockets. The dire state of the Grand Feng's governance was all too clear. Chao Zhenchun nodded solemnly. From what your servant has uncovered, local magnates, aristocratic families, and nobles have all meddled in the Imperial Horse Supervisor. By my estimation, everyone has taken a share. With its assets, the Imperial Horse Supervisor should generate at least 30 to 50 million taels annually. He had thoroughly investigated the matter. Moreover, Chao Zhenchun had managed the Ming Dynasty's Imperial Horse Supervisor during his time in the world's greatest. He knew exactly how things worked. Shen Nan sneered, "What of the horses?" These matters would be settled in due time. For now, the horses of the Imperial Horse Supervisor were of paramount importance. Chao Zhenchun continued. The Imperial Horse Supervisor currently has 60,300 plow oxen, 3,020,000 sheep, 10,400 breeding stallions, 89,000 maras, 34,000 warhorses, and 1,300 dragon-blooded steeds from the Imperial Forest Park. Earlier, Han Shengxian had sent men to investigate, discovering that many horses had been sold off by eunuchs, some to Nanjiang and Quanzhou, and even to the barbarian demon tribes. But since Lu Zhong and Zhang, who had submitted the records, the current data was undoubtedly accurate. After all, neither dared to deceive Shen Nan now. Shen Nan had no intention of inquiring about past losses or sales. Most of those eunuchs had likely already been raided, and those who hadn't would soon face a purge. He said calmly, "From now on you will manage these affairs. I will have Yu Huatian assist you. Anyone caught embezzling shall be executed. If the Western Depot Yu Huatian establishes cannot handle them, then Chen Zhihao and Tuoba Bodhisattva shall deploy troops. I refuse to believe this corrupt state of affairs cannot be curbed. With Shen Nan's current foundation and resources, if he chose to rest on his laurels, within a decade he would undoubtedly become invincible. Even if the Grand Feng fell, he as emperor could rebuild a new dynasty. But why should he settle for that? With his system and such a promising start, how could he allow the Grand Feng to rot away bit by bit? He aimed to overhaul this decaying empire. Where there was rot, he would cut it out. Where factions grew too bold, he would suppress them, until true imperial supremacy was achieved. This resolve was also shaped by Shen Nan's past life values. A time traveler never becomes a tyrant. Though not a benevolent ruler, he would never forget the principle that the people are the foundation. A decade was too long. Shen Nan wanted the Grand Feng to improve starting today. Chao Zhenchun and Han Xingxuan, though unable to read minds, could sense the emperor's fervor. Both replied solemnly, "As you command." Shen Nan exhaled, slowly summoned Tuoba Bodhisattva, Chen Zhihao, and Yu Huatian. Regarding the Imperial Horse Supervisor, he only needed to know its assets. The pressing matter was the Red Dragon 10 guards, especially the reorganization of the Tiger Guard, which was urgent, with only 14 days until the military review. Before then, Shen Nan must secure a fully capable elite force. Soon Tuoba Bodhisattva, Chen Zhihao, and Yu Huatian arrived at Jinghua Hall. Shen Nan looked down at the three and fixed his gaze on Tuoba Bodhisattva. "What is the state of the Tiger Guard?" Though Tuoba Bodhisattva had commanded them for only a day or two, he had already gained thorough insight. Without hesitation, he declared, "To be blunt, Your Majesty, half of these so-called elites are useless." 50%. Shen Nan let out a chuckle upon hearing this. "That is far better than I had anticipated." After listening to the report on the Imperial Stables Directorate, Shen Nan had already braced himself for the utter decay of the Tiger Guard, so the 50% Tuoba Pusa mentioned was far better than his mental estimate. After all, if the Imperial Stables Directorate was so corrupt, the Crimson Dragon 10 guards could hardly be any better. In the 800 years since the Great Feng Dynasty was founded, the Crimson Dragon 10 guards were once an elite force, adept in both battle and conquest. Yet as the years passed, the Crimson Dragon 10 guards had been perpetually tasked with guarding Yongzhou and the imperial capital. It was only natural for their military preparedness to languish. Shen Nan looked at Tuoba Pusa. "Speak in detail. Of the remaining 50%, how many are serviceable? If you were to reorganize the Tiger Guard, how long would it take? And if we must reduce the army, what then?" The matter of military reduction had long been decided. Dealing with corrupt officials was extremely troublesome, as it would affect the entire system. before Shen Nan could launch a sweeping purge of corrupt officials and restore order. His first priority was to reduce the army, solve the problem of phantom soldiers drawing salaries, and then in turn gain control of a formidable fighting force. Only with sufficient strength could he suppress all opposition. This required not just high martial power alone, but also a vast network of influence. The Tiger Guard was the first step. After a moment of deliberation, Tuoba Pusa said,
"Of the remaining 50%, most are serviceable. These men were transferred back from the border armies. It has been a long-standing tradition of the Great Feng that at least 30% of the Tiger Guard must be elites transferred from various border forces. This national policy was intended to maintain the Tiger Guard's combat effectiveness. Unfortunately, the Tiger Guard falls under the Martial Virtue Department. Those who truly hold power are the sons or relatives of military nobles. While these border elites are skilled in battle, they lack deep roots and connections. The 3 Tiger Guard commanders I brought to the city gate today are a different case. Among the border armies and the military noble factions, there is also a group of people. They are of military noble lineage, but lack illustrious backgrounds. They are talented enough and carry the blood of military nobles, thus they can become Tiger Guard commanders. But for them, advancement stops here unless they earn military merits. If your majesty wishes to reduce the army and reorganize the Tiger Guard, these are the people to rely on."
Tuoba Pusa, true to his reputation as the northern barbarian god of war, handled matters with decisive skill and familiarity. In just a day or two, he had thoroughly grasped the situation of the Tiger Guard. He had even charted a concrete path for a smooth military reduction and reorganization. Shen Nan nodded approvingly.
"Shen Jifeng, what do you think?"
Although Tuoba Pusa's plan was excellent, he also wanted to hear if Shen Jifeng had any strategies.
Shen Jifeng said solemnly, "General Tuoba's words are already excellent."
Though he had been an enemy of Tuoba Pusa in the snow, now that they had descended into this world, they were colleagues. Moreover, given Shen Jifeng's temperament, he had no desire to seek special opportunities to shine. He preferred to fight on the battlefield, establish achievements, and let his strength and merits speak for themselves. Shen Nan nodded upon hearing this.
"Good. I will give you 5 days. After 5 days, begin the reduction of the Tiger Guard. When it is done, I will transform the Tiger Guard into a true elite force loyal only to me."
Although Tuoba Pusa had already assessed the situation, a hasty military reduction would inevitably cause some chaos. Moreover, Shen Nan did not want to reveal his intentions so soon. He wanted to strike without warning, ensuring the complete downfall of the military nobles. Once the Tiger Guard reduction succeeded, he would immediately move against the garrison guard. On paper, the Crimson Dragon 10 guards boasted a full 200,000 elite troops. The actual number was around 150,000. The left and right Tiger Guards officially numbered only 15,000 men. The imperial capital also housed the left and right garrison guards. If he could not take control of both the Tiger Guards and the garrison guards in one fell swoop, it would be difficult for Shen Nan to reduce and reorganize all 10 Crimson Dragon Guards. After all, the left and right attendant guards were stationed at the capital camp over 10 li away for training, while the Wulong and Xianfeng units were in fortresses over 30 li away. These troops were not exactly docile. Reducing the army sounded simple, but a single misstep could trigger a mutiny. Furthermore, the Duke of Chu was already preparing for a camp disturbance during the military review. If a mutiny broke out due to the reduction, the Duke of Chu would be delighted, and he could seize the opportunity to gain leverage in the imperial court. Once the cabinet heavyweights led by Zhang Su learned of Shen Nan's intentions, they would inevitably support the Duke of Chu. The situation would then become far more chaotic. However, to reorganize the Tiger Guard and reduce the garrison guard in a single day, besides relying on Tuoba Pusa and Shen Jifeng, he also needed intelligence provided by Li Si. Without sufficient information, a swift and precise military reduction would be impossible. Thinking of this, Shen Nan looked at Han Shengxian.
"How much longer until Li Si arrives?"
Han Shengxian paused briefly.
"By my calculations, at most another quarter of an hour."
The Great Feng government offices closed at the hour. This was around 6 or 7 in the evening, just around sunset. Shen Nan nodded slightly. He was about to speak when he heard the eunuch's announcement from outside the hall.
"Guardian Zhang requests an audience."
It was Zhang Jiao who had returned. Zhang Jiao's nominal position was still a third-rank guardian Taoist official of the Great Feng, hence the eunuch's address. Shen Nan smiled.
Summon him.
He was curious about how Zhang Jiao's negotiations with the Earth sect had gone. As Zhang Jiao strode in, Shen Nan immediately noticed the 9-section staff in his right hand. A bell was tied to the top of the staff, ringing with each step, and a faint wave of energy rippled outward. This object was undoubtedly a magical artifact. Zhang Jiao stood in the center of the hall, smiling at Shen Nan.
Your Majesty, the Earth sect has agreed to manufacture 10,000 sets of Bright King heavy armor free of charge. They have also pledged that in the future, no matter what your Majesty wishes to forge, they will only charge the cost price. Furthermore,
his tone grew more relaxed,
the Earth sect has also promised that your Majesty may freely choose 3 magical artifacts.
This price was clearly not what the Earth sect was offering for the Bean Soldiers and Yellow Turban Warriors techniques. Rather, it was akin to a gesture of goodwill. Shen Nan looked at Zhang Jiao with interest.
Did the Earth sect not specify how they wish to obtain the Bean Soldiers and Yellow Turban Warriors?
Zhang Jiao chuckled wryly.
Since your Majesty had already left, what conditions could the Earth sect propose? These terms are merely the remuneration for commissioning me to forge 2 Yellow Turban Warriors. As for the techniques of Bean Soldiers and Yellow Turban Warriors, Qing Xian likely cannot offer a suitable price. They must first deliberate with the Earth sect elders before reaching a conclusion. Nevertheless, the Earth sect will surely revere your Majesty in the future.
This was exactly the affection Nan wanted.
For now, we will not hand over the Bean Soldiers and Yellow Turban Warriors. However, you may refine a few Yellow Turban Warriors for the Earth sect. Handle the specifics as you see fit.
The Taoist Earth sect. Shen Nan intended to bring it under his complete control in the future. For now, he was merely stringing them along. Just then, the eunuch's announcement sounded again.
Li Si, Right Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice, requests an audience. Summon him.
Li Si arrived at the perfect moment. Shen Nan intended to inquire about the specifics of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards from Li Si. After Li Si entered Jinghua Hall, he first respectfully bowed to Shen Nan.
Your Majesty.
Shen Nan casually raised his hand.
Sit down first and speak slowly.
He had already prepared a meal for everyone earlier, which now proved useful. Li Si did not stand on ceremony. He knelt at the table first, casually sampling the tea and pastries, then looked at Han Xingxuan.
Is there a map of the imperial capital and its surrounding 100 li within the palace?
Upon hearing this, Han Xingxian directly instructed the Sunflower Guard to retrieve the map. Soon, the Sunflower Guard brought the map. Han Xingxian spread the map on the floor. Although the map of the Great Feng Empire was not as detailed as those of later generations, it was still much clearer than ordinary ancient maps. This particular map was painstakingly drawn by the palace. From his elevated perspective, Shen Nan could more clearly perceive the prosperity and vastness of the imperial capital. The population of the Great Feng imperial capital was 30 million. Considering ancient architecture and livelihoods sustaining 30 million people. The imperial capital was naturally extremely vast, and each of the so-called 13 wards was immensely large. To put it intuitively, one ward was equivalent to a modern district. Among the Crimson Dragon 10 guards, the left and right Zhangshi guards, the left and right Wulong guards, and the left and right Xiefeng guards, though they sounded far from the capital, dozens of li or 30 li away, on the map they seemed barely any distance apart. They were only a palm's width away from the capital. This map was the size of a billiard table. What was a palm's width in comparison? Shen Nan sighed softly.
It seems that when the time comes to reduce the army, it must be done with lightning speed. Otherwise, given the positions of the Zhangshi Xuanfeng and Wulong guards, if the military nobles react in time, they can send messages at will, inciting the Crimson Dragon 10 guards stationed around the capital to mutiny or rebel.
Unlike Shen Nan's previous move to seize military power or his plan to channel military pay through the Imperial Stable Directorate, reducing the army would be a direct attack on the lifeline of the military nobles. This action would affect every single military noble. Faced with such a situation, any reaction from them would be entirely normal. Upon hearing this, Li Si shook his head and said,
Your Majesty, it is not as complicated as you think. Although I have only just assumed the post of Right Vice Minister of Justice today, I have already gained a basic understanding of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards. Given their combat capability, they are likely incapable of mutiny or rebellion. They lack the means. The official strength of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards is 200,000 elite soldiers, but in reality, there are only 150,000. This padding of the ranks is common knowledge tacitly accepted by various factions, and even several previous emperors. This is because at their founding the Crimson Dragon 10 guards were composed of military nobles. However, during the founding era, these nobles were true warriors. When Emperor Taizu led the Crimson Dragon 10 guards on campaigns, these nobles made immense sacrifices. Thus, Emperor Taizu decreed that the pay for 50,000 phantom soldiers was a reward for the military nobles. It was meant to ensure their generations would never lack for food or clothing. But as time passed, the Crimson Dragon 10 guards became about far more than just 50,000 phantom soldiers. Officially 150,000 elite soldiers, but in truth no more than 100,000 could be called elite. The remaining 50,000 are merely the old, weak, sick, and disabled filling the ranks. Even among that 100,000 elite, probably fewer than 50,000 are truly fit for battle. Such was the situation Li Si had uncovered. The Ministry of Justice was the stronghold of the legalist school, and a vice minister had the authority to review archives. With the legalist schools accumulated knowledge and resources, and the privileges of the Imperial Guard. In less than half a day, Li Si had reviewed the files on the Crimson Dragon 10 guards, and thoroughly understood their true state. To summarize in one sentence, among 150,000 troops, not a single battalion was battle-ready. 100,000 elite soldiers with only 50,000 fit for combat. Shen Nan couldn't help but shake his head. I had heard from Tuoba Bodhisattva about the situation of the Tiger Ben army before, but hearing the true state of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards is still absurd. They are tasked with defending the imperial capital, a duty of utmost importance. Emperor Taizu granted these nobles wealth and honor, even tacitly allowing them to pocket the pay for 50,000 phantom soldiers. And still they couldn't produce a single elite force. Officially 200,000 elite soldiers, yet only 50,000 fit for combat. Such data was too absurd, too exaggerated. If the Great Feng Empire had not enjoyed prolonged peace, and if the savage demon tribe truly attacked the capital, these troops likely couldn't hold for even a few days. Given the capital's vastness, defending it would require 100,000 elite soldiers supported by hundreds of thousands of auxiliary troops. What could a mere 50,000 accomplish? And even those 50,000 included the 15,000 elite soldiers of the left and right Tiger Ben guards. Did that mean the other guards had at most 35,000 elite soldiers combined? If I remember correctly, the annual pay for an elite soldier in Great Feng is 15 taels of silver. That means the Crimson Dragon 10 guards officially cost 3 million taels of silver in pay alone. Adding equipment, provisions, and other expenses, their total annual expenditure must be around 10 million taels of silver. Shen Nan's calculation was correct, but he had underestimated the power behind the name Crimson Dragon 10 guards. Before Li Si could speak, Chao Zhengchun said, "Your Majesty, the annual expenditure of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards is 23 million taels. That was the case last year, and the year before it was 22,600,000 taels." Chao Zhengchun was not exceptional in many ways, but his memory was flawless. Today, he had not only memorized the data from the Imperial Stable Directorate, but also gained a basic understanding of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards. After all, the system had already fed him information about His Majesty's upcoming plans to reorganize them. 23 million taels of silver to maintain such a force. Shen Nan was momentarily speechless. Tell me, is there anything else? Li Si shook his head. For now, I only know this much. In the coming days, I plan to compile a list of capable individuals within the Crimson Dragon 10 guards for your Majesty's use in future military reductions. The decay of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards could not be blamed on any single party. And there were still 50,000 battle-capable elite soldiers, all of whom were cultivators, who had achieved rank. Reducing the army did not mean dismissing them all, it meant selecting a portion. Shen Nan finally heard some good news. Handle this with Tuoba and Shinjibao. I want results, and I give you 5 days. Within 5 days, I want to see a suitable outcome. Then the selected commanders may be brought to the palace. I also wish to meet these valuable officers. Whether it was Tuoba Bodhisattva or Li Si, no matter how many promises they made, it would ultimately be Shen Nan
who had to appear to win over these commanders. Only then could these men truly work with peace of mind. Shen Nan could also take this opportunity to see if any familiar faces stood out. His greatest asset was not just the system's tasks, but also his rough memories of the next 20 years. Within the Jinghua Hall, Li Si Tuoba Bodhisattva and Shen Jibao began deliberating on how to rally the generals and execute the military disbandment plan in 5 days. Han Shengxian and Chao Zhengchun also contributed their strategies from the side, and even Zhang Jiao joined the discussion. This gathering of such abundant talent brought Shen Nan a measure of relief. For a moment earlier, he had genuinely wanted to overturn the table and directly establish a new great Feng for the current dynasty after 800 years, since its founding was plagued by too many accumulated ills. Rather than exerting such painstaking effort to reform the great Feng, it would be far easier and more unrestrained to simply overthrow the old order and start anew. However, after witnessing the performance of Li Si and the others, Shen Nan let out a sigh of relief. The current situation was not yet so dire. Moreover, the great Feng had nurtured its scholars for 800 years and truly possessed talent. In the memories of Emperor Yuanyo, through the calamities of Lianshan, the Southern Rebellion, the Buddhist takeover, the chaos wrought by the barbarian tribes, and the rise of the Taoist sect, there had always been those who remained loyal to the great Feng and its emperor. Yet none had been able to truly turn the tide. Even F. Yang, who had concealed his true strength at the 12th level of the legalist path, could not salvage the situation. Nor could the Prince of Jinbei, a military master at the 12th level in Yozhou, cleanse the realm of all evils. Their failures were indeed lamentable. But they also provided Shen Nan with a wealth of information. With this future knowledge, the support of the system and allies, likely see why should he choose the path of cowering in the shadows, enduring years of patience before suddenly amassing power. Such an approach was not for Shen Nan. His temperament might seem gentle, but in his heart he could tolerate no trace of impurity. Meanwhile, as Shen Nan and the others discussed the disbandment in the Jinghua Hall, the Grand Secretariat had already adjourned for the day. Yang Ku, the Vice Grand Secretary, had not left. Today it was his duty to remain on watch at the Secretariat, which by custom required him to stay overnight. Yet unlike previous nights, Yang Ku was visibly unsettled. His gaze frequently drifted toward the Jinghua Hall.
Such a chaotic mix of auras! Where did His Majesty find these experts, and what does he intend to do? Within days of ascending the throne, he has seized military power, suppressed the dukes, appointed the Minister of Justice and the commander of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards, and today personally visited the Heavenly Works Institute. Though Shen Nan acted with utmost secrecy, some overt matters could never be hidden. Before Yang could lay a slip of paper detailing intelligence about Li Si's inspection of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards that day. With the Confucian faction's influence in the Great Feng Court, even though the Ministry of Justice was legalist territory, they had countless ways to obtain such information. Yang Ku knew this, as did Zhang Su, the Grand Secretary. Yet both Yang Ku and Zhang Su remained still. As for what that old fox Zhang Su was thinking, Yang Ku could not say. But his own mind was clear. He had long lost any desire for strife. As a paragon of Confucian scholars from humble origins, though he had not founded the Daru Academy, like the great scholar Wang Shu, blazing an unprecedented path for the Confucian military, he had still contributed to the cause of the Confucian poor. Had it not been for him, the Vice Grand Secretary, and the Jiangzhou Academy behind him, the entire Great Feng would have long fallen under the dominion of aristocratic clans. The Confucian scholars from humble origins led by Yang Ku were known for their rigidity. Yang himself was famed for his unyielding nature, and he had long been disgusted by the inaction and greed of officials throughout the court. But with Zhang Su and the Jiangzhou Confucians shielding them, he was truly exhausted, merely hoping to endure a few more years before retiring to his hometown. Thus, even knowing that His Majesty intended to move against the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards, which might shake the entire order, Yang Ku simply turned a blind eye. If His Majesty wishes to be a martial king, let him. I only hope he doesn't act recklessly.
He casually burned the slip of paper and ceased to pay attention to the Jinghua Hall, instead closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, deep within the imperial palace, Zhang Hu also wore a look of deep emotion. Shen Nan had not bothered to hide his actions from him. While Yang Ku could only vaguely guess that His Majesty might be planning something major, Zhang Hu knew exactly what he intended.
Your Majesty, disbanding the army is no simple matter. Even with the support of these people, can it truly go so smoothly?
Though he was a member of the Lianqing sect, he was also a eunuch whose very life and fortune depended on the emperor. The Lianqing sect had merely invested in him. It was the emperor who truly controlled his wealth and his fate. Thus Zhang Hu inwardly yearned to earn Shen Nan's trust. Unfortunately, Shen Nan gave him no such opportunity. What Zhang Hu did not know, however, was that, given what Zhang Hu would do in the future, the only reason Shen Nan did not slay him outright was to use him as bait for the Lianqing sect. Zhang Hu still believed himself a loyal eunuch, but in truth, once he gained real power, he would prove anything but loyal. He was a man of boundless ambition. It could only be said that people sometimes fail to see themselves clearly.
Zhang Hu! Zhang Hu!
Just then, a voice faintly echoed in Zhang Hu's ears, filled with chilling coldness and menace. Yet despite its icy and sinister tone, it brought Zhang Hu a sense of comfort, as if returning to a warm embrace. His eyes slowly closed, and after just a few breaths, he snapped them open, gasping heavily.
Huff, huff, huff. The Lianqing dream incursion.
Cold sweat drenched Zhang Hu's forehead and back, and his face turned ghastly pale. For in that moment, the Lianqing saintess had entered his dream and commanded him to earn Shen Nan's trust at any cost. She also ordered him to arrange for one of his men to be appointed as the military supervisor of Chuanzhou. This was clearly the Lianqing sect's plan to instigate a rebellion in Chuanzhou. But they were evidently unaware of Zhang Hu's current predicament. Such was the peculiar nature of the great Feng capital. The imperial palace was shrouded in national destiny, and the city was sealed by Fa Yang's legalist influence, making it impossible for the Lianqing sect to easily send experts into the capital. In his dream, Zhang Hu dared not reveal the truth. He knew well the Lianqing sect's methods. If they learned he had become a useless piece, his fate would be utterly grim.
It seems I must resort to ruthless measures.
Zhang Hu's eyes turned sinister and fierce.
Lu Zhong, don't blame me.
He planned to completely betray Lu Zhong along with the assets he had accumulated over the years as a token of loyalty to Shen Nan in order to gain his trust. Otherwise, given the current situation, not only would he fail to arrange for a supervisor in Chuanzhou, even if he requested to be transferred out of the capital, Shen Nan would likely refuse. The next day, at the hour of noon, Shen Nan concluded his cultivation session feeling refreshed, his true dragon gang chi having noticeably surged once more. The complete assimilation of the Lesser Grandmaster pill was now within reach, yet what excited him most was the daily refresh of the system shop. This was one of Shen Nan's minor habits. Though the system shop refreshed at the stroke of midnight each day, his restoration points were always depleted almost immediately. Rather than merely gazing longingly at the offerings, he preferred to wait until after his daily check-in, which granted 1,000 restoration points, before inspecting the shop's new inventory. If something valuable appeared, he could lock it in or exchange for it directly. A single glance and his eyes fixed upon the first item. It was a martial art, the Supreme Diamond Body. Supreme Diamond Body Manual originates from the legend of Qin. It is the ultimate protective art of the Armored Gate sect. Practitioners temper their physique into a shield of armor, rendering them impervious to blades and spears. This perfected external art is renowned as the Bronze Head Iron Arm, invincible in 100 battles. Third rank peak external art. Exchange cost 300 points. This technique, Shen Nan remembered it vividly from when he watched The Legend of Qin. Dian Qing's mastery of external arts was virtually invincible. Even Tian's dual sword Earth Grid 24 could not leave a scratch on him. His weak point was exceptionally unique, hidden deep within his body rather than exposed like those of ordinary external arts. The system's classification as third rank peak clearly demonstrated the formidable nature of this technique. Shen Nan had no intention of learning it himself. Instead, he planned to integrate it with the Radiant King's energy and Iron Bone Gang Chi of his Radiant King heavy armor soldiers, potentially elevating their combat prowess. The cost of 300 points was hardly exorbitant. Though the Grand Feng Imperial Palace housed numerous martial arts, and external art of this caliber was exceedingly rare. But Shen Nan did not rush to exchange. Instead, he examined another newly appeared item. Sun-Seeking Divine Bow, 4th rank Dharma artifact. When charged, it allows a 4th rank cultivator to unleash a strike equivalent to the peak of the 3rd rank. Exchange costs 500 points. Clearly, the system shop refreshed an immense variety of items. Not only military units, like the Western Depot Grand Pack or the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, but also inheritances, martial arts, Dharma artifacts, divine weapons, and elixirs. As for the final item, it remained the Sunflower Manual from yesterday's refresh. Unfortunately, the Western Depot Grand Pack was no longer available. Shen Nan had considered opening another Western Depot pack if nothing suitable appeared today. After all, both the Imperial Stable Directorate under Han Shengxian and the Western Depot that Yu Huatian was tasked with building were desperately short of personnel. Exchange the Sun-Seeking Divine Bow and the Supreme Diamond Body Manual. Whoosh! A resplendent golden longbow materialized in Shen Nan's right hand. The bow was exceedingly luxurious, its body carved with cloud dragon motifs, and a blazing sun engraved upon the grip. In terms of appearance, it was nothing short of regal. What pleased Shen Nan most was that the bow required no arrows. Simply infusing it with Gang Qi was enough to fire. The only drawback was its immense consumption. An ordinary 4th rank expert could at most fire it 3 times before exhausting their inner energy. Yet given that it enabled a 4th rank expert to unleash a full force strike at the peak of the 3rd rank, this flaw was negligible. In fact, it became a significant advantage. After all, a 4th rank expert could now deliver 3 peak 3rd rank blows. In terms of pure effect, it somewhat resembled the Dragon Tiger Mountain Talisman treasures that Qin Xian had mentioned the day before. Such a divine bow could be given to Zhang Jiao for the Heavenly Works Institute to replicate. If production proves feasible, equipping every 4th rank commander of the Black Dragon Mysterious Bird Guard with such a Dharma artifact would create a truly magnificent spectacle. Shen Nan set down the divine bow and the manual, about to summon Zhang Jiao. But before he could call out, Chao Zhengchen's voice echoed from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, the Director of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs requests an audience." Director of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs. Zhang Hu. A flicker of confusion crossed Shen Nan's face. Chao Zhengchen entered and reported, "Your Majesty, Zhang Hu has arrived with several eunuchs carrying numerous chests. Faint glimmers of light emanate from within, suggesting rare treasures." Hearing this, Shen Nan understood the situation, led Zhang Hu in. He casually tossed the divine bow and manual behind his seat. Then he watched as Zhang Hu entered with a solemn expression. Without a word, the eunuch knelt and kowtowed, speaking with sincere humility, "Your Majesty, this servant has sinned." Shen Nan regarded Zhang Hu with interest. "Sinned? What crime have you committed?" Zhang Hu raised his head and spoke earnestly. "I have overseen the Imperial Stable Directorate for many years, yet it has fallen into such a state, corruption rife at every level, draining Your Majesty's inner treasury. This is a capital offense. I knew that Lu Zhong was not loyal to Your Majesty, but rather an infiltrator planted by the Buddhist sect within the palace. Yet I never exposed him. Another capital offense. He listed numerous crimes, even confessing to some of his own unsavory deeds. Finally, he bowed reverently. "This servant deserves death." Shen Nan narrowed his eyes at this display. He discerned Zhang He's intent and grasped the general situation. The Liansheng sect had likely ordered Zhang Hu to act. But Zhang Hu, though nominally still the director of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, was a director who had lost the Emperor's trust. Naturally, he could accomplish little. Zhang Hu was now offering up his own misdeeds and Lu Zhong's as a pledge of loyalty. Yet Zhang Hu had clearly glossed over the gravest offenses. While his misdeeds were leverage compared to Lu Zhong being a Buddhist sect mole, what were his petty crimes? Shen Nan had already forgiven the Imperial Stable Directorate's affairs. These trivial matters meant nothing. After a moment of reflection, he said, "I accept the gifts you have brought. As for these matters, I am not concerned. What you did in the past is in the past. Do not repeat such offenses going forward. You may take your leave. I will handle Lu Zhong myself." Zhang Hu was taken aback. He had prepared himself for Shen Nan's fury. He had planned to use the Emperor's anger as an excuse to request an external posting. But now, with Shen Nan handling the matter so lightly, what was Zhang Hu to do? He steeled himself and gritted his teeth. "Your Majesty is merciful. But aside from these matters, this servant has also discovered something. The Liansheng sect is showing signs of unrest in Chuan Province. This servant humbly requests to be dispatched to Chuan Province as a military overseer to monitor the Liansheng sect for your majesty. This was Zhang He's true plan. He had never intended to follow the Liansheng sect's orders and arrange for someone to be sent out. Zhang He knew he could never earn the emperor's trust, so he seized this chance to request an external posting, fulfilling the Liansheng sect's mission while truly escaping the palace. On the surface, this arrangement made sense. After all, Zhang, who was nominally the director of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, the chief eunuch, requesting to be a military overseer in Chuan province, was practically a self-demotion similar in nature to a high court official being relegated to a remote post. If Shen Nan were unaware of Zhang He's true background, he would likely think Zhang He was simply afraid. Thus, he sought to retire to Chuan province. Unfortunately, Shen Nan knew Zhang He's true nature, and so all of Zhang He's performance appeared utterly clumsy. Shen Nan did not expose Zhang He's clumsy acting, even though the deeds Zhang He would commit in the future were indeed deserving of death. But the future was after all still the future. Moreover, Shen Nan was not the future Emperor Yuan Yu. With his current foundation, he could certainly make good use of Zhang He. Furthermore, Zhang He had his uses merely serving as bait to lure the Liansheng sect was a significant purpose. Besides, Zhang He was the chief eunuch who had controlled the Directorate of Ceremonial for decades, and the intelligence and connections within his mind were all exploitable. Shen Nan said calmly, "I understand your meaning. In the coming days, you shall first properly hand over the affairs of the Directorate of Ceremonial with Han Shengxian. The matter of the military supervisor in Chuanzhou can wait for now, and you need not concern yourself with Lu Zhong's affairs. This servant kowtows in gratitude to your majesty." Zhang He, his heart filled with joy, hastily kowtowed. He could no longer bear to stay in this palace. Not to mention the terrifying methods of Han Xingxuan, the mere appearance of figures like Tuoba Bodhisattva and Li Si filled him, a peak second-rank grandmaster of spirit refinement, with dread, especially since his background was far from clean. If his majesty were to learn that he was an agent of the Liansheng sect, death would be his only fate. Yet the Liansheng sect was also extremely indifferent. It was already fortunate that Zhang He could leave unscathed. Shen Nan said casually, "Spare the formalities. Just do your duty well." Zhang He said from the heart, "This servant will hand over everything of the Directorate of Ceremonial to Director Han." Shen Nan waved his hand. "Enough, you may withdraw." Soon after, Zhang He departed joyfully. After he left, Chao Zhengchun looked at Shen Nan with confusion. "Your Majesty, do you truly intend to send Zhang He as military supervisor to Chuanzhou?" He could not fathom his Majesty's thoughts. Shen Nan let out a scoff. "When did I ever say I would send Zhang He as military supervisor to Chuanzhou? He himself is engaging in this covert act of deception, so I will pretend not to know and let him assist Han Shengxian in the palace from now on. Moreover, this man does have some uses." Since Zhang He wanted to put on an act, Shen Nan did not mind playing along. As for the matter of the military supervisor in Chuanzhou, Shen Nan had already thought of a candidate. He planned to have Lu Zhong request to be sent as military supervisor to Chuanzhou. This would both keep Zhang He firmly confined in the palace and allow the Buddhist sect behind Lu Zhong to first clash with the Liansheng sect. After all, the Buddhist sect harbored grand ambitions. They did not seek rebellion or treason, but aimed to transform the Great Feng into a Buddhist kingdom on earth. This was not something the Buddhist sect had never attempted before. However, at that time they were jointly suppressed by the Confucian legalist and military schools, nearly being branded a heretical cult. Since then, the Buddhist sect had acted with increasing secrecy and caution, but their foundation remained intact. If Lu Zhong went to Chuanzhou this time, it would surely lead to an intriguing drama. Chao Zhengchun was still bewildered, clearly not grasping Shen Nan's meaning. Seeing this, Shen Nan did not explain further, but said, "Summon Han Shengxian and Yu Huatian to see me." Chao Zhengchun respectfully withdrew. "As you command." In a short while, Han Shengxian and Yu Huatian had arrived at Jinghua Hall. "Your Majesty." On the way, Chao Zhengchun had already informed Han Shengxian and Yu Huatian about Zhang He. Unlike Chao Zhengchun, who was not adept at scheming, they harbored some vague conjectures and had even devised several methods to control Zhang He in an instant. Such was the caliber of the Spring and Autumn Grand Demon and the director of the Western Depot. Shen Nan read their expressions and understood their thoughts. "Do not interfere with Zhang He for now. Let him indulge in his fantasies. When he has no retreat left and his value is nearly exhausted, you may then seize him. If you can win him over, so much the better. Han Shengxian and Yu Huatian both reigned in their thoughts as you command. Shen Nan nodded. Han Xingxuan, go find Lu Zhong and tell him that Zhang Hu has exposed his identity as an agent of the Buddhist sect. Although Buddhism is a prominent faith of the Great Feng, this matter still constitutes treason. Tell him to request an external posting as military supervisor in Chuanshou to monitor the Lianqing sect's movements. If he handles this well, I will permit his return to the capital in the future. Unlike the Lianqing sect's reputation, the Buddhist sect enjoyed far greater prestige. Even though the Buddhist sect had once attempted to establish a Buddhist kingdom on earth, they outwardly showed great respect to the emperor. Thus, Lu Zhong's role as an agent of the Buddhist sect was merely a transgression, not a capital offense. Moreover, Shen Nan's words this time were straightforward, explicitly telling the Buddhist sect to help deal with the Lianqing sect. Given the intelligence of Lu Zhong and the Buddhist masters, they would surely grasp the implied meaning. Utilization sometimes need not be covert, it can be stated plainly. Shen Nan's words were indeed blunt. Han Shengxian naturally knew how to act. The servant obeys the decree. Shen Nan turned to Yu Huatian beside him. Have there been any issues with the establishment of the Western Depot? Yu Huatian replied without hesitation, for now no problems have arisen. Han Xian has been very cooperative. I have selected 30 men from the pure army with the assistance of 5 sunflower guards. However, to fully deploy the Western Depot more time is needed, and I may require your Majesty's help in. The establishment of the Western Depot was not an overnight task. Shen Nan was merely playing a strategic move ahead of time. Didn't the legalist school promise to gift me 3 magical artifacts? This time, I will request 3 eavesdropping pearls and bestow them upon you. Go to Han Shengxian and draw 500,000 silver taels as your operating funds. Within 1 month, I want to see substantial results. With the skills of Western Depot Director Yu Huatian, 1 month should be enough to initially establish the Western Depot. Though it might not yet achieve the infamous reputation of a fierce hound, the basic intelligence network should be in place. This was the purpose of Shen Nan bestowing upon him the eavesdropping pearls and 500,000 silver taels. This servant accepts the decree. Both of you go about your duties. Shen Nan picked up the Sun Crow Divine Bow and the Supreme Indestructible Art, then said to Chao Jingchuan, summon Zhang Jiao to the training ground. As you command. A quarter of an hour later. In the side hall of the Directorate of Ceremonial. Lu Zhong looked at Han Shengxian with a grim expression. I understand His Majesty's intent. Tomorrow I will request to be sent as military supervisor to Chuanzhou. I will truthfully report the matters concerning the Lianqing sect to the Buddhist sect. With these words, he was essentially laying his cards on the table. But Lu Zhong had no choice. He could not even bring himself to resent Shen Nan, instead blaming everything on Zhang He's lack of honor. To be honest, ever since His Majesty ascended the throne, the situation had grown somewhat unsettling. Lu Zhong had also intended to contact the Buddhist sect privately to discuss how to respond. He never expected Zhang Hu to make the first move before he could act. This left Lu Zhong's heart truly conflicted, both bitter and resentful, yet also joyful. The bitterness and resentment came from losing the status he had painstakingly built over decades, while the joy stemmed from His Majesty's attitude toward the Buddhist sect. Lu Zhong vaguely felt that the Buddhist sect would thus experience great prosperity. This was the difference between Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong. The relationship between the Lianqing sect and Zhang Hu was more one of mutual exploitation. Lu Zhong, though seemingly more gentle, was in truth a man thoroughly brainwashed by the Buddhist sect, loyal only to it. On the training ground, Shen Sen held the Shuari Divine Bow in his left hand, slowly drawing the bowstring with his right. Though the string appeared delicate, it felt as heavy as a towering mountain at this moment. Wild and fierce, baleful, she surged forth violently. The bow was drawn to a full moon. A streak of crimson baleful chi coalesced atop the longbow, instantly transforming into a sanguine arrow over 10 feet long. Then came a piercing whistle as the crimson streak shot across the sky like a rainbow. With a thunderous roar, at the instant the sanguine arrow struck centered on the wooden stake. Everything within several zhang was instantly reduced to ashes. The entire ground paved with solid bricks collapsed in that very moment. Dust rose like rampaging dragons, and countless fragments of stone rained down all around.
Excellent. Shen Nan laughed heartily. I never imagined the Xuanri Divine Bao possessed such formidable power.
Although the Ming King Heavy Armor Guard had now fully taken over the Tiger Guard Shen San, and Shen Yi second only to Qin Jibao, and Tuoba Bodhisattva within the guard still bore the primary duty of safeguarding Shen Nan. From Shen Er to Shen Wu all were third-rank martial artists, with fully mastered baleful qi. Today was Shen San's turn on duty. Shen Nan had him test the bow's might, and the result was indeed impressive. Zhang Jiao was also slightly taken aback. He looked at Shen San and asked,
How much baleful qi did that arrow consume?
Shen San replied in a deep voice,
That arrow did not consume much. With my baleful qi, I could unleash it over 30 times. I also sensed that even if my qi were depleted, I could still drive it with military killing intent. However, that method, though more powerful, would harm my foundation and...
After a moment's hesitation, he said,
I feel that the second rank is likely the limit of this bout.
The second rank was already the level of the Refining Spirit Grandmaster. At this stage, victory was no longer determined by mere force or baleful qi, but by subtle factors like martial will and sword intent. Thus this bout naturally reached its pinnacle at this level. The system description had stated that the bout could only allow a fourth-rank cultivator to unleash a full-power strike at the third-rank peak. Shen Nan was already satisfied.
Zhang Jiao take this bout to the Heavenly Crafts Institute later. See if their artisans can replicate it. If possible, have them forge 10 copies first. Also ask Qi Xian for 3 years listening pearls, and give them to Yu Huatian.
These 10 Xuanri Divine Bows were naturally intended for Shen Yi and the others, while the remaining 5 would be used to reward the generals of the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards, whom Qin Jibao and Tuoba Bodhisattva had taken under their wing. Zhang Jiao nodded.
The Heavenly Crafts Institute's skills should be sufficient to replicate it.
Magical artifacts like the Ear's Listening Pearl and the Far-Seeing Mirror could already be produced replicating a Xuanri Divine Bao was hardly a problem. Even Zhang Jiao, given enough time, could forge a copy himself. But that would be far too inefficient. Why trouble the Celestial Master when suitable labor was available? As Shen Nan finished giving Zhang Jiao further instructions, he saw Han Shengxian approaching from afar pulling a cart laden with rare jewels and treasures. Without a second glance, Shen Nan knew this was Lu Zhong's bribe for his life. Though Shen Nan had not explicitly said he would punish Lu Zhong, the man had overstepped his bounds. No matter how foolish, Lu Zhong knew he had to offer something. These rare treasures were merely an appetizer.
Lu Zhong has offered 1,300,000 taels of silver and a cart of rare jewels. This should be all he can produce for now. He also said that after arriving in Chuanzhou, the Buddhist sect will present its own tribute.
Shen Nan glanced at the jewels and said,
Send all of this into the imperial treasury. Also instruct Yu Huatian to take a few men and accompany Lu Zhong to Chuanzhou. Have him establish the Western Depot's foundation there first, and ideally gather a thorough understanding of the region's basic conditions.
The situation in the capital was far too complex. Even with Shen Nan's support, Yu Huatian would struggle to grow quickly, especially since he could no longer employ the ruthless methods he had used as the former Western Depot director. But Chuanzhou was a different story. With Shen Nan backing him and the support of Lu Zhong and the Buddhist sect, the circumstances were far more favorable. Yu Huatian was inherently ruthless in his actions and was expected to expand rapidly. Moreover, since there were still a few days before the journey to Chuanzhou, Shen Nan would find additional helpers for him. Han Shengxian nodded.
As you command?
Shen Nan recalled another matter.
How much silver is in the imperial treasury now?
Han Shengxian recited the figures as if by rote.
Previously, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu offered 10 million taels. After various confiscations and the sale of eunuch estates combined with this latest haul, it should be close to 20 million taels.
Since ascending the throne, Shen Nan's imperial treasury had amassed nearly 20 million taels of silver. This rate of wealth accumulation was undoubtedly the strongest among all the emperors of Dafeng. Yet even this sum was but a drop in the bucket when it came to maintaining a proper army. To truly ensure the sustainment and establishment of his military, Shen Nan would still have to rely on the upcoming confiscations from the martial nobles, the disbandment of the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards. It was never merely about reducing troops. The core objective was to seize military power and thoroughly suppressed the martial nobles. Especially with Shen Nan's post-coronation moves, many things had clearly begun to change. In the memories of the future, Zhang, who had not received the Compassionate Life sect's orders so quickly, nor had Lu Zhong revealed the Buddhist sect's information. Moreover, after Lu Zhong became the military supervisor in Chuanzhou, the Buddhist sect would indeed clash with the Compassionate Life sect like dogs fighting. But given the Buddhist sect's style, they would not completely suppress the sect. Instead, they might cause it to launch its rebellion prematurely. In the original storyline, the Compassionate Life sect was not supposed to rebel until early next year. The core of that rebellion was this: the Compassionate Life sect incited Tu Shi, the demon-suppressing general of the Chuanzhou demon-suppressing division. Along with the sect's 200,000 followers, they rose in revolt. They captured the prefectural city of Chuanzhou at the very start, then breached several major cities in just a few days, occupying 70% of the entire province within a month. They even conjured a 10th-level Compassionate Life guardian deity. The rebellion was ultimately suppressed through a joint effort by the Confucian school, the Taoist school, and Confucian generals. However, although the sect was thoroughly crushed, it exposed the imperial house's weak grip on military power and diminished its authority. In Shen Nan's memory, Empress Dowager Qin had returned from every court session in a rage back then. Clearly, during the rebellion's suppression, she had suffered humiliation at the hands of the Confucian school, the Taoist school, and the Confucian generals. As for the Crimson Dragon 10 guards, Shen Nan had little recollection of them. They played no role in that rebellion. Even the 9 prefectures of Yozhou under the command of the Jinbei king remained idle. The main force relied upon was the Confucian generals of Liangzhou.
I must accelerate my pace.
Shen Nan felt a pressing urgency, as if time were running out. Though matters were still under his control, lacking sufficient military power was deeply uncomfortable. Moreover, his opponents this time were not merely the Compassionate Life sect. The Confucian school and the Taoist school were also his adversaries. Even the Confucian generals, who would rise to fame as a result, posed an obstacle. Yet these opponents and obstacles were not simply enemies, they could also become allies. It all depended on how Shen Nan maneuvered. As he pondered deeply, Toba Bodhisattva Qin Jibao and Li Si had already prepared a list of those who could be recruited.
Is this the list of individuals you intend to recruit?
Shen Nan sat upright at the head of Jinghua Hall. He had not anticipated that Toba Pusa, Qin Jibao, Li Si, and the others would move with such swiftness. In merely a single day, they had sifted out the names of the generals among the Crimson Dragon 10 guards and delivered both the roster and the dossiers before him. Li Si was not among them. Qin Jibao cast a glance at Toba Pusa, then clasped his hands and addressed Shen Nan.
This endeavor owes much to Li Si's contributions. As the right vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, he possesses the authority to access the dossiers of the garrison command. Thus, within a single morning, he had already delivered the list. Subsequently, after a discreet investigation by myself and General Toba, we presented the roster to your majesty.
Li Si's appointment as right vice minister of the Ministry of Justice was indeed an exceptionally shrewd move. Yet this was also partly due to Fa Yang turning a blind eye. Otherwise, given Fa Yang's influence within the Ministry of Justice and the garrison command, a single word from him would have rendered Li Si powerless even as right vice minister. Shen Nan also perceived the subtlety within this, yet even so he had to acknowledge the formidable efficiency of Qin Jibao and his team. He said with a smile,
I appreciate your efforts, everyone.
Qin Jibao and Toba Pusa clasped their hands, murmuring disclaimers. Shen Nan smiled and then turned his gaze to the list. With a few brief glances, he spotted many familiar names of generals. These were individuals who would later distinguish themselves brilliantly. From this alone one could discern the keen judgment of Qin Jibao and Toba Pusa. Having weathered countless battles on the field of blood and iron, their eyes could instantly gauge a man's command ability and martial prowess. Thus those they selected were naturally capable men.
Han Lizzie.
Shen Nan suddenly spotted an exceptionally dazzling name. He carefully cross-referenced the dossier and finally couldn't help but laugh.
Who would have thought that the future renowned sage of war Han Lizzie is now merely a vice commander of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards, specifically the vice commander of the Shoutyan battalion under the Capital Army Guard.
The official ranks within the Crimson Dragon 10 guards were exceedingly complex, but they ultimately revolved around positions such as Commander-in-Chief, Commander, and Colonel. However, each specific commander and Commander-in-Chief differed greatly. Both the troops they commanded and their military ranks varied immensely. For instance, the Shaotian Battalion, where Han Lizzi served, was a camp under the Right Capital Army Guard. The Capital Army Guard was responsible for the public order and gate defense of the entire imperial capital. The Great Feng capital was vast, divided into 13 wards. Consequently, the jurisdictions within the Capital Army Guard also differed. Some wards were filled with the wealthy and powerful, brimming with emoluments, while others were fraught with troubles, meager pay, and the burden of blame. The Shaotian Battalion, where Han Lizzi served, happened to oversee such a ward. They performed the most grueling and thankless tasks, fraught with danger yet devoid of any perks, and often bore the blame for mishaps. This nearly made Shen Nan chuckle, recalling the memories of the future Emperor Yuan Yu. In those recollections, Han Lizzi was a figure of immense stature, commanding 500,000 troops, single-handedly suppressing the Yuzhou border, and with 10,000 elite soldiers fiercely engaging and defeating 100,000-strong barbarian demon army, slaying a 10th realm great demon on the battlefield. The Taoist, Confucian legalist, and Buddhist schools all held him in high regard. In the later years of the Great Feng dynasty, he was in theft as Marquis of Zhenyuan, bearing the titles of Marquis of Great Feng and Sage of War. Yet now, he was merely a petty leader of a ragtag unit handling dirty work for the Capital Army Guard. Shen Nan pointed to Han Lizzi's dossier. "This man shall be appointed commander of the Black Dragon Mystic Bird Guard." Knowing the brilliance of Han Lizzi's future, he naturally wished to bring such a talent into his fold ahead of time. Moreover, Han Lizzi was not akin to a figure like Han Xian, who needed to endure hardships to rise. Instead, he resembled Han Shizhong of the Song dynasty. His ascent did not stem from suffering, but from seizing the moment to soar. In fact, he was likely already at the peak of the second-rank divine refining Grandmaster realm, yet he concealed this with remarkable depth. Han Lizzi would never reveal his true cultivation and fight with all his might unless at a critical juncture. But when he did, he charged forward with unyielding resolve, refusing to yield even in the face of death. Tuoba Pusa also had some impression of this man. He frowned slightly. "He has concealed his strength." During their covert inspection this afternoon, both Tuoba Pusa and Chen Jiao had sensed something amiss about Han Lizzi, but since it was an undercover review, Tuoba had refrained from probing. Now it seemed this man was indeed a person of great significance. "Concealing his strength is an understatement. If my memory serves me right, this man is already at the peak of the second-rank divine refining Grandmaster in the military path." Shen Nan shook his head. He could vaguely guess the reason for Han Lizzi's hidden cultivation. Under the current circumstances of the Great Feng, unless Han Lizzi could break through to the first-rank military land immortal level, a mere second-rank divine refining Grandmaster peak would hardly create any ripples. On the contrary, revealing his cultivation might lead to suppression by the military nobles and aristocrats. After all, the dossier clearly stated Han Lizzi, born of humble origins, enlisted at 15 in the Yuzhou border garrison. This was a commoner who had climbed up step by step from the Yuzhou border. Such a man would never be accepted by the Crimson Dragon 10 guards. Yet it was puzzling why Han Lizzi, having secured a position in the Yuzhou border, would choose to return and endure such grievances. Perhaps he believed the capital offered greater opportunities and splendor. Tuoba Pusa, upon hearing this, was somewhat stunned. "When I investigated today, this man was at most at the peak of the fourth rank." Peak of the fourth rank, peak of the second rank. These realms were separated by an immeasurable chasm. Let alone talk of playing the fool with his concealed second-rank military peak, even serving as vice commander in the most grueling Shaotian battalion. Han Lizzi likely lived quite comfortably. In Shen Nan's memories, he knew this man to be outwardly simple, but inwardly ruthless. In the recollections of Emperor Yuanyo, it was rumored that Han Lizzi was privately called Han the Dark for his merciless and sinister methods, with early rumors of him secretly killing a superior, though these were merely hearsay lacking solid proof. Chen Jiao found this rather intriguing. Shen Nan chuckled and shared the rumor. Both Chen Jiao and Tuoba Pusa found the man increasingly fascinating. "Chen Jiao, go test his mettle tonight. Then, by my decree, appoint him commander of the Black Dragon Mystic Bird Guard. Given Han the Dark's methods, he has likely already thoroughly assessed the Capital Army Guard situation."
This can also be used to seize control of the capital army guard.
Shen Nan was not placing Han Lizzie as commander of the Black Dragon Mystic Bird Guard simply because of his future achievements, while sidelining Chen Jibao and Tuoba Pusa. The fundamental reason was that regardless of Tuoba Pusa or Chen Jibao, their futures could never be encapsulated by the mere position of a Black Dragon Mystic Bird Guard commander. In his vision, the true battlefield for Chen Jibao and Tuoba Pusa lay in the southern frontier and the Yuzhou border. Chen Jibao was to oversee matters in the southern frontier, while Tuoba Pusa would suppress the Yuzhou border. That night, within the Shoutyan camp, Han Lizzie casually bared his chest, a jug of wine in his right hand, as he smiled at his three brothers, boasting about which brothel had the liveliest women, and which superior was a fool.
Mocking your superiors drinking in a group and listening to songs in brothels during duty hours. You lot have truly ruined any future you might have had.
Hearing this, Han Lizzie's three sworn brothers burst into laughter.
Future? What future could we possibly have after coming to the capital of Dafeng?
Back in Yuzhou, who was our eldest brother. Even the Prince of Jinbei praised you as a potential fierce general. But now, you've been reduced to mingling with the dregs of society. Ba, I say, you should be the commander of this prefectural army guard.
The speaker was a man named Han Zhong.
His original surname was not Han. He had once been a monk who, after breaking the precepts of wine and lust, also committed murder. Forced to flee to the Yuzhou army, he dared not use his real name. After swearing brotherhood with Han Lizzie, he simply changed his name to Han Zhong. The name spoke for itself, loyalty to his eldest brother Han Lizzie.
Second brother speaks the truth. With your strength and record, if you were willing to reveal your true power, you'd be more than qualified to serve as the commander of this prefectural army guard. The current commander is only at the second rank. How could he match you in strength or leadership?
Exactly.
Eldest brother keeps saying we need to keep a low profile, but what has it gotten us? Now anyone can trample on us.
Han Lizzie's sworn brothers bore him no ill will. They simply felt that their eldest brother, a prodigious talent, had fallen to such a low state, his skills wasted, forced to endure daily humiliation. Truly infuriating. Han Lizzie drank in silence, yearning to display his prowess and make a name for himself, but after understanding the capital's intricacies, he knew it was no place for a second-rank martial artist to navigate. Unless he could break through to the pinnacle of the martial path, the first-rank Earth Immortal. Otherwise, he wouldn't even earn a second glance from those in power. A second-rank Grandmaster at the peak of spirit refinement. It sounded formidable. But how could he outplay those schemers? Those people had hearts blacker than pitch. Han Zhong, the first to speak, leaned in and whispered,
"The new emperor has already stripped the Duke of Chu of his authority over the Crimson Dragon 10 guards, and now holds the Tiger Guard. If..."
Han Lizzie shook his head.
"This is not something we can get involved in."
He too had sensed the undercurrents, but such matters were far above his station. Rushing in might bring some fortune, but it could also doom his brothers. Besides, given his current status, how could he even reach his majesty? Just then, the air suddenly grew heavy, as a long-absent aura of martial slaughter permeated the surroundings. Han Zhong and the others felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively reaching for their weapons, a habit from their days in Yuzhou, where they never parted with their blades even in brothels. But this aura of slaughter was terrifying beyond anything they had encountered in Yuzhou, as if the very air had solidified. Han Lizzie's expression instantly turned solemn.
"May I ask which great general has graced us with their presence?"
Whoosh. The only reply was the wind and an ever-thickening oppressive atmosphere. The intangible aura of slaughter grew denser, draining the color from Han Lizzie's face. Han Zhong and the others trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but from instinct. Tap, tap, tap. The figure of Chen Jibao emerged as he strode forward. Each step seemed to land on their hearts, tightening their chests. When Chen Jibao stopped 3 feet before Han Lizzie, he finally spoke.
"Are you Han Lizzie?"
Gazing at the man radiating terrifying authority, Han Lizzie's breath quickened, yet he managed to reply.
"This humble officer is he. May I ask which great general you are?"
Han Lizzie could naturally sense Chen Jibao's unique aura of a 10th-level martial celestial. Even during his campaigns in Yuzhou, he had rarely encountered such a fierce commander. No one in the capital matched the physical description of the man before him. Chen Jibao did not reply. Instead, he slowly extended his right hand and placed it on Han Lizzie's shoulder. Without any visible exertion, cold sweat beaded on Han Lizzie's forehead, and his knees involuntarily buckled. A surge of air rippled outward, startling Han Zhong and the others. Crack, 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 in an instant. Han Lizzie's face turned crimson. His spine and sinews ground against each other violently, as the hidden protective chi erupted to its fullest. Through gritted teeth he demanded,
"I ask again, who are you, General?"
Even knowing the man before him was a 10th level martial celestial. Han Lizzie could not stomach this humiliation. Though called Blackheart Han for his ruthlessness, he harbored a fire within, a fire that refused to let him kneel, that refused to submit. Why should he be forced to his knees by a silent, oppressive hand? Even if you were a 10th level martial celestial, so what? I, Han Lizzie, will not kneel. Han Zhong and the others gripped their weapons tightly, watching Han Lizzie with tense expressions. The moment he fully unleashed his protective chi, they would strike together. Such were the bonds forged on the battlefield. But just as the tension reached its peak, Shen Nan spoke again, his tone flat and devoid of edge.
"You are not bad, and neither are your brothers. But
sometimes sheer courage and ferocity are useless."
Poof! The moment the words fell,
Han Lizzie felt an overwhelming force crush down upon him, forcing the surging protective chi back into his body. For the first time, he truly understood the terror of a 10th level martial celestial. In a daze, he felt as though the man before him was not human, but an immense mountain bearing down on him. His courage was indeed a joke in the face of such power.
"By His Majesty's order."
When Shen Zibao's voice rang out again, the crushing pressure vanished instantly, replaced by words that stunned Han Lizzie.
"You are to assist General Toba in reorganizing the Prefectural Army Guard. Upon success, you shall be appointed commander of the Black Dragon Mystic Bird Guard with the rank equivalent to a 4th-rank military officer. Someone will instruct you on what to do next."
With that, Shen Nan turned and left, leaving behind a bewildered Han Lizzie.
"Huh?"
His 3 sworn brothers stared in shock at Shen Zibao's retreating figure. Shen Nan came and went in haste. Han Lizzie and his companions were dazed, feeling as if what had just occurred was an illusion. Yet the lingering aura of military might in the air, along with Han Lizzie's uncontrollable chi and blood energy, confirmed that it had all been real.
"A 4th-rank military officer, assisting Tuoba Bodhisattva in reorganizing the Prefectural Army Guard, commander of the Black Dragon Mystic Bird Guard."
Han Zhong and the others exchanged bewildered glances. They had never imagined that such immense fortune would fall upon their eldest brother. Though Tuoba Bodhisattva had yet to accomplish anything extraordinary, his mere cultivation, as a martial artist of the 11th level in the military path, was enough to shake the entire imperial capital. Moreover, everyone knew he was now aiding His Majesty in commanding the Tiger Guard. Did Shen Zibao's words not imply that Han Lizzie had also caught the Emperor's eye? Were they finally about to rise from obscurity? Unlike his sworn brother's elation, Han Lizzie, though equally stunned and inwardly turbulent, understood that such fortune was not easily claimed. Setting aside other matters, the very phrase assisting General Toba in reorganizing the Prefectural Army Guard bore profound implications. What did reorganize truly mean? It likely meant downsizing the army.
"Big brother,"
Han Zhong, less burdened by such thoughts, spoke with a broad smile.
"Are you so happy you've gone dumb? Why aren't you responding? What exactly is this Black Dragon Mystic Bird Guard?"
Han Lizzie turned his gaze to his 3 loyal brothers. His second brother Han Zhong had always been rough and impulsive. Had it not been for his formidable external martial arts, he would have long suffered for it. His third brother Lin Yuanfu possessed some cleverness, but it was merely petty shrewdness, and even he was now standing there dumbfounded. As for his 4th brother Lu Jin, it was best not to mention him. Han Lizhong shook his head and said,
"Fools have foolish fortunes."
He had no intention of explaining further to his brothers. Some things were best kept to himself, for speaking them aloud would only bring harm. Moreover, if this matter were to leak out, it would invite a calamity of immense proportions. Han Lizzie had not anticipated that the newly ascended emperor possessed such resolve. No wonder His Majesty had immediately moved to seize control of the 10 Red Dragon Guards upon taking the throne. It was a grand gesture of righteousness. Every subsequent action was merely a prelude to the downsizing of the army. The downsizing of the 10 Red Dragon Guards. If this plan succeeded, the entire Great Feng capital would be turned upside down. Han Lizzie had experienced a similar situation in Yuvo before, which had ended disastrously for him, prompting him to retire to the Great Feng capital. Yet now things were different. With the Emperor's firm resolve and meticulous arrangements, Han Lizzie felt compelled to fight for this unseen sovereign no matter the cost.
Come closer, I have matters to discuss.
As Shen Nan had surmised, Han Lizzie, destined to become a military sage, possessed considerable skill in interpersonal dealings even when relegated to the role of deputy commander in a place like the Roaring Sky Camp. With his deep understanding of the prefectural army guard, Han Lizzie was confident he could assist His Majesty in its downsizing. The only obstacles were the reactions of the military nobility and the Confucian scholars. But such concerns were beyond the scope of a mere commander. As Han Lizzie spent the night strategizing with his brothers, Qin Jibao had already reported every detail of Han Lizzie's actions to Shen Nan. Shen Nan said with a smile,
"Handle Han Lizzie as you see fit. Tomorrow accompany me to the Imperial Horse Pasture."
There was nothing inherently wrong with Qin Jibao's approach. Though Han Lizzie was fated to become a military sage, he was still a minor figure at present. It was only natural for Qin Jibao to exert his authority, and then depart without further explanation. Given Qin Jibao's status and cultivation, why should he bother to elaborate to Han Lizzie? There would be suitable individuals to liaise with Han Lizzie. Shen Nan did not dwell too much on him either. Han Lizzie was merely a second-rank grandmaster for now. He had more pressing matters at hand: the formation of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. The Radiant King Heavy Armor Corps now numbered 2,000 to 3,000 men. Once the elite soldiers were selected from the reorganized 10 Red Dragon Guards, the Black Dragon Mystic Bird Guard with the Radiant King Heavy Armor Corps as its core would be established. The remaining tasks were to await Tuoba Bodhisattva and the others, to gather the officers, choose the right moment, and simultaneously downsize the Tiger Guard and Prefectural Army Guard while reorganizing the Palm Guard, Vanguard Guard, and Wulong Guard. As Emperor, Shen Nan's vision needed to be broader. For instance, how to suppress the impending rebellion in Chuanzhou. The Black Dragon Mystic Bird Guard alone would not suffice, especially since a portion of them would need to remain in the capital for defense. Thus, a new army specifically designed to crush the Lianqing sect's rebellion was necessary. The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry led by Qin Jibao was the perfect choice. But to build this cavalry, warhorses were essential. The 1,000 demon-blooded dragon horses bred in the Imperial Horse Pasture were ideal. And for the formation of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, Shen Nan intended to draw inspiration from Snowy Path, assembling elite troops with the finest armor and weapons. Every Great Snow Dragon cavalryman would be at least of the 8th rank. With Qin Jibao and the 25 elite Great Snow Dragon cavalrymen summoned as the core, the force could be established within a month or two. Qin Jibao nodded.
"As you command?"
Shen Nan watched him leave, but did not retire for the night. Instead, he took out various dossiers and began to study them. The matter of Han Lizzie had served as a reminder. Apart from the experts summoned through the system, his greatest asset was his knowledge of the future. Intent on orchestrating the situation surrounding the Lianqing sect's rebellion in Chuanzhou, Shen Nan decided to thoroughly review the dossiers of Chuanzhou's officials, seeking out suitable talents to deploy early in the region, while also gathering capable individuals for his own use.
"Indeed, there are many talents. Yunchuan County Magistrate Zheng Len, Demon Suppression Bureau Officer Zhang Ershu."
Shen Nan marked each name in vermilion, his vision for Chuanzhou growing clearer. His plan was not only to completely crush the Lianqing sect's rebellion in the region, but also to transform Chuanzhou into his base for the future reorganization of Great Feng, using it as a hub to radiate influence over Liangzhou and the southern frontier. As time passed, 4 names on the dossiers were marked in vermilion: Yunchuan County Magistrate Zheng Len, Demon Suppression Bureau Officer Zhang Ershu, Red Ridge Garrison Commander Yun Shu, and Prefect's daughter Lu Yin. Though these 4 would not achieve the same heights as Han Lizzie in the future, those remembered by the future Yuanyu Emperor were no ordinary individuals. They were great talents in their respective fields, loyal to Great Feng. They had no ties whatsoever to the Confucian legalist, Taoist, Buddhist, or Lianqing sect factions.
"Hurry! Hurry! His Majesty will arrive at any moment. You lazy lot, get everything in order, especially those spirited warhorses. Keep them in check. If anything goes wrong, your lives are the least of your concerns. Don't drag your families into this.
At the northern outskirts of the capital, the Qitian pasture under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Horse Administration. Upon learning that Shen Nan would visit today, every one of the eunuchs from the Imperial Horse Administration was utterly terrified, meticulously inspecting their domains, fearful of even the slightest mistake. Shen Nan, the emperor, who had only ascended the throne a few days ago, might not yet command great authority elsewhere, but in the hearts of these eunuchs his prestige had reached an overwhelming peak. Even Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong, the two grand directors, who had controlled the Imperial Horse Administration for decades, could only tremble and surrender everything. How dared these lesser eunuchs act recklessly? Moreover, in recent days, nearly every eunuch of the Imperial Horse Administration had faced confiscation of their properties. Though not a bloodbath in plain sight, the scene was nonetheless deeply horrifying. Thus, for a time, the entire Qitian pasture was fraught with tension, every bush and blade of grass seeming like a potential threat. Yet, in stark contrast to the eunuch's anxiety, Shen Nan remained utterly at ease. Reclining in his comfortable imperial carriage, he sipped fruit tea and nibbled on pastries. Today's shop refresh, truly beyond words. It was still midday, still the routine refresh of the system shop. But today brought no surprises. The Western Depot gift pack was still available, but the other two items were rather lackluster, things one could neither savor nor bear to discard. For instance, the dragon origin from the Fengyun world was a fine treasure capable of extending life by 1,000 years and vastly boosting one's power, but was the price of 150,000 points serious. Moreover, it wasn't without drawbacks. The initial transformation of Duan Lang after consuming the dragon origin was hardly a pleasant sight, though it could be remedied later. Even allowing dragonization, a single dragon origin was insufficient. As for spending 1,000 points to lock it and slowly accumulate over time, for Shen Nan, who was still striving to enhance his strength, he simply couldn't afford such luxury. Perhaps such opportunities would come later. The other item was similar in nature to the dragon origin, the phoenix blood consumed by Emperor Shirtian. It was somewhat better than the dragon origin, but the price of 500,000 points was far beyond what Shen Nan could currently afford. This made Shen Nan realize that the system shop's refresh wasn't always so favorable. After all, it was a daily refresh, so occasionally there would be items that left one speechless. Perhaps these items were meant to spur Shen Nan to strive harder and grow stronger.
So I'm still not strong enough.
Shen Nan chuckled softly, then slowly stood and stepped out of the carriage. 100 meters ahead, 1,000 people knelt in neat rows. The moment they saw Shen Nan, they all shouted in unison,
"Greetings, Your Majesty."
Shen Nan waved slightly.
Summon the pasture's inner official.
The so-called inner official, full-title supervisory inner official, was the highest authority of the Imperial Horse Administration in each region. After Chao Zhengchun relayed the order, a somewhat plump eunuch soon arrived, drenched in sweat. He knelt nervously on the ground.
"Your Majesty, this slave is Wang Liang, the supervisory inner official of Qitian pasture."
Shen Nan glanced at Wang Liang. With his keen perception, he could tell that this man's cultivation was not weak, likely at the 4th to 3rd rank. Yet to possess such cultivation, but such a timid nature, whether it was due to Shen Nan's own fearsome reputation or the man's innate cowardice, was hard to say. Still, since he had managed to retain his position as supervisory inner official of Qitian pasture through the purges of Han Xingxuan, Han Xian, and Lu Zhong, he was probably not a major problem.
"Give me a proper introduction to the pasture,"
Shen Nan said casually, as he walked toward the pasture, frowning at the 1,000 kneeling eunuchs around him.
"Send these people away. And just here for a casual look today."
Wang Liang quickly whispered a few words to a junior eunuch beside him. Soon the surrounding crowd dispersed, leaving only a dozen junior eunuchs to attend to them.
"Your Majesty,"
Wang Liang said as he walked,
"currently Qitian pasture has a total of 1345 dragon horses, including 340 stallions, and 1005 maras, all meticulously fed and cared for."
The information Wang Liang provided matched exactly what Han Shengxian had reported earlier. Listening, Shen Nan waved for Wang Liang to go prepare. He then said to Han Xingxuan,
"Does Qitian pasture currently have any of our people?"
Shen Nan referred to the agents Han Shengxian had placed or those arranged by Han Xian. Han Shengxian said in a low voice,
This man is one of them. He has some familial relation to Han Xian. When he was at his wits' end in the past, he castrated himself and sought refuge with Han Xian. Out of pity, Han Xian had him work in the pasture. He was merely the steward of the dining hall before, and was only promoted 2 days ago.
Self-castration. Shen Nan hadn't expected such a ruthless individual, but he understood the situation Han Shengxian described. After all, the Imperial Horse Administration had purged too many people recently, leaving personnel matters in some chaos. He said,
"Have Chao Zhengchun come and manage things for a few days."
Shitian pasture was the only pasture in the capital Yongzhou that raised dragon horses, and one of only 2 such pastures in the entire Dafeng Empire. Since Shen Nan intended to use dragon horses to forge the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, he could not entrust the pasture to others. Han Shengxian nodded.
Understood.
The sound of hoofbeats rang out in the distance. Shen Nan turned his head to see Qin Jilao galloping over. When they had left the palace that day, Qin Jilao had been escorting the emperor, but after learning that Han Lizzie had intelligence to deliver, Shen Nan had sent him to see what information Han Lizzie had. Now it seemed their exchange had concluded. After dismounting, Qin Jilao said,
"Your Majesty, Han Lizzie has delivered the military equipment and actual personnel roster of the Prefectural Guard today."
This statement left Shen Nan somewhat stunned.
Does Han Lizzie possess such capability?
The personnel roster could be attributed to Han Lizzie's diligent groundwork in understanding the Prefectural Guard's situation. But the military equipment was somewhat exaggerated. Even Li Si in the Ministry of Justice could not access the equipment records of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards. The depths of those records were too murky, and the authority of the commander of the Imperial Guard did not extend to such matters. The Ministry of War did have equipment files for the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards, but Shen Nan had glanced at them and tossed them aside. Those files could not possibly reflect the true equipment of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards. If they were taken at face value, the annual military pay of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards would barely cover the listed equipment. If that were the case, what would the military nobles led by the Duke of Chu live on? Qin Jilao nodded seriously.
I have roughly verified it, and it is indeed the case. At least for the Roaring Heaven Battalion. The equipment reserves of the Roaring Heaven Battalion differ from the Ministry of Revenue's records by about half, and that's just the equipment. According to Han Lizzie, many members of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards secretly sell their weapons. They sell off fine armor and blades, replacing them with inferior goods. If this is the case, the actual equipment likely amounts to only 30% of the records.
Shen Nan sneered upon hearing this.
Those above set an example for those below. These parasites will eventually drain Dafeng dry.
In 800 years of peace, Dafeng had bred such pampered soldiers. Their combat prowess was lacking to begin with, and now they even dared to privately sell the very weapons and armor that were supposed to protect their lives. Shen Nan had long known that the condition of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards was dire. However, the extent of their decay far surpassed his imagination. Yet for now, he could not be bothered to dwell on it. Once the troop reduction commenced, there would be time to settle accounts. He addressed Qin Jibao.
How are the preparations for the troop reduction? When can it commence?
Shen Nan's patience had worn thin, and he was not necessarily waiting for the military review to act. The so-called review in 15 days was merely a ruse to deceive the lineage of the Duke of Chu. After a moment's deliberation, Qin Jibao replied,
Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it can begin the day after tomorrow.
Shen Nan nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Han Shengxian.
Has Yu Huatian begun the arrangements?
What arrangements? It was precisely the 4 individuals Shen Nan had selected from the list of Chuanzhou officials yesterday. After picking them out, Shen Nan ordered Yu Huatian to dispatch personnel to relieve these men ahead of time. This would not only allow for early deployment, but also enable Yu Weishan's men to familiarize themselves with the situation in Chuanzhou. Moreover, with the assistance of these locals, it was expected that Yu Huatian could establish the Western Depot in Chuanzhou more swiftly. Han Shengxian bowed his head and said,
The arrangements are made. 5 Sunflower Guards left the palace yesterday with your Majesty's decree. I also assigned them 5 dragon horses. They should deliver your Majesty's orders by tomorrow morning.
Dragon horses infused with demonic blood were several times more formidable than the ancient sweat-blooded dragon horses of legend. Though the distance from the Yongzhou capital to Chuanzhou was thousands of li, With the speed of a dragon horse, the journey could be completed in at most a day and a night. Moreover, the Sunflower Guards were peak 5th rank experts capable of enduring such exertion. Shen Nan was about to speak when a thunderous roar, like the galloping of 10,000 horses, resounded. He gazed into the distance, and saw at the far end of the pasture over 1,000 dragon horses galloping freely. These horses were all crimson, and from afar they surged like a tide of red. This was also why the place was named the Crimson Field Pasture. Crimson Field was more accurately Crimson Sky. As the dragon horses galloped, even the heavens seemed dyed in red. Even though Shen Nan was still over 10 li away from the horses, he could feel the ground tremble, and sense their imposing might. The faint aura of blood and slaughter was particularly startling.
If such is the power of those with demonic blood, what would it be like when great demons of the barbaric demon tribe appear?
Shen Nan suspected that when those great demons emerged, their blood aura would surge to the heavens, and their demonic chi would blanket the land. As if overhearing Shen Nan's words, Chao Zhengchun spoke in a low voice.
Your servant has consulted the archives. Each dragon horse is equivalent to a 7th rank beast of the barbaric demon tribe, and the lead horse possesses the strength of 4th to 3rd rank. 1,000 dragon horses would daunt even an ordinary 1st rank demon general. The power within them is less demonic blood and more draconic blood.
Truly the diligent Chao Zhengchun. It seemed he had stayed up late studying more materials. Shen Nan cast a few more glances at Chao Zhengchun before returning his focus to the spectacle of the galloping dragon horses. As the horses drew nearer, Shen Nan could discern the methods used by the Imperial stable personnel to control them. Several grooms led the way, riding at the front using incense sticks to guide the dragon horses. Such a technique was rather peculiar. Han Chengxian explained from the side.
This is the peace-infusing incense made by the Qinghe Palace. It calms the mind through its fragrance. Originally, the horses were guided differently, with eunuchs from the Imperial stable controlling the lead horse. However,
he did not finish. Shen Nan understood what he meant. The previous eunuchs of the Imperial stable were likely long dead. He felt no pity. Such men, though talented, were also corrupt vermin. Moreover, talented individuals could be even more terrifying in their embezzlement. Shen Nan said softly,
Chen Zhibao.
Chen Zhibao immediately stepped forward, followed by 20 great snow dragon riders. They dismounted in unison and charged headed toward the 1,000-strong herd of dragon horses. The great snow dragon riders were not merely skilled in battle, they also possessed unique methods of horse training. As Chen Zhibao and his men advanced, their killing intent merged as one.
Who? Get out of the way! Watch out!
The grooms leading the horses panicked. They had been warned that if anything went wrong today, their families would share their fate. But before they could panic further, Chen Zibao's figure flickered, landing on the lead horse. With no discernible movement, he calmed the agitated beast, and a surge of martial slaughterous aura shot into the sky. Boom! The aura dispersed. The herd of dragon horses, which had grown slightly restless, fell silent instantly, some even trembling. The 20-plus great snow dragon riders mounted the horses and galloped freely. This spectacle astonished the Imperial stable personnel. The eunuch Wang Lian looked at Chen Zhibao with a hint of fear.
A martial celestial.
He had never heard that His Majesty had a martial celestial at his side. Shen Nan, however, paid no heed to their reactions. He simply admired the coordination between Chen Zhibao, the great snow dragon riders, and the dragon horses. In his plan, these riders would be the elite of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards, chosen for their robust physiques, fearsome physical cultivation, and mastery of weapons. All would be warriors capable of facing 100 men. On the battlefield, they would don heavy cold iron armor weighing hundreds of jin, and wield northern Liang sabers of 100 jin. With such elite troops and Chen Zibao's battlefield techniques, even a mere 5,000 would be invincible, their might and renown far surpassing the original Great Snow Dragon Riders. After all, the world had no Heavenly Works Institute nor Shen Nan's extravagant system.
The Great Snow Dragon Riders are unmatched under heaven. The Great Snow Dragon Riders of the Dafeng dynasty must be the same, nearly invincible in battle, a terror to the realm. Even a first-rank terrestrial immortal would be swept aside by 5,000 riders, and with 10,000, even a 10th realm celestial would be unstoppable.
Such were Shen Nan's hopes for the Great Snow Dragon Riders. Yet forging such a force would require immense expenditure. But so what? The Dafeng dynasty had a population of billions, vast territories, and abundant resources. With a nation's strength, and without corruption, could it not raise a truly invincible army? Take the Crimson Dragon 10 guards, for instance. Their annual salary of 23 million taels should be more than enough, right? Just then, a eunuch approached Han Shengxian and whispered a few words. After listening, he leaned close to Shen Nan.
Your Majesty, Lu Zhong has volunteered to serve as the military supervisor in Chuanzhou.
Shen Nan chuckled lightly upon hearing this.
Go handle it. Tell Zhang Hu to stay in line.
He had no intention of placating Zhang Hu now, nor was there any need. Zhang Hu had never had a choice from the very beginning. A violent crash resounded from Zhang He's chamber, followed by another mingled with a roar of fury. Dozens of his adopted sons stood at the doorway, none daring to utter a sound. Yesterday, upon his return, Zhang, who had confided in his adopted sons his intention to take up a post in Chuanzhou, imparting many instructions, and declaring that the Directorate of Ceremonial would henceforth be under Han Shengxuan's command, bidding them serve diligently. These adopted sons, though fearful of losing Zhang He's patronage and terrified of the new Director Han, also harbored a glimmer of relief that they had weathered this storm. They were prepared to ingratiate themselves with Han Shengxuan, hoping for advancement, when news arrived that Lu Zhong had requested to be the military supervisor in Chuanzhou. Thus ensued the current chaos. The eunuchs exchanged uneasy glances, yet none dared enter the chamber. They merely bowed their heads. Inside Zhang He's countenance was ashen, his eyes brimming with venomous resentment.
I have yielded this much. Why will His Majesty and Lu Zhong not spare me? What more must I do? And that Lu Zhong, does he truly believe His Majesty will trust the Buddhist sect?
Zhang, who after all had commanded the eunuchs for decades. Having navigated the palace's intrigues for so long, he instantly grasped His Majesty's intent upon hearing today's news. Yet he could not utter a word to the emperor, not only because of Shen Nan's overwhelming power, but also because he was morally indefensible. His own histrionic performance yesterday had been all too convincing. Even if Zhang, who confronted His Majesty, a single sentence would render him speechless.
His Majesty is truly unlike his predecessors.
After his initial fury subsided, Zhang, who grew eerily calm, reverting to his former demeanor as the Grand Eunuch.
In such a short time since his ascension, he has already surpassed the late Emperor and even Emperor Mingchong.
He dared no longer regard Shen Nan as a mere teenage sovereign. He felt the Emperor's unfathomable depth, not only in power, but in temperament. This time Zhang, who had been thoroughly defeated. The authority of the Directorate of Ceremonial was beyond his grasp. Since he had spoken those words yesterday, the Directorate would belong to Han Shengxian. His only choices were to submit to His Majesty, or remain confined within the palace.
Heh. At best I can be His Majesty's dog. But Lu Zhong. Heh.
Zhang, who let out a cold, sinister laugh. He knew he still had value, and given the Emperor's revealed depth and character. Zhang, who could indeed pledge allegiance to His Majesty, for his ties with the life-pitying sect were merely transactional. Within the sect, gratitude was a foreign concept, only strength and mutual exploitation reigned. Thus what difference did it make whose dog he became? If His Majesty could resolve the life-pitying dream, Zhang, who would gladly serve as his hound. Lu Zhong, however, had no such hope. Though he appeared to have gained the upper hand, his demise would be the most gruesome. Just as Zhang, who was sorting out his thoughts, planning how to genuinely surrender and earn the Emperor's trust, a chilling voice interrupted.
Become His Majesty's dog. You are not worthy.
Han Shengxuan, clad in a vermilion robe, materialized silently within the chamber. Unlike Zhang He's coldness, Han's aura was drenched in a palpable sanguinary chill, like a demon reaper. Zhang He's was merely a cold demeanor. The two were incomparable. Especially as Han Shengxian appeared surrounded by 3,000 crimson threads, he seemed a veritable archfiend. The stench of blood was so overwhelming that even Zhang, who had witnessed the blood-soaked sorcerers of the life-pitying sect, had never encountered such intensity.
Director Han.
Zhang He's heart quivered, his eyes fixed on Han Shengxuan.
Do you fear that I might threaten you?
He had already resolved to submit to His Majesty, so he feared no further action from the Emperor. But perhaps Han Shengxian harbored ulterior motives.
Threaten?
Han Shengxian laughed a laugh as cold as ice.
You?
In an instant, the 3,000 crimson threads enveloped Zhang Hu entirely. In that moment Zhang Hu felt the chasm between them. Though both were second-rank grandmasters of spirit refinement, there existed a vast gulf within the same rank. Zhang Hu was merely at the ordinary peak of the second rank. Han Xingxuan, however, could slaughter second and third-rank cultivators as easily as crushing ants. He was invincible beneath the first-rank land immortals. The two were not to be mentioned in the same breath. With Han's power killing Zhang Hu would be effortless, leaving him no chance to resist. Han Shengxuan's tone remained icy.
Not just you. Even if Lu Zhong joined you, how long could you survive against me? I spared you before because you had value, but now what would it matter if I slew you? I meant what I said. You are not worthy to be His Majesty's dog. If you must be a dog, you shall be mine.
Zhang He's face turned deathly pale. He could not utter a word, his body frozen. Han Shengxian calmly retracted his crimson threads.
From now on you will assist me in governing the Directorate of Ceremonial. His Majesty will handle the life-pitying sect. Publicly you remain the Director of the Directorate of Ceremonial and the sect's mole.
At these words Zhang He's pupils dilated, and an involuntary shudder ran through him. This was no mere intimidation from the crimson threads. He had never imagined that His Majesty had long known his true allegiance. To conceal his identity within the life-pitying sect, Zhang, who had forbidden even his most trusted adopted sons from entering his room, always treading carefully. Though his demeanor was cold, which eunuch's inner energy was not. Only Lu Zhong with his Buddhist background and Han Xian, a military man turned eunuch, were exceptions. With a soft whoosh Han Shengxuan's form dissolved. Zhang Hu felt a sudden release of pressure, but his terror only intensified. He had not even seen how Han Shengxian departed. This meant that Han could take his life at any moment. His life and fate were in another's hands, his greatest secret exposed. Even with Han's silent departure, Zhang Hu knew he had no choice. After a long silence, Zhang Hu regained his usual coldness and stepped out of the chamber. But no longer was he the mole of the life-pitying sect, the Grand Eunuch, who had ruled for decades. He was now Han Shengxuan's dog, a mere bait and tool of His Majesty. Within the Grand Council of Dafeng, the 6 Grand Secretaries were diligently reviewing memorials. Vice Grand Secretary Yang Ke furrowed his brow. The atmosphere in the imperial city had grown increasingly unsettling in recent days, and the mood within the council was even more so. Among these 7 wily old foxes of the council, who could not perceive the sovereign's frequent maneuvers, yet no one uttered a single word. Yang Ke himself had no desire to speak out, but Lu Zhong's voluntary resignation today struck him as exceedingly peculiar. Tuoba Bodhisattva's actions grew bolder by the day, as he began to secretly form factions for personal gain. Meanwhile, the Duke of Chu hosted endless banquets, making it evident to all that he planned to stage a major upheaval during the military review. Yang Ke had also heard rumors that it pertained to the army. How could such a court situation be ignored? He turned his gaze toward Grand Secretary Zhang Su. Zhang Su remained as diligent as ever, seeming to peruse the memorials with great seriousness. From time to time, he instructed the eunuch beside him to forward certain memorials to the Directorate of Ceremonial, as if nothing had changed in Dafeng. As the workday drew to a close, Yang Ke could no longer contain himself.
Zhang Su, are you just going to watch this happen?
Zhang Su slowly set down the memorial in his hand and raised his head to look at Yang Ke.
If not this, what would you have me do? Shall the ministers collectively seek an audience? Or shall the imperial censor submit a memorial? Or perhaps you and I should go together to petition His Majesty, asking him not to appoint the Prince of Wu.
Though Shen Nan's actions were covert, the scale of disbanding the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards was too great to escape the notice of Grand Secretary Zhang Su. Yet he could never have imagined how swiftly Shen Nan would act. He merely assumed that the confrontation between His Majesty and the Duke of Chu would occur during the military review. Given that Zhang Su was naturally in no hurry, Yang Ke's brow furrowed even deeper.
Even if we don't go that far, we should still offer some remonstrance to His Majesty. His Majesty is still young. He cannot comprehend the complexity of the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards situation, nor the depth of the Duke of Chu's faction's influence.
Zhang Su chuckled upon hearing this.
Why not advise the Duke of Chu to yield instead? Are the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards not already His Majesty's prerogative?
Though the Confucian scholars had little interaction with the military aristocracy, the Duke of Chu's faction had long acted with reckless abandon, relying on their control over the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards. Jiang Su saw this as an opportunity to deliver a heavy blow to the military aristocracy. As for His Majesty's schemes, in Jiang Zu's view, they were doomed to fail. The situation of the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards was not a recent development, it had persisted for 3 centuries. Every past emperor had attempted to reform the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards. Why had they all failed? Because no one could resolve the issue of the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards. Setting aside the intricate web of marital alliances among the military aristocracy, the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards stationed in the capital alone numbered over 100,000 elite troops. Even if these elite forces were no longer what they once were and few remained battle-ready, they were still martial artists who had achieved cultivation ranks. How could over 100,000 such warriors be managed or reformed? This was an utterly intractable problem, one that no ruler who had ascended the throne only days ago could solve. Even the presence of a war god at the 11th rank of the military path by Shen Nan's side would be of no avail. Yang Ke understood Jiang Zu's intentions and spoke gravely.
What if chaos erupts? Chaos!
Jiang Su shook his head with a wry smile.
A group of brutes can cause little more than a mutiny. Could you and I not suppress it together? Moreover, when the time comes, will Fa Yang not intervene? And besides,
he narrowed his eyes,
I have already summoned 5 great Confucian scholars from the academy. Even if trouble arises, it can be swiftly quelled.
What was a great Confucian scholar? A master at the 2nd rank of the Confucian path, the Grand Master of Spirit Refining. The Confucian martial system differed from others. At the 4th rank, one cultivated not true qi but righteous qi. At the 4th rank, one had already comprehended righteous qi. At the 3rd rank, one had achieved mastery. And at the 2nd rank, a great Confucian scholar could integrate righteous qi with heaven and earth, gaining the divine ability to speak and command reality. With such Confucian arts, even if 10,000 soldiers rioted, 5 great Confucian scholars could command them to halt. After all, it was unlikely that over 100,000 troops would gather in one place to cause trouble. Even if such a scenario occurred, did one truly believe that Fa Yang's domain, which enveloped the entire capital, was merely for show? Jiang Su almost hoped for some disturbance to make His Majesty settle down. He also wished for His Majesty to realize who truly formed the pillars and foundation of Dafeng, rather than constantly running off to the Heavenly Works Institute or the Redfield pasture. The Grand Council was where His Majesty ought to spend more time. Yang Ke's face turned cold.
Even if the great Confucian scholars can suppress it, do you know how many people will die?
Jiang Su shook his head without answering, then changed the subject.
His Majesty has been on the throne for a few days now. Shouldn't we select a classics lecturer? And we should also pick some Hanlon readers and expositors in waiting. Does your Jiangzhou Academy have any suitable candidates?
These words were clearly an offer of a trade-off. The Colgate Confucian faction led by Yang Ke's Jiangzhou Academy would refrain from interfering in this matter. In return, the positions of Hanlon Reader, Expositor in Waiting, and Classics Lecturer would go to members of the Colgate Confucian faction. After all, these were the officials closest to His Majesty, especially the Classics Lecturer. If one could gain His Majesty's trust, the future would hold boundless opportunities. Yang Ke stared at Jiang Su.
You are using the safety of the capital to bolster the Confucian faction.
These conditions were indeed tempting. But how could Yang Ke with his nature ever agree? Jiang Su knew this well. The reason he had made such an offer was not to persuade Yang Ke, but to appeal to the Colgate Confucian faction behind him. The White Deer Grotto Academy was never Yang Ke's alone. He might be strong-willed, but others might not be.
If you wish to remonstrate with His Majesty, I will not stop you. But do you truly believe His Majesty will listen? His Majesty may be only 15, but his mind is not that of a youth. I advise you not to treat His Majesty as a child.
Why was Yang Ke the Vice Grand Secretary, while Jiang Su held the position of Grand Secretary? This was not only because the aristocratic Confucian faction represented by Jiang Su was more powerful than the Colgate Confucian faction, but also because Yang Ke's temperament was too rigid. He had been overly forceful before Emperor Mingchong and the late emperor, constantly spouting grand principles. Which ruler could tolerate such a minister? More crucially, Yang Ke's power base was too weak. He could only speak out about many issues, but could never resolve them.
I have never once underestimated His Majesty.
Yang Ke declared with conviction.
Everything I do is for the sake of Dafeng.
Zhang Su remained non-committal.
The workday is over. If you wish to go quickly.
With that he ambled lazily out of the Grand Council. Yang Ke wanted to say more, but ultimately desisted. Instead, he bowed his head and wrote a memorial which he then had the Directorate of Ceremonial forward to His Majesty. Seek an audience. Given His Majesty's temperament in recent days, Yang Ke had no confidence that his remonstrance would succeed. Moreover, Yang Ke was well aware of the power of Zhang Zu's earlier words. Even if he insisted on remonstrating, the people behind him might not offer their full support. Yang Ke sighed inwardly. This Dafeng. Yang Ke's memorial had just arrived at the Directorate of Ceremonial when Han Xingxuan, the director, promptly delivered it. As Zhang Su had anticipated, Shen Nan merely glanced at it a few times before closing the memorial.
Yang Ke. Among the cold-tempered Confucian scholars of Dafeng, there are indeed some worthy individuals. Unfortunately, most of them are nothing more than idle talkers who bring ruin to the nation. When the capital of Dafeng fell, I remember their reactions all too well. The water is too cold is but the most trivial of jokes in Dafeng.
Shen Nan was not as stubborn and self-opinionated as Zhang Su had imagined, but he could not heed Yang Ke's counsel either. Not to mention that the troop production plan had reached its most critical juncture. Even if it had not begun, he would not have stopped. An emperor without sufficient authority is merely a puppet in name only. The emperors of Dafeng were emperors simply because the dynasty had stood for 800 years. The Shen family's prestige was so immense that no one dared to rebel, and no one could succeed in rebellion. The Taoist, legalist, Confucian, and Buddhist schools were intricately intertwined, each checking the others. With the divine artifact of the nation suppressing all the Prince of Zhenbei stationed in Yozhou, and legalists like Fa Yang upholding order, this fragile balance of Dafeng had been maintained for so many years. What Shen Nan sought was never to be an emperor in name only. He aimed for the absolute supremacy of imperial power. However, a man like Yang Ke could be put to use. He narrowed his eyes slightly.
Tomorrow, after I emerge from seclusion, summon you Huatian and Chen Jiao.
Shen Nan was set to begin implementing the troop production plan the next day. Certain matters also needed to be settled tomorrow. Han Shengxuan's voice came.
As you command.
The next day, in the Jinghua Hall, platters of dishes were brought in by the palace maids. Before Shen Nan alone were 8 meat dishes, 6 vegetarian dishes, a soup, a staple, and a tea. All ingredients were meticulously selected by the imperial kitchen, infused with rare and precious herbs. The value of this single lunch was a full 100 taels of silver. In other words, Shen Nan's monthly meals cost nearly 1,000 taels, amounting to about 10,000 taels of silver a year. And this was only for food. If the elixirs supplied monthly by the Qinghe Palace were added, the total approached 100,000 taels of silver. This made it clear why Empress Dowager Jing annually took 5 million taels from the imperial stables. The resources required for cultivation at the 10th realm, heavenly being level, were more extravagant than one could imagine. Some resources could not even be purchased with money. Shen Nan was not indulging in a sudden whim to contemplate his own luxury. Compared to previous Dafeng emperors, his expenditure was frugal. Emperor Ming Chong and the late emperor each spent at least hundreds of thousands of taels annually on imperial meals and elixirs, which explained why the imperial treasury was so depleted when Shen Nan took over. What Shen Nan pondered more was the cost of maintaining the army.
If I want to forge a force of over 10,000 snow dragon cavalry, the annual expenditure on dietary supplements and elixirs would be around 6 million taels of silver. Adding the tens of thousands of Ming King heavy armor soldiers, the annual cost would be 30 million taels of silver.
Chen Jiao, Yu Huatian, and Chao Zhengchun were all below awaiting orders. Chao Zhengchun replied,
Your Majesty, 30 million taels would be sufficient.
Shen Nan shook his head.
Dafeng spends nearly 300 million taels on military expenses annually. I need only 30 million taels to nurture a truly invincible army. Though the numbers may be smaller, their combat power will far surpass.
He refrained from further commentary and instead instructed Chen Jiao.
The selection of the Snow Dragon Cavalry will be entrusted to you from now on. Their dietary supplements will be fully supplied by the imperial stables, and their military pay will also be drawn from there temporarily. As for the elixirs needed for cultivation, I will decide after visiting the Qinghe Palace.
The troop production plan was about to commence. Shen Nan also needed to reorganize the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards, cutting at least half of their personnel. Only those truly battle-ready elites would be retained. These elites would mostly be merged into the Black Dragon Guard. Henceforth there would be no more 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards, only the 5 Black Dragon Guards comprising 50,000 elite troops and 100,000 auxiliary soldiers. They would serve as the foundation for guarding the capital, and as Shen Nan's ultimate trump card against various factions. Furthermore, from among these elites, the best of the best would be selected, ultimately picking several thousand to join the Snow Dragon Cavalry, also to be called the Scarlet Dragon Cavalry. Even if the numbers fell short, there would be no filling the ranks with inferior men. These Scarlet Dragon Cavalry would be the main force to suppress the Lianqing sect rebellion in Chuanzhou in the future. However, achieving this required more than just reorganizing and reducing the army. Shen Nan also needed to procure a batch of military equipment to arm them. Based on Zhang Jiao's recent communications, with the Heavenly Works Institute, gathering enough gear for tens of thousands of elites should not be a problem. Even enchanted artifacts could be guaranteed. Every commander leading over 3,000 troops would possess an enchanted artifact. The only remaining issue was the elixirs needed for daily cultivation. Shen Nan would have to visit the Daoist Qinghe Palace for that, but only after the troop reduction. Otherwise he lacked mystical arts, like the Yellow Turban Warriors, or the Bean Soldier spell to entice the Qinghe Palace. Only by exerting authority could he ensure a steady supply of elixirs from them, while also lowering costs. Just as the Heavenly Works Institute monopolized 70% of Dafeng's armor and weapons, the Qinghe Palace had been leeching off Dafeng for too many years. They too needed to contribute to the dynasty's prosperity. If they refused, after the troop reduction and Chuanzhou campaign, Shen Nan's next target would be the Qinghe Palace. Qin Zhibao nodded.
Your Majesty, when do you intend to meet with the generals?
Tomorrow was the scheduled time for the troop reduction. The plan was to begin with the Prefectural Army Guard, coordinated by the Tiger Bend Guard, then reorganize the Imperial Guard. With these forces, they would directly press against the Xianfeng and Wulong units, completing the reduction of the entire 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards in a single day. This was the strategy devised by Shen Nan, Qin Zhibao, and the others. Only by doing so could they conclude the troop reduction with minimal cost and maximum speed. Once the matter was settled, even if the Confucian scholars had any objections, they would have to swallow them. The military nobles led by the Duke of Chu would become toothless tigers left to Shen Nan's mercy.
Arrange for them to enter the palace and see me tonight.
Shen Nan's control over the palace was now extraordinary. Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong were completely incapacitated. All eunuchs feared Han Shengxian and would never dare to cause trouble. Furthermore, Han Xian commanded 10,000 pure army soldiers patrolling the palace, and within the imperial city Toba Pusa controlled the Tiger Bend Guard and the Ming King heavy armor soldiers. With such forces at his disposal, Shen Nan could arrange for several people to enter the palace without anyone noticing. Empress Dowager Jing, deep in the inner court, might sense something, but her recent indifferent attitude suggested that this grandmother might not meddle in such affairs. Her attitude toward Shen Nan was also quite permissive. As for how to deal with her later, it would be no different from how he handled the Qinghe Palace. Until he had sufficient strength, Shen Nan would temporarily ignore Empress Dowager Jing's actions. With this thought, Shen Nan added,
Han Xingxuan, tomorrow instruct Yang Ke to accompany me to the Prefectural Army Guard. Vice Grand Secretary Yang Ke.
Han Shengxian remained silent, but Qiao Zhengchun looked puzzled. Qin Zhihao appeared contemplative, saying,
Your Majesty intends to use the cold gentry Confucian Yang Ke to suppress the aristocratic Confucian faction led by Grand Secretary Zhang Su.
From their reactions, the temperaments and abilities of the three were evident. Han Shengxian was utterly devoted to Shen Nan's commands. Qiao Jingchuan, though diligent, ultimately lacked capability, while Qin Zhihao was quick-witted, instantly grasping Shen Nan's intent. Shen Nan nodded slightly.
Only a gentleman can be deceived.
Yang Ke, though a Confucian, is the leader of the cold gentry Confucians. He is a completely different breed from Zhang Su. Zhang Su represents the quintessential scholar official obsessed with seizing power, adhering to the notion that the emperor rules with a light hand, which essentially means they act with impunity, while the emperor is reduced to a puppet. Moreover, the aristocratic Confucians intermarry, forming a tangled web. The decline of the Great Feng is largely their doing. They form cliques for selfish gain, each only concerned with their own interests.
The cold gentry Confucians represented by Yang may be impractical scholars, but they at least pay lip service to loyalty to the sovereign. Since Yang has submitted this memorial, how could I betray his fervent devotion?
Shen Nan spoke with a chilling tone. Clearly his view of the cold gentry Confucians was not as favorable as his words suggested. Indeed, these cold gentry Confucians are merely the Donglin faction without power. While there are talents among the cold gentry, once they rise to power, they often become even more rapacious than the aristocratic Confucians. Shen Nan only intended to use Yang Ke's reputation to make him the scapegoat, forcing him to confront the aristocratic Confucians and widen the rift between the two factions, thus paving the way for future court reforms. Otherwise, with the current influence of the Confucians, even Shen Nan would find it difficult to contend.
Shen Jiao praised. Your Majesty has already mastered some of the arts of kingship.
The Great Feng ruler may seem powerless, but national fortune and sacred artifacts are true power. The sharpest weapon in a sovereign's arsenal is none other than righteousness. Shen Nan ascended the throne through legitimate succession, a rightful emperor of Great Feng. The dynasty was founded on the blood and steel of its founder, and after 8 centuries, though the realm has decayed, the name Great Feng is deeply ingrained. Legitimacy holds immense importance in any world. Moreover, the Great Feng emperor is not truly powerless. Yang remains eternally loyal to the dynasty. Should a great crisis befall, Great Feng Grand Dowager Jing would also intervene. Prince Shenbei Shenyu is also of royal blood. Not to mention the dukes and nobles scattered across the realm whose fortunes are tied to the imperial family. The sole issue is Shen Nan's personal strength. The emperor of Great Feng is not synonymous with Shen Nan. He must make his name inseparable from that of the Great Feng emperor. Soon Shen Zhihao and Han Shengxian departed to carry out their tasks. Chao Zhengchun remained at his side. Shen Nan finally had time to turn his attention to the system. He had just emerged from cultivation when Shen Zhihao and Han Shengxian arrived, leaving him no chance to check today's shop refresh.
System.
Host Shen Nan. Age 34. Wealth none. Forces Black Dragon Xuanwu Guard Ming King Heavy Armor Infantry. Subordinates Tuoba Bodhisattva 11th Realm Military God Chen Zhihao 10th Realm Military Celestial Great Sage Zhang Jiao 10th Realm Celestial Peak. Han Shengxian 2nd Grade Grandmaster Peak Li Si 10th Realm Celestial Peak. Yu Wutian 4th Grade Chao Zhengchun 3rd Grade Peak 15 Sunflower Guards 5th Grade Martial Artists. 25 Great Snow Dragon Riders. 2,800 Ming King Heavy Armor Infantry. Cultivation 9 Dragons True Chi 4th Grade Gang Chi Great Completion Minor Grandmaster Peak. Items none. Overall level preliminary qualifications for restoration. Restoration points 2,200. Mission overthrow any major power. Major power criteria among the top 20 powers in the world. Reward guaranteed gift pack of 12th realm and above 30,000 restoration points. This was Shen Nan's current panel. Compared to when he first ascended, it had been static for days, as this mission was unlike previous ones. It could not be completed in an instant. As Shen Nan's power grew, his missions would inevitably become harder, until the final restoration was complete, perhaps unlocking a revitalized Great Feng mission. After all, though the system was a restoration system, restoration was never the end, but merely the beginning.
A guaranteed gift pack of the 12th realm.
Shen Nan focused on the mission reward, eagerly anticipating this gift pack. Though his subordinates were numerous, he still lacked a true supreme powerhouse. Perhaps this would be the one. Shen Nan thought with anticipation, then glanced disdainfully at his restoration points. After 3 days of arduous cultivation, he was left with only 2,200 restoration points, a profound Sun Divine Bow, and a supreme hardness technique. The pace of accumulating strength was painfully slow, making him wish he could annihilate the Duke of Chu's lineage today and claim the 30,000 restoration points reward. As Shen Nan's gaze moved down the attribute panel, he noticed a new gift pack in today's system shop, the Prodigy Gift Pack. Prodigy Gift Pack grants access to prodigies from all realms. Exchange price 1,000 points. The upper and lower limits of this pack were terrifyingly wide. According to the system's description, it could yield a young Huang Tiandi, or Yi Tiandi at its peak, or as low as a so-called prodigy like Ling Huchong.
Since when did the term prodigy become so common?
Shen Nan laughed softly. He glanced at the other two shop options which had some value, but the prodigy gift pack was clearly more enticing. Indeed, a catchy name worked wonders. Shen Nan chuckled.
Exchange 2 prodigy gift packs.
The military reduction was imminent. Adding 2 more hands would be beneficial. He only hoped not to receive overly absurd prodigies. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of light appeared. This time they were azure. Though it was a clear sky with white clouds, the reward somewhat surprised Shen Nan. The reward this time was none other than the world of Qin's moon, Dongjun Yanfei peak 3rd rank sorcerer. The world of Qin's moon, Yushin Wuduan peak 3rd rank sorcerer. Shen Nan had not expected that the azure radiance could summon these 2 prodigious maidens. He had originally assumed it would produce a low martial world prodigy like Ling Huchong. Could it be that this system's upper limit could even summon Huang Tiandi? Leaving aside whether such a figure could be summoned. These 2 were indeed extraordinary. Both Yushin and Dong Jun had become protectors of the Yin Yang school in their teens. Even if Dong Wangtai played a part, their innate talent remained undeniable. At least within the world of Qin's moon, how could they not be called prodigies? What was even more astonishing was their realm of 3rd rank sorcerer. Shen Nan was about to lay plans in Chuanzhou, inevitably crossing paths with the Lianqing sect. The Lianqing sect followed the sorcerer system of the 3 religions and 9 schools, their arts unpredictable and sinister. Yet no matter how arcane their spells, how would they fare against the 5 elements and yin-yang techniques of the yin-yang school? Astrology seals, sleeping curse seals, heart control curses, soul alteration arts, spirit shifting techniques, 6 soul terror curses. Which of these was not sinister? Moreover, neither Dongjun Yanfei nor Yushin Wuduan were naive or innocent. Their minds and temperaments were resolute and ruthless. They were the perfect candidates to assist Yu Huatian in establishing the Western Depot in Chuanzhou. Or perhaps in time, this depot would not be called the Western Depot, but would take a new name. Alternatively, Yushin and Yanfei could form a new organization in Chuanzhou. A myriad of thoughts raced through Shen Nan's mind, yet his hands moved without delay.
Claim the reward.
Amid swirling clouds and mist, 2 breathtakingly stunning women appeared within Jinghua Hall. Yanfei wore a dark blue gown, her long hair loosely tied, her gaze serene. Yushin was clad in a light blue short robe, her purple hair coiled up, a thin veil covering her eyes, exuding an air of profound mystery.
Yanfei pays homage to your majesty. Yushin greets your majesty.
Their words alone revealed their temperaments. Yanfei perceived the situation more clearly and understood her place, while Yushin carried a cold ethereal aura, like a true moon palace fairy, every movement imbued with mystique. This was also tied to the time point chosen by the system. Both Yanfei and Yushin were summoned from the peak of their power within the yin-yang school, not from the later point when Yanfei betrayed the school. Shen Nan studied them carefully before speaking.
From now on you shall be palace ladies-in-waiting, free to enter and leave the bedchamber and side halls. If there is anything you do not understand, learn from Chao Shengchun later.
Han Shengxian and Yu Huatian were both occupied with their duties. The task of mentoring newcomers naturally fell to the diligent eunuch Chao. Chao Shengchun harbored no complaints, his tone even carrying a hint of amiability.
Greetings to you both.
The time of his summoning differed from that of Yushin and the others. He had been summoned at the brink of death. Chao Shengchun had suffered greatly because of women and understood all too well the danger of beautiful ones. Given the allure of Yushin and Yanfei, they might well become consorts in His Majesty's harem. He dared not treat them poorly. Moreover, Chao Shengchun could guess that the 2 women would soon be dispatched to Chuanzhou. Upon returning with merits, he would remain the diligent eunuch Chao, but their fate might be far different. Yanfei and Yushin had also received the system's memory infusion, fully aware of the current situation. After exchanging a glance, Yanfei spoke.
Does your majesty require us to assist Yu Huatian in Chuanzhou? If so, we should first familiarize ourselves with Chuanzhou's intelligence, and then find a way to infiltrate the Lianqing sect.
The system's memory transfer always contained the latest intelligence. Thus both women were aware of the true productions and the matter of the Lianqing sect. In Yanfei's view, given their identities and strength, infiltrating the Lianqing sect was the best way to earn merits in Chuanzhou. It would also allow them to expand their influence, whether under the Western Depot or as a new Lianqing sect of their own making remain to be seen. Such were the ambitions of Yanfei and Yushin. In the world of Qin's moon, they had been lofty protectors of the Yin-Yang school, yet in truth they were pitiable souls without agency. Now summoned by His Majesty, they were bound to serve him. Yet this was far better than serving the gloomy Dong Wangtai. At the very least His Majesty was the sovereign of the Dafeng Empire. They would enjoy greater freedom and a brighter future. Shen Nan naturally perceived their ambitions. Just as he had not minded Yu Weishan's aspirations, he did not resent theirs. In fact, he admired such drive. With too few forces under his command, Shen Nan needed each individual to expand outward. Only then could his influence spread swiftly. He encouraged his subordinates to take initiative.
There is no rush to infiltrate the Lianqing sect. Chao Jingchuan first take them to familiarize themselves with the Chuanzhou files.
The situation of the Lianqing sect was exceedingly complex. Shen Nan himself did not know the full details and could not dictate Yanfei and Yushin's actions. He still awaited certain intelligence. For instance, the Sunflower Guards dispatched by Yu Huatian yesterday. By his calculations, these Sunflower Guards would reach Chuanzhou by tonight, delivering his decrees to Yunzhou Magistrate Zheng Lin's and Mosi Captain Uncle Zhang Qiliang Garrison Commander Yun Shu and the prefect's daughter Lu Yin. Once these individuals relayed their messages, Shen Nan would have his own people in Chuanzhou, allowing Yanfei and Yushin to set out. At sunset in the prefectural city of Chuanzhou, Han Shengxian had underestimated the speed of the dragon horses. By sunset alone, 5 Sunflower Guards had already arrived in the prefectural city, though they were about to go their separate ways. The guard tasked with contacting Zinmosi Captain Uncle Zhang needed to remain in the city to find him. He was no longer dressed as a Sunflower Guard, but as a wandering martial artist. After carefully concealing his dragon horse, the guard entered the city and immediately spotted the most conspicuous structure, or rather a vast complex of buildings. That was the Chuan-O Zenmosi headquarters. Unlike the Imperial Guard in the capital, the Zenmosi in the provinces was highly ostentatious, and the most important government body in the region. Their authority was to suppress demons and quell rebellions. What constituted a demon? That was for the Zenmosi to decide. Their prestige and ferocity surpassed even the embroidered uniform guard. Uncle Zhang served as a captain in the Chuanzhou Zenmosi, a rank comparable to a centurion in the Ming Dynasty's embroidered uniform guard. He was second only to the Zenmosi envoy Zhang Quangren in the Jinma General Tu Shi. In the city of Chuanzhou Prefecture, second uncle Zhang, who was off duty today, was not within the demon-slaying department. Dressed in clean and neat attire, he strolled casually through the city, his eyes falling upon the extravagantly dressed passers-by. This area was also the most prosperous part of the city. Chuanzhou Prefecture, with a population of tens of millions, was divided into 8 wards. Among them, the ward where the demon-slaying department was located was the most bustling. However, after second uncle Zhang walked for a while towards the outer city, he could clearly see people in bizarre outfits, including many sorcerers of various lowly persuasions. These sorcerers were constantly pulling at passers-by, whispering something, and faintly words, like Lianqing descends into the world, could be heard.
Has the Lianqing sect become so blatant?
Second uncle Zhang frowned deeply. He was in the outer city where the poor common folk lived. Looking around, he saw only ordinary people in patched clothes. Their lives were already hard enough. If they were to suffer from the calamities stirred up by the Lianqing sect, they would inevitably face ruin and death. Although the Lianqing sect was not considered an evil cult in Dafeng, their inner dealings were extremely vile. They engaged in the despicable act of kidnapping and mutilating people for profit. Countless members of the Lianqing sect employed such lowly tactics. Moreover, second uncle Zhang had vaguely sensed that the Lianqing sect seemed to be refining some kind of human elixir. They used human lives to concoct this pill. Though this elixir could enhance one's blood and chi, it was a thoroughly evil practice. Unfortunately, he had not found concrete evidence, and the demon-slaying General Tu Shi had explicitly ordered that no one was to interfere in the affairs of the Lianqing sect. This only made second uncle Zhang's heart more unsettled. Just then a wandering martial artist hurriedly bumped into him. Second uncle Zhang's brow furrowed slightly. As a martial artist of the 3rd rank, even if distracted, no one should have been able to collide with him unless it was intentional. Just as he was about to grab the man, he felt a slip of paper being pressed into his palm. Second Uncle Zhang calmly raised his hand to glance at it. His heart trembled, and he instinctively looked in the direction the man had fled.
Your Majesty.
A moment later, in a secluded alley, Second Uncle Zhang stared at the sunflower attendant before him.
You serve His Majesty.
The sunflower attendant did not speak much but scrutinized Second Uncle Zhang seriously.
Nearly 2 meters tall with a square and dignified face, a stalwart bearing, and a blue sword at your waist. You must be Second Uncle Zhang, correct? May I see your treasured sword?
Second Uncle Zhang's eyes grew more puzzled. He drew his sword, and on its blade were engraved the 2 characters Jing Zhong, respect and loyalty. This was the family heirloom sword left to him by his father. Seeing this, the sunflower attendant said nothing more. He simply handed a letter to Second Uncle Zhang. After doing so, he just stood quietly watching him. Second Uncle Zhang opened the letter and scanned its contents, his brow instantly furrowing. The letter's content was simple. Shen Nan instructed him to find a way to investigate the Lianqing sect situation and await contact from subsequent operatives. The final point even revealed that the Lianqing sect might rebel, and that the demon-slaying General Tu she seemed to be colluding with them, advising him to act cautiously. What shocked Second Uncle Zhang the most, however, was the imperial seal at the end. It was unmistakably His Majesty's personal seal. Second Uncle Zhang's expression remained impassive as he calmly asked,
Is there any other proof?
Without a word, the sunflower attendant produced a bead from his right hand. It was a device from the heavenly workshop, the eavesdropping bead. After Shen Nan had Zhang Jiao request 3 eavesdropping beads from the heavenly workshop, Yu Huatian bestowed 2 of them upon the sunflower attendant sent to find Second Uncle Zhang and Lu Yin. This was because their identities were the most complex, and also because their positions were the most critical. Seeing this, Second Uncle Zhang had no further doubts. As a captain of the Chuanzhou demon-slaying department, he had only seen the eavesdropping bead in illustrations, and never the real thing. In all of Chuanzhou, only the prefect and the demon-slaying General Tu she possessed 2 such beads for communicating with the capital. An ordinary person from the martial world could never produce such an item, let alone have His Majesty's personal seal as proof. Second Uncle Zhang was overjoyed. Though he was slightly puzzled as to how His Majesty knew of him, he felt a greater sense of finally having a chance to prove his worth. He had long sensed the problem with the Lianqing sect in Chuanzhou, but never expected that even the demon-slaying General Tu she was in collusion with him. However, this was also an opportunity. An opportunity to truly spread his wings. Compared to his usual work of catching petty thieves, Second Uncle Zhang yearned for a major event like this, because it also meant achieving great merit and fame.
This is not the place to talk. Follow me.
Second Uncle Zhang did not take the sunflower attendant to his own residence, but instead led him to the city's Tongjing gang. This gang was the most powerful in Chuanzhou. Its leader was also Second Uncle Zhang's sworn brother. This was one of the reasons Shen Nan chose Second Uncle Zhang. He was extremely cautious in his dealings, yet decisive and ruthless in action. In the original storyline, during the Lianqing sect's rebellion in Chuanzhou, his performance was exceptionally brilliant. It could even be said that he was the central figure in quelling the rebellion. Meanwhile, at the prefect's mansion, the bamboo grove was serene and secluded. The third Miss Lu, dressed in white, stood quietly within it. Her features and figure might not have been the most exquisite, but her tranquil and serene temperament made her hard to ignore. She was like a clear pool of autumn water, pleasing to the eye and soothing to the heart. Within the prefect's mansion, this third Miss Lu was renowned second to none. She was the most celebrated, talented woman in Chuanzhou, a sword immortal who had reached the 3rd rank at the mere age of 20, and she also controlled the mansion's financial power. She was a true child of destiny. In her hand, she also held a letter, the one delivered by the sunflower attendant. Compared to the complicated process of delivering the letter to Second Uncle Zhang, it was much simpler for the sunflower attendant to find the third Miss Lu. The only difficulty was how to make contact with her, but that wasn't a problem either. Chuanzhou had its own imperial horse administration, and the person in charge happened to be one of Han Xian's men. Upon hearing it was Han Shengshuan's order, everything was arranged immediately. The third Miss Lu looked at the sunflower attendant before her and said softly,
Tell His Majesty that I will act according to his instructions. Also, if possible, arrange a chance encounter between me and second Uncle Zhang.
Within the city, the third Miss Lu and second Uncle Zhang were the leading figures. One was the prefect's daughter, the other a captain of the demon-slaying department. It could be said that if these two were capable enough, the Lianqing sect's rebellion would already be half quelled. In fact, both were truly exceptional individuals. Second Uncle Zhang was decisive and brilliant in solving cases, while the third Miss Lu was beautiful but ruthless, wielding immense power. Her legion of admirers spanned all of Chuanzhou. In the original storyline, it was the combined efforts of these two that put down the Lianqing sect's rebellion. Although they also borrowed the influence of the Confucian and Taoist schools, their skill was undeniable. The next day at noon, Shen Nan lounged lazily in his chair, an umbrella overhead, casually flipping through the intelligence reports Yu Huatian had delivered. Last night, 5 sunflower guards had each delivered their letters aside from these 4, including second Uncle Zhang. Another letter was addressed to the eunuch director of the Imperial Horse Administration in Chuanzhou, but this one was not merely a letter. It was a genuine imperial edict issued by the Grand Secretariat and the Directorate of Ceremonial. It appointed Lu Zhong as the military supervisor and director of the Imperial Horse Administration in Chuanzhou. Such an appointment naturally stirred ripples within the Grand Secretariat, but neither Grand Secretary Zhang Su nor Vice Grand Secretary Yang Ke cared about Lu Zhong's assignment to Chuanzhou as military supervisor. Rather, they marveled at His Majesty's methods. With Lu Zhong gone and Zhang, who having tacitly submitted to His Majesty, the Imperial Palace was now completely under His Majesty's control. Such tactics were somewhat beyond Zhang's expectations, but he did not dwell on it too much. After all, they were merely 2 eunuchs. Besides, with His Majesty having a martial god of the 11th realm and a Taoist celestial of the 10th realm by his side, if such a lineup could not handle 2 eunuchs. Zhang Su wondered if he had misjudged this emperor. The palace, whether under control or not, was none of his concern as the Grand Secretary, nor did he wish to meddle. However, if His Majesty truly believed the Crimson Dragon 10 guards were as simple as the palace, then there would be a good show ahead. Zhang Su merely casually ordered the 5 great Confucian scholars from Jiangzhou to hasten their arrival. Yang Ke's thoughts were even simpler. He merely sighed softly, increasingly sensing that a storm was brewing. Shen Nan, however, paid no heed to the thoughts of the 2 senior ministers. He simply studied the intelligence Yu Huatian had delivered. Beyond details of second Uncle Zhang and Lu Sanyan's performances, it emphasized that both had communicated with Yu Huatian via ear beads yesterday. Their discussions revolved around plans to deal with the Pity Life sect and confirming these individuals were indeed His Majesty's men. He glanced at Yu Huatian beside him.
In your view, what do you think of second Uncle Zhang and Lu Sanyan?
Despite having a future storyline as a basis, Shen Nan still wanted to hear his own people's opinions. After a slight hesitation, Yu Huatian said,
Second Uncle Zhang abhors evil as a mortal enemy, has ambition, and is meticulous in his actions. He is worthy of heavy responsibility and is a great talent. As for Lu Sanyan,
he paused briefly, unsure how to describe this woman. Shen Nan smiled at Yu Huatian.
What is it?
Yu Huatian said gravely.
Your servant may not be able to control this woman.
Yu Huatian was also about to personally go to Chuanzhou to oversee matters. He knew how to employ someone like second Uncle Zhang and use him well. But a woman like Lu Sanyan was indeed more complex. This was unlike consort one from
Flying Swords of Dragon Gate.
She appeared venomous and ruthless, but was easily manipulated by Yu Huatian. Lu Sanyan, on the other hand, seemed serene and gentle, speaking unhurriedly, yet harbored her own thoughts within. Especially after a brief conversation with Yu Huatian, he felt she was somewhat like him. Equally black-hearted, equally cold. Shen Nan laughed upon hearing this.
I never intended for you to control them. These people will serve their purposes in the future. Your task in Chuanzhou is more about successfully establishing the Western Depot, especially its intelligence network. If possible, I hope you can take over the Pity Life sect's intelligence network.
Most members of the Pity Life sect were charlatans and fortune-tellers from all walks of life. These people might be useless in other areas, but when it came to gathering intelligence, they were absolutely top-notch, and they were also suitable as future covert agents for the Western Depot. Yu Huatian nodded solemnly.
As you command?
Shen Nan looked at Yanfei and Yushin to the side.
When you go to Chuanzhou, you may stay at Lu Sanyan's residence. The power this woman wields is not insignificant. Using her as an entry point will allow you to operate more effectively.
His requirements for Yanfei and Yushin were similar to those for Yu Huatian. The plan to infiltrate the Pity Life sect as discussed last night was already too difficult and time-consuming to execute. But using Lu Sanyan as a starting point might still offer a chance. Yanfei and Yushin both nodded.
As you command?
In terms of cunning and scheming. These two women were no less formidable than Lu Sanyan, and their strength slightly surpassed hers. Yu Huatian could not control her because Lu Sanyan was a woman and ostensibly the daughter of a prefect. But Yanfei and Yushin could certainly give Lu Sanyan a little shock. This was also Shen Nan's style. Though there was a saying about trusting those you employ, his ambitions were vast, so he could not rely on absolute loyalty from his subordinates. He trusted only those he summoned himself.
As for the Yunzhou County Magistrate Zheng Lin and the Chilean Garrison Commander Yun Shu, do not interfere with them for now,
Shen Nan cautioned. Unlike Lu Sanyan and second uncle Zhang, the Yunzhou County Magistrate and the Chilean Garrison Commander were more like local power holders, members of the influential gentry families. They were also the support Shen Nan had arranged for Chen Jibao. According to last night's reports, after receiving the letters, they immediately sent word to their families to recruit troops. Such actions revealed their role to control the local powerful families of Chuanzhou. However, the four shared a common trait. They all had ambition and lacked only an opportunity. Shen Nan provided that opportunity. In the current era of the Dafeng dynasty, serving His Majesty was the fastest path to success. As the saying goes, mastering civil and martial arts, one sells them to the imperial house. That was exactly it. Yu Huatian, Yanfei, and the others all replied.
As you command?
Shen Nan then turned his gaze to Chao Jingchuan.
Is Chen Jibao ready?
Chao Shunchun bowed and said,
General Chen has led 400 Ming King heavy armor soldiers to Guanghua Gate. He has also dispatched Shen Yishan San and others to await your majesty at Huafeng Gate, where Celestial Master Zhang is also waiting.
Shen Nan nodded and glanced at the system shop. Today's refresh offered nothing remarkable. The Heavenly Pride gift pack from yesterday had vanished. It was a pity Shen Nan had not used 1,000 points to lock it yesterday. He had not known the pack would actually be given. Now he could only wait for it to appear again.
Have Han Shengxian keep an eye on Empress Dowager Chen. Summon Vice Grand Secretary Yang Ku to accompany me to the headquarters of the Garrison Guard.
As he spoke, Shen Nan boarded the imperial carriage, though not as grand as the state-protecting divine chariot, the Jade Road. It was still unbreachable even by a 10th realm celestial. With Zhang Jiao and hundreds of Ming King heavy armor soldiers guarding him, Shen Nan's safety was assured with no need to worry about the Duke of Chu's desperate acts. As for Tuoba Pusa, he was to demobilize the Tiger Guard today. With his strength and nominal authority over the Tiger Guard, Shen Nan had no concerns about any issues on Tuoba Pusa's side.
Set forth.
Chao Zingchun's shrill voice rang out from the carriage. This marked the beginning of a complete upheaval for the Crimson Dragon 10 guards in the capital. Outside Guanghua Gate, the scorching sun blazed overhead. Chen Jibao stood with his 400 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. The chilling aura they exuded was enough to draw sidelong glances. Yet this commotion drew no one's attention. After all, in recent days, Shen Nan had taken to frequenting the Heavenly Crafts Institute or the Qitian pasture. His daily entourage always included hundreds of Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, and Chen Jibao as his guard. Both Zhang Su and the others had grown accustomed to it. But today was markedly different. For the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers did not exude that killing intent before, nor were they clad in full armor. The full set of Ming Wang heavy armor weighed 300 jin. How could such heavy armor be worn casually? Yet today they wore it. Their shields and blades were also gripped tightly in hand.
Move out,
Chen Jibao said coldly. The 400 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers followed closely behind. Black armor, shields, and blades. A chilling murderous intent instantly surged forth. Their direction was unmistakably the general headquarters of the prefectural army. At the general headquarters of the prefectural army, Tan Yin, the commander of the prefectural army, along with 3 battalion commanders, gathered together. Before them lay a feast of delicacies from land and sea. 23 meat dishes, 16 vegetable dishes, and 2 types of tea soup. Truly everything imaginable was present. Even the wine they drank was the most renowned in the capital, drunken red. Yet even with such a sumptuous feast and fine wine, Tan Yin could not calm his mind. He felt something was about to happen today.
What do you think His Majesty intends to do? Can't the Duke of Chu relent?
A few days earlier the Duke of Chu had sent word to the generals of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards. He instructed them to prepare for the military review to show His Majesty what the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards truly were, the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards of the military nobles. Regarding this, Tan Yin felt somewhat uncomfortable. He was not a loyalist, but he saw no need for this. After all, the Great Feng ultimately belonged to His Majesty. Though young since ascending the throne, which of His Majesty's actions had not been astonishing? Why did the Duke of Chu insist on opposing him?
Relent,
Fan Leto, commander of the Roaring Heaven Battalion, said with a laugh.
My dear commander, do you truly think the Duke of Chu wants this? Ultimately, it's His Majesty who forces this. His Majesty is young and inexperienced. He doesn't understand what the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards represent. They are the very lifeblood of all military nobles. Every past emperor wanted to reorganize the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards, but it was never an easy task. Even if Old Fan could part with tens of thousands of silver in monthly illicit gains, what about the 10,000 brothers under my command? For instance, my battalion has a nominal strength of 5,000, but in reality, it's barely over 3,000. And that's not counting the number of substitutes. As for equipment, don't even get me started. A few days ago, I took a look and found that many brothers had even replaced their weapons with the cheapest ones. You see how impoverished the brothers have become. They're selling their weapons for cash.
Fan Leto clicked his tongue in wonder.
With the brothers living like this, how can you talk about reorganization? With an annual military stipend of 15 taels, what kind of recruits can you attract? If reorganization is to happen, the stipend must first be raised to 30 taels of silver.
As he spoke, the battalion commander beside him chimed in.
Isn't that right? Military equipment hasn't been replaced in years. The Ministry of Revenue says there's no money. The late emperor said the imperial treasury was empty. So what are we supposed to do? Besides, although Yuzhou has been under constant threat for years, the barbarian demon tribe hasn't actually attacked. With the Prince of Zhenbei holding the fort, I doubt the barbarian demons will ever breach our borders. Why bother with the trouble of reorganizing the army?
These words reflected the mindset of most in the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards. Ultimately, the Great Feng had enjoyed peace for too long. So long that these capital dwellers believed the Great Feng would last forever. Naturally, they couldn't be bothered with reforms. After all, it was just about coasting through. During annual inspections, they could just scrape together some gang members or local thugs to fill the ranks. As long as appearances were kept up, why worry about the rest? Tan Yin felt the same.
So why is the Duke of Chu quarreling with His Majesty? Isn't life comfortable enough? Why stir up trouble? By the way, Old Fan, your actual numbers are alarmingly low. Remember to recruit some able-bodied men in the next few days. It doesn't matter if they're martial artists, at least make it look decent. Old Zhang.
Just as Tan Yin was arranging for the review's padding, a sudden commotion erupted outside, followed by shouts and the clash of weapons. The four in the hall were startled.
What's happening?
Was someone rebelling? But why would they come to the prefectural army headquarters? Were they seeking death? With a creak, the door slowly opened. Han Lizzie, clad in heavy armor and holding a long blade, stood at the entrance. Beside him were his three sworn brothers. In the distance, figures could be faintly seen, all trusted confidants cultivated by Han Lizzie. After all, he was a battalion commander, even if a deputy, so he naturally had his own personal guard.
Han Lizzie pays his respects to the commanders.
Han Lizzie's gaze was calm. Tan Yin's face turned ashen as he pointed at Han Lizzie and barked.
What do you think you're doing? A mutiny.
As he spoke, he turned to Fan Leto.
Is this how you train your men?
Fan Leto's face also darkened considerably. He slammed his right hand on the table, which shattered with a crack, sending wooden splinters flying. He then stood up, eyes blazing with fury.
This is treason! Guards! Seize him!
Despite their greedy idle talk, these battalion commanders were not weak. Fan Leto, for instance, was a third-rate master of martial body refinement. Why was that? With the vast sums of silver they pocketed annually, even a pig could be fattened into a third-grade master. They were the primary consumers of the third-grade and above elixirs from Qinghe Palace each year. Han Lizzie watched their reactions calmly, his gaze as placid as if he were looking at pigs and sheep awaiting slaughter. His tone was utterly flat. By His Majesty's decree, I am to take command of the prefectural army. Any who resist shall be killed without mercy. As his words fell, Han Lizzie raised his right hand. A cold gleam flashed. In an instant, Fan Leto instinctively tried to mobilize his internal chi, but before he could, Han Lizzie's blade had already descended. The third-grade mastery built on countless silver tails proved laughably fragile against that single stroke. In a flash, Fan Leto's head was severed. Scalding blood spurted from his neck. In an instant it drenched Tan Yin and the other 2 battalion commanders in a gory shower. This scene left Tan Yin frozen in terror. He was shocked by Han Lizzie's strength. He was equally shocked by Han Lizzie's words, by His Majesty's decree to take command of the prefectural army. As Fan Leto spoke, Han Lizzie suddenly drew his blade and lunged forward. Amidst the glint of cold steel, scalding blood erupted, splattering from the sky and turning the ground viscous. Tan Yin and the 2 other battalion commanders were drenched in blood, staring at Han Lizzie in disbelief and shock. Tan Yin stammered incredulously, by the Emperor's decree. Thump. Just then, the armored elites, who had burst in, were frozen in place. Originally rushing in to stop Han Lizzie, they were intercepted by his confidants. Hearing the commotion, they stormed inside only to witness this gruesome scene before they could act. Han Lizzie did not reply. Instead, he bent down, picked up Fan Leto's still wide-eyed head, and gazed calmly at Tan Yin. By the Emperor's order, I am to take command of the garrison guard. Anyone who obstructs shall be deemed a rebel and executed on the spot. Fan Leto, former commander of the Soaring Wolf Battalion, attempted to resist and has been duly executed. Tan Yin finally snapped back to reality, pointing at Han Lizzie. Do you realize what you are saying? He understood Han Lizzie's words perfectly. Yet Tan Yin never imagined that Han Lizzie would dare such a move, nor that the Emperor would be so audacious. A forcible takeover. This was an utter absurdity. Han Lizzie held a saber in his right hand and a severed head in his left. His eyes gleamed with menace. Commander Tan, do you intend to obstruct as well? At these words, a flicker of fear instantly appeared in Tan Yin's gaze, and he involuntarily stepped back. Though he was a second-rank martial grandmaster of the military sect, he had lived a life of luxury since childhood, never having killed anyone with his own hands, let alone witness such a bloody scene. Han Lizzie, in contrast, had fought his way out of the borderlands of Yuza's 9 garrisons. The sheer murderous aura emanating from him was more than Tan Yin could bear, especially with Fan Leto's corpse still standing. But one of the battalion commanders suddenly roared, Han Lizzie, do not think you can act with impunity just because you have the Emperor's order. Even if execution is warranted, we are all 4th-rank military officers of the Great Feng dynasty. You have no right to mete out private justice. This matter should be handled by the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice. Furthermore, he said coldly, you claim to act on the Emperor's decree. Do you have proof? Do you know the full scope of what this entails? This man, though also a military noble, had experienced the brutal battles of the Liangzhou front lines. Han Lizzie's sudden attack was certainly terrifying, but expecting them to surrender based solely on an imperial decree was wishful thinking. The situation was now clear. The Emperor intended to take control of the 10 Crimson Guard divisions by force. Their only course was to immediately contact the Duke of Chu and rally their forces. This man indeed had courage. After finishing his words, he bellowed, where are my personal guards? Han Lizzie's second brother Han Zhong glared fiercely at the surrounding guards. Who dares? His fourth brother Lu Jin brandished his axe with a savage expression. I dare anyone to take a step closer. The third brother Lin Yuanfu was shrewder. He had already quietly retreated to the door, blocking the escape route of those inside to prevent anyone from slipping away, which would spell trouble. For Han Lizzie and his men to have stormed the headquarters of the garrison guard was already an immense effort. They were in no position to suppress the entire force. Han Lizzie fixed a cold stare on the men. Commander Zhang, are you defying the imperial decree? Commander Zhang, who had spoken earlier, instantly drew his blade. Yet instead of striking Han Lizzie, he glanced around. Tan Yin remained motionless, and the other commander did not even wear a saber or armor. This realization made him waver, and he muttered, when did I ever defy the decree? Hearing this, Han Lizi's mind was set. He slowly sheathed his sword and said calmly, your subordinate understands the gravity of this matter, but is it within my power to decide? Commander Zhang instantly grasped the truth. The core of this issue was the emperor. Even if they managed to escape and rally their men, could they really raise an army in rebellion? Did they think Fa Yang, the Minister of Justice, was a mere figurehead? Or that the Confucian scholars were powerless? Or perhaps that the 11th level martial god standing by the emperor's side was a sham? As for tipping off the Duke of Chu, since the emperor had already made his move, the Duke of Chu would likely respond accordingly. There was no need for them to risk their lives. Tan Yin also quickly understood. His pale face trembled and his voice quavered. We are all merely following orders from above. No need for swords and spears. We want flee, just take over as you see fit. He had already resented the Duke of Chu for defying the emperor, and now he had no desire to risk his life. After all, Han Lizi's presence as a second-rank martial grandmaster was no bluff. Han Lizi nodded slightly. His second brother Han Zhong and Lu Jin continued to watch the surroundings warily. The standoff did not last long before a dull rumble echoed from outside. Then came the rhythmic clatter of footsteps. A surge of martial aura swept in, causing Han Lizi's expression to shift oddly. He recalled the scene when Qin Shibao had appeared the previous day and thought to himself, this lord truly enjoys intimidating others with his presence. Such an aura could scare a man to death. And indeed it did. The mere wave of aura made Tan Yin tremble all over. His greasy face twitched uncontrollably, and as he instinctively wiped his forehead, his hand came away sticky with blood. Qin Shibao, clad in white robes, strode leisurely into the room. After a brief glance around, he approached Han Lizi. Are all the men here? Han Lizi nodded. Qin Shibao looked at Tan Yin's terrified, bewildered expression and said calmly, do you recognize me? Tan Yin nodded instinctively, then shook his head. He had seen Qin Shibao escorting the emperor back and forth, so he naturally recognized him. But never before had Qin Shibao revealed his aura as a martial celestial. Such a presence was alien, and the murderous intent was utterly terrifying. Qin Zibao's eyes were serene. Good that you recognize me. The emperor will arrive shortly. I expect you to prepare the complete roster of the garrison guard, the real one, not a sham, and then summon the officers. Unlike Han Lizi's threats, Qin Zibao's words were utterly calm, devoid of any aggression or violence. Yet it was precisely this tone and expression that broke Tan Yin. His obese body went limp and collapsed, trembling like a child. Your subordinate understands. A martial celestial had arrived in person. Not only did Tan Yin lack the courage to risk his life to send a message, but even if he had, he wouldn't have possessed the strength to do so. Half an hour later, at the main entrance of the Prefectural Military Command, a luxurious carriage had arrived. Accompanying the entourage were not only Chao Zhengchun and Zhang Jiao, but also the second Grand Secretary Yang Ke. Yang Ke had been reluctant to accompany His Majesty to the Prefectural Military Command. He understood the Emperor's intention, merely to inspect the roster. But what was there to inspect? It was nothing but a charade, a mere formality that would uncover nothing. Moreover, he did not wish for the Emperor to further interfere with the Crimson Dragon 10 guards. After all, if the matter escalated, it would only tarnish the royal family's dignity and undermine His Majesty's prestige. It might even spiral into a mutiny and chaos. If it truly came to that, what good would it do His Majesty? Yet as the second Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, how could he refuse when the Emperor had commanded his presence? Throughout the journey, however, he wore a cold expression, offering neither remonstrance nor a single word beyond a detached observation. But, upon reaching the Prefectural Military Command, Yang Ke was suddenly startled. The scent of blood. As a first-rank land immortal of the Confucian school, Yang Ke could clearly detect the scent of blood emanating from the Prefectural Military Command. After a brief sensory probe, his face turned grim. Your Majesty! He had grown quite familiar with Qin Zibao's military celestial aura in recent days. Coupled with the scent of blood within Yang Ke's intellect, allowed him to vaguely deduce what had transpired. What is it? Shen Nan slowly stepped out of the carriage. He looked down at Yang Ke. Minister Yang, do you have any doubts? Why not enter? Yang Ke let out a bitter laugh. How can I enter? He could perceive the situation within the prefectural military command clearly without even stepping inside. He had not expected His Majesty to resort to such forceful measures to reorganize the command, and he couldn't help but regard the Emperor with a newfound respect. A forceful purge. Such a method was crude, yet not every sovereign dared to employ it.
Naturally, by walking in,
Shen Nan said with unruffled composure.
How else can we see how the commanders of the prefectural military command have been pocketing the salaries of phantom soldiers? Minister Yan, as the second Grand Secretary, would you turn a blind eye even when confronted with this?
At these words, Yang could instantly grasp the Emperor's intent. He was being used as a blade. As the second Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, he naturally had the authority to oversee any matter within the Great Feng Empire, especially something occurring right under his nose. He had no reason to refuse. Even though the issue of phantom soldiers and the Crimson Dragon 10 guards was an open secret, some things could be done in private, but could never be brought to light publicly. Yang couldn't help but recall the days when the Emperor had just ascended the throne and had forced the Duke of Chu to relinquish military power. When it came to wielding the weapon of righteousness, His Majesty had already mastered it to perfection. He dropped all pretense and spoke bluntly.
Does Your Majesty understand the consequences of this action? The Crimson Dragon 10 guards involve not only military nobles, but also the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. Especially the military nobles led by the Duke of Chu. Moving against the Crimson Dragon 10 guards would be a direct affront to the majority of military nobles. Though these individuals may have been unruly in the past, they are ultimately part of the royal lineage.
Military nobles had always shared the nation's glory and prosperity. By all logic, they should be the most loyal subjects to His Majesty. Scholars of Confucianism, Taoism, and legalism could secure their official positions even with a change of dynasty, but military nobles would never be tolerated by a new regime. They were the steadfast supporters of the throne. In Yang Ke's view, His Majesty's actions were tantamount to severing his own foundation.
Military nobles are indeed part of the royal lineage, but what use are mere corrupt parasites?
Shen Nan said calmly.
If Minister Yang is unwilling to take charge, then I shall summon Zhang Su, or perhaps F.A. Yang. I am certain they would be more than willing to handle this matter.
Zhang Su would undoubtedly leap at the chance to elevate the status of the aristocratic Confucians, while F.A. Yang, who might have previously turned a blind eye, would act with impartial justice once Shen Nan invoked the laws of Great Feng. But the consequence of F.A. Yang's involvement would be heavy casualties among the military nobles. And who would these nobles resent the most? It might not be Shen Nan, but Yang Ke, the man who dared not take responsibility. As for Zhang Su, Yang Ke would never agree to that, because His Majesty had not only presented a difficult challenge, but also offered a tremendous benefit. If the handling Confucians could truly handle this matter, their prestige would be greatly enhanced, potentially even surpassing that of the aristocratic Confucians. This was not a conflict of interest that Yang Ke could simply refuse. The handling Confucians behind him would never willingly surrender such an opportunity for prestige. Shen Nan's maneuver was not a scheme at all, but a blatant open strategy. From the moment Yang Ke appeared here, he had no choice left. Yang Ke, fully aware of this, looked at Shen Nan earnestly.
I hope Your Majesty has made ample preparations. If the Crimson Dragon 10 guards truly mutiny, I fear.
With that, he turned and strode toward the prefectural military command's office. Shen Nan, however, remained still. He narrowed his eyes and watched Yang Ke's retreating figure.
This Minister Yang.
To be honest, Shen Nan wished to cooperate with the handling Confucians, or rather with Yang Ke. After all, the power of the aristocratic Confucians was immense. Since his goal was to revitalize Great Feng, not to tear it down and rebuild, he had to play by the rules to a certain extent. As the Emperor of Great Feng, he could bend some rules, or even establish new ones, but that required sufficient strength. Shen Nan currently lacked that strength. His best course of action was inevitably to ally with one faction to suppress the other. Only when imperial power was supreme could he act with impunity. Unfortunately, Yang Ke refused to take the bait, maintaining an attitude of strict official duty. Truly a stubborn old man. Shen Nan dismissed the thought and turned to Cao Jingquan.
Inform Han Lizzie that all military officers of the prefectural military command who are not our people are to be thrown into the penal prison. As for the elite soldiers of the prefectural military command who were merely padding the ranks give them their full back pay and dismiss them. Those who have abided by the rules shall not be held accountable. Otherwise, the penal prison awaits them.
The downsizing of the prefectural military command was not as complicated as imagined. There were not that many to dismiss. Half of the prefectural military command were elite soldiers who could be retained. Of the remaining half, who were mere placeholders, Titans existed only on paper. There were no actual soldiers. The remaining idle nobles were even easier to handle. The real trouble would come after the downsizing, especially with the garrisons, like the personal guard Wulong and Xuanfeng, which were far from the capital, and whose commanders were not as incompetent as Tan Yin.
Chao Jingchuan, as you command?
Shortly after he entered, Chen Jibao emerged alone. The 400 Ming King heavy armor soldiers he had led were now under Han Lizi's command. He was to accompany His Majesty to the personal guard to suppress the situation. With Yang Ke and Han Lizi present, the situation at the prefectural military command could be stabilized. Shen Nan said calmly,
"Let's go."
There was still much to be done today. Little news had leaked from the garrison command. After all, Tan Yin was already under control, and any garrison officer who entered was immediately subdued by Han Lizi. But once Yang Ke arrived summoning the Minister of War and the right Vice Minister, many secrets became impossible to keep. However, by this time, Shen Nan was already within a few li of the Grand Steward's headquarters at the Duke of Chu's mansion. Ever since the last court session, the Duke had not stepped out, instead hosting daily banquets for military officers and nobles. This was, of course, intended to pressure His Majesty, but Shen Nan felt no such pressure whatsoever. On the contrary, the Duke of Chu believed things were progressing smoothly, and sensed the vastness of his own influence. In just a few days of feasting, over 100 military officers and nobles had attended, nearly 80% of the capital's military elite. Could this not demonstrate the immense reach of the Duke of Chu's network? As for the tens of thousands of silver taels spent, when had the Duke of Chu ever cared about such trifles? In the capital of the Great Feng, countless dignitaries resided, but none could rival the splendor of the Duke of Chu's mansion. Located in the opulent Yongrong ward just outside Guanghua Gate, the Duke of Chu's estate occupied a prime, priceless location. The mansion itself spanned dozens of acres, boasting pavilions, gardens, and waterside pavilions in abundance. It even featured a dedicated martial arts arena and a horse racing track with hundreds of household guards and servants. One could imagine the immense wealth and exalted status of the Duke of Chu. The primary reason for this was that the former Duke of Chu had been the war god of the Great Feng. Unfortunately, the current Duke of Chu possessed only a modicum of cleverness, his martial cultivation not even half that of his ancestors. He was merely a third-rank martial grandmaster.
Your Grace, why do you think His Majesty has remained inactive these past days? Indeed, we have entertained so many guests, yet no impeachment memorials have been submitted. His Majesty has shown no reaction, spending his days at the Heavenly Works Institute and the Red Fields pasture as if preparing to train the army. What is His Majesty's intention?
In the Duke's study, the Duke of Chu sat in the seat of honor, flanked by 4 other dukes and marquises. These were the most prestigious and influential nobles in the capital. The entire military aristocracy followed their lead. Yet even as the highest-ranking military nobles of the Great Feng, they were still merely aristocrats. Openly opposing His Majesty made them uneasy, especially given the unsettling calm of His Majesty's actions. The Duke of Chu said unhurriedly,
"What's the rush? Yes, His Majesty went to the Heavenly Works Institute, visited the Red Fields pasture, and purged the Imperial Horse Administration. So what? In all these years, when has the Heavenly Works Institute ever heeded any emperor? The Red Fields pasture. Those 1,000 dragon horses are the only decent thing there. What else is there? As for you, each of you is a duke or marquis man of standing when you step out. Such impatience, how can you accomplish great deeds?"
The Duke of Chu had been somewhat anxious right after the court session, but as military nobles flocked to pledge their allegiance, his confidence swelled.
"We are naturally inferior to your Grace, but what exactly is His Majesty's plan?"
The speaker was the Duke of Yin, the weakest among the assembled nobles. His family had produced no talent for 3 generations, and he felt the most uneasy, sensing something amiss. The Duke of Chu slowly sipped his tea and said,
"What plan?" "He wants to train the army." But can an 11th realm martial god truly train an army well? No matter the origins of Tulba Bodhisattva, the commanders of the 10 Crimson Dragon Legions are our people. His Majesty cannot train them properly. Moreover, he scoffed, even in the worst-case scenario, what can he do? He might make us bow our heads, but we will remain dukes and marquises. The only loss would be the authority over the 10 Crimson Dragon Legions.
Such was the Duke of Chu's current mindset. From initial panic to full confidence, and now to a sense of control. Ultimately, he relied on one fact: even if his schemes failed, he would still be a duke. The Great Feng's founder had decreed that the 3 dukes would hold hereditary titles, their glory enduring as long as the nation itself. The weight of those 8 words was no joke. For 800 years, successive emperors had sought to reform the 10 Crimson Dragon Legions, yet none had dared to move against the 3 ducal houses even with the harshest measures. For this represented the face and authority of the Great Feng's founding emperor. Who would dare defy the founder? That would be the ultimate filial impiety. The Duke of Chu drew his confidence from this, and he did not believe he would truly fail. Hearing this, the other 3 nobles' expression shifted. The Duke of Chu's title might be eternal, but theirs were not. In all the realm, only the Dukes of Chu Wei and Xian held such privilege. Yet the Duke of Wei himself was the Prince of Zhenbei guarding Yuzhou. Which emperor would be mad enough to move against him? The Duke of Xian, meanwhile, had his power base in Liangzhou. What were they compared to such figures? Yet none dared to voice dissent, for they still needed the Duke of Chu's banner to proceed. Thus, despite their embarrassment, they all chimed in.
Yes, yes, yes.
But just then, the Duke of Lu Zhongwu burst in, frantically forgetting even to open the door, crashing straight through it.
Duke of Chu, something terrible has happened. What is this commotion?
The Duke of Chu frowned, spilling a bit of his tea. Catching his breath, Duke Zhongwu hurriedly said,
His Majesty has arrested all the garrison commanders. Yangku is stationed there, and our people from the Tiger Guard report that Tulba Bodhisattva disbanded the Tiger Guard 2 hours ago. 6 of the 10 commanders were involved, and they are now mobilizing troops to suppress the garrison.
The Duke of Chu listened, stunned.
And His Majesty?
Zhongwu replied urgently.
His Majesty has gone to the Grand Steward's headquarters.
The Duke of Chu snapped to attention.
When did this happen? Who did His Majesty take?
He took that Shen Jiao, a martial heavenly being, along with 5,000 pure army and 2,000 main king heavy armor soldiers, the same troops seen at the last court session.
His Majesty only had 3,000 of them, and he brought 2,000.
With a sharp crack, the white jade cup in the Duke of Chu's hand shattered. His eyes wide, he roared.
Quick! Summon the commanders of the 10 Crimson Dragon Legions. Send word to the Vanguard Guard. The Wulong Guard's commanders.
Just as the Duke of Chu was struck with astonishment, the atmosphere within the headquarters of the Imperial Guard turned eerily strange. Han Lizzie, a mere deputy commander of a battalion, took control of the situation with meticulous order, arranging for the imprisonment of officers, pacifying the soldiers, and promoting new leaders, tasks that would normally fall to the Minister of War or even a duke, yet no one present raised any objection. Yangku, the Vice Grand Secretary, silently sorted through the files, his expression unreadable. As he reviewed the records of embezzlement and phantom soldiers, a chill ran through him. Everyone knew the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards had padded their roles, but who could have imagined the rot ran so deep? Take the Imperial Guard, for instance. On paper, it boasted over 20,000 men. Even with the founding emperor's tacit allowance for some phantom soldiers, there should have been at least 15,000. Yet the actual register listed only 12,000, with 2,000 of those being mere fillers. That meant the Imperial Guard had just 10,000 men. And that was just the padding on headcounts, not even counting the shortfalls in equipment, pay, and provisions. Truly shocking. These military nobles and meritorious officials were utterly insatiable. Yet Yangku knew this wasn't the work of a single generation. Every successive group of nobles and officials had partaken, and everyone had feasted. No one had intervened, leading to this dire outcome. He set down the files with a soft sigh. With the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards in such a state, how can they protect the capital and His Majesty? Yangku finally understood why every past emperor had sought to reform them. It was because the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards had reached a point where reform was unavoidable. Nearby Li Su, the Minister of War, along with his 2 deputies, paid no heed to the corruption. Instead, they frowned at Han Lizzie. Han Lizzie has truly risen like a comet this time. Unlike Toba Pusa or Qin Jibao, Han Lizzie, though merely a deputy commander of the Roaring Heaven Battalion, was still recorded in the Ministry of War's registers. Li Su, a scholar general with a Confucian's eidetic memory, knew Han Lizzie well. Yet he had never expected Han to hide so deeply or seize such an opportunity. One cannot call it a comet's rise. He was already a second-rank grandmaster of the military Dao. With such strength, even without concealment, he would be qualified to command a guard. Rather, it is His Majesty's move that surprises us, silently rallying so many and striking like thunder, swift and unmatched. Li Su's words found agreement among those beside him. The Right Vice Minister of War nodded. Indeed, though His Majesty's conflict with the Duke of Chu was fierce, who would have thought that in just a few days on the throne he could orchestrate such a situation? And now it's not us, but the Duke of Chu and Grand Secretary Zhang who should be worried. No one in Dafeng was a fool. Grand Secretary Zhang Su's schemes had long been under the Ministry of War's watch, but they had chosen to observe coldly from the sidelines. After all, the ministry was controlled by the scholar-general faction, who straddled both Confucian and military traditions. If the Confucians gained, so would they. If the Confucians failed, it was none of their concern. But with His Majesty's latest move, Grand Secretary Zhang's days were surely numbered. As they spoke, Zhang Su arrived with several attendants. He did not ask why Yang Ku was involved, but merely scanned the scene to grasp the situation. The Imperial Guard had clearly fallen into His Majesty's hands, and the Tiger Guard, with that martial god of the 11th realm stationed there, was likely secured as well. Now it remained to be seen what would become of the Guard of Honor, the Vanguard Guard, and the Wulong Guard. Zhang Su's face darkened. His Majesty truly has a deft hand. He prided himself on his cunning, yet he had sorely underestimated the Emperor. Some 10 li west of the capital, at the Metropolitan Camp, the Guard of Honor was stationed. This place had once been lively. Outside the camp, bustling markets thrived with crowds and clamor. Yet today all was silent. The usual vendors stared in shock at the camp's entrance. 5,000 pure army troops and 2,000 bright king heavy armor soldiers had completely besieged the Guard of Honor. Such a sight had not been seen in the Dafeng capital for centuries. Since the founding emperor established the dynasty and Fa Yang rose to power, the capital had never witnessed such chaos, let alone thousands surrounding a military camp. Yet today it happened. At the camp gate, hundreds of elite Guard of Honor soldiers had gathered, initially thinking it was a disturbance. But upon seeing the might of the bright king heavy armor soldiers and the pure army, fear seized them. Many of the faint-hearted collapsed to their knees, trembling. These men were mere 9th-rank martial artists, barely initiated into the martial path. Dubbed the elite of the Guard of Honor, they usually guarded imperial tombs or served as escorts on the emperor's campaigns. Their courage was even less than that of the Imperial Guard, and their pay was poorer. How could they face such a grand spectacle? When Shen Nan stepped forward to declare they were His Majesty's personal Black Dragon and Vermilion Bird Guard, many among the hundreds of Guard of Honor soldiers instinctively dropped their weapons. We have not rebelled. Yes, there must be a misunderstanding. Shen Nan frowned at their behavior. Were these men fit to guard His Majesty on his travels? It seemed the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards were easier to handle than expected. Just then a figure was kicked flying from within the camp. With a thunderous crash, he slammed into the heavy camp gate. His luxurious robes were stained with blood, and every bone in his body was shattered. As he lay weakly on the ground, the Guard of Honor soldiers recognized his face and froze. The Colonel. This man was the second-rank colonel of the Guard of Honor, equivalent to a battalion commander, and the second in command. As for the actual commander, he was not even in the camp. Before they could react, a figure strode slowly from behind them, exuding overwhelming killing intent, clad in cold white robes. His calm gaze swept over the Guard of Honor soldiers, and they instinctively recoiled. Chen Jibao walked calmly through the hundreds of elite soldiers. As he passed the colonel, he paused, grabbed the man's head, and dragged him toward Shen Nan. Thick blood stained the ground with each step. After a few moments, Chen Jibao stopped before the crowd, turning to face the Guard of Honor soldiers. He raised a single finger, his pale face devoid of malice, his tone as calm as ever. One instant sticks time. Assemble your men here. Those who are late will face military justice. Clang. As Qin Zibao's words fell, the 2,000 Mingwang heavy-armored soldiers all drew their blades, and the 5,000 Nether army likewise unsheathed their waist knives in unison. The silver-white blades gleamed menacingly, and the overwhelming killing intent was enough to shake one's soul. No further words were needed. A chilling aura of slaughter had already permeated the entire Imperial Guard camp. Hundreds of elite Imperial Guards retreated step by step, their gazes filled with fear as they looked at Qin Zibao. Though Qin Zibao had not declared any official title, his mere presence exuded an awe-inspiring and formidable aura, the aura of a military celestial at the 10th realm, and the aura of the spring and autumn little butcher. The killing intent of a great general, who had weathered countless battles on the battlefield, was far denser than that of the Imperial Guard commander, who only knew how to enjoy himself in brothels.
Quickly summon the men.
Some reacted swiftly, kicking those beside them and shouting loudly. Then, with fawning expressions, they looked at Qin Zibao.
May I ask, sir, what official position do you hold? My father is.
These prodigal sons of military nobles had no other talents, but they certainly knew how to trim their sails. Given the current situation, anyone with a brain could see that the capital of Dafeng was about to undergo a drastic change. Whether their former wealth and status could be preserved depended on the choices they made today. Naturally, the perceptive ones caught on. Qin Zibao cast a glance at them before addressing the three visibly steadier officers among the Imperial Guards.
Gather your men.
These three were none other than the officers selected by Qin Zibao and Tuoba Pusa from the list provided by Li Si. They were all born into military noble families, but were not the direct heirs, and they possessed considerable skill and cunning. The three of them saluted in unison.
Yes, sir.
This scene left many onlookers stunned. It took over the time it takes an incense stick to burn for the 10,000 strong Imperial Guard to finally assemble, and even then many had forgotten to bring their weapons. Their clothes were in disarray, clearly having been dragged out of bed. As for armor, only the men under the three officers Qin Zibao had pre-selected were fully armed. They had been notified in advance, so they had never set aside their weapons and armor. This was also because they were the true elite among the Imperial Guards. Qin Zibao then moved from outside the camp to the reviewing stand. He looked down at the sparse formation below, then turned his gaze to the hundreds who had hurried over late.
Drag them away. 30 strokes of the rod as military punishment.
Although the three officers cooperated to fully subdue these men, establishing authority was essential, just as he had done by slaying the second-rank staff officer earlier, and as he was doing now with this strict military discipline. Instantly, over 2,000 Nether army soldiers seized these men, dragged them to the side, and began flogging them in plain sight. The Nether army was well versed in the art of court flogging, so this was familiar territory.
Mercy! General, have mercy!
A series of agonized screams rang out. This caused the previously loose formation to tighten, though many faces were filled with fear and trembling. They were truly experiencing the sternness of military discipline. Seeing this, Qin Zibao's brow gradually relaxed. He had enforced military discipline not only to establish his authority, but also to test the extent of the Imperial power's deterrent effect on these men. As it turned out, though they were corrupt, they still harbored reverence, otherwise such harsh punishment would have sparked a mutiny. This was also the prestige of the Dafeng dynasty, which had stood for 800 years. Before the future events unfolded, no one believed that Dafeng would fall in 20 years, and no one dared to defy the emperor's orders. Part of this was due to the deterrent force of Qin Zibao and his thousands of troops. But even without them, if Shen Nan had sent a eunuch with an imperial decree, these men would not have dared to lay a hand on the eunuch. Just then a burly general galloped into the camp from outside the gate. He rode all the way to the drill ground and frowned at Qin Zibao. His gaze fell with horror upon the corpse of the second-rank staff officer, and he pointed at Qin Zibao, saying,
Even if His Majesty ordered you to reorganize the army, you had no right to kill a second-rank staff officer of Dafeng.
This man's second rank was an honorary title, a military position within the noble system, not a genuine second-rank military officer of Dafeng. Nevertheless, even such an honorary second rank was extremely prestigious. From this man's words, Qin Zibao could discern certain things. He said calmly,
This man was plotting rebellion. He deserved to die.
Hong Kai, the commander of the Imperial Guard, was stunned.
Plotting rebellion? When have my Imperial Guards ever intended to rebel? Don't think you can act with impunity just because of your high cultivation. Do you believe we have no military celestials?
Among the military nobles there were indeed military celestials. Someone like Tan Yin, a gluttonous and idle fellow, could still attain the second-rank military grandmaster realm through such means. How much more so for the true talents among the military nobles. However, such talents were no longer in the capital. They had gone to the borders of Yuo and Lianzhou to build their careers. For any military practitioner above the third rank, experiencing battle was essential to advance step by step. If one relied solely on pills, they would be stuck at the second rank for life. Moreover, such a second-rank practitioner attained through indulgence could not even defeat a genuine third-rank military master.
This general speaks of plotting rebellion.
Chen Zibao's face turned cold.
Plotting.
What is plotting? It is secret scheming. This accusation was extremely vague. Essentially, it meant if I say you are plotting, then you are plotting. After all, no one can prove you were not plotting. Such a reason was truly unassailable. Upon hearing this, Hong Kai's expression immediately turned wary. He said no more, but turned and mounted his horse, saying coldly,
"Whether it is plotting or not, I will not argue with you. We shall have a clear debate at the next court assembly."
He had received news that the Emperor intended to use force to reorganize the Red Dragon 10 guards, so he had come to see the situation. But since Chen Jiao was putting on such a reckless display, would Hong Kai be foolish enough to offer his face for a slap? Unfortunately, Hong Kai still underestimated Chen Zibao's audacity.
"Did I say you could leave?"
Chen Zibao's icy voice rang out. At the same time, the sound of a spear singing filled the air. The plum-lined spear was already in front of Hong Kai in an instant.
Ah!
Hong Kai reacted instantly. He let out a furious roar, and instinctively mobilized his protective chi to blast at the plum-lined spear. The ferocity of his chi indicated the peak of the second-rank military grandmaster realm. This man was no mere idle good-for-nothing. But the next moment, with a thunderous crash, the stone bricks within several meters of Hong Kai were shattered. His fine steed turned into a mist of blood, and he himself was smashed into the ground, his mouth filled with blood. Had Chen Jiao held back, this man would not have been severely wounded and spitting blood, but would have died on the spot. How could a second-rank military grandmaster withstand a single blow from a military celestial like Chen Jiao? The tip of the purplish plum-lined spear pointed straight at Hong Kai. Chen Zibao's calm eyes held a cold glint.
"Since you're here, stay."
Outside the capital garrison, after the dust had settled, the opulent imperial carriage only then arrived slowly. Chen Jiao, leading 3 generals of the Imperial Guard, had already been waiting there for a long time. He handed a roster through the jade curtain to Shen Nan.
"Your Majesty, this is the true roster of the Imperial Guard."
Such a roster was absolutely impossible to see unless one was a high-ranking insider of the Imperial Guard. Only 2 men within the Imperial Guard knew of the roster's whereabouts. Besides the deceased second-rank adjutant, there was Hong Kai, the commander, who had just been mentioned. With the roster now here and Hong Kai nowhere to be found, his fate was self-evident. Shen Nan could also smell the faint scent of blood emanating from Chen Jiao. He raised no objection to this, seizing control of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards, by force was bound to draw blood. Moreover, the Imperial Guard was different from the Tiger Guard and the Mansion Guard. These 3 generals, who had secretly pledged allegiance to Shen Nan, held no real power. Nor did they have Han Lizzie's cultivation, courage, or strategic acumen. He casually flipped through the roster and then closed it.
"Even I, looking at this roster, cannot recall the exact number of men. How could the commander of the Imperial Guard be so incompetent?"
The Imperial Guard's roster was extremely chaotic, riddled with erasures and alterations. It was evident that personnel changes were highly frequent. Why was this so? Naturally, because too many men had been brought in to fill the ranks. But with just a cursory glance, Shen Nan had already formed a rough number in his mind. The number of ghost soldiers on the Imperial Guard's payroll was also close to half. Even so, the military pay had not been honestly distributed to the soldiers below. The greed of the military nobles was all too apparent. However, Shen Nan did not fly into a rage. He had already known about these matters long before, and besides, the commander and adjutant of the Imperial Guard were already dead men. How could he argue with the dead?
"Order the current generals of the Imperial Guard to hand over all embezzled silver to Chao Shengchun." Those who surrender the full amount will be forgiven for past offenses. Anyone who conceals the stolen funds or refuses to comply will have their entire family exiled to Yuzhou.
The commanders of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards were all under Shen Nan's control. The next layer of generals were the true backbone of the army. These men could not be dealt with lightly, for they were all like Han Lizzie, which mid-level general didn't have his own power base. Causing an uprising would be far too troublesome. Furthermore, he wanted to reorganize the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards, not annihilate them entirely. Naturally, he had to keep some men for use. Chen Jiao made a slight bow.
As you command.
Shen Nan's gaze shifted to the general standing ramrod straight to one side.
You have done well. From now on you shall be the battalion commanders of the Imperial Guard. You will also assist Shen Yi in handling this military reduction. I have only one requirement. Better to have none than to have unworthy men. Anyone who has not achieved a martial rank will be demoted to auxiliary troops, or according to their name, origin, and waste token, they will be given a full year's military pay and discharged. Those who have a rank but cannot lift 1,000 jin will be demoted to auxiliary soldiers to be observed for future performance.
This requirement was not actually excessive, but the problem was that there were far too many men in the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards, who were merely making up the numbers. Thus, upon hearing Shen Nan's order, the 3 Imperial Guard generals, who had just been promoted to battalion commanders, all showed troubled expressions. One of them stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said,
Your Majesty, if this requirement is enforced, I fear very few men will remain. Moreover, the demand to lift 1,000 jin is truly too difficult. It is not that our brothers in the army are lazy, but rather...
Shen Nan looked at this man.
Rather what?
That man gritted his teeth and said,
Rather, the military pay is simply too low. The elite troops of the Great Feng receive 15 taels of silver as standard pay, which should be enough in theory. But in recent years, the price of body tempering pills from Qinghe Palace has risen from 300 coins to 600 coins, and the same is true for various meat supplements. Our brothers must both support their families and maintain their cultivation. It is truly difficult.
These words were indeed the truth. 15 taels of silver was actually a lot of pay, but for elite soldiers who had achieved martial rank, it was far, far too little. The root cause lay in the changing times. In the early years, the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards would occasionally go on expeditions to hunt and kill demons, or be dispatched to suppress uprisings in various regions. But in recent years, when had the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards ever moved? Every single commander had been hereditary. There was simply no one left who had been promoted based on military merit. Even if there were, they were all transferred from Yuzhou, such as Han Lizzie. But how many men like him were there? Furthermore, the Mansion Guard commanded by Han Lizzie was responsible for the safety of the Imperial City, and patrolling the streets, they still had some extra income. The Imperial Guard guarded the Imperial tombs and escorted the Emperor on his travels. What perks could they get? Shen Nan narrowed his eyes and looked at this man.
What is your name? Your servant Sun Ning, commander of 500 men in the White Tiger Battalion of the Imperial Guard. Sun Ning.
A surge of information suddenly flashed through Shen Nan's mind, all sorts of details concerning this Sun Ning. It was a memory belonging to Emperor Yuan Yu. This man, though not as outstanding as Han Lizzie, was still a fierce general in the final years of the Great Feng. In the late imperial capital period, Emperor Yuan Yu had promoted a group of fierce generals. Among these men was Sun Ning, who was exceptionally skilled in defense. When the barbarian demon tribes marched south, he led a mere 1,000 men and stubbornly held off a barbarian army of 10,000 for several days. Unfortunately, Emperor Yuan Yu had not recognized this man's talent at the time. Otherwise, if he had been ordered to defend the imperial capital, they might have been able to hold out for a few more days, long enough for the relief armies from various provinces to arrive. Shen Nan nodded.
From today onward, you are the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. The recruitment of soldiers for the Imperial Guard will also be your responsibility. I will give you 10 days. Can you recruit 10,000 men?
Upon hearing this, Sun Ning was stunned, then prompted by the man beside him. He immediately fell to his knees and kowtowed.
Your servant Sun Ning thanks your majesty for your boundless grace. I will wrap my corpse in horsehide and devote my life to your majesty's service.
Leaping from a mere commander of 500 men to a battalion commander was already a meteoric rise. let alone becoming the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard directly. This was a step into the heavens. As for recruiting 10,000 men, as long as the money and provisions were sufficient, what difficulty was it to select 10,000 men from the tens of millions in the imperial capital? Shen Nan promoted Sun Ying not only for his future achievements, but also because he was severely short of capable men. The Mansion Guard was temporarily under Han Lizi's command, and the Tiger Guard was temporarily managed by Toba Bodhisattva. But what about the Imperial Guard, the Wulong Guard, and the Xianfeng Guard? Chen Jibao was going to form the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. He could at most concurrently serve as the commander of one guard. Based on Sun Ying's future performance and his current conduct, Shen Nan did not mind giving him a chance. Furthermore, the current commander of the Imperial Guard was Shen Yi himself. If Sun Ying's performance proved poor later on, then he would merely remain as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard.
Rise,
Shen Nan said calmly.
From now on, the military pay for the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards will be raised to 20 taels. But this money is not given for nothing. I want to see a truly elite fighting force.
An increase of 5 taels might seem small, but if on top of that no one dared to skim from it, then the difference would be significant. After all, according to the roster, just now, the elite soldiers of the Imperial Guard could only get their hands on 10 to 11 taels of silver each year. 20 taels of silver would be a direct doubling. The military pay was 20 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Sun Ying and the other two spoke with reverence.
Your Majesty is wise and enlightened.
Given the thunderous method Shen Nan had displayed thus far, it seemed that in the short term, no one would dare to embezzle rations. 20 taels of silver was sufficient to sustain the elite of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards and steadily enhance their cultivation. Shen Nan nodded, his gaze fixed on Sun Ying.
You shall lead 200 personal guards and follow Chao Zhengchun to the Wulong Fortress to deliver the decree. I will subsequently arrive at the Wulong Fortress at the head of the Imperial Guard army.
The fortress where Wulong and the Vanguard Guard were stationed was merely 30 li from the imperial capital. According to Shen Nan's previous plan, after consolidating the Tiger Guard, the Imperial Guard, and the Prefectural Army Guard, he would exert overwhelming pressure to compel the Vanguard Guard and Wulong Guard into submission. However, based on the intelligence Chen Jibao had previously relayed, Shen Nan also sensed the authority and righteous cause vested in the Grand Feng Emperor. His decision to dispatch Sun Ying and Chao Zhengchun ahead was also a test to see how effective this righteous cause would be, whether Wulong and the Vanguard would fully submit to a single imperial edict. If they submitted smoothly, matters would be greatly simplified. If not, should Wulong and the Vanguard Guard defy the imperial decree, the Imperial Guard, along with the Purification Army and the Radiant King heavy armor led by Chen Jibao, would be sufficient to suppress them by force, though that might lead to many deaths. Upon hearing this, Sun Ying did not hesitate for a moment. He clasped his hands and said,
I accept the command.
Shen Nan then turned to Chao Zhengchun, who stood at his side.
On this mission, there is no need to deliberately provoke them or display anything. Simply deliver the decree as instructed. If Wulong Guard or the Vanguard Guard makes any unusual moves, return and report to me. I will then personally intervene to suppress them.
Given Chao Zhengchun's strength, unless Wulong Guard and the Vanguard Guard had set an ambush in advance, he would surely return safely. Moreover, even if Wulong Guard and the Vanguard Guard were determined to side with the military nobles, they would not dare to kill an imperial eunuch delivering a decree. That would be a crime tantamount to treason. Chao Zhengchun declared solemnly,
Your servant obeys the decree.
There was no fear in his heart, only a faint thrill. Yu Huatian, who had descended alongside him, had already begun to establish the Western Depot, ready to achieve great deeds. Chao Zhengchun naturally could not afford to lag behind. This mission was an opportunity. Seeing this, Shen Nan said no more, merely waving his hand.
Go!
Chao Zhengchun followed Sun Ying toward the Imperial Guard camp. Chen Jibao did the same. Zhang Ju, guarding the Emperor's side, observed the Imperial Guard camp and asked,
Your Majesty, do you intend to relocate the camp? To merge the Imperial Guard, Wulong Guard, and Vanguard Guard into one guard.
Unlike the others who were occupied with various tasks, Zhang Ju's primary duty that day was to protect Shen Nan, allowing him to see matters more clearly. Shen Nan nodded.
The situations of the Imperial Guard, Tiger Guard, and Prefectural Army Guard are now very clear. Among them, the Tiger Guard is in the best condition and maintains the highest combat effectiveness. Yet even the Tiger Guard has only slightly more than half its troops as elites. The Prefectural Army Guard appears decent on the surface, but in truth, it has very few real fighters. Most are merely seasoned veterans fit only for dealing with local ruffians. These men cannot be entrusted with important tasks. As for Wulong Guard and the Vanguard Guard, though they are stationed at fortresses outside the capital and appear most secure, a reference to the Imperial Guard's condition reveals that their military preparedness must also be in disarray. Their elite numbers will not exceed those of the Imperial Guard. Under these circumstances, it is meaningless to merely rectify the Crimson Dragon 10 guards. Instead, they must be reorganized. I intend to transform the Tiger Guard into the Black Dragon Guard, which will continue to be responsible for the safety of the Imperial City. The Prefectural Army Guard will become the Vermilion Bird Guard under Han Lizzie's command, tasked with patrolling the capital. Wulong the Vanguard and the Imperial Guard will be merged into one guard, from which a batch of elites will be selected to form a brand new guard, the Feather Forest Guard. Henceforth there will be no more Crimson Dragon 10 guards, only the Black Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Feather Forest guards. Since the founding of the Grand Feng dynasty, the responsibilities and official positions within the Crimson Dragon 10 guards had become exceedingly complex. The Prefectural Army Guard alone was divided into the left and right Prefectural Army Guards, each further subdivided into camps. This division was far too chaotic. Shen Nan planned to have only 3 guards in the future, each consisting of 10 camps. This would clarify the duties of each guard and facilitate reorganization. Zhang Jiao mused. Your Majesty's intent is for the Tiger Guard and Prefectural Army Guard to defend the Imperial City in the future, while the Feather Forest Guard will be truly cultivated into an elite force preparing for the eventual troop reductions in Yuo and Liangzhou. He was privy to all of Shen Nan's plans, so he naturally discerned the main reason behind this restructuring. After all, if it were merely a matter of rectifying the Crimson Dragon 10 Guard, Shen Nan would not have needed to speak to Sun Ying about recruiting soldiers and improving treatment. Even if the actual number of the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards was only 120000 to 130000, and after screening only 50000 to 60000 elites remained, these troops would still be sufficient to guard the Imperial Palace. These were martial artists, who had entered the ranks, each capable of holding off 10 ordinary men. Among them were many who could match 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 foes. With these as a core, it would only be necessary to recruit some auxiliary troops to maintain the capital's operations. However, if one looked further ahead, this amount of military strength was clearly insufficient. Shen Nan nodded. The problem of embezzled rations in the Grand Feng is not limited to the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards. The annual military expenditure in Yuzhou far exceeds that of the 10 Guards, 84 million taels of silver per year. How shocking is that? Sun Ying and the others were overjoyed at a military pay of 20 taels of silver. By that measure, the military expenditure of Yuzhou alone would be enough to support 2 million elite troops. If I had 2 million martial artists who had entered the ranks, why would I worry about revitalizing the Grand Feng? I would simply sweep everything before me. Of course, military pay was not calculated that way, but the fact remained that the annual military consumption in Yuo and Liangzhou was exorbitant. The Grand Feng had long been in a state of financial deficit. Given the current state of the nation and Shen Nan's own power to solve this problem, he had to start from 2 points: rooting out corruption and reducing troops to cut expenses. Shen Nan intended to pursue both. However, to reduce troops, he first needed a sufficient military force. The current downsizing of the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards already revealed a critical issue. Shen Nan's generals and troops were far too few. The mere downsizing of the Tiger Guard, Prefectural Army Guard, and Imperial Guard had already exhausted his pool of commanders. In terms of military strength, he could only rely on the 2800 Radiant King heavy armor soldiers he had summoned earlier. With his current strength, he was utterly unqualified to downsize Yuo and Liangzhou in the future. Zhang Jiao said, "Your servant will assist your Majesty in gradually taking control of the Heavenly Works Institute." Shen Nan nodded and looked toward the distant Imperial Guard camp. This relocation was not merely to facilitate the merger, it was also a test of discipline and obedience.
If they could not even march a distance of 30 li properly, then the Imperial Guard would require a major overhaul. Wulong Pass. Though called a fortress, it was essentially a strategic checkpoint. It was also the only route from the north into the imperial capital. In the past, the founding emperor had held back the barbaric monster race here, slaying several 13th realm monster gods in succession, thus laying the foundation for the Great Feng dynasty for 800 years. Hence, this fortress was extremely grand. The city walls alone were over 20 meters high, piercing the clouds. The city gates were terrifyingly thick. Even if the battering rams built by the Heavenly Works Department pounded for half a day, they might not break through. On the walls, ballistae gathered in clouds, and elite troops stood tall. But that was the situation of the past. Today's Wulong Pass was not as it once was. The barbaric monster race had not crossed the borders of Yuzhou for over 600 years, let alone reach the imperial capital of Yongzhou 1,000 miles away. Thus, this so-called imperial fortress now resembled a huge marketplace. Tents of traveling merchants could be seen everywhere, and even the faint sound of street singers could be heard. The inner city was still relatively quiet, but today it was not so peaceful. Half a stick of incense ago, a streak of crimson light crashed into the inner city. Instantly, everyone in the fortress could sense a surge of blood energy within the inner city, like the roar of a celestial wolf, filled with shock and confusion. What? This person was none other than Zhou Lin, the commander of the Wulong Guard. He was one of the only 2 first-grade terrestrial immortals of the military arts among the military nobility in the imperial capital, and the true face of the military nobility. His supremely hard external martial arts were famous throughout the land. The abundance of his blood energy. Even an unintentional outburst of anger made the entire fortress tremble. In the government office, the various commanders were terrified, staring at the figure emerging from the shattered building.
Commander Zhou, could it be that the monster race has attacked?
An 8-foot-tall imposing man looked at Zhou Lin. He was clad in black gold armor, and though rugged in appearance, his voice was extremely gentle, even somewhat delicate. This man was Chen Nan, commander of the Xianfeng Guard. The daughter of the Duke of Chu, Empress Dowager Chen Chuli, was his elder sister. Shen Nan had always had a somewhat effeminate air. However, he was naturally burly and practiced hard martial arts with great ease, so he was assigned to follow Zhou Lin in cultivating the true gang hard art. Unfortunately, despite his extraordinary talent, his personality was somewhat eccentric. He disliked martial arts, and instead preferred embroidery, which was considered women's work. Zhou Lin's face was dark, and he remained silent. This demeanor made the atmosphere even more oppressive. When one's martial arts reached the level of a terrestrial immortal, even a casual gesture or glance could easily kill. For a terrestrial immortal like Zhou Lin, who practiced hard martial arts, his fury could alter the heavens and raise the temperature drastically.
His Majesty has made his move.
Zhou Lin stood with his hands behind his back. His crimson armor grew even redder, and his voice was icy.
I said before not to underestimate His Majesty, not to underestimate him. The old Duke refused to believe it, thinking that a few banquets could make His Majesty back down. He forgot that military power has always been won through bloodshed. An 11th realm martial god of the military arts and a 10th realm martial celestial. With just these two, His Majesty's strength far exceeds ours. If we want to resist, we should recall the Duke of Xian from Liangzhou, or simply have the military nobility of Liangzhou submit memorials. But instead we rely on banquets. The Duke of Chu has truly grown old.
He spoke without any restraint. Yet Chen Nan, the son of the Duke of Chu, dared not refute a single word. He just stared blankly at Zhou Lin.
His Majesty has made his move.
Although Chen Nan had some effeminate tendencies, he was not fond of men, but rather quite fond of women. What shocked him was how His Majesty dared to act. Was it really just based on that 11th realm martial god and 10th realm martial celestial? Zhou Lin's eyes swept coldly over the crowd.
The imperial capital has been peaceful for many years. You have truly forgotten the deterrent power of martial celestials and martial gods. A martial celestial can match an army alone, and a martial god can suppress an entire nation. Do you think that just because I come from a lowly noble family, I can stand above you all and brazenly pocket 50% of the profits without a single complaint from the capital? It's because I am the face of the military nobility in the imperial capital. I am a terrestrial immortal of the military arts. and I am the one among the military nobility with the greatest hope of breaking through to the 10th realm of the military arts, nothing more. If a terrestrial immortal is like this, what about a celestial? What about a martial god?
At these words, the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Shen Nan held his breath, not daring to make a sound.
Shen Nan!
Zhou Lin looked at Shen Nan.
Leave the fortress now and head to Liangzhou to join the Duke of Xian. Do not return without the Duke of Chu's order. The rest of you.
Zhou Lin swept his gaze over the crowd and commanded,
Follow me to welcome His Majesty. Yes.
Though the commanders were uneasy, they dared not speak out of turn due to Zhou Lin's prestige. Only Chen Nan's expression grew extremely complex.
Has it truly come to this?
Zhou Lin replied without turning back.
The guards, the Tiger Guard, and the Garrison Guard are all in His Majesty's hands. This time we have lost. If we want to retain some dignity, we must be sensible. Otherwise, do you truly believe His Majesty is as benevolent as the late Emperor? That he wouldn't dare to move against you? Or that he wouldn't dare to kill?
Shen Nan. Shortly after Shen Nan left, Cao Zhengchun led Sun Ning and 200 elite guards to Wulong Fortress. He was still immersed in the fortress grandeur when a steady voice said,
Are you the imperial envoy sent by His Majesty?
Cao Zhengchun looked at the imposing Zhou Lin, paused for a moment, then nodded.
I am he.
Zhou Lin immediately knelt and prostrated himself.
Your servant Zhou Lin, commander of the Wulong Guard, requests the imperial envoy to deliver the edict.
Ah. Cao Zhengchun stood frozen. Sun Ning stepped forward and quietly nudged him. Cao Zhengchun quickly recovered and said,
His Majesty commands.
This docile scene completely exceeded Cao Zhengchun's expectations. He had thought this mission would be difficult, perhaps even that the other side would resort to desperate measures. Yet here was the commander of the Wulong Guard leading many officers to kneel and receive the imperial edict. Did that mean Cao Zhengchun had not earned any merit? Sun Ning frowned slightly and quietly whispered a few words to the person beside him. Immediately someone rode back to deliver a message. Zhou Lin patiently listened to the edict before rising and saying,
Your servant obeys the decree. Lang San, gather the troops at the training ground and await His Majesty's inspection. The rest of you follow me in welcoming His Majesty here.
The officers all acknowledged in unison. This scene left Cao Zhengchun stunned once again. 10 li outside of Wulong Fortress, a long dragon-like procession moved along the official road. Although it was often said that provisions should precede an army during a march. With the palace guard numbering just over 13,000, and with the addition of the Ming King heavy armor infantry, and the Jing army totaling less than 20,000 men all heading to the imperial capital fortress 30 li away, there was naturally no need to prepare any provisions. Along the way, while there were some stragglers, and the formation was somewhat disorderly under Chen Zibao's skilled command, and the supervision of 2,000 Ming King heavy armor soldiers wielding clubs. The journey of over 20 li took merely half an hour. Of course, this was also due to the nature of this celestial martial world. Even though many among them were merely filling the ranks, their physiques were far superior to those of people from a previous life. According to records from the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards. At their peak, the 50,000 soldiers of the Crimson Dragon 10 Guards could march several hundred li in a single day. It must be understood that this wasn't traveling light, they were burdened with armor and provisions. Nor were they cavalry. This demonstrates the formidable strength of armies in the celestial martial world. During the journey, Shen Nan managed to assess the quality of the palace guard. Some were clearly elite at a glance, like the Ming King heavy armor infantry. These men were all around 8 feet tall with robust physiques, clad in armor, and bearing shields resembling black bears. The elite among the palace guard were also decent. As for those who were merely making up the numbers, they were only 5 or 6 feet tall, lacked complete armor and weapons, and their demeanor and aura were entirely different.
Reducing the army is indeed an urgent matter.
Shen Nan was bringing these men to Wulong Fortress precisely to facilitate the reduction there, preventing any trouble should they scatter randomly. As for major disturbances, the Zijinwu under the control of the legalist school was no mere decoration. Why had the imperial capital with its tens of millions of people remained peaceful for so many years? The legalist Zijinwu had certainly rendered great service. Secondly, there was the presence of experts from the Taoist and Confucian schools. The Great Feng imperial capital was after all the heart of the most powerful empire in the world, a gathering place for countless experts. Its national destiny was as profound as the stars. Even if a 13th-stage demon god from the demon race were to arrive here, it would likely be intimidated by the stirring national destiny true dragon before it could even approach the capital. It was a pity that after the Great Feng's national destiny declined, such deterrent power vanished. All kinds of demons and monsters dared to come to the capital to cause chaos.
When a nation is about to fall, portents will arise.
Shen Nan murmured to himself.
Let us see what portents dare to appear this time.
Zhang Jiao glanced at Shen Nan from the side.
If the nation is strong, and the people live in peace, there will naturally be no portents. The Great Feng is currently in a prosperous era of peace, but unfortunately desires are hard to satisfy and human hearts are greedy.
Speaking of portents, wasn't Zhang Jiao of the Celestial Martial Three Kingdoms himself considered a portent in the eyes of the Han Emperor? Shen Nan realized this and chuckled.
We were not referring to Celestial Master. Even in that era of the late Eastern Han in the Celestial Martial world, the Celestial Master was merely pleading for the people, not a portent bringing chaos.
The azure heaven is dead, the yellow heaven shall rise, the year is Jiaozi great fortune under heaven. This phrase is known to all later generations. What Zhang Jiao sought was not personal gain, but the welfare of all under heaven. Naturally, he was no portent. Yet Zhang Jiao shook his head.
What does saving the world or bringing chaos matter? In the end, it's just a matter of different positions. Take today's Great Feng. Are the Confucians and Taoists truly chaotic? Is the Buddhist sect even a force of chaos? What matters in the end is what the future holds.
Shen Nan sneered and shook his head.
The Taoists are barely acceptable, the Confucians are passable. But what is the Buddhist sect? They engage in no productive work, live not for the people, and seek only an earthly Buddha kingdom, feeding a single person with billions of offerings of incense. This is a path to Buddhahood for one man alone. How can this be called saving the world?
Zhang Jiao nodded slightly.
That is indeed the case.
Shen Nan smiled.
Let us not speak of this for now. From now on, join us in building a true prosperous age. How that age will be is for us to decide, and for us to establish with our own hands.
Zhang Jiao bowed his head.
This humble priest will devote his life to your majesty.
These words were distinctly different from those spoken right after his arrival, showing that Zhang Jiao had gradually come to accept Shen Nan, and was integrating into this world, genuinely wanting to assist Shen Nan in creating a peaceful and prosperous era. Just as he had previously agreed to help His Majesty take control of the Tiangong Institute. It was at this moment that Chen Zibao's voice came from outside.
Your Majesty.
Shen Nan lifted the jade curtain to look. He saw Chen Zibao frowning slightly as he said,
Something's not right. Zhou Lin has come out of seclusion.
Zhou Lin was also in the intelligence provided by Li Si. The reason Shen Nan had overlooked this man previously was that Li Si's intelligence stated Zhou Lin had been in seclusion for several months, attempting to break through to the 10th stage of the military strategist path. Furthermore, Shen Nan knew Zhou Lin's character from the memories of the future Emperor Yuan Yu. Zhou Lin was a member of the military aristocracy. However, he was one of the most famous fierce generals in the late Great Feng, second only to military sages like Han Lizi. He was truly loyal to the Great Feng. In his final battle, he fought for days against an 11th-stage demon king from the savage man race, dying in the struggle, but also slaying that 11th-stage demon king. Given such character and ability, Shen Nan naturally had no intention of including him in the scope of the troop reduction. In fact, this also shows one thing: although the military aristocracy were currently Shen Nan's enemies, not all of them were on the opposing side. There were still many useful people among them. Even the progress of the system quest reflected this. Shen Nan's progress in dismantling a major faction had already reached 75%. Sometimes dismantling doesn't mean physical annihilation. It simply means removing the faction's name from the rolls. Shen Nan only needed to completely subdue the Wulong Guard and the Xianfeng Guard to complete the quest. For on the day he subdued them, the Crimson Dragon 10 guards would cease to exist, transforming into the Black Dragon Guard, the Vermilion Bird Guard, and the Feathered Forest Guard. As for the military aristocracy represented by the Duke of Chu, they were another faction entirely, and undoubtedly a very powerful one. There were still many military aristocrats in Liangzhou who were far harder to deal with than those in the capital. For instance, the Duke of Xian and some 10th-stage military celestial generals. These men were the true core strength of the military aristocracy. Figures, like the Duke of Chu, were merely the facade. A large portion of the money they embezzled each year was sent to support the military aristocrats in Liangzhou, just as a large portion of the Wulong Guard's resources were used to support Zhou Lin's breakthrough. Otherwise, did anyone truly believe the wealth and honor of the military aristocracy relied on these idle incompetent men? If so, how could successive emperors of the Great Feng have failed time and again? Were they all incompetents? No, it was simply because the influence of the military aristocracy was too widespread, making it easy to affect the whole body by pulling a single hair. Moreover, the Confucian and Taoist schools would often interfere. It was only because Shen Nan acted with swift, decisive force, like cutting through a tangled knot, that he succeeded. And also because he had Tuoba Pusa and Qin Shibao by his side, two supreme experts of the military strategist path. Shen Nan looked at Qin Shibao.
What is Zhou Lin's stance?
Given Zhou Lin's future conduct, his emergence from seclusion was not a misfortune. On the contrary, it might simplify the subjugation of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards, and this man could also be of use. Qin Shibao said.
When Chao Zhengchun arrived, Zhou Lin led the generals of Wulong Guard and Xianfeng Guard to greet him at the fortress gate. After receiving the edict, he also ordered the commanders to assemble the troops awaiting His Majesty's inspection.
This very reaction was the most troublesome. Qin Shibao feared no defiance. Could anyone be more defiant than a martial celestial like him? Yet such pliability left no grounds for reproach. Shen Nan chuckled upon hearing this.
Isn't this a good thing? Issue the order. Advance with haste.
Zhou Lin's conduct was indeed as loyal and astute as history foretold. If so, Shen Nan could entrust Zhou Lin with continued command over Wulong Guard and Xianfeng Guard. Soon, the imperial carriage began to accelerate. This nearly artifact-grade carriage, when driven at full power, could traverse 1,000 li in a single day. The reason the future Emperor Yuanyu managed to escape was precisely this, relying on the national guardian artifact, the Jade Chariot, which was said to be as majestic as a mountain. With this chariot, he crossed several thousand li in a day. Otherwise, he could not have retreated calmly when the savage Yao tribe invaded the capital. Unfortunately, by the time the Jade Chariot reached Jiangzhou, it had exhausted the nation's fortune. In the end, it became an immobile, majestic carriage, an empty shell unable to be driven freely. In just a moment, Wulong Fortress came into Shen Nan's view. Gazing upon its immense and formidable structure, he deeply felt the prosperity of the Great Feng dynasty. Such a fortress would be difficult to construct even in his past life's modern era, let alone in this feudal dynasty. The world of immortals and martial arts was indeed extraordinary. Before the city gate, Zhou Lin stood motionless, like a statue, waiting only until the imperial carriage arrived. Then he knelt, his voice grand and steady.
Your guilty subject Zhou Lin kowtows to your majesty. Your guilty subject Zhang Sa kowtows to your majesty. Your guilty subject son.
Following Zhou Lin's lead, one by one the generals of Wulong Guard and Xianfeng Guard knelt. This scene was indeed astonishing. The bustling markets on either side had fallen silent since Zhou Lin's appearance. Now, witnessing this spectacle, all onlookers were stunned and awed. Anyone who knew Wulong Fortress understood that Zhou Lin was the absolute authority here, yet now this authority knelt in submission to a higher one. His Majesty's inspiring power was evident. Many around knelt and kowtowed.
Long live His Majesty!
Amidst this atmosphere, Shen Nan slowly descended from the imperial carriage. Clad in a purple ceremonial robe and a flat-topped crown, his face was fair and handsome, but his eyes held a profound depth, and his demeanor was majestically unapproachable. He first looked at Zhou Lin, then swept his gaze over the generals of Wulong and Xianfeng Guards. Many among them were deeply etched in his memory. There were those who were cunning and lazy. There were those who would fight to the death in the future. There were also those who would serve as traitors to the savage Yao tribe. The complexity of the human heart is often so variable. Those who once spoke of righteousness might not uphold it when faced with life-or-death crisis. Those who seemed insignificant might in moments of peril reveal a commoner's blood and courage, truly unpredictable. Shen Nan was no master of human hearts, but he knew one thing: as long as he, the emperor, was strong enough, and the Great Feng was strong enough, then hearts would not waver, or rather they would not dare to waver. As it was today, Shen Nan walked slowly to Zhou Lin, looked down at him, and said,
"What crime have you committed?"
This posture was a slight humiliation for Zhou Lin, who was accustomed to dominating all. Yet Zhou Lin's expression remained unchanged. He spoke firmly.
"Your subject misappropriated military funds, amassed wealth, excessively formed cliques for private gain, crimes unpardonable. I implore your majesty in consideration of my arduous cultivation to show leniency."
Such words were the epitome of humility. Yet this was Zhou Lin's clever tactic of retreating in order to advance. At present the military nobles in the capital had no power left to resist Shen Nan. Even if Zhou Lin were a pinnacle first-grade land immortal of the martial path, what could he do without entering the 10th grade celestial realm? Moreover, even if he did reach the 10th grade martial celestial, his majesty had an 11th grade martial god by his side. The disparity in strength and the collapse of the situation left Zhou Lin no choice but to confess outright, thereby preserving a path to survival. After all, in the 800 years since the Great Feng's founding, no first-grade land immortal had ever been executed. This was not to say that the Great Feng had a tradition of no execution for land immortals, but rather that all land immortals were truly exceptional individuals, pillars of the dynasty. Unless guilty of heinous crimes, exile to the borders to guard the frontier was the best option.
"Show leniency."
Shen Nan laughed, his eyes scanning the generals behind Zhou Lin. Though his cultivation was only at the 4th-grade grandmaster level, the authority of an emperor combined with the current situation made anyone caught in Shen Nan's gaze feel a sense of terror. It was the dread of having life and death resting on Shen Nan's whim. A long pause. Then Shen Nan spoke slowly.
"I intend to disband the Crimson Dragon 10 guards. Henceforth the Tiger Beng Guard shall be renamed the Black Dragon Guard under the command of Tuoba Bodhisattva. The Prefecture Army Guard shall become the Mysterious Bird Guard under Han Lizzie, and the Wulong Xuanfeng and Palm Service Guard shall merge into the Feather Forest Guard. I intend for you to command it. Do you know what must be done?"
Tuoba Bodhisattva was Shen Nan's own man. Han Lizzie earned his position through meritorious service. Zhou Lin was to retain command of Wulong Guard, and even gain control of Xianfeng Guard. What qualified him for this position? This was Shen Nan's challenge to Zhou Lin, forcing him to make a choice. Zhou Lin's expression shifted slightly, then returned to calm. He said solemnly,
"Your subject understands."
As he spoke, he rose to his feet, then pointed to a man beside him.
"This man is Zhang Sa, the legitimate son of the Duke of Yin. By virtue of his status, he acted with reckless abandon, treating the common people like chattel and bullying them at will. This man deserves death."
As the low voice fell, Zhou Lin struck without warning. He took a step forward, and his right fist landed on the head of Zhang Sa, the Duke of Yan's legitimate son. Zhang Sa stared at Zhou Lin in terror, his head exploding before he could react. Then Zhou Lin pointed to another.
"This man is Zhang He, the legitimate son of the Duke of Lu. In a drunken rage, he slaughtered 32 people in a brothel. He too deserves death."
Boom. Another head exploded.
"Zhou Lin, you?"
The generals of Wulong and Xianfeng guards were utterly horrified. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. They had understood His Majesty's implication. Zhou Lin was to offer a pledge of loyalty. Yet none imagined Zhou Lin would be so ruthless, so absolute, killing the legitimate sons of the Dukes of Lu and Yin in public. Zhou Lin had thus alienated himself from the military nobility. Moreover, as the commander of Wulong Guard alone, how dared he slaughter so wantonly and before the emperor? Because such an act gave His Majesty the right to order Chen Shibao to execute him at any moment. Zhou Lin had surrendered even his own life as his pledge of loyalty. With those words, Zhou Lin slew 2 military commanders in quick succession. This act not only severed his ties with the noble generals, but also handed a weapon to Shen Nan. Should Shen Nan wish, he could order Zhou Lin's execution at any moment, and none would raise an objection. For Zhou Lin had become a minister utterly isolated. This move also sent chills down the spines of the generals from the Wulong and Xianfeng guards. Someone couldn't help but roar in anger. Zhou Lin, even if you wish to be a lackey, you should not go this far. Do you not fear the Duke of Zuangguo's return and his judgment upon you? Zhou Lin's face remained calm, his blood boiling, and the murderous aura of his weapons radiating outward. This man committed a minor fault, not a grave crime, and did not deserve death. Among the 19 present there is still one. At these words, the assembled generals all changed color. They stepped back in unison, their faces filled with terror. This reaction revealed Zhou Lin's prestige within the Wulong Guard. Had any other dared such an act, the generals of the Wulong and Xiefeng guards would have risen as one to strike him down on the spot. Yet when Zhou Lin acted, they only dared to shout, but not to move. Before anyone could act, Zhou Lin turned to Shen Nan, it is I, Zhou Lin himself. Thump. He knelt to the ground and said in a deep voice, I beg your majesty to execute me. Shen Nan stood merely 10 feet from Zhou Lin. He gazed at him until the surroundings fell into a chilling silence, then spoke, you are indeed guilty. And you deserve death. Even if Zhang Sa and Zhang He were unpardonable, they should have been dealt with by the military and the Ministry of Justice. How can you commit wanton slaughter? After speaking, Shen Nan's voice turned solemn. Chen Jibao. Chen Zibao's eyes were cold. Your servant is here. This move once again startled those present, and even the ever-composed Zhou Lin felt a tremor in his heart. When he heard that Shen Nan intended to merge the Palace Guard, the Wulong Guard, and the Xiefeng Guard into the Yulin Guard, and place him in command, he knew he had no choice. The men he had just killed were carefully chosen. Crimes? Every single general of the Wulong and Xiefeng Guards had them without exception. Even Han Lizzie, though he did not oppress the common folk, had not refrained from privately killing ruffians and gang members. Military generals were never innocent of bloodshed. One could always find a charge if one sought it. Zhou Lin killed those two primarily because they were the legitimate sons of the dukes in the capital. Only such status sufficed as a token of allegiance. As Zhou Lin's mind raced with thoughts, Shen Nan's voice rang out again. Strip Zhou Lin of his armor, seize his military tally, and hand him over to you for judgment. Take command of the Palace Guard, the Wulong Guard, and the Xiefeng Guard. Proceed immediately to the parade ground for inspection. Anyone not arriving within half an hour will be treated as a deserter. Having spoken, Shen Nan turned and walked back into the imperial carriage, then said to Zhang Jiao, enter the city. Zhang Jiao nodded slightly. The luxurious imperial carriage slowly began to move again. The 400 Ming King heavy armored soldiers led by Shen San guarded its flanks. Zhou Lin and the generals of the Wulong and Xiefeng guards stood on either side watching the carriage depart. After a long while, Chen Zibao's voice was heard, General Zhou, let us go. Shen Nan's earlier words were clear. He was quite satisfied with Zhou Lin's token of allegiance, but Zhou Lin's methods were too brutal and displeasing, so naturally he had to apply some pressure. For now the command of the Palace Guard, the Wulong Guard, and the Xiefeng Guard would be temporarily held by Chen Jibao. Though Zhou Lin had lost his post once, Chen Jibao merged the 3 guards into the Yulin Guard and established the Crimson Dragon Cavalry. The position of Yulin Guard commander would naturally be Zhou Lin's. This was the position Zhou Lin had earned by killing 2 men that day. But the price was that he could never again belong to the noble generals. He could only be the sword in the emperor's hand with no retreat whatsoever. Zhou Lin slowly exhaled, as you command. The generals of the Wulong and Xiefeng guards looked at him with complex expressions. They now fully understood the situation, especially the one who had shouted earlier, who was now filled with guilt. To be honest, the situation was now quite clear. Had Zhou Lin not resolutely submitted and killed those 2 men, Chen Jibao would have been the one to purge the Wulong and Xiefeng guards. The death toll might not have been limited to 2, and these men would not have gotten off so easily. Conversely, now that things had come to this, Shen Nan would not launch a massive purge. At most, he would follow the precedent set with the Palace Guard, forcing these men to buy their lives with money. After a final screening, many generals lost their posts and silver, but at least their lives were spared. In stark contrast to the bloodshed and unease at the Wulong fortress, the residence of the Duke of Chu was filled with wails. Gone was the boisterous atmosphere of revelry. Instead, everyone wore expressions as if they had lost their parents. The Duke of Chu sat in a daze at the head of the hall, listening to one report after another. How Commander Hong Kai of the Palace Guard had been killed, how the Emperor had led the elite of the Palace Guard to the Wulong fortress. Each piece of news made him realize that the tide had turned against him. When news from the Wulong fortress arrived, the Duke of Chu's face darkened, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. But the Dukes of Yan and Lu both roared, what? He, Zhang Sa, was killed by that dog Zhou Lin in public. He has led the Wulong and Xiefeng guards to submit to the Emperor. Zhou Lin's betrayal struck the noble generals like a heavy blow. Their greatest hope had been that the Wulong and Xianfeng guards would hold firm, giving them leverage to negotiate with the emperor. The reorganization of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards was acceptable given the circumstances. But at the very least the noble generals deserved a basic measure of dignity, such as retaining some posts and the empty payrolls established by the founding emperor. Yet with Zhou Lin's submission and Shen Nan's entry into the Wulong fortress, the noble generals had lost all hope of turning the tables. They had no standing to negotiate with the emperor. Those present, despite their imposing titles, were mere figureheads. Real power lay with the commanders. They were just old men, their martial arts levels pitifully low. All the dukes and princes here combined could not defeat a single first-grade terrestrial immortal of the military path. The Duke of Lu Zhongwu looked at the Duke of Chu and growled, "Old Duke, say something." The Duke of Chu let out a bitter laugh. His eyes, devoid of spirit, turned to the Duke of Lu.
At this point, what else is there to say?
In terms of influence, strength, and the overall situation, what chance did the military nobles have left to turn the tables? The Duke of Lu's face turned ashen. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the Duke of Chu sigh heavily.
The Tiger Guard is now under the command of Tuoba Pusa, a martial god of the 11th realm of the soldier school. Do we really expect those few to seize power?
The palace guard may lack a martial celestial or god, but Han Lizzie is no simple figure either, let alone. He lifted his head to gaze at the ceiling.
Old Man Yang Ku is their Grand Secretary Zhang Su as well, and Minister of War Li Su. Left Vice Minister of Justice Li Si. And Qing Xian, the head of the Heavenly Works Institute, is also there. What can you possibly rely on? As for Wulong Fortress, Zhou Lin's prestige, others may not know, but don't you? At Wulong Fortress, Zhou Lin is the heaven itself, a sky that overshadows all. Even if he killed the legitimate sons of 2 dukes or slaughtered every last general, the elites of the Wulong Guard and the Vanguard Guard would not revolt because Zhou Lin can control them. Moreover, His Majesty himself is at Wulong Fortress. Who among you can go and turn the tide?
The Duke of Chu analyzed the situation with absolute clarity. This state of affairs was indeed utterly hopeless for the military nobles. It could only be said that Shen Nan had hidden his hand too well. Once he struck, it was like a thunderbolt. Before they could react, many matters had already been settled, leaving nothing but despair. The Duke of Yen grew anxious.
Are we to do nothing then?
Though the death of his legitimate son was a grief, it was the impending purge by His Majesty that truly terrified him. Unlike the Duke of Chu, whose family wealth and near immunity privilege of sharing the nation's fate shielded him, how could they withstand His Majesty's reckoning if it came? The Duke of Lu Zhongwu was equally impatient.
If nothing works, let's just wait to die.
The gathered nobles, all uneasy, turned their gazes to the Duke of Chu. The Duke of Chu slumped in his seat at the head.
What else but wait? Let's wait.
He closed his eyes decisively.
Now we can only see how far His Majesty intends to go. In the end, we underestimated him. Think about it. A martial god of the 11th realm of the soldier school, a martial celestial, a 10th realm celestial of the Taoist school, and a 10th realm celestial of the legalist school. With such a dazzling lineup, how dared we treat His Majesty so lightly? Was it merely because he was young? Or because we had grown too comfortable over the years? In his youth, the Duke of Chu had ambitions, even dreaming of training in Yuo and Liangzhou. But after witnessing true warfare, he fled back to the capital in terror, sinking into hedonism. Only when his legitimate daughter became empress did he feel confident again. Coupled with the late emperor's temperament, the Duke of Chu truly believed he could act with impunity. He even took it for granted that His Majesty should stick to his own affairs. As for the Crimson Dragon 10 guards, they, the dukes and nobles, could manage them. Only now did he realize. He, the Duke of Chu, was still the coward who wet his pants at the first sight of blood on the battlefield. In martial talent, the Duke of Chu was not lacking. But having enjoyed the utmost luxury since birth, he truly lacked the courage to fight and harbored no ambition. After all, he was destined to inherit the dukedom. Such a title was the pinnacle of honor. Those around fell silent. After a long pause, someone spoke. How about summoning the Duke of Xin back?
Another immediately retorted.
What good would that do? Should we bring back the hundreds of thousands of troops from Liangzhou too? Why not just launch a cleanse the court rebellion? Do you think the legalists are weak or that the Confucians will turn a blind eye? They've probably been itching to trample us military nobles into the mud.
These words left the speaker speechless. In truth, though the scene was grand, it was merely a matter between His Majesty and the military nobles, essentially a family affair. The Crimson Dragon 10 guards were the Emperor's private army. The military nobles were aristocrats sharing the nation's fate with the royal family. No matter what Shen Nan did, the legalists and Taoists had no reason to intervene. But if things escalated, it would become problematic. Another silence fell. Someone cautiously suggested to the Duke of Chu,
"How about we submit to His Majesty? It's just a matter of buying our lives with money." I heard His Majesty only made the guard commanders return the embezzled military funds to be pardoned.
This seemed plausible. Many nodded, looking at the Duke of Chu.
I think it's feasible. Yes. It's just spending money to avoid disaster. We can even give up control of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards if needed.
None of the military nobles gathered in this room lacked wealth. Even without the annual embezzled funds from the 10 guards, they would never starve. The fortunes they had amassed over the years, land and shops acquired cheaply by virtue of their status, could sustain them for dozens of lifetimes. But losing the 10 guards would make some things inconvenient. The Duke of Chu kept his eyes closed, waving a hand dismissively.
Go ahead and try.
At this moment, the Duke of Chu's thoughts grew clearer. He knew that His Majesty, having orchestrated such a grand scheme, would not settle for mere monetary atonement. Many military nobles would likely have their properties confiscated. After all, if His Majesty disbanded the army, wouldn't he need to recruit and expand? Where would that money come from? At Wulong Fortress, the relentless beat of war drums echoed. The Wulong Guard, the Palace Guard, and the Vanguard Guard gathered in the clamorous training ground. Shen Nan had said he would review the troops in half an hour. Those who were late would be treated as deserters, given Shen Nan's previous actions. And with the corpses of Zhang Wu and Zhang Sa, no one doubted the Emperor's willingness to kill. Everyone was eager to comply. But eagerness aside, given the rabble-like discipline of these men, some things were hard to manage. However, Qin Jibao and Zhou Lin were handling those matters. Shen Nan, meanwhile, was checking the system's tasks. The moment Zhou Lin killed and offered his allegiance, the task progress jumped to 90%. Then, as the Duke of Chu closed his eyes, the task of toppling a major faction was fully completed. Shen Nan could now claim the reward. He stared at the system.
Claim the gift pack.
The 12th realm guaranteed gift pack for this task was unprecedented. Shen Nan didn't even want to look at other information, eager to claim it at once. Instantly, a violet light appeared, opening the 12th realm guaranteed gift pack. Reward: Qingwei Daoist from the world of Immortal Sword Legend, 13th realm transformation deity. The 22nd generation leader of the Shushan Immortal Sword sect, profound in Daoist arts. The 22nd generation leader of the Shushan Immortal Sword sect, Elder Qingwei. The moment this system notification emerged, Shen Nan's heart leaped, and a broad smile spread across his face.
Excellent!
Compared to Tuoba Bodhisattva, the 11th realm martial god of the military strategist school, Elder Qingwei was a figure who truly stirred Shen Nan's heart. Tuoba Bodhisattva, after all, was forcibly elevated to the 11th realm, and was far from its peak. Even within the imperial capital, he ranked among the lesser top-tier powerhouses. Not to mention Fa Yang, who dwelled in the capital empowered by the momentum of legalist doctrines. Even against the 11th realm celestial beings of the Confucian Taoist and Buddhist schools, Tuoba Bodhisattva could only hold his ground, struggling to exert overwhelming dominance. Yet Elder Qingwei was a completely different story. With Elder Qingwei's abilities, he was nearly invincible within the imperial capital. Fa Yang, even at full power, could at most contend with a 12th realm Yao emperor of the demon race. Against a 13th realm Yao god, he could barely hold on for a while, relying heavily on the momentum of the legalist school. Elder Qingwei naturally could easily crush Fa Yang. As for other factions, gazing afar aside from a few ancient monsters who had long withdrawn from worldly affairs, Shen Nan could think of no one who could match Elder Qingwei. Such a figure granted him the confidence to truly contend with the world and act with unrestrained boldness. Moreover, with Elder Qingwei's methods, Shen Nan could begin orchestrating his plans against the Taoist school. Previously, with only a 10th realm celestial being like Zhang Jiao, Shen Nan could only rely on tactics like summoning soldiers from beings and yellow turban warriors, or courting the Heavenly Crafts Institute. But now that he had Elder Qingwei negotiating with the Taoist school no longer required such deference. Above the 10th realm celestial beings in the Taoist school were the Golden Core Tao Lord, the Nascent Soul Tao Lord, and the Divine Transformation Tao Lord. The ultimate was the 14th realm True Immortal. From Shen Nan's memories of the future Emperor Yuanyo, he had never seen a 14th realm figure make an appearance. At most, various factions dispatched 12th realm supreme experts. This might have been due to a tacit understanding between both sides. But it was more likely that many factions lacked a 14th realm figure. Shen Nan calmed his emotions, not rushing to claim his rewards. Instead, he turned his gaze to the system notifications that had appeared earlier. Mission: overthrow any major faction. Completed. As a monarch seeking to restore your kingdom, you now possess strength that commands the attention of all powers, the capability to convince others of your restoration, and an army loyal to you. Next, expand and strengthen your forces. Build an army of 100,000. Mission: own 100,000 strong elite army exclusively yours and loyal. Requirements: all soldiers must be 9th grade martial artists or above. Reward: a guaranteed gift pack for realms 11 and above plus 100,000 restoration points. Available reward: Elder Qingwei. Restoration points 30,000. 100,000 elite soldiers loyal to him. This mission felt like an upgraded version of the previous 10th Asan Strong Army, and the system's rewards mirrored that. Shen Nan could understand this. After all, if he were to topple a faction in the future, the next step wouldn't be a grand maneuver, but an immediate expansion of his forces. Stockpile grain, delay conquest. Thus the system's mission assignment was perfectly sound, aligning closely with his reorganization of the 10 Crimson Dragon Guards. He believed that fully restructuring them would complete the mission. However, the issue of loyalty might prove to be a challenge. Shen Nan pondered this, but didn't dwell on it for now. He glanced at the system shop and ultimately decided to keep the 30,000 restoration points, waiting until tomorrow to refresh and exchange. Perhaps tomorrow would bring a new troop type, allowing him to swiftly form the Feather Forest Guard and the Crimson Dragon Cavalry. That was Shen Nan's plan. After all, if the mission's difficulty lay in loyalty, these 30,000 restoration points would be crucial.
Claim the reward.
Instantly. The restoration points on the system's panel leaped from 1,200 to 31,200. With this change, mist swirled before Shen Nan. A Taoist with an immortal aura materialized slowly in the hall. His expression was serene, his features gentle, yet his presence was heavy and profound, like a mountain or an abyss, and yet like a star suspended beyond the heavens. One glance drew one involuntarily into that aura. Even as Elder Qingwei appeared, an intangible field enveloped the entire Wulong stronghold, silent yet omnipresent. With a whoosh, Zhang Jiao burst, and his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Elder Qingwei. The moment he sensed this aura, his heart trembled. It was a vast presence, like the bright moon, as if the entire stronghold had transformed into a single person's domain. Had Zhang Jiao not been nearby, he might not have perceived this change at all. Elder Qingwei slowly opened his eyes, and his aura instantly withdrew. Even his features softened, and with his white hair, he looked like an ordinary old Taoist.
Fellow Taoists, do not be alarmed,
he said with a light smile.
I merely arrived suddenly, and am not quite accustomed to it.
Shen Nan also scrutinized Elder Qingwei. From his perspective, he could no longer perceive that deep, vast aura from moments ago. He simply thought the old Taoist had remarkable skill in preserving his appearance. Despite his white hair, his skin was like a baby's.
Do you retain any memories, Elder?
Qingwei closed his eyes briefly, then opened them.
I understand the situation now.
He looked at Shen Nan with a smile.
So I am here to assist your majesty in restoring the kingdom.
This was the mission the system had assigned to them. The timing of Elder Qingwei's summoning was intriguing. It was 30 years before the start of the Immortal Sword storyline. At this point, Elder Qingwei was at his most leisurely, and his demeanor was remarkably relaxed. Elder Qingwei seemed to sense something.
I am only at the 13th realm in this world.
Though the Immortal Sword world was a Xianxia realm, it ranked only as a low-level immortal realm among true Xianxia worlds. In contrast, the Dafeng world, though a martial immortal realm, was among the pinnacle of such worlds. Not to mention the legendary 15th realm, even the 14th realm true immortal stage could be called a Buddha or immortal in ordinary comprehensive martial worlds. It was entirely normal for Elder Qingwei to be at the 13th realm Daoist divine transformation stage.
This world is intriguing. Qingwei smiled. It seems assisting your majesty won't be so simple.
Shen Nan replied with a smile.
With your cultivation level elder, you can essentially walk unimpeded for now. The only threats are those ancient monsters hidden from the world, but such beings are likely few.
Even at the 13th realm, Qingwei was at its peak. He was a mere step away from the so-called true immortal stage. But crossing that step was exceedingly difficult. Qingwei nodded.
I understand.
Shen Nan was about to speak further when he heard the sound of gongs outside. The assembly at the training grounds was complete. The half-hour Shen Nan had stipulated had arrived. Seeing this, Shen Nan said,
Elder, please exchange some insights with the Celestial Master.
There was no need to bring Zhang Jiao and Qingwei to the training grounds as long as they remained within the Wulong stronghold. Shen Nan doubted anyone could attack him under their combined surveillance. Moreover, there was Qin Jiao.
Your Majesty, go ahead with your duties,
Elder Qingwei said with a smile. The training grounds of the Wulong Fortress. Soldiers from the Wulong Guard, the Assault Vanguard Guard, and the Palace Guard were all arrayed in formation at the grounds. Although these troops, who had not undergone rigorous training, were initially somewhat disorganized under the deterrence of Zhou Lin and the assistance of Chen Zibao's Ming King heavy armor soldiers and the unit guards cudgels, they quickly formed ranks. However, their morale and military bearing were truly unimpressive. The Ming King heavy armor soldiers on the far left were beyond reproach, almost like models of perfection. Although the unit guard was composed entirely of eunuchs, Han Xian was neither corrupt nor greedy. Having received a proper military education, he naturally possessed skills in training troops. Moreover, eunuchs had few worldly desires. Having long resided deep within the palace with no outlet for their energy beyond drills, they performed reasonably well. Next came the 1st Guard Battalion under Zhou Lin's command. This was the true elite corps of the Wulong Fortress, displaying a presence even more formidable than the unit guard, second only to the Ming King heavy armor soldiers. Finally, there were the somewhat chaotic Palace Guard and Assault Vanguard Guard. Even as Shen Nan arrived at the training grounds, these troops remained somewhat noisy. After all, managing over 10,000 men was already a challenge. Even with the embezzlement of rations, the 3 guards, Wulong Assault Vanguard and Palace, still numbered close to 100,000, so some disorder was inevitable. As Shen Nan walked over, he said to Zhou Lin,
Order them to be silent.
His tone was not particularly cold. Yet Zhou Lin dared not be the least bit remiss. He might once have been a prized asset among the military aristocracy, but now he was merely the emperor's solitary subject, and he dared not show any defiance. With Zhou Lin ordering the 1st Guard Battalion to patrol the training grounds, the entire area soon fell silent. However, this process wasted nearly half an hour. By now the sky was gradually darkening. Only the presence of massive torches all around, along with the authority of figures like Qin Zibao and Zhou Lin, kept the situation under control. Otherwise, it would have been hard to prevent incidents like a camp mutiny. During this time, Shen Nan simply watched the soldiers with a somewhat grim expression, remaining silent. This demeanor only made the atmosphere around them increasingly oppressive. The generals, who had followed Zhou Lin at the city gate, were especially trembling with fear. Once everything had settled, Shen Nan finally looked at Zhou Lin and the assembled generals.
I do not intend to excessively punish past transgressions, nor do I wish to be overly harsh. You must make up for the military funds you have embezzled. Furthermore,
his gaze swept across them,
anyone who believes themselves incompetent may resign of their own accord.
This was the dignity Shen Nan offered them. It was also the dignity that Zhou Lin had earned by beheading the legitimate sons of 2 dukes. The generals exchanged glances, then spoke in unison.
As your Majesty commands.
Shen Nan continued.
Tonight you need not rush to make up the deficits. Your first task is to reduce the army. Anyone who has not entered the ranks of martial cultivation or cannot lift 1,000 jin shall be given a full year's pay and sent back to their hometowns. Those who wish to stay may transfer to the auxiliary troops.
This consideration was for the future need for auxiliary soldiers for the Yulin Black Dragon and Mystic Bird Guards, as well as for the fact, as Sun Ying had mentioned, that most common soldiers were poor and might have nowhere else to go. Yet as soon as Shen Nan spoke these words, the generals were all stunned. The commander of the palace guard, having been informed of these terms beforehand, was not surprised. The generals of the other two guards, however, hesitated. One man stepped forward and said with difficulty,
"Your Majesty, with such a reduction, I fear not many will remain."
This man was none other than the general who had rebuked Zhou Lin at the city gate earlier. His name was Lu Zhao. He was also a peak third-grade grandmaster in martial cultivation. Shen Nan looked at him.
"Do the palace Wulong and assault vanguard guards truly have many men?"
Given the state of the 10 Crimson Dragon guards, he did not care how few remained. Even if only 30% were left, it would be enough to establish a basic framework. They could recruit more later. The man's face stiffened and he stepped back. Shen Nan's gaze swept over the crowd, and he said coldly,
"If there aren't enough men, then recruit. If you can't recruit in the capital, then issue recruitment notices in Chuanzhou, Liangzhou, and Jianzhou. I don't believe that the 9 prefectures of the Great Feng cannot produce over 100,000 elite upstanding sons."
Upon hearing this, the generals were all astonished. For 800 years in the Great Feng, the 10 Crimson Dragon guards had always been recruited from near the capital. Or for the most part, the positions had simply been hereditary. Shen Nan's actions would cut off the paths of these hereditary families. Zhou Lin also wanted to say something. However, Shen Nan gave him no chance. He sneered,
"I know what you all want to say. You'll say that the 10 Crimson Dragon guards have always been hereditary among military aristocrats, or the descendants of those transferred back from Liangzhou and Yuzhou. Their ancestors achieved merit, and their descendants enjoy the blessings. This is the way of heaven. That is not wrong, but is my demand unreasonable? With the foundation of military aristocrats, if they were merely diligent, could they not enter the ranks of martial cultivation and lift 1,000 jin? I am not cutting off their path to survival. In the future, anyone who meets the standards can still be recruited. As for these people now,"
he narrowed his eyes,
"what are they worth? If they truly cannot survive, they can become auxiliary troops."
Shen Nan was not truly cutting off their survival, he was leaving them a way out. But if these people still only wanted to live off the merits of their ancestors, it would be absolutely impossible. When these words were spoken, all the generals present were speechless. With such demands from His Majesty, who still had the face to argue, soon the generals went down to handle the reduction of the army. This was also one of the reasons Shen Nan kept them. Even if Qinji Bao, Zhou Lin, and Han Lizhi could maintain control over the overall situation, he still needed these men when it came to practical matters. For capable men, Shen Nan did not care about their past as long as they could be used.
"Zhou Lin."
After the other generals had dispersed, Shen Nan looked at Zhou Lin.
"After this reduction, how many men will be left in the Wulong and assault vanguard guards?"
Zhou Lin, being the one who truly controlled the Wulong fortress, knew these numbers like the back of his hand.
"At most 1/3, roughly 30,000 men."
Those who had entered the ranks of martial cultivation made up about 55%. However, to be able to lift 1,000 jin required daily tempering of bones and muscles, a feat not everyone could sustain. As for those military aristocrats from privileged families, most were already at the 8th or 7th grade. Thus they faced no issues. Shen Nan nodded.
30,000 is enough. I have a task for you."
Zhou Lin looked at Shen Nan. He heard Shen Nan say calmly,
"Within 15 days, I want you and Sun Ying to cooperate in recruiting 70,000 elite soldiers to make up a force of 100,000. These men must be upstanding sons loyal to me and loyal to the Great Feng."
Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin was about to say that this task was very difficult to achieve. After all, the military pay was a limiting factor. Shen Nan waved his hand and said,
"From now on, the annual pay for the Yulin Guard will be set at 20 taels. The Imperial Stable Office will make up for any deficiencies in military equipment, weapons, and armor. Furthermore, new recruits will each receive 30 taels as a settling allowance. Remember, these men are destined for the battlefield."
The resettlement allowance was 30 taels of silver. For 70,000 elite troops, the total amounted to merely 2,100,000 taels. The imperial treasury still held nearly 20 million taels of silver. Shen Nan was by no means short of funds. Even if he needed to replenish military pay, armor, weapons, equipment, provisions, and elixirs in the future, he could sustain the army for at least half a year. As for what would happen after that, Shen Nan naturally had his plans. This military reorganization and downsizing was not about establishing another 10 Red Dragon Guards. Rather, it was to forge a true elite, a formidable and battle-hardened army. As such, he could not keep them stationed near the capital indefinitely. Instead, they would be sent to train. And the object of their training would be the barbarian wastes at the border of Yuzhou. The so-called barbarian wastes and demonic tribes were not entirely composed of demons, rather they were divided into the barbarian wastes and the demonic tribes. The barbarian wastes bore some resemblance to the Turkic or Xiongnu tribes of feudal dynasties in a past life. They were organized by clans, and their appearance was similar to that of the people of Dafeng. However, their beliefs were centered around various demon gods. Those who took these demon gods as their totems were the people of the barbarian wastes. These were the targets for Shen Nan's military training as well as the source of future military funds. The barbarian wastes were abundant in livestock and rare medicinal herbs. Zhou Lin's heart trembled slightly. He could naturally calculate how much silver was needed to maintain such a large elite force. He also understood that His Majesty truly intended to forge an elite army. Yet how easy was it to train such a force? It seemed that the military nobles and aristocrats would have to bleed heavily. Otherwise, with His Majesty's approach to training, there simply wouldn't be enough funds and provisions to sustain it. Once battle commenced, vast amounts of silver would be spent. Shen Nan looked at Zhou Lin. Any questions? Zhou Lin snapped back to reality and declared firmly, "Your servant shall give his all." Shen Nan waved his hand. "You may withdraw." Zhou Lin respectfully retreated. Shen Nan then turned to Qin Jibao. "After the downsizing is complete, you will first select 5,000 elites to set up the framework of the Red Dragon Cavalry. From now on, their military pay will be 30 taels, and they will receive the finest armor and weapons." He continued, "I want the Feather Forest Guard and the Black Bird Guard to take pride in joining the Red Dragon Cavalry." If the Feather Forest Guard was merely established for future training in the barbarian wastes, and to prepare for the downsizing in Yuo and Liangzhou, then the Red Dragon Cavalry was the army Shen Nan valued most, the sharp blade he would wield in the days to come. He aimed to forge a truly elite cavalry that would surpass the great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Qin Jibao nodded. "The dragon horses from the Qitian Ranch are still insufficient. At most, we can form a 500-strong Red Dragon Cavalry. The remaining dragon horses need breeding and conditioning, though we have enough war horses for now. However, if we wish to train an elite force, elixirs will also pose a problem." Unlike Zhou Lin, who was still cautious after just offering his pledge of loyalty, Qin Jibao was a trusted confidant, so he spoke his mind freely. Shen Nan listened quietly as Qin Jibao detailed the situation, then turned to Chao Zhengchun. "Make a note of this. If anything is lacking, go and buy it. If it's not available in the capital, procure it from other prefectures. Complete all military supplies for the Red Dragon Cavalry within 15 days. As for the elixirs, I will visit the Qinghe Palace in a few days." Previously, due to various matters and a lack of sufficient leverage, Shen Nan had found it inconvenient to visit the Qinghe Palace and negotiate with the Taoists there. But now that he had summoned the Qingwei Taoist, he could begin scheming against the Qinghe Palace. Upon hearing this, Chao Zhengchun spoke with some difficulty. "Your Majesty, if we proceed this way, the Imperial Treasury's silver may not last 3 months. The resettlement allowance for the 70,000 elites has already consumed a substantial sum. Today's downsizing will incur another massive expense, and there will be various military expenditures in the future. Even if the Heavenly Master mediates with the Heavenly Works Institute, they cannot keep providing supplies for free, can they? Naturally, the Heavenly Works Institute could not do so. But there were those willing to offer the silver." Shen Nan smiled wryly at Chao Zhengchun. "It seems I was right to put you in charge of finances. There's no need to worry about silver. Those military nobles and aristocrats have been feeding off the Dafeng military payroll for 800 years. It's time they spat it back out." He added, "Look, here comes someone now." His gaze fell upon a brocade-clad youth outside the training grounds. This was the envoy sent by the Duke of Chu and the others. Though those dukes had all claimed they would personally negotiate with His Majesty, none dared to actually show their faces, fearing that His Majesty might have them killed as well. Thus they sent a legitimate son of a duke instead. Though this man's status was somewhat insufficient to speak directly with His Majesty, he was barely qualified to deliver a message.
Chao Zhengchun and Chen Jibao also turned to look. Under the gaze of the crowd, the brocade-clad youth approached, tremblingly knelt before Shen Nan, and said with a quivering voice, "Your Majesty, this is a letter from my father to you." Shen Nan did not take the letter, but asked calmly, "Who is your father?" The brocade-clad youth swallowed hard. "The Duke of Chu Chimli." Shen Nan chuckled. He hadn't expected the military nobles to send the Duke of Chu's legitimate son. Was it because they thought the Duke of Chu, with his privilege of perpetual nobility, could weather any storm? Or did they intend to offer the Duke of Chu's son as a sacrifice for His Majesty's wrath? But Shen Nan had no interest in trifling with such a minor figure. He took the letter from Chao Jingchu and tore it up without even glancing at it, and said, "Tell the Duke of Chu, the Duke of Yin, and the Duke of Lu to come see me." The brocade-clad youth prostrated himself in terror. Shen Nan waved his hand dismissively. Chao Zhengchun picked him up like a chick and carried him away. Chen Jibao approached and said in a low voice, "It seems these people haven't fully given up yet." Shen Nan nodded. If they had, they would have sent the dukes themselves along with all the military nobles instead of just a legitimate son. They still cared too much about face. But how could I grant them that face? The system's task was merely to consolidate the 10 Red Dragon Guards. However, Shen Nan had no intention of letting the military nobles off the hook. He also had no plans to return to the capital to meet with those old fogies. Instead, he intended to remain here until the downsizing and reorganization were complete. This would give those people time to think. And it would also make them even more fearful. For an emperor, the most terrifying moments were when he was not angered, because no one knew what he would do next. This was the path Shen Nan had chosen. He gazed toward the capital. I wonder if they still have any cards left to play. Will the Confucian scholar seize this opportunity to make a move? To be honest, before summoning Qingwei, Shen Nan might have had some concerns, whether they would use Empress Dowager Qin to act as regent and restrict the emperor. But now, he couldn't care less. In fact, he eagerly anticipated what surprises the military nobles and the Confucian scholars might bring him. That night, Zhou Lin, Chen Jibao, and Sun Ying led the generals of the Wulong Guard, the Xianfeng Guard, and the Palm Guard in a grand-scale military downsizing operation. This was only possible within a celestial martial world, otherwise such affairs could never be conducted at night. Yet with Chen Jibao and the others at the helm, the situation remained well under control. Shen Nan casually made his way toward the mansion in Wulong Fortress, intending to learn more about the Shu Mountain from Priest Qingwei. This was not merely about understanding how to deal with the Taoist school. He was also profoundly curious about the celestial martial arts of Shu Mountain. How did their sword techniques and spells compare to those of this world? While Zhou Lin and the others toiled through the night on the downsizing within the residence of the Duke of Chu, the Duke of Lu, the Duke of Yin, and other dukes and princes had not dispersed. They waited in anxious unrest for the return of Qing Yuan, the legitimate son of the Duke of Chu, whom they had sent to deliver a message. With their varied lives and fortunes at stake, who could possibly sleep? Amid their growing restlessness, the sound of hooves rang out. Qin Yuan had finally returned, but the moment he stepped into the hall, the faces of the Duke of Lu and the others shifted slightly. Qin Yuan's clothes were stained with dirt. His complexion was pale, and his legs seemed weak and trembling. The Duke of Yin urgently asked, "What has happened?" Qin Yuan first glanced at the Duke of Chu, then recounted what he had seen and heard at Wulong Fortress. When he spoke of the emperor ordering Zhou Lin and the others to downsize the army, they frowned, and some muttered curses at Zhou Lin, calling him a wretched dog. But upon hearing that the emperor had torn up the letter without even reading it, the dukes and princes turned pale. They then learned the emperor's command: "Have the Duke of Chu, the Duke of Lu, and the Duke of Yin come see me." Even though Qin Yuan's recounting could not capture the full demeanor of Shen Nan, when he spoke those words, the mere phrasing conveyed the emperor's chilling, icy, and almost ruthless attitude. The Duke of Lu asked grimly, "When you left, did the emperor show any intention of returning to the capital?" Chen Yuan nodded. "From the looks of it, His Majesty intends to remain at Wulong Fortress until the downsizing is complete." The Duke of Lu sighed heavily. "His Majesty is not planning to stop at a mere warning." If Shen Nan had left Wulong Fortress, they might have been able to send someone to manage the aftermath, or at least communicate with the generals of the Wulong and Xianfeng guards. But now who could they send? And who would dare go? Zhou Lin, Chen Jibao,
and the others were not to be trifled with. Moreover, with the emperor personally stationed at Wulong Fortress, it was unlikely that any general would dare to meet with the military nobility. Everyone understood this implication.
His Majesty refuses to even return to the capital. He is determined to thoroughly reorganize the army before dealing with us. Indeed, now that His Majesty has not yet fully seized military power, we still have some leverage. But once he truly takes control of the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards, what will become of us then? What do you suggest we do now? Rally our men and incite a mutiny. A mutiny? Do you think this is still the old days? How many generals in the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards would still heed our commands now? Even if they did, do they have the strength to stir up such a rebellion? Isn't this downsizing an opportunity? There are so many surplus soldiers in the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards. I refuse to believe His Majesty can placate every single one of them. Even with Chen Jibao and that dog Zhou Lin assisting him, dissatisfaction is inevitable. That resentment is our chance. And then what? Then what?
This question rendered the prince, who had spoken, utterly speechless. Indeed, even if they incited a mutiny, what then? Could they rebel? Did they have the strength to slay Zhou Lin and Chen Jibao in a campaign to cleanse the ruler's side? If they truly possessed such power, there might be a sliver of hope for success. If they could slay Chen Jibao and Zhou Lin before the Confucian and legalist schools could react and rescue Empress Dowager Chen from the palace, they might seize power under the guise of a regency. However, simply extracting the Empress Dowager from the clutches of Tuoba Bodhi, an 11th level martial god, was a monumental challenge, let alone evading the Taoist and legalist schools. This task was nearly impossible. If such a feat were achievable, how could they have ended up in this predicament? The hall grew stifling, once more filled with the sound of sighs. The Duke of Yin sighed deeply.
His Majesty's moves have been too swift and too deeply concealed. We still do not know how he managed to recruit an 11th level martial god and several 10th level celestial masters, nor how they evaded the Confucian and legalist schools. One misstep has led to a cascade of defeats.
This statement was utterly redundant. Everyone knew the situation was irreparable. The crucial question was what to do next. All eyes turned back to the Duke of Chu. The Duke of Chu finally opened his eyes slowly.
What other options are there at this point? Go home and think it over carefully. Tomorrow, if you are willing, come with me to Wulong Fortress to pay homage to His Majesty. If not, you may stay away.
With that he rose and walked toward the inner chambers. The Duke of Chu had lost all desire to contend. It was truly a futile struggle. At worst, he would suffer some humiliation. He had faced disgrace before in his life. Wasn't his flight back from Yuo embarrassing enough? The assembled military nobles exchanged uneasy glances. After a long silence, the Duke of Lu sighed as well.
Let us all disperse. Go back and examine your own accounts. Sort out any loose ends and deal with any issues that need addressing. As for His Majesty,
he lifted his gaze toward Wulong Fortress.
This time we have lost completely.
There was something else on the Duke of Lu's mind that he left unsaid. That was, although they had lost, given His Majesty's temperament, great chaos was likely brewing in the future. After all, the military nobility were still part of the imperial faction. They would never rebel or commit treason. But were they the only corrupt faction in the realm? What of the Confucian school? The Taoist school? The Buddhist school? Could His Majesty subdue them all? Could he suppress every one of them with such thunderous force? This time everyone had simply underestimated His Majesty's methods. Such an approach would not work as easily in the future. Although the Duke of Lu did not voice this thought, many other military nobles shared it. They would certainly suffer a great loss this time. But as for His Majesty's future ease, they doubted it. Given the Confucian school's domineering nature, the great Feng court was in for a turbulent time when they clashed with His Majesty. This was one of the drawbacks of Shen Nan's approach. He had lost the hearts of the military nobility. Yet he had no need for their allegiance. The headquarters of the Capital Guard was still ablaze with light despite the lateness of the hour. Yang Ku, the second Grand Secretary of the Grand Secretariat, having taken on this task, performed his duties with extreme meticulousness. He not only cross-checked the military records and rosters of the Capital Guard one by one, but also questioned each of its generals individually. One could say he was rigorous to the extreme. However, although Yang Ku was responsible for leading this matter, the true power of decision did not lie with him at all. The 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards were the Emperor's personal army. This had been a legal tradition of Dafeng for hundreds of years. Even the Ministry of Justice could only be responsible for interrogation and detention, but had no authority to dispose of them. Therefore, the current generals of the Capital Guard were all detained within the headquarters. Yang Ke glanced at the smiling Li Si and Han Lizzie.
I have finished my work. I suppose I am no longer needed for the rest. The situation within the Capital Guard is indeed shocking. His Majesty's methods are also truly decisive. To demobilize the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards, such a massive undertaking, yet he managed it without causing any major disturbance. I am deeply impressed. However, there is one thing I must say.
Li Si smiled and looked at Yang Ku.
Please, Grand Secretary, speak your mind.
Yang Ke raised his head to gaze at the bright moon.
This Dafeng did not become what it is in a single day, nor is His Majesty merely a ruler for a single day. Some things cannot be done with such haste. Stability should be the priority. The ship of Dafeng may not be as magnificent and pristine as it appears on the surface.
With these words, he stood up and left. Following closely behind were several high-ranking court officials, all from the faction of the Hanlin Confucian scholars. They had also come to assist Yang Ke in organizing the affairs of the Capital Guard, and sought to gain some prestige from this endeavor. By tomorrow, at the latest, the news of Grand Secretary Yang Ke assisting His Majesty in rectifying the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards would spread throughout Dafeng. Although the Hanlin Confucian faction had not gained any substantial benefits from this matter, this prestige alone was a sufficient harvest. Regardless of what the common people might say, the powerful aristocratic families would also understand which Confucian school the Emperor currently favored. This would give the Hanlin Confucian faction an advantage in their future endeavors. Li Si watched Yang Ke's departing back with a smile until his figure completely disappeared. Only then did he turn his head to look at Han Lizzie.
Tonight the generals of the Capital Guard must be completely won over. Those who can work and have ability will be retained. If they are incompetent or disobedient, they will all have their properties confiscated and be exiled.
His Majesty had been relatively lenient in his handling of the Xianfeng Guard, Wulong Guard, and Zhangshi Guard. This was because although these guards were equally corrupt, their internal situations were not as complex. After all, the Zhangshi, Wulong, and Xianfeng Guards were not positions with abundant opportunities for graft. The military nobles had mostly placed their people in these units for training purposes. In contrast, the Capital Guard was responsible for patrolling the imperial city, and its internal situation was extremely complex with personnel from various factions present. Li Si had to ensure that the Zhangshi Guard would not have too many leaks. This was also one of his trump cards for taking control of the Zijinwu Imperial Guard in the future. Han Lizzie bowed respectfully.
I know what to do.
Today he had also witnessed the capabilities of those under His Majesty's command. Li Si appeared extremely gentle like a Confucian scholar, but when it came to action, he was even more ruthless than a legalist's harsh officials. For generals whom Han Lizzie found difficult to handle, Li Si could shatter their resolve with just a few words. His methods were far from ordinary, his skill seeming as if he had honed it for decades within the Ministry of Justice, truly awe-inspiring. Li Si nodded slightly.
Have someone keep an eye on the military nobles.
Han Lizzie nodded.
I have already sent my third brother to monitor them. He is cautious by nature.
Li Si added.
The Confucian faction is the same. Send someone to watch them.
Although he was now the right vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, he had only held this position for a few days, and did not yet have many capable men under his command. This was also a problem Li Si urgently needed to solve.
I must start accelerating. Otherwise, how can I keep pace with His Majesty?
Li Si thought silently to himself. At the residence of Grand Secretary Zhang Su, it was also brightly lit. However, unlike the oppressive and solemn atmosphere of the Capital Guard headquarters and the Duke of Chu's mansion, Zhang Zu's side did not show such a sense of imminent crisis. He himself looked relaxed as he listened to intelligence reports coming in one after another, clicking his tongue in admiration.
His Majesty's methods are truly sharp. His cadre is also fully formed now. Tuoba Pusa Chen Jibao, Li Si's son Ingzhou Lin Zhang Jiao Han Lizzie. He has people both inside and outside the court. The military power of the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards is settled.
Just by looking at these names one could tell how strong the Confucian faction was. Information that the Duke of Chu's side hadn't even fully clarified. Zhang Su had effortlessly investigated all of Shen Nan's actions today, even recording a minor figure like Sun Ying. Jose, also a Grand Secretary, frowned.
Grand Secretary, you seem too relaxed. While the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards falling under His Majesty's control is harmless to us, the methods and the uninhibited style His Majesty displayed in this incident are highly problematic.
The 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards were originally under the control of the military nobles. Even if they now fell into the Emperor's hands, it was fine. After all, the military nobles were originally of one mind with His Majesty. Their conflict was merely an internal one. What Jose was more concerned about was the foundation and methods Shen Nan had revealed, especially this style of arbitrary killing. Such methods, when used against the military nobles, did not affect the Confucian faction. But what if they were used against them? A commanding general of a guard was killed on a whim. Could it be that in the future second and third rank officials would also be killed on a whim? Zhang Su narrowed his eyes.
I am naturally aware that His Majesty's style of conduct is problematic. Dafeng's decay is not limited to the military nobles. Our Confucian faction also has individuals of poor conduct or those whose families bully others through power. Given His Majesty's temperament, he will eventually move against the Confucian faction, or rather he already intends to do so. Since ancient times, imperial power and ministerial power have been in opposition. Although our dynasty does not have a prime minister, the Grand Secretary is equivalent to a prime minister. The more power a monarch wields, the less power the prime minister holds. The previous emperors and Emperor Mingchong prioritized stability, thus allowing us to wield greater power. Our current emperor, this one aspires to be a martial king.
He shook his head and said,
but trying to be a martial king rarely leads to a good end.
Shen Nan's style of conduct might be wanton, but dealing with the Confucian faction was not like dealing with the military nobles, where one could simply kill them all. The number of military nobles was limited. Each duke had only so many legitimate sons. Kill them off, and they were gone. But what about the Confucian faction? Kill one Grand Secretary today, and the Confucian faction could immediately promote another one tomorrow. All the scholars under heaven are part of the Confucian faction. How could His Majesty kill them all? The path of the martial king was dead from the start. Unless one could emulate Dafeng's founder by pushing imperial power to the absolute zenith through a series of victories, there was no way to suppress the Confucian scholars of the world. But could Shen Nan do it? In Zhang Zu's view, naturally not. Chen Zhibao and Tuoba Pusa might be formidable. But what was the actual quality of the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards? How could His Majesty forge them into elite troops? Even if he trained an army, where would he fight, and whom would he fight? Yozhou or Liangzhou? Liangzhou was the territory of the military nobles, and also the domain of the scholar generals. His Majesty might have taken control of the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards with lightning speed today, but he had also alienated the military nobles. Would the military nobles in Liangzhou tolerate the 10 Scarlet Dragon Guards coming to steal their military achievements? Yuzhou was even more unlikely. If the Manmang demon tribe were so easy to deal with, the Jinbei king would have long since led a million-strong army to annihilate them. Zhang Su said softly,
let's just wait and see.
To stabilize the realm, they still had to rely on them, the Confucian faction. The next day, as the sky was just beginning to turn gray, Shen Nan had just concluded his conversation with Patriarch Qingwei. After chatting through the night with Patriarch Qingwei and Zhang Jiao, he had gained immense insight. Shen Nan not only satisfied his curiosity by learning about the world of the Celestial Sword, but also gained a deeper understanding of the situation. He had also briefly grasped the techniques and strengths of Patriarch Qingwei. The Shushan sect to which Qingwei belonged was fully named the Shushan Celestial Sword Sect. From the name alone, it was clear that Shushan was centered on sword immortals. For instance, the sword control technique of the Wine Sword Immortal was the most renowned art of Shushan. Such was the art of sword control. Though Patriarch Qingwei was not highly skilled in it, as he followed the path of qi cultivation to attain immortality, his position as sect leader meant he was thoroughly versed in the cultivation method of the sword control technique. This technique encompassed levels such as controlling the sword with qi, the sword qi art, the 10,000 swords art, and the profound method of sword flight. While such a technique might not be a complete game-changer in Dafeng, it was undeniably a peerless martial art. Unfortunately, Shen Nan currently had no suitable individuals to train in it. Beyond that, there were the fundamental Shushen methods of qi cultivation and yang spirit cultivation. Like the Confucian righteous qi, these required nurturing from a young age, making it impossible for Shen Nan to cultivate suitable talents in a short time. However, compared to the sword control technique, these qi and yang spirit methods were a dream come true for Taoists. They held even greater appeal for the earthly branch of Taoism than Zhang Jiao's abilities to summon soldiers with beans or deploy yellow turban warriors. They could serve as a hidden trump card. Then, there were talismans for dealing with evil spirits, heavenly master talismans sealing curses and binding spells. However, these talismans were similar in effect to those of the Taoist Dragon Tiger and Orthodox Unity sects. The only difference was that Shushen's talismans were more effective against demons. They would be most suitable as a means to suppress the barbaric demon tribes in the future. Finally, there were various formations and esoteric arts. Among them, Shen Nan was most impressed by the Shushen Protective Barrier formation and the 36 Heavenly Star Sword formation. These formations could serve both offensive and defensive purposes. Their power far exceeded that of the Palace's formation. The only pity was that they required disciples of the Shushen sword sect to form the formation. Thinking of this, Shen Nan couldn't help but shake his head with a smile.
In the end, Patriarch Qingwei's value is immense, not just as a 13th realm Dao sovereign, but more importantly his memories as the Shushen sect leader. He himself is a mobile Shushen celestial sword sect. However, to fully realize this, a long period of accumulation is required.
This was Shen Nan's summary of the techniques possessed by Patriarch Qingwei. The prospects were bright, but time was insufficient. Yet Shen Nan had no complaints. After all, the 13th realm cultivation of Patriarch Qingwei himself was already a great surprise. Everything else was merely an added bonus, so how could he find fault? His only hope was for Patriarch Qingwei to quickly establish a foundation. In the future, the Taoist tradition of Dafeng would inevitably gain a new sect, the Shushen Celestial Sword sect. Zhang Jiao's way of peace could not be freely spread in Dafeng. At most, after the destruction of the Compassionate Life sect, Zhang Jiao could be tasked with overseeing its followers, guiding them back from the heretical path. At noon, the situation had now stabilized. Various matters were being handled by his subordinates. After concluding the conversation, Shen Nan naturally needed to cultivate to complete his tasks. After 2 hours of cultivation, he had fully absorbed the minor Grandmaster pill from earlier, stabilizing his cultivation at the peak of the 4th rank. He also obtained the daily check-in reward. Restoration points 32200. This was Shen Nan's current total of restoration points. He turned his gaze to the system shop for the day. Instantly, a series of messages appeared. Great Snow Dragon Cavalry Unlimited 20 points each. Wine Sword Immortal Legacy Unique 100000 points. Ming King Heavy Armor Stock 100005 points per set. Shen Nan's eyes lit up slightly. He had refrained from spending restoration points the previous day waiting for the shop to refresh with a troop type. As expected, the most urgently needed Great Snow Dragon Cavalry had appeared. However, another item also caught his attention. The Wine Sword Immortal Legacy. Yesterday, Shen Nan had asked Qingwei how he compared to the Wine Sword Immortal. Qingwei's reply was,
"In terms of realm, I am slightly superior, but in a life or death battle, he would be severely injured and I would die."
Though some in the past claimed Patriarch Qingwei was comparable to the Demon Lord, in truth, his realm was not so exaggerated. He was indeed a top-tier expert in the mortal world, but there were still a few above him. The Wine Sword Immortal's combat power slightly surpassed Qingwei. Sword Saint Duguyun surpassed Qingwei in both realm and combat power. According to Shen Nan's estimation, Sword Saint Duguyun's realm was at the peak of the 14th level, only a step away from the 15th level. The supreme realm the Sword Saint had always sought. Spending 100000 restoration points for the Wine Sword Immortal's legacy was undoubtedly worthwhile. It would instantly elevate Shen Nan to one of the foremost experts in the world. However, Shen Nan glanced at his restoration points, and then at the reward for assembling a 100,000-strong elite army. He knew he would need to spend 1000 points to lock items.
Summon 1500 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Lock the Wine Sword Immortal Legacy.
Instantly. Shen Nan's inventory gained 1500 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, which he needed to deploy within a day. Meanwhile, a faint golden glow appeared around the edge of the Wine Sword Immortal Legacy in the system shop. At the same time, his restoration points instantly dropped from 32200 to 1200.
Next, I will assign the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry to Qinjibao. They can be infiltrated during recruitment, giving the world a great surprise. Using these 1500 cavalry as a core, I can quickly form a suitable Red Dragon Cavalry, and then train a 100,000 strong elite army. Then I can truly act as I please.
Shen Nan's eyes grew brighter. Summoning Patriarch Qingwei had given him immense confidence, but that was ultimately external power. If he could obtain the Wine Sword Immortal's legacy himself, he would face no danger. With the strength of the Wine Sword Immortal amplified by the national fortune of the palace and the divine weapon of the realm. Even if a 14th level peak expert stormed the palace, Shen Nan was confident he could trap and kill them, let alone defend himself. He could also replicate the path of Dafeng's founding emperor, suppressing the world with martial might.